A virus ravages the land, calamities abound, and the world succumbs in but a mere minute. Lin Shuangshuang has successfully transformed into a monster, possessing only 7 seconds of memory. One fateful day, she unexpectedly encounters her ex-boyfriend. What is this? It is Huo Ling. A kiss, what is this? Wow, it is Huo Ling. A kiss. Huo Ling, silent. Huo Ling, be quiet. The young master of the Huo family, utilizing extraordinary foresight, had already assembled a combat team and a mobile safe house before the apocalypse. This safe house is both offensive and defensive, capable of storage. One day, he stumbles upon his long-lost ex-girlfriend. Goodness, at last he has captured her. Lock her up. Chapter 1. The Onset of the Apocalypse. April 14th, 2036. The inaugural year of the apocalypse. Once, people struggled in the Yellow Earth, taking steps towards steel and concrete, and now they are returning in droves from the steel and concrete back to that Yellow Earth. Yet, thankfully, the Earth is always forgiving. Lin Shuangshuang stands upon the street, observing as people dash chaotically, crazed with urgency, fleeing to the suburbs, families in tow, laden with bags. She feels a sense of bewilderment. In truth, her head aches slightly, her mind is muddled, and she cannot recall what transpired previously. Only disjointed memories occasionally surface, and she remains uncertain of her next destination. However, upon witnessing the frenzy of individuals scrambling for supplies by the roadside, clarity dawns upon her. Indeed, it is imperative to gather provisions first. Lin Shuangshuang plunges headlong into the nearby supermarket, where chaos reigns. Clutching a shopping basket, she begins to join the fray. For the moment, no one is fighting. After all, everyone is engaged in a zero-cost spree, and exiting the city is a race against time. Snatch what you can and flee. Hurry, hurry. That's enough, let's go. Why are you pushing? Get lost. It's over, everything is over. What are you crying for? Hurry up and pack your things to escape, and stop crying here. Mommy. I want my mommy, woo-woo. Lin Shuangshuang, with her slender figure, navigates easily through the crowd. If one were to observe closely, they would notice her remarkable agility, adept at evading obstacles. Spotting a little girl weeping inconsolably, her face flushed from tears, she hesitates. Just as she intends to approach, the girl's mother charges in like a fierce tiger, scooping up her daughter and fleeing. Lin Shuangshuang breathes a sigh of relief. Supplies lay scattered on the ground, while others rush in a frenzy, grabbing items without a second thought and tossing them haphazardly into their carts. Lin Shuangshuang proceeds unhurriedly to collect items, ensuring to grab high-sugar chocolates and Snickers bars, placing them one by one into her shopping basket. Though she would prefer a shopping cart, she arrived a bit too late, and all the carts were taken. Functional drinks, I'll take these. They're good for replenishing trace elements. Biscuits are convenient for immediate consumption. I'll take those as well. Instant noodles can be eaten dry or cooked, but they take up space, so I'll take fewer. Lin Shuangshuang murmurs to herself, discovering several bags of iodized salt on the ground, which she also picks up, exclaiming, "Good stuff, we cannot do without salt." Taking a few more steps, she spots several wild backpacks lying on the ground, black, pink, and teal. Lin Shuangshuang halts, squats down to assess her options, and ultimately selects the pink one for its ample capacity and numerous pockets. She then stuffs all her recently collected supplies into this backpack, discarding the shopping basket. Initially intending to casually toss it aside, a memory surfaces of someone advising her to take care of her belongings, leading her to place the shopping basket in an empty shelf. Surely, this does not count as littering? She is quite clever. Lin Shuangshuang nods, securing the pink backpack in front of her chest, which makes collecting items much more convenient. She continues to stroll through the supermarket. Although she may appear slightly slower than others, the items she acquires are far more comprehensive, yielding greater efficiency than those who grab half and lose half. As she wanders, Lin Shuangshuang experiences another moment of amnesia, standing frozen in place. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? The daily trifecta of questions. Soon, Lin Shuangshuang regains her bearings, surveying her surroundings before glancing down at her backpack, confirming that she is indeed collecting supplies. Back to work. Thus, she cheerfully resumes her quest for provisions. Her amnesia does not hinder her actions, merely surfacing intermittently. Lin Shuangshuang summoned the memo page using her wristband, glancing at the timestamp of her amnesia. The last recorded memory was a mere 10 minutes prior, indicating that her condition was evidently worsening. As she walked, she perused the records, recalling that her memory could initially be retained for half a year, then dwindling to 3 months, 1 month, and eventually just a day. Now, astonishingly, it had diminished to a mere 10 minutes. Lin Shuangshuang found that her gaze upon the screen did not hinder her movement. No passerby collided with her, as she adeptly navigated around them, multitasking with remarkable agility. After filling her pink backpack to the brim in the supermarket, she felt a sense of satisfaction and prepared to retreat. At the entrance lurked some ill-intentioned individuals, and as order disintegrated, the darker facets of humanity erupted. Some sought to reap rewards without toil. Their initial targets were the solitary, particularly those of frail stature. Damn it, it's all about the big brother. Why bother with the robbery? Just lie in wait and take it all. That's truly exhilarating. Exactly, sticking with big brother guarantees 9 meals a day. A certain burly man, flattered by his underlings, donned a floral shirt and flip-flops, grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Big brother is smoking. Come, I'll light it for you. Once we gather this last load of supplies, we can make our move. One of the underlings who lit the cigarette was the first to spot Lin Shuangshuang. His eyes widened, the flame nearly singeing the beard adorning his brother's face. The bearded leader abruptly kicked the lighter underling with a grunt, barking, "Are you seeking death?" The underling immediately clutched his abdomen in apology. My fault. Don't be angry. How good. I was merely looking at the lamb. Big brother, look over there." The other underlings, who had been reveling in misfortune, followed the direction indicated by the igniter, spotting a young girl with lustrous black curls, resembling a doll in her beauty. Although simply dressed, her allure was undeniable. Oh my, that delicate face, as smooth as a peeled egg. Truly stunning. Those petite features are quite charming. Where did this young lady come from? Do her parents truly allow her to roam? It seems we are in for a stroke of luck. The underlings exchanged glances, their faces betraying lascivious grins as they laughed heartily. The bearded man also displayed a satisfied grin, surveying the young girl from head to toe. Don't be deceived by her slender arms and legs. She's gathered quite a haul. The igniter immediately fawned. Congratulations, big brother. This is a double fortune for you. The bearded man promptly gestured for them to bring the girl over. Passers-by who had finished gathering supplies fled the scene, oblivious to the events unfolding nearby. Some wished to intervene but were restrained by their families, being pulled away. Don't look. Such occurrences will become commonplace. Can we manage it? Let's go. Hurry. Mom, Dad, and Xiaobao are waiting outside. We can't afford this. We need to take care of ourselves first. Waves of passers-by departed. Lin Shuangshuang had certainly noticed the group lying in wait at the supermarket entrance. Swiftly, she secured the zipper of her backpack, resting it behind her. She then began to count the number of individuals, her lips moving softly as she murmured, 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 9. Her calm demeanor elicited an inexplicable sense of foreboding among the ruffians who felt her gaze return to them. Chapter 2. Knowing to hide from the rain, Lin Shuangshuang stretched her limbs, and before the burly man could react, she swiftly slid in front of him, leaping up to deliver a powerful punch to his face. There was a resounding crack. She heard the sound of bones shattering, and the hefty figure froze in place, collapsing to the ground in a lifeless heap. After landing gracefully, she turned her gaze towards the remaining small fry, 8 in total, their faces drained of color, some even soiling themselves in fear. The burly man's face was caved in, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The little rascals, who had previously called each other brothers for life, were now in a frenzy of panic, screaming incessantly. "Ah! A madman! A lunatic! Run!" The small fry scattered in all directions, terrified and trembling. Lin Shuangshuang spotted a lifeless fish on the ground, still 8 more to go. However, her mind momentarily faltered, memories wiped clean. Her pupils quivered before returning to clarity as she surveyed the scene, contemplating her next move. Ultimately, she concluded that someone had provoked her, and she had dealt with them accordingly. Task accomplished. She successfully forgot about the remaining 8 small fry. Her muscle memory kicked in. Before her brain could catch up, her hand was already activating her wristband, summoning a holographic screen, and opening her notes to record the time once more. This time, it was 5 minutes. The situation had deteriorated again. Lin Shuangshuang furrowed her brow, a hint of displeasure twisting her lips. Adjusting the straps of her backpack, she gave the disfigured burly man a kick, pushing him aside as he blocked her path. Bystanders who had witnessed the entire ordeal were nearly paralyzed with fear. Only after she exited the door did they collectively exhale in relief, beginning to murmur among themselves. Wow, she's fierce. This girl is no ordinary person. I read a novel earlier. Zombies are out now. Could she really be an ability user? I think she must be. Otherwise, how could she possibly knock out a burly man with a single punch? He had it coming. They've robbed so many people before. As the streets became increasingly chaotic, Lin Shuangshuang emerged from the supermarket to find zombies roaming the roads. She casually picked up a steel pipe, swinging it at the approaching zombies, decapitating them with ease. The city, once bustling, was rapidly emptying as everyone fled to the countryside. By nightfall, the streets were eerily quiet, with only a few stray zombies wandering about. The remaining individuals had barricaded themselves inside their homes, hiding from the chaos outside. Lin Shuangshuang felt like a homeless orphan, with no means of transportation and no kind souls willing to give her a ride. News of her earlier triumph over the burly man had spread like wildfire, and those who recognized her screamed in fright upon seeing her. She too had come across the videos online, a memory she didn't even recall collecting. Besides admiring her own formidable presence, a tinge of melancholy washed over her. Suddenly, rain began to pour. Lin Shuangshuang looked up at the darkened sky, devoid of moon or stars. Raindrops fell upon her face, prompting her to dash towards a nearby shop in search of temporary shelter. After all, she knew to seek refuge from the rain. She wasn't foolish. Huo Ling scrolled through videos online, where many were documenting the current situation, some calling for help, others expressing curiosity. And a few survivors recounting their narrow escapes from the city. The most viral video featured a girl with curly hair delivering a devastating punch to a burly man. Following that were a series of clips showcasing her prowess, such as decapitating a zombie with a single swing of her pipe, the impact strikingly intense. There was even footage of her squatting outside a dessert shop, gazing longingly at the cakes in the display window. The latest clip showed her looking up at the sky, running to the side in the rain, captured from above by a resident's hidden camera. In such dire times, people still found time to gawk. Humans were truly something else. Who is she? What is her story? Why is she out at this hour? Doesn't her family care for her? I can't help but feel a bit sorry for her. She seems so lonely. Hua, this address is quite close to us. Should we check it out? I think that's a good idea. The more combat-ready allies, the better. I find her rather endearing, as long as we don't provoke her. She won't go around hitting people. The team engaged in a lively discussion. Huo Ling, however, remained fixated on the girl in the video, replaying the footage of her in the rain over and over again. In the dead of night, Lin Shuangshuang was awakened by the sound of barking dogs. The street she found herself on was densely populated, with doors and windows tightly sealed. Unable to gain entry, she resorted to finding a second-floor balcony to shelter from the rain. Her dinner consisted of a chocolate bar, a functional drink, and a piece of bread. As she munched on her meager meal, she glanced down to witness a gruesome battle between zombies and mutated dogs, the sounds of their struggle echoing in the night. As she chewed her food, she contemplated her next steps. Important details had to be recorded in her notes, lest she forget them entirely. However, with an overwhelming amount of information, her patience for sifting through it all was waning. Perhaps due to countless previous experiences of repeatedly reviewing her notes, she now found herself averse to the task and could only skim through them aimlessly. Lin Shuangshuang had just discovered that her wristband possessed a storage function, containing 100 cubic units of space, but she feared forgetting this fact. Thus, she opted to keep her food in her backpack for safekeeping. After finishing her meal, she prepared to sleep, only to be jolted awake by a violent tremor, her memories wiped clean once more. Instinctively, she leaped from the balcony, landing deftly from a height of 4 or 5 meters, as zombies and mutated creatures erupted into chaos around her. A deep rumbling emanated from the earth, sending tremors through her heart. It was an earthquake. Lin Shuangshuang joined the fray of zombies and mutated animals in flight. Apparently, when faced with a threat to life, all creatures prioritize escape over conflict. As she maneuvered to avoid being trampled by the panicked creatures, the survivors inside the buildings erupted in screams, despair spreading throughout the community. Outside, zombies and mutated animals roamed, while those trapped indoors faced the devastation of the quake. Observing the girl sprinting down the street, many survivors hastily gathered their belongings and fled into the open air. The area was flanked by buildings, and though the streets were relatively wide, debris continued to rain down. Lin Shuangshuang's reflexes were sharp, allowing her to dodge the falling objects with ease, while ordinary people were not so fortunate, crushed beneath the rubble. The scent of blood thickened in the air. Lin Shuangshuang couldn't save everyone at most. She could pull someone aside to help them evade a falling object as she made her own escape. Yet even this act of kindness offered a glimmer of hope to those ordinary individuals. The rescued individuals, pale with fear, hurriedly expressed their gratitude. But the girl vanished like a fleeting shadow, her speed unmatched. Chapter 3. Reunion buildings crumbled one after another, dust rising in clouds as some were suffocated alive. Lin Shuangshuang covered her mouth and nose with her collar and continued to dash forward. Here in the city center, the buildings were densely packed, and there were countless high-rises. Encountering an earthquake was indeed a stroke of misfortune. It took her quite some time to escape this area, but fortunately, the rain had ceased. However, the road was strewn with puddles, stones, mud, and remnants of blood and flesh, disgustingly filthy, leaving her pant legs completely soaked and sticky. She had no idea how long she had been running. Exhausted and gasping for breath, she finally reached the other side of the main road, where a second wave of vehicles began to flee, each car carrying a family. Lin Shuangshuang stood atop a stone pillar at the entrance of a grand hotel, clutching a lamppost, watching as zombies and mutated animals scurried past her feet in droves. She needed to catch her breath. Along the way, she had experienced several lapses in memory. Glancing at her notes, she realized her memories could only last 7 seconds. Each time they updated, she had to run for her life. Thankfully, her mind was sharp, and her reflexes were quick. Had she been even slightly slower, she surely would have been trampled by the zombies and mutated beasts. Suddenly, a loud honk pierced the air. A bus filled with survivors, no, it was an entire bus of zombies, crashed into view, their distorted faces pressed against the windows. Lin Shuangshuang was momentarily stunned, staring at the busload of zombies when a crash erupted nearby, accompanied by the screeching of brakes. Buildings were collapsing, the ground was shaking, and vehicles were colliding. This world was on the brink of destruction. Before long, the place where she stood was no longer safe, and she had no choice but to resign herself to fleeing once more. Despite her robust constitution, in that moment, she felt like an unstoppable beast of burden, utterly exhausted. Just then, a vehicle brushed past her before swiftly reversing to her side. The sound of the car door clicking open reached her ears. An arm reached out and pulled her inside the vehicle. In the next instant, the door slammed shut. The zombies outside, sensing the fresh scent of flesh and blood, suddenly went into a frenzy, instinctively clawing at the car. "Quick! Step on the gas, Lao Gao," one of the drivers shouted. "Don't shout." "I know," the other replied, both of them startled. A girl with long hair in the middle row tossed several objects resembling stink bombs out the window, causing the zombies to stagger back in surprise. "Wow, Zhaoge, this stuff actually works. It really can repel zombies. Just the range is a bit small." Lin Shuangshuang was on high alert, just about to lose her cool when her gaze met a familiar face, instantly calming her down. The fierce expression she had worn softened into a radiant smile. Filled with joy, she lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around the neck of the person before her, their faces nearly touching, bubbling with happiness as she exclaimed, "Huo Ling." Her joy was genuine. She was elated from the depths of her heart. It was Huo Ling, indeed. Who was Huo Ling? It didn't matter, he was Huo Ling. Unable to restrain herself, she snuggled closer to him. Huo Ling, however, remained cold and unresponsive, merely lowering his gaze to her, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. While the surrounding atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point, the three individuals in the front suddenly fell silent, not daring to utter a word, obediently keeping their mouths shut while their ears perked up, eager to eavesdrop on the unfolding drama. They were genuinely intrigued, for before coming to find this fierce lady, they had heard from Huo Ge that she was his ex-girlfriend. His ex-girlfriend. How astonishing. The usually taciturn big shot had a beloved figure from his past. According to his childhood friend, this beloved one had abruptly disappeared, leading him to the brink of madness. Even now, he seemed dangerously close to losing his mind. The three teammates were timid but burned with a desire for gossip, their curiosity flaring like a roaring bonfire. Unfortunately, Huo Ling wouldn't allow anyone to witness this. He pressed against the partition, effectively isolating the back row from the front two. The car was soundproof, leaving the three teammates to exchange regretful glances, their faces filled with disappointment. The interior of the vehicle fell into silence. Lin Shuangshuang clung to Huo Ling. Not satisfied with just that, She leaned in to kiss him. Yes, directly kissing him on the lips, showering him with affection. Huo Ling's eyes brimmed with fury, as if he could slay her with a glance. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to push her away, struggling to contain himself. 6 years. The person before him had vanished for a full 6 years, the same duration as their acquaintance. How could she dare to embrace him so brazenly upon their reunion, acting as if nothing had changed? Huo Ling tightened his grip around her waist, his gaze growing increasingly menacing. Had enough of this? He asked coldly, pushing her away to prevent her from clinging to him. Lin Shuangshuang was taken aback. Her heart suddenly pierced with pain, a sharp ache radiating from her chest. She gazed into the depths of his eyes filled with resentment, momentarily stunned. Just as she was about to speak, her pupils flickered, and in the next instant, she forgot once more. Upon focusing her gaze, she realized it was Huo Ling. Once again, Lin Shuangshuang felt a surge of joy and reached out to lunge at him, yearning for his embrace. Huo Ling. It's Huo Ling. Huo Ling was momentarily caught off guard by her reaction, and before he could react, she had once again glued herself to him, affectionately kissing him once more. What was happening? Huo Ling felt as if he was punching into cotton, his expression faltering as he grasped Lin Shuangshuang by the back of her shirt, coldly taunting. Haven't you had enough of the theatrics? After so many years apart, your acting skills have improved significantly. Why not pursue a career in the entertainment industry? I see the Best Actress award should rightly belong to you. Lin Shuangshuang, puzzled, blinked at him with wide, innocent eyes, focusing solely on him. Before beginning to call out again, Huo Ling. Huo Ling. It's the person I like, it's Huo Ling. She was genuinely elated. Huo Ling was utterly flabbergasted, a hint of anger creeping into his voice as he said, "Don't start with that again." However, every 7 seconds, she would restart, like a film stuck on repeat. Huo Ling could no longer muster any anger. He realized she must genuinely be in distress, so when Lin Shuangshuang clung to him once more, calling his name, he did not push her away, but merely lowered his gaze to the top of her head. The woman he loved most had curly hair, and when she couldn't manage it, she would sulk, usually needing him to help her style it. He would tie her hair into braids or a bun. That would make her beam with joy, wrapping her arms around him and proclaiming, "Huo Ling is the best." But that was 6 years ago. A full 6 years without a single word. Huo Ling's hand trembled slightly as he struggled to steady his breathing. Even now that they had reunited, she seemed incapable of responding to him. He genuinely could not understand why, just a day later. She had told him she no longer loved him and vanished entirely from his world. He simply did not comprehend. Chapter 4. Don't pretend to be foolish. Lin Shuangshuang. Huo Ling lowered his gaze to her, speaking with a chilling detachment. Don't pretend to be foolish. Losing your memory doesn't mean you're an idiot. Your intellect is intact. Moreover, if I find out you're feigning amnesia, then you'll be in serious trouble. He nearly ground his teeth as he uttered those words. Lin Shuangshuang felt a pang of guilt, instinctively avoiding his gaze. Yet, in the next moment, her mind went blank, and her memory reset once again. Huo Ling was weary of witnessing her repeatedly reset memories. It was quite distressing. He directly utilized his psychic abilities to plunge her into a deep slumber. Lin Shuangshuang instantly softened, nearly toppling backward from her seat. But ultimately she was caught and securely held in his embrace. Huo Ling regarded her with an impassive expression. Only he knew how tightly his hand was gripping her. His words harsh, yet his body betrayed his true feelings. He simply couldn't bear to let go. The trio in the front row engaged in hushed whispers. How is it? Can you hear anything, Sister Nana? Wu Zhe kept glancing back at the middle row. Luo Na, gracefully stroking her long hair, cast him a sidelong glance and replied with a hint of coyness. No, I didn't hear anything at all. She couldn't help but grumble about how excellent Zhang Guo's creations were. It was quite vexing. Wu Zhe, with his delicate features, shook his head repeatedly, and then exaggeratedly declared, but wait, do you think our Hugo would actually harm her? Gao Lei, who was driving, immediately refuted the idea, asserting that Hugo was not that kind of person. Wu Zhe clicked his tongue, not necessarily. A sudden breakup can be such a painful realization. Just think about it. One day you're madly in love, and the next day, you're separated without any reason or warning. Just the thought of it is suffocating.
Oh.
You seem to understand quite well. Have you had a relationship, Xiaozhe?
Luona laughed heartily.
Wu Zhe, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head. He hadn't dated, but just because he hadn't tasted the experience doesn't mean he hadn't seen it. But I don't endorse using violence to resolve issues, he added, visibly concerned. Should we bother Huge? It's better to talk things through. Luo Na dismissed him. If he didn't care about her, would he have rushed over like this? You wouldn't understand because you haven't experienced it. This is something you can't explain. She spoke with enthusiasm about the idea of rekindling love, the bittersweet nature of love turning to hate, the fiery pursuit of a husband, followed by the fiery pursuit of a wife. How exhilarating! Gao Lei advised her to watch fewer romance novels, as the road ahead was blocked by hordes of zombies. Who can make a call to Huige to clear the way? Otherwise, we'll be stuck. Wu Zhe immediately volunteered. I'll do it. He promptly pressed the call button for the front row, connecting to the intercom in the back. The call was quickly established. Wu Zhe wasted no time in relaying the issue. Huige, please clear the path. It's all zombies up ahead. He listened intently, but the other end remained silent, leaving him uncertain about the situation. Luo Na, filled with curiosity, was equally disappointed by the lack of sound, shrugging her shoulders in resignation. Huo Ling, having heard the call, hung up. Activating his psychic abilities, he dispersed the throng of zombies ahead, allowing Gao Lei to drive swiftly through. A seismic event had utterly devastated a city, with buildings largely reduced to rubble. The Team S vehicle had exited the most severely affected area, returning to their base located on the outskirts, surrounded by vast plains. The visibility was exceptional. A peculiar structure stood by the roadside, a metallic building resembling a high-rise with 6 legs, suspended in midair. Upon noticing the returning vehicle, the high-rise lowered a ramp for them to ascend. At last, they were home. Wu Zhe leapt out from the passenger seat, his youthful stature of 168 centimeters and cherubic face making him appear quite diminutive, though he had just turned 18. Gao Lei exited the passenger side, casually shutting the door behind him. Standing at 178 centimeters, he was 10 centimeters taller than Wu Zhe. Despite the modest height difference, his muscular build made him appear robust. His features were rather ordinary, thick brows and bright eyes, neither unattractive nor conventionally handsome, yet exuding a sense of reliability. Luo Na emerged from the middle row, carrying supplies. Her combat pants paired with high-top shoes accentuating her long legs and curvaceous figure, embodying femininity. With waist-length hair, she radiated an air of refinement. She tossed the items into the living room, calling out, "Come help me unload these." She then shouted, "Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu." 2 mechanical dogs scampered out of the living room, eagerly fetching supplies and dragging them inside, displaying remarkable obedience. As they heard a commotion from the car door, the 3 turned in unison to see Huo Ling carrying the girl as he stepped out. Luo Na's excitement surged at the sight, exclaiming, "What a difference in size! How delightful!" Gao Lei and Wu Zhe both greeted. "Huige." Huo Ling nodded, striding into the living room while cradling Lin Shuangshuang. A burly man emerged, donned in an apron and sporting a braid, with goggles hanging around his neck and grease on his hands. He peeked over and asked, "You're all back? How's the new vehicle? Is it easy to drive?" Wu Zhe bounded inside, exclaiming, "Zhang Ge, it drives well, but Gao doesn't let me drive. Do you even have a license?" Gao Lei unloaded the supplies. 2 boxes of alcohol, 2 boxes of milk, 3 boxes of juice, 5 boxes of instant noodles, a bag of assorted snacks and medications, and a basket of random metal parts. Zhang Deipen noticed Huo Ling carrying a young girl but refrained from prying, as he was less inquisitive than the younger trio. "Did you find the parts one needed? I'm short on screws." Luo Na, catching her breath, remarked, "I don't know, check for yourself. I'm about to starve. What are we having for dinner?" This weather calls for some soup. Only Huo Ling could cook, but he rarely had the time. Zhang Deipen, the mechanic, had created 2 robot chefs named Xiao Yi and Xiao Er, while Xiao San and Xiao Si were cleaning robots. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu were the 2 mechanical dogs. Gao Lei parked the vehicle in the basement garage and closed the door. "I want handmade noodles." Wu Zhe exploded. "More noodles? I can't take it anymore, I want rice." Gao Lei, hailing from the Central Plains, preferred noodle dishes for all 3 meals, while Wu Zhe, a southerner, loved rice, leading to daily disputes over meals within the team. Luo Na casually stated, "Main dishes are up to you. I just want something soupy." Zhang Deipen, uninterested in their bickering, spoke to Xiao Yi and Xiao Er. Afterward, he carried the basket of parts back to the basement, the core of their mobile home, and his personal domain, where he mostly resided. Amid their conversations, Huo Ling had already taken Lin Shuangshuang to the 3rd floor, the personal space of their Team S doctor, Zhao Pingsheng. Zhao Pingsheng, having observed the activity on the 1st floor via surveillance, dressed in a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses, tall and refined in appearance, remarked as Huo Ling emerged from the elevator with Lin Shuangshuang, "You've brought her back?" Huo Ling paused. his expression unreadable as he simply replied, Chapter 5. Truly unwell. He had already discussed this with Zhao Pingsheng prior to his arrival. Zhao gestured towards the bed. Place her there. As he spoke, he gathered an array of instruments. Huo Ling gently laid Lin Shuangshuang on the hospital bed, his expression grave, yet his movements tender. His psychic abilities allowed him to induce a deep sleep akin to general anesthesia, enabling her to rest soundly. Lin Shuangshuang slept soundly. Zhao Pingsheng affixed various instruments to her, particularly around her head. Huo Ling's brows furrowed tighter with each passing moment. Zhao Pingsheng merely cast a glance at him. Relax, man. These are just patches. No needles involved. There's no need to be so concerned. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't cry for this. Though he jested, there was an underlying teasing nature. As this was a rarity, Huo Ling, seldom at a loss for words, remained silent, watching intently. What do the readings indicate? Zhao Pingsheng is a consummate professional, and coupled with his activated abilities related to healing, there is no doubt regarding his competence. However, the situation is rather dire. He gazes at the data displayed on the screen. Her physical condition is stable, yet she grapples significantly with psychological issues. The technical jargon is beyond her comprehension, so I shall simplify it. Her mind is currently in disarray. Huo Ling is rendered speechless, his gaze fixed on the screen. Zhao Pingsheng continues, before the apocalypse. Neurons were of paramount importance. Human existence relies on neuronal activity, and declaring someone deceased is primarily based on brain death. Post-apocalypse, mental fortitude has become even more crucial. Yet, her neural pathways are severely disrupted, leading to her memory confusion. Regarding the 7-second memory you mentioned, it is not that she lacks memory, rather, she is unable to retain it. This memory has not been erased, but merely interrupted. Thus, while those 7 seconds of memory exist within her, they are disordered, meaning she cannot recall events from just 7 seconds prior. In essence, congratulations on acquiring a girlfriend who can open a blind box. For you have no idea how many memories reside in her mind at this moment. Zhao Pingsheng jested, attempting to lighten the somber atmosphere. Huo Ling inquired, can it be treated? Zhao Pingsheng copied the data and busied himself in his wheelchair. I will give it a try. Recovery is not guaranteed, but I can attempt to extend her memory retention, if only to avoid updates every 7 seconds. That would be unbearably tormenting. Zhao Pingsheng shook his head, noting that blood tests may be necessary. Huo Ling observed Lin Shuangshuang on the hospital bed and nodded in agreement. Zhao Pingsheng then proceeded, drawing 6 vials of blood, and asked Huo Ling to apply pressure to the injection site to stop the bleeding. However, he was taken aback when he noticed Lin Shuangshuang's injection site healed instantaneously. What abilities does your partner possess? Zhao Pingsheng queried, causing Huo Ling to falter, replying quietly, I'm not sure. After 6 years apart, his understanding of her was limited. Zhao Pingsheng cast him a sidelong glance, asking, shall we investigate? Huo Ling paused, contemplating, and finally replied, forget it, let her disclose it herself. Zhao Pingsheng smiled slightly. No problem, you may leave. Huo Ling expressed his gratitude as he exited. Zhao Pingsheng waved him off and summoned Xiao San and Xiao Si to clean up. His obsessive-compulsive tendencies could not tolerate the bloodstains. Huo Ling was not particularly dirty, but having been smeared and splattered by someone, he was now covered in mud and blood. Just as he stepped out, ready to take the elevator, a call from Luna interrupted him. Captain Hua, shall I arrange a room? The small castle has 6 floors. The basement is the workshop and room of mechanic Zhang Deipen, serving also as the control center, along with a small parking area. The first floor houses the living room, kitchen, laundry room, and training room, along with 3 large storage rooms, a freezer, a refrigeration room, and a room at room temperature. The second floor contains the rooms of Gao Lei, Wu Zhe, and Luna, alongside 3 storage rooms. The third floor is where Dr. Zhao Pingsheng resides, complete with a treatment room and laboratory. The fourth floor is Huo Ling's territory, exclusively his, rarely visited by others. The top floor features a charming glass greenhouse. A delightful sight. Luna's inquiry sought to ascertain where the newly arrived young lady would reside, as it seemed remiss not to arrange accommodations for her. Huo Ling simply stated, no need, she will stay with me. This anticipated response left Luna nearly ecstatic, her voice almost wavering with excitement as she nodded in agreement. All right. She then turned to gossip with Gao Lei and Wu Zhe. Did you hear? Did you hear? Wu Zhe bellowed. Heard it. Brother Hua said she will sleep with him. Gao Lei promptly smacked Wu Zhe on the head, admonishing him to speak appropriately. Wu Zhe cradled his head, exclaiming, What did I say wrong? They are merely sleeping on the same floor. What's the big deal? Luna cackled, her face alight with mirth, a solitary man and woman sharing a room. Who knows what might transpire? Gao Lei and Wu Zhe looked at each other, bewildered. The three of them formed an inseparable trio, always present wherever there was gossip to be had. At dinner time, the main courses consisted of rice and noodles with gravy, accompanied by 5 dishes and a soup: braised pork, hand-pulled chicken, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried bean sprouts, and cucumber salad, with a rib soup rounding out the meal. Thankfully, a robotic chef managed the cooking. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster, especially with 2 types of staple food to prepare, which was quite the hassle. Meanwhile, Huo Ling consulted Zhao Pingsheng, confirming that he could assist Lin Shuangshuang with a bath before leading her to the bathroom, filling a bathtub with water, and gently placing her inside. It was only upon undressing her that he discovered peculiarities on her body, such as various scars. Despite her minor wounds healing almost instantaneously, where did these scars originate? His expression darkened. If her departure was linked to her memories, then what are these injuries? The bathroom echoed only with Huo Ling's own voice, as no one could provide him with answers. Skillfully, he washed her hair, only to find the color fading. Black dye washed away, revealing soft pink curls beneath. He paused momentarily, but quickly accepted this new hue, for what else could he possibly reject? She held too many unsolved mysteries. Suddenly, her hair began to move, soft tendrils wrapping around his wrist. Huo Ling was once again taken aback, his face a canvas of confusion. What was this? The pink locks seemed to possess a life of their own, playfully coiling around his wrist and attempting to envelop his arm, while others brushed against his face and neck, even seeking to nuzzle against his chest and abdomen. Huo Ling's face flushed instantly, and he ground his molars in surprise, awakening to find Lin Shuangshuang still unresponsive. Although he was well aware of his own mental prowess, he was uncertain about Lin Shuangshuang's abilities. Few could withstand his mental control. How long had she been asleep? Nevertheless, he hesitated to induce another slumber, as Zhao Pingsheng had mentioned that the medication was ready and he should come downstairs to retrieve it while dining. Huo Ling playfully pinched Lin Shuangshuang's face, saying, "Open your eyes, or I shall toss you out to feed the zombies." Chapter 6. The heart of a man is as deep as the ocean. Lin Shuangshuang slowly opened her eyes, blinking in confusion, yet finding herself before the person she cherished. All she desired was to act adorably. Lin Shuangshuang pouted, reproaching him. "Huo Ling, you're so fierce." Huo Ling raised an eyebrow, glancing at the hair still entwined around him. "Care to explain?" Lin Shuangshuang giggled, feigning innocence. Huo Ling disregarded the hair, swiftly washing her once more. During the process, she experienced multiple lapses in memory. Sometimes she would gaze at him and call him Huo Ling, while at other times she merely stared at him in silence. Huo Ling wrapped her in a large towel, carrying her back to his room, which occupied the entire floor, complete with a spacious bed. Lin Shuangshuang was tossed onto the soft bed, rolling over to inhale the familiar scent, revealing her bare form without a hint of modesty. Huo Ling retrieved a set of his clothes, deftly dressing her in an oversized t-shirt that reached her thighs, along with sleeve pants. He tied the waistband into a knot for her. Then, he lifted her into his arms, taking her towards the 3rd floor. Lin Shuangshuang's eyes darted around. Although the environment was unfamiliar, anywhere with Huo Ling was undoubtedly the safest place in the world. Upon witnessing their interaction, Zhao Pingsheng remarked, "So, you two are what they call exes?" After teasing, he handed over the medication, unfazed by her change in hair color. The little girl was quite well behaved. A bottle contained 20 tablets, to be taken once a day, with 1 tablet per dose. The ingredients were running low, and I required a botanical variant of heterokaryon. Please procure more when you have the opportunity. Huo Ling acquiesced, casting a glance at the individual who had been praised for her compliance. Well behaved? She possessed more cunning than anyone else. The thought elicited a self-deprecating smile. Lin Shuangshuang continued to feign ignorance, silently observing the bottle of tablets, white and pristine, extending her hand to accept it, inspecting it thoroughly. Huo Ling urged her to take a tablet. Lin Shuangshuang opened her mouth and swallowed it, chewing absently. It bore little flavor, rather faint. Zhao Pingsheng then remarked, "Her blood test results should be ready soon. After dinner, you should come over. Additionally, I sense something amiss with her condition. She is not an ordinary human. She resembles more of a monster." Huo Ling detected the gravity in his tone and nodded in agreement. The two of them descended to dine. Zhao Pingsheng's meal was delivered by the robotic assistant. A housekeeping automaton donned in an apron, standing at a mere 1 meter 30. It could navigate the elevator autonomously, although it did not ascend to the fourth floor, as its programming excluded such a directive. Huo Ling was rather possessive, exhibiting a strong desire for control and ownership. He preferred his domain to remain undisturbed, a fact well known among his teammates. Lin Shuangshuang observed the plump robot delivering food, inquiring about Zhao Pingxing's experiments and whether he was enjoying himself. Quite anthropomorphic, indeed. The trio downstairs, engrossed in their gossip, had eyes gleaming like titanium alloy. Huo Ling almost hesitated to continue down the stairs. After taking the medication, Lin Shuangshuang felt significantly better. Her fragmented memories were now stilled, and she found herself quite pleased, relishing the novelty of the sensation. When Luna saw them descending, she promptly served soup, while Wu Zhe assisted with the rice and Gao Lei arranged the chopsticks, all three of them focusing intently on the pair. Huo Ling had already set Lin Shuangshuang down, and she instinctively took her seat, gazing at the unfamiliar faces before her. Although she clung to Huo Ling, she was icy and exceedingly vigilant towards outsiders. However, it appeared that these individuals were Huo Ling's new friends and trusted allies. Thus she felt a twinge of anxiety and disorientation. Luna, Gao Lei, Wu Zhe, why not greet each other? Huo Ling stated impassively. The four of them hastily exchanged pleasantries. Hello, hello. Luna settled beside Lin Shuangshuang, her curiosity ignited, eager to engage with the newcomers, only to hear Huo Ling instruct. Have Xiao-san and Xiao-si tidy up a room on the second floor. Lin Shuangshuang froze. Luna, Wu Zhe, and Gao Lei were equally perplexed. What was happening? Hadn't he just mentioned new teammates living with him? Why the sudden change? Truly, the heart of a man is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Wu Zhe, being younger and more naive, was about to inquire when Luna silenced him with food, leaving him to chew in bewilderment. Luna smiled brightly. All right, no problem. I'll take care of it shortly. She chuckled softly, thinking to herself that it might be quite challenging to entice her back later. Lin Shuangshuang was indeed disheartened. Yet she yearned to assert herself. I want to sleep with you. Her voice lacked conviction. Huo Ling shot her a chilling glance. What gives you the right to sleep with me? Your status as an ex-girlfriend? Surely you haven't forgotten that we parted ways? He pressed further. Are you feigning ignorance? Or do you wish to explain something? I am all ears. Huo Ling's gaze bore into her. Lin Shuangshuang felt her head drop under his scrutiny, her heart sinking further. She opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing, managing a half-hearted attempt at reassurance. It's fine. Living on the second floor is quite nice, yes. Luna sensed the atmosphere had soured, yet she found it rather exhilarating. Was this not the prelude to a bittersweet rekindling? The flavor was akin to tart grapefruit. Wu Zhe and Gao Lei exchanged glances, adopting a transparent demeanor. They held no objections to their comrade bringing his ex-girlfriend back. After all, without him, there would be no team. Everyone in the squad had been rescued by him. Huo Ling wielded absolute authority. His decisions were followed without question. Moreover, the young girl appeared quite well behaved, and from the snippets seen online, her combat prowess was exceptional, surpassing their own. The sole issue lay in their past relationship. Now that they both seemed to harbor feelings, what had prompted their breakup? It now seemed likely that a misunderstanding had occurred. Such matters were best handled by the couple themselves. As teammates, their role was merely to spectate, hence they had no objections. After finishing his meal, Huo Ling departed, just as before. This time, however, he did not escort Lin Shuangshuang upstairs. Previously, during her episode, he had been unable to focus on anything else but now. With medication to somewhat suppress her condition, he would not indulge her further. He needed time to collect his thoughts, not wishing to see her for the time being. Her presence only irritated him. If she wouldn't seize the opportunity to explain herself, then he had little to say. Lin Shuangshuang gazed longingly after him, watching as he left without a backward glance, feeling utterly dejected. She murmured softly, I'd rather have remained amnesiac. At least then, I could have stayed in his embrace. Now, she felt discarded. Sighing, Luna leaned in curiously, whispering, why didn't you take the chance to explain? What is there that can't be said between young lovers? I see who cares for you. Don't let this slip away. Though she yearned to witness the drama of a romantic pursuit, she genuinely wished for the couple to find happiness without further turmoil. Sweet love stories are equally delightful to witness. Lin Shuangshuang weakly shook her head. My memories are a bit muddled, but I know I cannot speak. Luna could only offer a comforting pat on her shoulder, then let things unfold naturally. Chapter 7. XD0 gene. Huo Ling didn't venture far. After delivering his stern words, he promptly ascended to the third floor to retrieve Lin Shuangshuang's test results. How is this any different from washing one's laundry with a cold demeanor? Zhao Pingsheng, having reviewed the surveillance footage of the living room, couldn't resist a quip. Yet the matter at hand was pressing. I must tell you something. Do not be alarmed. I detected the XD0 gene within her. Huo Ling was taken aback. Their partnership was largely tied to this very gene. 6 years prior, Zhao Pingsheng, an intern at the hospital, had witnessed a peculiar batch of patients being admitted in the early hours, and that day was compelled to sign a confidentiality agreement. During the course of unraveling this mystery, Huo Ling suddenly encountered a crisis. It was said that after his girlfriend ended their relationship, she vanished without a trace. They had grown up together, often caught up in their lives, seldom in contact, yet they were significant to one another as family. He dialed Huo Ling's number, and for the first time, he witnessed his friend lose control of his emotions. Huo Ling had always been remarkably composed, his emotions steadfast. Zhao Pingsheng was taken aback, yet remained calm. Assisting Huo Ling in piecing together the sequence of events, how she had gone missing, whether there had been any abnormalities prior to her disappearance. More importantly, when had his friend even started dating? And for 6 years, no less. Huo Ling recounted that it had been a chance encounter where he had saved her, leading to her attachment. Everything had seemed normal before her disappearance. Yet, despite exhausting every contact, he could uncover no information regarding her. It was as if someone had deliberately erased her existence. During that period, numerous individuals had gone missing, and the rising tide of public outcry was becoming increasingly uncontainable. Zhao Pingsheng had only just informed him about the hospital's unsettling affairs, harboring suspicions of illicit experiments being conducted, experiments involving human subjects. This was no mere fiction, no cinematic illusion. Nor was it the wild ramblings of his imagination. The patients from that fateful night were far from ordinary. They could perhaps be likened to the superhumans found in apocalyptic novels. Upon the arrival of the true apocalypse, Zhao Pingsheng, after encountering other superhumans, discerned that these patients bore no resemblance to typical superhumans. While it is widely acknowledged that superhuman abilities often encompass the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, alongside more niche abilities such as lightning, storms, petrification, mental manipulation, and spatial control, superhumans themselves do not undergo any physical transformation. Their powers merely manifest as an outward expression. However, these patients exhibited parasitic entities, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of human and flora or fauna. The mere recollection of a particular incident made him feel nauseous. It involved 5 patients. Zhao Pingsheng had examined them all. One bore a gaping wound from the chest to the abdomen, the viscera within displaying signs of plant-like transformation. Another suffered from a cerebral hemorrhage requiring a craniotomy, only to reveal a nest of insect eggs inside. One had compound eyes akin to those of an insect, while 2 others, though ostensibly human, possessed animalistic extremities. The young interns were overwhelmed, and he, too, succumbed to the wave of revulsion. The horror was beyond comprehension, a veritable assault on their sanity. That night, the medical staff on duty scrambled to save these 5 individuals. Yet their lack of experience left them reliant on the leadership who had brought the patients in, with Zhao Pingsheng directing the surgical efforts. Subsequently, he embarked on a clandestine investigation, which surprisingly led him to uncover certain truths. Eventually, he learned that these patients were referred to as human-shaped weapons. As technology advanced, humanity seemed to descend further into madness, with a cadre of deranged scientists proving to be beyond redemption. Coupled with the recent surge in missing persons, it became increasingly difficult for Zhao Pingsheng not to draw connections between these occurrences. Upon sharing his findings, Huo Ling expressed her own perplexing circumstances, questioning why she would consent to becoming a human weapon, forsaking her humanity for monstrosity. Her breakup had been abrupt, leaving little time for persuasion. Zhao Pingsheng merely speculated. He could not claim certainty. However, he had discreetly preserved blood samples from the 5 patients, successfully identifying a singular genetic marker within them, designated as XD0. Today, Huo Ling's visit confirmed the unsettling possibility of their conjecture. Regrettably, the specifics of the situation seemed to elude them. Lin Shuangshuang appeared reluctant to discuss it, which proved to be a source of frustration. Huo Ling, lost in thought, eventually inquired, "What genes has she fused with? Surely not that of a fish?" Zhao Pingsheng cleared his throat and replied, "Not a fish, though it is similar, another aquatic organism." Huo Ling regarded him, prompting Zhao Pingxing to disclose, "It is a jellyfish." Huo Ling paused, realization dawning. It explained the peculiar movement and softness of her hair. The little jellyfish was diligently arranging the bedding, striving to make it neat. Rona brought over a basin, along with a towel, toothbrush, toothpaste, cup, comb, and tissues. All essentials were accounted for. "Feel free to choose a quilt from here. Let me know if you need anything else," she offered. Lin Shuangshuang expressed her gratitude earnestly. "Thank you very much." On the second floor, aside from their 3 rooms, the remaining 3 were storage spaces. Lin Shuangshuang's new room had been converted from one such storage area, furnished with a small bed, an easily foldable metal frame, robust and seemingly conducive to restful sleep. A mattress was provided, though she was still in the process of assembling the 4-piece bedding set, a task she found challenging due to her inexperience. During her time in the organization, there had been dedicated staff for cleaning. Lin Shuangshuang had never undertaken household chores. Having been well cared for by Huo Ling during their 6 years of acquaintance, her happiest years, Rona, ever kind, not only organized provisions for her, but also assisted in making the bed. Lin Shuangshuang's continuous gratitude made Rona shy away from gossip, urging her to rest early, complimenting her beautiful hair, and suggesting they continue their conversation the following day. "All right," Lin Shuangshuang replied, appearing quite docile. Once Rona departed, she sat at the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Glancing down, she noticed Huo Ling's clothes and couldn't resist leaning down to inhale his familiar scent. Ultimately, she burrowed beneath the covers, wrapping herself snugly within them, believing that his aroma would aid her in achieving a peaceful slumber. Unfortunately, the dreams that followed were far from pleasant. They were a chaotic tapestry of bizarre imagery and fragmented memories. One moment she found herself in the organization, the next in Huo Ling's home, only to be transported back to the sterile lab, a frigid space illuminated by harsh fluorescent lights. Huo Ling, unable to sleep, lay quietly on his bed, his arm cradling his head. The 4th floor was eerily silent. Yet, the echoes of his friend's words from earlier in the evening resonated in his mind. These human-shaped weapons typically possessed a pollution value intrinsically linked to their physical state. This pollution value, also referred to as a rationality score, indicated that once it reached 90%, their bodies would begin to manifest grotesquely. Should the pollution value exceed 95%, and if it could not be reduced beforehand, there would be no hope left. The human-shaped weapon would entirely lose its sanity, transforming into a complete monstrosity. Chapter 8. Pollution Value. Current assessments indicated that her pollution value had already reached 95%. Fortunately, medication had managed to suppress it, though it was merely a temporary fix. Zhao Pingxing spoke gravely, his glasses glinting with an unsettling light. Huo Ling remained uncharacteristically silent, grappling with a sense of confusion. Zhao Pingxing had extracted a specific element from the wood-based core that could potentially treat her, yet it could only offer temporary relief. No definitive cure existed. It was a cruel reality. Huo Ling closed his eyes, growing increasingly agitated. Sleeplessness gnawed at him as he awaited a certain someone. The heightened senses of superhumans made even the slightest disturbance downstairs impossible to ignore. He heard the sound of a door opening in Lin Shuangshuang's room, followed by her tentative footsteps ascending the staircase. Huo Ling counted her steps, his mood lifting incrementally. He scoffed softly, having anticipated her late-night ascent. Just as he prepared to berate her verbally for her intrusion, she paused at his door. Huo Ling thought, "Surely she doesn't intend to sleep on my doorstep." Hoping to soften my heart, he adamantly refused to yield. Yet, it turned out Lin Shuangshuang only lingered at the doorway for a brief moment before retreating. Huo Ling opened his eyes, a mask of indifference concealing the sourness in his heart, akin to having consumed a lemon, leaving him decidedly displeased. Suddenly, his wristband emitted a concerned notification from the health AI, detecting an irregular heart rate. "Captain Huo, are you well? Would you like me to contact someone?" Each member of the team had their health monitoring system linked to Zhao Pingxing's oversight. Huo Ling, irritated, dismissed the AI with a flick of his wrist, opting to bury himself beneath the covers instead. This decision resulted in a notably foul mood the following day, his brows knitted tightly, his handsome visage marred by a brooding expression that was impossible to overlook. As the robotic assistant passed by, it greeted him cheerfully. "Good morning, Captain Huo. Would you care for a glass of milk to kickstart your day with a delightful mood?" Another robot chimed in. "Little Huo, are you feeling unfulfilled?" Huo Ling nearly choked, almost losing his footing and tumbling down the staircase. Suddenly, a few muffled chuckles echoed nearby. Huo Ling turned to glance back. only to see Wu Zhe and Gao Lei hastily retreating, eager to escape. The household robot, Xiao San, remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Oh dear, that truly is unfortunate. Captain Huo, Xiao San believes you might benefit from a cup of refreshing Cantonese herbal tea to cool your temper. Do you think that would help?" Huo Ling ordered them both to silence. Xiao San and Xiao Si were baffled as to why humans could be so irritable so early in the day. "Morning grumpiness is indeed perplexing," one commented. Indeed, the other replied. The charming electronic banter continued as the two robotic friends busied themselves. On the first floor, a large table and a sizable screen occupied the living room, while the perimeter of the mobile castle was surrounded by a plethora of surveillance cameras. The large screen served the dual purpose of observing the outside world and controlling the castle's movements. The first floor housed a backup screen, while the main control center was situated in the basement. Occasionally, the living room screen displayed the news. Remarkably, the signal had not entirely faltered. Thanks to Zhang Deipen's skilled hands and resourceful mind, he claimed that as long as there was even a sliver of signal in this world, he could connect to it, a testament to his prowess as a master craftsman. Lin Shuangshuang was munching on a steamed bun, her gaze fixed on the news broadcast on the large screen. Luo Na, Wu Zhe, and Gao Lei were also present, all equally engrossed in the news. Upon spotting Huo Ling descending the staircase, the four of them turned in unison to acknowledge him with a greeting before returning their attention to the broadcast. Huo Ling wore an expression of displeasure. Lin Shuangshuang had taken her medication the previous evening, and according to the expected effects, her memory would remain intact until that evening, which meant that her recollection of events from last night until now was entirely normal. Thus, upon seeing Huo Ling, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain her facade. Feeling guilty, she could only stubbornly feign ignorance, her neck craned to observe the data on the large screen while quietly straining her ears to catch any sounds. The chair scraped against the floor as Huo Ling took a seat and poured himself some soy milk. Suddenly, Wu Zhe exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide as he stared at the large screen. Luo Na gasped in disbelief, and Gao Lei's expression mirrored their incredulity. Lin Shuangshuang, drawn in by their commotion, turned her attention to the news. It was a jarring sight. The small island of country was surrounded by a swarm of monstrous creatures, an utterly terrifying scene that exuded an overwhelming sense of dread. What were those things? Monsters? Creatures emerging from the ocean depths? Luo Na's face paled, evidently shaken by the unsettling imagery. The scene was bizarre, as an array of grotesque marine life engulfed the island, leaving no hope for survivors. Wu Zhe voiced his alarm. "We're doomed. We can't be far from the coastal areas, can we? We need to hurry. Tell Zhangge to accelerate. We must leave this place at once." Huo Ling raised his eyes to survey the view outside, then tapped his wristband. Each member of the team could manipulate the large screen through their wristbands, which now displayed a split screen, one half showing the news, and the other half revealing the external surveillance footage. In their early morning stupor, no one had noticed the chaos unfolding outside. A horde of mutated marine creatures had already invaded the land. Not far away, a mutated starfish was devouring a zombie. The 3-meter-wide starfish rapidly scuttled across the ground, and once it latched onto a zombie's foot or any other creature, it began to tear at it, blood spilling out beneath it in a vivid crimson stain. Zhang Deipen emerged from downstairs, freshly showered but still bearing traces of grease on his hands. "Xiaohua, how are we planning to escape?" he inquired, casually grabbing a large meat bun to eat. He was a big man with a mouth to match. While Lin Shuangshuang required 5 or 6 bites to finish a bun, he devoured one in just 2. Lin Shuangshuang stared at him in astonishment, thinking how truly enormous his mouth was. Zhang Deipen nodded at her, acknowledging her presence, before reaching for several more buns. Wu Zhe poured him a cup of soy milk, saying, "Zhangge, have a sip. Regardless of where we go, we should leave at once. Those marine creatures look terrifying." They were currently only at Tier 1 combat capability, with Huo Ling being the only one at late Tier 2. Huo Ling pondered for a moment before using his mental energy to scout the area. His mental prowess allowed him to probe far and wide, assessing the situation from all directions. Finally, he declared, "We should head east towards the inland." He traced a route on the holographic screen of his wristband and sent it to Zhang Deipen. "All right, I'll go down and set the route. Let me know if there are any changes," Zhang Deipen replied, having already consumed 8 or 9 large meat buns. In his hands, the buns looked like little dumplings. He truly had an impressive appetite. Lin Shuangshuang remained in awe. After Zhang Deipen departed, He left behind an empty large cup. Gao Lei was also busy slurping down a bowl of handmade noodles, the bowl larger than his face, filled with spicy beef. The vibrant red dish looked incredibly appetizing. Luo Na glanced over and could no longer contain herself. Our food supplies will only last us half a month at this rate. Look at how much everyone is eating. It's stressing me out. Wu Zhe, who could easily consume 5 or 6 large buns, shrugged it off. We'll just have to find more supplies. What else can we do? We can't starve. The powers of superhumans deplete their energy quickly, necessitating more food than ordinary individuals. Luo Na shook her head in disbelief. Huo Ling casually checked the inventory, confirming how much food was left. Chapter 9. Food Inventory. There were still 110 pounds of rice, 90 pounds of high-gluten flour, 5 boxes of instant noodles, 120 small packets, 2 cases of beer, 24 bottles, 500 milliliters each, 2 cases of milk, 48 boxes, 250 milliliters each, 3 cases of fresh orange juice, 72 boxes, 200 milliliters each, and 5 pounds of assorted snacks, various mixed biscuits, chocolates, etc. The meat supply included 20 pounds of frozen beef, 30 pounds of frozen pork, 2 frozen chickens, and 1 case of luncheon meat, 24 cans, 340 g each. The vegetable stock comprised 3 large bags of mixed frozen corn, green peas, and carrots, each bag weighing 1,000 g, 10 onions, and 20 tomatoes. Huo Ling surveyed the dwindling supplies and felt a twinge of concern. Given the appetites of superhumans, it was evident that they would only last half a month. They needed to stockpile more provisions. Fortunately, there were still 9 boxes of salt, 3 boxes of soy sauce, and 10 boxes each of yellow soybean paste, broad bean paste, chili sauce, and pickled vegetables. These had been scavenged from a condiment wholesale store earlier. They were not currently lacking in seasonings. However, one cannot survive solely on condiments, so staples like grains, meats, and vegetables were essential. Having just expended mental energy to scout the area, Huo Ling felt a headache coming on and noticed a furtive gaze. He glanced over and found it belonged to a peculiar jellyfish-like creature. Lin Shuangshuang's eyes were filled with concern as she stared at him with wide eyes. Huo Ling sighed, feeling his headache intensify. Just then, Zhao Pingsheng descended the stairs, holding some printed materials in hand. I have some new findings. Everyone gather around to listen, he announced. All eyes turned toward him as Zhao Pingsheng distributed the documents. Even Lin Shuangshuang received a copy. In terms of human relations, Dr. Zhao was particularly adept. Lin Shuangshuang felt quite pleased. Huo Ling shot her a glance. First and foremost, the ever-important 3 words, pollution levels. I previously instructed you not to carelessly scavenge for supplies, especially anything with bloodstains on the packaging. Such items are absolutely off-limits due to their high viral content. Moreover, during this expedition, I have encountered an even greater variety of viral strains. When you all embark on your next mission, ensure that you don your protective gear, goggles, and gloves, for it is imperative that you do not fall victim to infection. Wu Zhe, being the youngest and most inquisitive, immediately raised his hand and exclaimed, "All right, Teacher Zhao. But may I ask, what exactly is the pollution value?" Seeing his playful demeanor, Rona could not help but chuckle. Gao Lei, feeling a bit embarrassed, suggested, "Brother Zhao, could you please elaborate? I am not quite clear on that either." Zhao Pingsheng, possessing an exceptionally amiable disposition, smiled helplessly and patiently explained. The pollution value refers to the concentration of various viruses. The higher the viral content, the greater the pollution value. Any organism that comes into contact with such contaminants is perilously close to undergoing aberration, becoming a mindless monster. As he spoke, he could not help but glance at Lin Shuangshuang, then at Huo Ling. The former bowed her head, fiddling with her hands, while the latter wore a disgruntled expression, a faint cloud of melancholy hanging over him. Rona expressed her understanding. Then next time we go out, we should be fully equipped. Wu Zhe and Gao Lei nodded vigorously, obediently heeding their leader's words. Zhao Pingsheng raised the corners of his mouth and commended the trio. Good, you're all behaving well. Although he was only a few years their senior, he exuded the aura of a caretaker. Regardless of the precautions taken, once outside, one would inevitably encounter some degree of contamination. However, I have discovered that the wood-based aberrant cores can effectively suppress these viruses. So I kindly ask you to gather as many wood-based aberrant cores as possible during your excursions. Of course, other aberrant cores are also beneficial for those with abilities, as they are vital materials for enhancing one's powers. In summary, any aberrant core is a valuable asset. Do strive to accumulate them. Zhao Pingsheng gathered the documents and concluded, that should be all for now. What, do you have anything to add? Huo Ling raised his chin slightly, indicating that he did not. You can go ahead and busy yourself. Zhao Pingsheng departed. Wu Zhe, leaning over the table, lamented, I understand that aberrant cores are valuable, but they are so difficult to obtain. I wonder if killing 100 zombies would yield even a single aberrant core. Truly, rarity breeds value. Rona took a sip of soy milk and remarked, Oh, Xiao Zhe, you even know proverbs. Wu Zhe proudly affirmed his knowledge. Gao Lei, being the more composed one, stated, As long as they are useful to us, we must gather them, no matter the difficulty. They sought to amass aberrant cores to level up their abilities, while Lin Shuangshuang aimed to collect them for her own healing. They were indeed on the same path. Huo Ling did not conceal anything from his teammates. He directly shared Lin Shuangshuang's situation, stating that she would remain with the team and that any surplus wood-based aberrant cores would be allocated to her, while she would prioritize others for their use. He scanned the group. If there are any objections, feel free to voice them. I'm open to all suggestions. Lin Shuangshuang felt somewhat awkward, yet she was thrilled to remain, despite her fragmented memories not hindering her desire to stay by his side. Rona exchanged glances with the others, and they all laughed, expressing their agreement. This is quite fair. Yes, very reasonable. Absolutely, we have no objections, Huo Ling simply nodded and then addressed the communicator before him, asking calmly, Old Zhao, Old Zhang, where are you? The voice from the communicator was slightly distorted, but still conveyed the message. Zhao Pingsheng's gentle voice replied, No objections. Welcome, our new teammate. The health system has successfully integrated Shuangshuang's personal information. Zhang Deipen readily added, I'll bring the newbie bracelet for her shortly. The Team's bracelets were all uniformly customized, featuring numerous functions, including connecting to the large screen in the living room and allowing real-time data checks. For instance, Huo Ling had just reviewed the warehouse storage status, which every team member could access. The inventory was meticulously organized by the robots Xiao San and Xiao Si, while Xiao Yi and Xiao Er primarily handled the kitchen duties. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, the mechanical dogs, mostly patrolled the castle. Initially, only the 4 of them were set to embark on missions, but now with Lin Shuangshuang, they numbered 5. Zhao Pingsheng and Zhang Deipen served as the Team's doctor and mechanic, respectively, fulfilling the logistics role. Lin Shuangshuang, as a newcomer, was smoothly embraced by their squad. She felt a mix of nervousness and joy. Thank you. I will do my best, she stated earnestly, her gaze resolute. Despite her muddled memories, she was determined not to hold the team back. Rona beamed, playfully tossing her hair aside. Welcome, welcome. Finally, we have a girl in our team. She was genuinely elated. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe also acknowledged Lin Shuangshuang's formidable combat abilities, which warmed her heart. It felt as if she had found her place within a team once more. She hoped this time would last longer, much longer. Lin Shuangshuang nodded emphatically, yes. Thus, the 7-member survival squad was officially complete, with each member feeling content. Chapter 10. The Mutated Cotton Tree. In the apocalyptic era, mutated organisms proliferated at an alarming rate. A torrential pollution rain fell chaotically, causing even plants to grow wildly, not to mention other creatures. Marine life ascended from the depths, swiftly claiming land and systematically invading. However, these developments were manageable. The initial mutated organisms bore striking similarities to early superhumans, with comparable combat capabilities, making them manageable. The true challenge lay within the environment. The 7-member squad encountered their first dilemma: the mutated cotton tree. Reaching heights of over 10 meters, its capsules grew larger, and upon bursting, the cotton fibers erupted with explosive force, blanketing the sky and ground. These fibers not only obstructed visibility, but also posed a severe risk of respiratory diseases upon inhalation. The outdoors was suffused with cotton fibers. Zhao Pingsheng felt uneasy and personally descended from the 3rd floor to observe as they donned their combat suits. Old Zhang's craftsmanship was indeed commendable. He examined the new combat suits, which appeared robust yet breathable. Wu Zhe secured his belt and laughed heartily. Indeed, Brother Zhang's skills are top-notch. Gao Lei was also adjusting his collar. Rona cast a worried glance outside, exclaiming, Oh dear, it's all cotton fibers. Just looking at it makes me want to sneeze. It's quite unfriendly to those with allergies. Huo Ling was focused on putting on his gloves, the black leather encasing his slender fingers, creating an aesthetic of restraint and allure. Lin Shuangshuang was mesmerized. Her memories had reset again the previous evening, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself staring at her ex-boyfriend, a mix of surprise and delight nearly causing her to swoon. Huo Ling frowned, his displeasure evident, which startled her. Fortunately, she managed to feign ignorance to slip past it. However, she later checked her notes and realized that she had already reunited with him the day before and was now part of his team. They had held an important meeting yesterday, deciding to venture to a nearby town today in hopes of scavenging some low-pollution supplies. Yet, the swirling cotton fibers were bothersome. They felt perilous. Zhao Pingxing cautioned, "Rona is a fire-type superhuman, so you must remain vigilant." Rona was in the process of tying her long hair up, smiling brightly. "Don't worry, I'm not Xiaozhe. I'm perfectly aware of that." She didn't even need to use her powers. Wu Zhe immediately protested. "I'm not foolish. I understand that too, you know." Gao Lei interjected, "That is not necessarily the case." Rona chuckled heartily as the three of them engaged in a lively banter. Zhao Pingxing couldn't help but sigh, reiterating the importance of retreating immediately in the event of danger. After the recent downpour, the humidity in the environment was tolerable. Otherwise, a mere spark could ignite the cotton fluff, leading to a catastrophic blaze. It was perilous indeed. Huo Ling zipped her jacket up to her chin, acknowledging the warning with a reassuring nod. Gao Lei, Wu Zhe, and Rona, the trio of spectators, promptly echoed their commitment to safety. Zhao Pingxing glanced at Lin Shuangshuang, who mirrored Huo Ling by fastening her combat suit's zipper to her chin. Standing at attention like a soldier, exuding a cool and confident demeanor, perhaps a result of her connection with Huo Ling. He contemplated advising her to be cautious during her first outing in search of supplies, but dismissed the thought, feeling he might be overstepping. After a moment of hesitation, he finally smiled and said, "It's nothing, you all go ahead, and feel free to contact me if any issues arise." They all affirmed their understanding. Lin Shuangshuang stood tall, feeling quite dependable despite her lapses in memory. Yet, she was resolute about her current task, emphasizing the importance of finding supplies. The mobile fortress, akin to a hermit crab, maneuvered with its mechanical claws among the mutated sea creatures, progressing along its designated path. Approaching the town, it deposited the 5-member team poised for departure, this time employing hovering motorcycles as their mode of transport. Huo Ling paired with Lin Shuangshuang, Rona with Wu Zhe,
while Gao Lei rode solo.
Lin Shuangshuang was exceedingly compliant, following instructions without hesitation. When her ex-boyfriend handed her a helmet, she promptly donned it. As he swung his leg over the bike, she swiftly followed suit and wrapped her arms around his waist. Huo Ling let out a cold snicker, observing her familiarity in the embrace. "Did I say I was taking you?" Lin Shuangshuang fell silent, glancing around in confusion. "Then should I ride with him?" She pointed to Gao Lei. Startled, Gao Lei instinctively leaned forward and revved the throttle, zooming off on his brown-red hovering motorcycle, escaping the scene. Rona, a beat behind, felt a tinge of regret. Securing her helmet, she muttered under her breath, "Whoever ends up riding with us, you'll be displeased again." After her complaint, she noticed Lin Shuangshuang looking at her, so she quickly smiled and said, "Oh dear, my apologies, Lil Shuangshuang, there's no space on my bike." Winking, she twisted the handlebars and sped off with Wu Zhe. Huo Ling, intent on pricking at her heart, felt a surge of displeasure upon hearing Lin Shuangshuang express her wish to ride with someone else, his face darkening as he demanded she hold on tightly before barreling away. The hovering motorcycle, modified by Zhang Deipen, was silent and swift, ensuring it wouldn't attract the attention of zombies or mutated flora and fauna in the aftermath of the apocalypse. The town was already in ruins. Various mutated plants had uprooted the asphalt roads, climbing up the surrounding buildings, while hordes of zombies roamed the area. Huo Ling navigated the motorcycle, employing his psychic abilities to scatter the zombies into smaller clusters for easier extermination. Wu Zhe, a soil-based ability user, manipulated the earth to open wide jaws, swallowing zombies. And when the ground parted again, it regurgitated the zombies' cores. Due to the limitations of his ability, he could only consume one target at a time, making the process slow yet effective. Gao Lei's ability, petrification, allowed him to turn targets to stone. He immobilized the zombies' feet and commenced his harvest at a relatively swift pace. Rona, unable to utilize her fire abilities due to environmental constraints, provided cover for Gao Lei and Wu Zhe to unleash their powers. Huo Ling's combat prowess was formidable, however. His psychic control over a mass of zombies was beyond his current capacity, requiring more mental energy. Thus, he focused on controlling the highest-level zombie to reap its underlings, swiftly accumulating cores in the bag attached to his handlebars. Lin Shuangshuang was exceptionally familiar with combat. It was her means of survival. Grabbing a steel pipe, she began to extract cores from the zombies' heads with remarkable speed. The 5 of them fought their way through the throng, but the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. In the sky, mutated plants and birds posed additional threats, preventing the hovering motorcycle from ascending too high.
Bang!
Rona kicked open the door of a store, peering inside, her eyes scanning through the goggles. It's a fishing tackle shop. Is this useful? Gao Lei recalled something and prompted, let us take what we can. Zhang Ge might find it handy. Rona agreed, absolutely. Chapter 11. The Fishing Tackle Shop. As Rona entered, zombies on the second floor stirred at the noise. The lower-level zombies, sluggish and dull-wit, posed no challenge for her. Grabbing a hunting knife from the store, she approached a zombie and swiftly decapitated it, prying open its skull to reveal a red core. She deftly caught it and stowed it in her waist pouch. Noting the scarcity of wood-type cores, she could slay 1,000 zombies without encountering one. Currently, her pouch contained 16 cores, with none being of the wood type. Voices from Wu Zhe and Gao Lei came through her wristband, revealing they had found none either. Huo Ling possessed only one. Lin Shuangshuang, equipped with her new wristband, heard her teammates' comments, glanced at her cores, and noted with disappointment, I don't have any either, realizing her pockets were filled solely with 1-star cores. It seemed that 2-star zombies had yet to proliferate significantly. Rona observed that the fishing tackle shop was relatively untainted, stocked with a decent array of items. Unsure of what was useful, she called out, everyone come over. The main entrance is intact, and there's only one zombie inside, probably the shopkeeper. The goods are all in good condition. She couldn't carry all the supplies alone. Everyone agreed and converged. The small fishing tackle shop was well stocked, featuring various fishing gear. Wu Zhe explored the store, confirming its low levels of contamination. Gao Lei was drawn to the knives, finding a multifunctional one that was sharp and durable, ideal for their outings, serving multiple purposes such as processing prey and cutting ropes. Rona pointed out the axes and cleavers, exclaiming, "Isn't it outrageous that a fishing tackle shop has these?" The large water barrels also caught her eye. Huo Ling surveyed the surroundings, snapping pictures to send to the group chat, tagging Zhao Pingsheng and Zhang Deipen to inquire which items might be useful. It wasn't unusual for some tackle shops to sell large tools for clearing vegetation or breaking ice, so the presence of axes and cleavers wasn't surprising. He signaled that these items could be taken. There were also scissors, wire cutters, and pliers. Tools were indeed abundant. Nylon rope and fishing line were particularly useful. The former could be employed to construct shelters, set traps, climb, and bind supplies, while the latter had even broader applications, such as mending clothing and gear, crafting bowstrings, fishing, and even serving as surgical sutures. Wu Zhe couldn't help but marvel. Huo Ge, how do you know everything? Rona was left speechless, realizing the importance of being well-read. Gao Lei quietly worked, using nylon rope to categorize and bundle the supplies. As for Lin Shuangshuang, she is remarkably intelligent. While they were engaged in conversation, she had already ascended to the second floor to assess the situation. The second floor served as a modest storage area, as the shop itself was rather small, necessitating the warehouse's placement upstairs, adjacent to the living quarters. It was a 50-50 arrangement. Lin Shuangshuang's pink backpack made its reappearance. She had already submitted the supplies from the previous day, and now her backpack lay empty, ready to be filled anew. Following the transformation of the owner into a zombie, he had spent considerably more time upstairs. Most of his personal belongings had been contaminated and rendered unusable, yet a few items remained intact, such as the food stored in the cabinet. There was still half a bag of rice, estimated to weigh around 10 pounds, 10 boxes of fermented black bean fish, 227 g per box, 5 small bags of pickled vegetables, 70 g each, an unopened bottle of mushroom meat sauce, 200 g, 2 jars of wild honey, 500 g each, and 2 bags of star anise, 55 g each. Lin Shuangshuang packed these items into her backpack before proceeding to inspect the storage area. As soon as she opened the door, a female zombie lunged out, reeking and covered in red rashes, her skin resembling that of a toad. Instinctively, Lin Shuangshuang kicked her away, sending the creature crashing into the wall of the storage room. Though it attempted to struggle, a steel pipe swiftly pierced its skull, silencing it in an instant. What is happening? What is going on? Wu Zhe's voice echoed from downstairs, startled by the commotion above. Following closely was Luna's concerned voice. Shuangshuang? Are you alright? Huo Ling had already appeared on the second floor, striding over to pull Lin Shuangshuang aside before turning his attention to the zombie, now covered in red rashes. Stay there. Huo Ling's tone was cold and firm as he tore a clean curtain from the window, wrapping the zombie in it, and setting it aside. The small storage area was filled with items. With one zombie dispatched, the danger had subsided. And the warehouse still held more supplies. One of you come up to help carry things, he instructed. Lin Shuangshuang watched him execute these tasks with remarkable efficiency. Her eyes fixed on him. You're worried about me. Her tone was unyielding. Huo Ling's expression hardened. It's a misconception. I'm not. Lin Shuangshuang could not suppress a smile. Filled with joy, yes, you are. Huo Ling insisted, I am not. You are, she retorted. He truly was concerned for her. Huo Ling chuckled in exasperation, dismissing her. Excuse me, I need to move the items. Lin Shuangshuang eagerly offered. I can help. Huo Ling chose not to engage further. Lin Shuangshuang, however, was quite enthusiastic about her tasks. This fishing tackle store yielded considerable rewards, with various items that could be put to use. When Zhao Pingsheng and Zhang Deipen received the news, they immediately sent a video call, both brimming with excitement, insisting they would bring everything back. Lead weights are invaluable. Bring back as many as you can. Do you know that melted down, they can be used to create bullet heads? You all understand the significance of alcohol and disinfectants, so bring back all of it. Don't forget the pliers. Those for removing fish hooks can also be utilized for surgeries. Surely, they're as strong adhesive as well? Screws, nuts, adapters. Bring back all those odds and ends. They will be of use to me. I'll send Xiaowa and Xialaya to fetch you, to help carry some back. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a low-contamination store. They had to seize it with all their might. The mechanical dog was en route. Wu Zhou was exhausted, busy packing the items in the store, stuffing everything into large bags, and gathering the larger items together. Help. With so much stuff, it's enough to kill us. When will we finish moving? He was on the verge of a breakdown. Luna, picking up items, sighed, this is maddening. I'd rather fight zombies than do this. Why don't we have spatial abilities? It's unreasonable. Even characters in novels possess them. Gao Lei, burdened with the heaviest items, offered no complaints but reminded them. Aren't these typically standard for protagonists? Luna was nearly exhausted. Are we not the creme de la creme? Isn't that powerful enough? I truly believe we should be granted spatial powers. Chapter 12. Yes, indeed. Lin Shuangshuang. With her backpack slung over her shoulders and dragging a large bag of lead weights downstairs, overheard Luna and the others discussing spatial abilities. Her mind briefly stalled as several key memories flashed through her thoughts. Spatial? Space card? My old wristband is embedded with 100 cubic space card. What on earth? The three downstairs were utterly stunned, gazing up at Lin Shuangshuang on the wooden staircase. Spatial? Not only they, but even Huo Ling, who followed Lin Shuangshuang, raised an eyebrow. Spatial card? This concept exceeded their comprehension. Lin Shuangshuang had spoken without thinking, but it seemed this information wasn't covered by their confidentiality agreement. Yes, indeed. Luna was dumbfounded. Little Shuangshuang, are you saying it's that kind of portable space where you can store items? A storage space that can pause time, where items remain unchanged when placed inside and taken out. Is that what you mean? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lin Shuangshuang nodded. Yes. I can take all these items with me. No need for multiple trips for manual transport. Luna couldn't contain her excitement, raising her hands in agreement. That's amazing. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe also laughed. Our brother who has brought back a treasure. Fantastic. We want to have to carry everything back bag by bag. Huo Ling scrutinized Lin Shuangshuang, realizing that her secrets were multiplying, and it was quite impressive how well she had previously concealed them. Lin Shuangshuang sensed his displeasure and felt a surge of guilt. She wanted to grasp his hand, but Huo Ling evaded her and descended the stairs. Oh no! Lin Shuangshuang felt deflated. She found no joy in the revelation, fearing that the more she exposed, the further he would drift away. As she was indeed a master of deception. Dishonest children would face consequences. Lin Shuangshuang attempted to scratch her nose but refrained, recalling the germs on her gloves. Leaving her no choice but to let go, the bag of lead weights was also taken by Huo Ling. She could only return to gather items. Recalling the spatial card made things much simpler. She merely needed to touch and collect everything. With the upstairs collection complete, they turned their attention downstairs. Luna leaned against the wall, watching Lin Shuangshuang use touch to gather the supplies, and she couldn't help but express gratitude. Thank you, heavens. Thank you, ancestors. Thank goodness you remembered you had such a treasure. Otherwise, we would have had to carry everything to the castle one by one. Lin Shuangshuang felt somewhat embarrassed. She hadn't thought of it earlier, but was glad to be of assistance. Her spatial card was empty, as she had cleared it out before departing, leaving only the wristband bound to her. Now it served perfectly for storage. Once everything was packed, the five of them prepared to retreat. Just as the mechanical Xiaowa and Xiaoliu arrived on the scene. Upon seeing them, they began barking excitedly. Luna patted their heads. "You're late. We've already gathered everything. You two should head back. This place isn't safe for you to linger." The mechanical dogs were quite clever, nearly indistinguishable from regular dogs. They sat on the ground,
Stunned.
They hadn't expected to make the trip in vain. The two dogs whimpered, feeling disappointed, as they had been promised a chance to help. Luna urged them to return. There's fluff everywhere. Be careful not to get stuck in your joints. Xiaowa and Xiaoliu had no choice but to turn around and head back. Before departing, the five of them circled around, and only then did they leave, wagging their tails. Lin Shuangshuang was quite intrigued by them, yet she refrained from touching them casually, recognizing that she was unacquainted with them, and it would be improper to intrude. Wu Zhe joyfully exclaimed, "This fishing tackle shop has brought us good fortune. I hope the next store also yields an abundance of supplies." Regrettably, that was not the case. It seemed as though all their luck had been exhausted from the outset. Aside from this one shop, no further treasures were discovered. As the other storefronts lay heavily damaged and severely contaminated, the earthquake had similarly impacted this area. Although not as devastating, numerous buildings had collapsed, making it marginally better than the city center. Food items were more susceptible to contamination, and coupled with the pervasive fluff, they soon found themselves covered in it. The goggles were obscured by a thick layer. It was difficult to imagine the discomfort they would endure without protective gear, battle suits, goggles, masks, and gloves, should they be tainted by this debris. Observing that time was slipping away, Huo Ling decided to call it a day. "Let us head back. No more searching. The nights in this apocalypse are perilous." Gao Lei concurred, glancing up at the overcast sky, which seemed increasingly laden with fluff. "Let us withdraw and vacate this area swiftly."
Vosveredeli echoed. Let's hurry. Let's hurry.
And Sister Shuangshuang is a newcomer. She must be exhausted. We should return and rest. Rona also cast a concerned look at Lin Shuangshuang, adding, "Right, I almost forgot. Little Shuangshuang has joined us for her first scavenging trip. She hardly got any rest."
We should leave now.
Lin Shuangshuang felt relatively fine. After all, they had only just begun. She could dismantle a nest of toxins barehanded even after 3 days without food, so she was hardly feeble. Concerned they might tire themselves too much, she nodded in agreement. "All right, let us go back." Huo Ling shot her a sidelong glance, fetched the hover motorcycle, and gestured for her to hop on, not uttering a single word, maintaining an air of cool detachment. Lin Shuangshuang didn't mind. She happily climbed aboard, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Huo Ling, expressionless, gripped the handlebars, and the hover motorcycle soared into the air. Lin Shuangshuang could only cling to him tightly. Rona, watching the scene unfold, felt an urge to pound her chest in frustration, her heart heavy. What was Huo Ling trying to be so aloof for? If he didn't want her along, he shouldn't have brought her back. He could have left her behind. Why treat her so coldly while bringing her along? Can't the young couple just make up already? Wu Zhe peered curiously. The misunderstanding between them hasn't been resolved.
Has it?
I reckon our brother feels quite awkward about it. He wants to reconcile, yet it's uncomfortable. Rona, intrigued, remarked, "Little Zhe, you've made a tremendous leap in insight. That's quite perceptive of you. But what could be done?" Lin Shuangshuang seemed to harbor unspoken troubles, which were difficult to articulate. "Sai love is a pure torment. If it weren't evident that they still had feelings for each other, I wouldn't be so concerned. After all, a forced fruit is never sweet. A coerced candy is akin to poison. In this apocalypse, a moment's carelessness could cost one their life. What is there that cannot be said? We ought to cherish the present moment." Rona shook her head, reflecting on this, before urging Wu Zhe to sit properly, and in a flash, they soared away. Gao Lei remained silent, but took up the rear, leisurely following behind to safeguard his companions. The five formed a line, prepared to return home. However, they encountered another small team along the way, evidently a survival group formed post-apocalypse. The opposing party appeared exceedingly vigilant. Like startled birds, their eyes fixated on the hover motorcycle of the five. Such vehicles were not rare. By 2030, they had already become commonplace and were quite affordable. Yet this particular model, being modified, was a rarity and thus highly coveted. Chapter 13, A Bustling Scene. Brother Lu, they're just 5 people, do you think we should? A small, wiry man with a pointed chin whispered, his gaze greedily fixed on the retreating hover motorcycle. The man referred to as Lu was tall, muscled like a bullfrog, and possessed an indistinct face. Quite ordinary. Lu Erhui raised a hand to halt any hasty actions. No rush. There's only this town nearby. The routes available are limited, with all other roads destroyed. We'll inevitably swallow this little team sooner or later. Huang Mao immediately flattered. As expected, brother is wise. I fancy those 2 young ladies. When the time comes you. Lu Erhui shot him a sidelong glance, revealing a lecherous grin. Very well. You can have your turn first, and then we'll share with the brothers. The sun had yet to set, but these 2 were already lost in their dreams. The moment the hover motorcycle departed the small town, a mobile fortress approached, extending a ramp to welcome the motorcycle back. Xiao San and Xiao Si stood by the entrance, awaiting their return. Upon their arrival, the 2 domestic robots promptly assisted. As they disembarked, Xiao San and Xiao Si took the motorcycle back for charging, exclaiming, "Welcome home. I trust today's expedition was fruitful? You all seem quite elated." Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu also scampered down from upstairs, barking enthusiastically, eager to assist with the supplies, but alas, there was no need today. Wu Zhe laughed heartily. "Xiao San and Xiao Si, you 2 are amazing. We don't have any supplies on us. How did you know we had a bountiful day?" Xiao Si grinned, replying, "Because your expressions have already revealed everything." Xiao San chimed in, "Exactly." As Huo Ling passed by them, he patted their heads. Xiao San and Xiao Si beamed with delight.
What?
Huo team leader actually patted my head. Oh my goodness. Wow, I must record the sensation. It's simply marvelous. The 2 robots were inexplicably enamored with Huo Ling. As they put it, they adored such powerful humans, which made them feel secure, as though they would not be abandoned easily. Rona turned her gaze away, comforting the 2 mechanical dogs as they nuzzled her hand affectionately. All right, I'll let you help next time. But look at my hands, they're covered in fluff. Don't bite me. Gale tossed his battle suit into the laundry basket at the door before sneaking into the kitchen to find Xiao Yi and Xiao Er, preparing to claim the evening's menu in advance. Wu Zhe noticed and immediately chased after him. Damn it, you sly fox. The quietest one is always the most devious. Full of tricks. I want yellow braised chicken rice tonight. If those 2 chickens aren't tea-cooked soon, they'll lose their flavor. The little castle soon buzzed with activity. With a significant haul of supplies returned, Zhang Deipen and Zhao Pingsheng emerged from their dens into the living room, shouting about where things were. Lin Shuangshuang stood at the doorway, staring blankly at the scene, feeling a warmth in her heart. Huo Ling removed his battle suit at the door and went to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. Upon returning, he found Lin Shuangshuang still daydreaming. What are you doing standing at the door? A decorative piece? Come in, close the door. It's dark, and the wind is strong. He then took a sip of warm water. Rona, passing by, couldn't help but roll her eyes. If you're concerned about her, just show it genuinely. Why speak like that? Do I need to teach you? She exclaimed. Oh, it's dark, and the wind is strong. Be careful not to catch a chill, dear Shuangshuang. Huo Ling merely spat out his water, his face darkening like the bottom of a pot. Rona, if she remained silent, no one would treat her like a mute. Rona burst into laughter and dashed upstairs, finding her playful antics amusing. Lin Shuangshuang couldn't help but chuckle, but when she noticed Huo Ling looking her way, she quickly silenced herself, feeling grateful to Rona for breaking the ice between them. Huo Ling appears to have become more animated, shedding his previous icy demeanor. A hint of awkwardness lingers about him. Zhao Pingsheng and Zhang Deipen, however, remain oblivious to these nuances, their sole focus entrenched in academic pursuits and craftsmanship, relentlessly inquiring about the whereabouts of supplies. Lin Shuangshuang produces the items from her spatial card, declaring them all present. There is a vacant space in the living room perfectly suited for their placement. Zhao Pingsheng is elated, summoning Xiaosin and Xiaosi to assist in selecting supplies such as fishing lines, pliers, alcohol, and disinfectant. Zhang Deipen takes it upon himself to handpick items, his apron and goggles smeared with grime, yet he pays them no heed. The components are of utmost importance. With a substantial quantity of lead weights at his disposal, he muses that it will suffice for a considerable time. Additionally, there are numerous screws, truly a delightful surprise. After dividing the sizable haul, little remains. The scant leftovers are directed to the storeroom on the second floor, while a modest amount of food is categorized and stored in 3 large warehouses downstairs. When Wu Zhe and Gao Lei emerge from the kitchen, a wave of concern washes over them. The food seems remarkably scarce, and it feels as though there is hardly anything edible in this town. Should we continue our search or proceed to the next town? Distancing ourselves from the earthquake-affected areas might yield more plentiful supplies in other towns. Huo Ling, his mental energy depleted, reclines on the sofa, massaging his temples. I will investigate tomorrow and provide you with an update then. He possesses the ability to scan the town for food sources. Yet the process is cumbersome due to level restrictions and significantly drains his abilities. Both Wu Zhe and Gao Lei assure him that they are fine with the plan. Rona descends from upstairs after her shower, enveloped in a fragrant aura. Shuangshuang, if you don't mind, I have some decent clothes available, nearly new. She invites her to select from her wardrobe. Lin Shuangshuang, having shed her combat attire for Huo Ling's clothing, finds the fit glaringly inappropriate, yet the quality is undeniable. The young master possesses no garments of inferior quality. In this era, where pollution runs rampant, even clothing has become a scarce resource. Lin Shuangshuang, however, is unbothered. She quite enjoys wearing Huo Ling's clothes. Rona only discovered that Lin Shuangshuang lacked personal attire that morning, as the combat uniform allowed for personal clothing underneath for comfort. Yet, Lin Shuangshuang was clad in Huo Ling's garments.
Standing at 177
meters, Rona realizes that Lin Shuangshuang, at 166 meters, is mismatched in size, but still, it is preferable to Huo Ling's oversized apparel. Rona selects several shorter garments, which should fit better. Lin Shuangshuang, unsure how to navigate this social dynamic, finds herself flustered. Her thoughts momentarily frozen as she contemplates how to politely decline. Sensing the scarcity of resources, she hesitates to accept clothing from others. Huo Ling glances at her, ultimately softening, and responds on her behalf, "Thank you, but it's unnecessary. Her clothes are already being tailored." Their teammates also possess limited clothing, barely enough to suffice. As for Lin Shuangshuang, he has already given a portion of his new attire to Xiaosin and Xiaxi for alterations, expecting to receive them tonight. Rona stifles a gasp, her expression one of delight. Sweet, sweet, sweet. I thought he hadn't noticed. Lin Shuangshuang, upon hearing that Rona herself had little personal clothing yet still offered some to her, feels even more compelled to refuse. She quickly nods in agreement. Yes. Clean clothes are exceedingly rare. I cannot accept yours. Thank you truly. The little monster speaks with heartfelt sincerity. Chapter 14. Maple Syrup Cupcakes. Rona possesses a particularly cheerful disposition, relishing straightforward communication. Since Team Hua has prepared it, I'm merely concerned that you have no clothes to wear. Such kindness is truly commendable. Lin Shuangshuang nods vigorously, expressing her gratitude once more, wishing to thank Huo Ling as well. However, he abruptly stands, as if predicting her intentions, and heads upstairs. Lin Shuangshuang hastily follows. The elevator indicates it is under maintenance, prompting Huo Ling to ascend the stairs, his long strides leaving her struggling to keep pace. I'm going to shower. Why are you following me? Which floor is your room on? Huo Ling halts suddenly, looking down at her with his typically stoic expression. They stand, one above and one below. Lin Shuangshuang is about to playfully whine, yet the effects of the medication have just worn off. Her memories reset. Her pupils flicker. Her gaze momentarily lost as she stares at Huo Ling in astonishment, her eyes widening with surprise. Huo Ling? Huo Ling? Realizing she has lost her memory again, Huo Ling can only reach into his pocket, retrieving a vial and placing a tablet in her mouth. Take your medicine. He has just washed his hands, and they carry a pleasant scent. Initially intending to turn and leave, he finds her fragmented expression too disheartening, and his heart softens. Huo Ling gazes down at her, observing her stunned demeanor, reminiscent of a bewildered little goose. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he sighs, resigned, and lifts her into his arms, calling her baby. His tone is gentle, familiar, a stark contrast to his usual cool demeanor, revealing a warmth when he comforts her. Lin Shuangshuang suddenly becomes aware of the coolness and dampness on her cheeks. She realizes she is crying. Huo Ling holds her securely, frowning slightly as he steadily carries her to the 4th floor. Lin Shuangshuang clings to his neck, resting her head on his shoulder like a koala. Silently, she sheds tears, feeling as though she has succumbed to another nightmare. In the next moment, her memories swirl chaotically, and she softly inquires, "Did you bring me maple syrup cupcakes?" Huo Ling falters, his steps momentarily pausing. Is she recalling the day she vanished? He had promised to bring her cupcakes after a sudden work obligation, yet upon returning home, She was gone, leaving only a farewell letter behind. Her favorite cupcakes remained uneaten. He embraces her tightly in silence, his voice hoarse as he replies, "I brought them. But you didn't wait for me." He has never doubted her love. Rather, he harbors resentment, a bitterness for her decision to abandon him so easily, leaving only a letter to signify her departure. "Did something happen? Were you facing difficulties? Why didn't you confide in me? Why didn't you believe we could confront it together?" Huo Ling has been deeply hurt, having once contemplated whether he should confine her to ensure she could never leave again. Yet, he finds it impossible to harden his heart against her. The mere sight of her pouting lips brings him distress, and her tears inflict pain upon his heart. Lin Shuangshuang, gradually regaining her composure, begins to recognize that the person before her is not a figment of her imagination. The warmth of his embrace and the solidness of his arms are undeniably real. The realization strikes her. What now? She opens her eyes to find herself sobbing in her ex-boyfriend's arms. What should she do? She needs time alone to process the situation. Thus, she could only make a hasty retreat, boldly proclaiming, "I need to use the restroom." Huo Ling, both amused and exasperated, had initially hoped to take advantage of the pleasant atmosphere to extract some information, but it was evident that she had regained her composure. The absence of memory did not equate to foolishness. This individual was quite astute. Realizing that further inquiries would yield no results, Huo Ling coldly set her down and gestured for her to go. Lin Shuangshuang promptly slipped away, darting into his bathroom as if her feet were greased. How terrifying! Lin Shuangshuang gazed at the girl in the mirror, her heart racing with trepidation. In the reflection, the girl with pink curly hair widened her large, cat-like eyes. Staring back with a round gaze, her eye sockets slightly reddened. Lin Shuangshuang raised a hand to rub her cheeks, which were sore from the tension that had caused her to unconsciously clench her jaw. She couldn't help but frown. Alas, life as a monster was indeed arduous. Of course, Lin Shuangshuang could not merely use the restroom. She was engaged in an exploration of the bathroom. She inspected this and scrutinized that. The shower gel was a well-known brand, and the electric razor was brand new. The towel was enormous. Lin Shuangshuang contemplated reaching out to touch the deep blue towel but restrained herself, scolding, "That would be rude." Lin Shuangshuang. Yet, her heart brimmed with delight. Ultimately, she opened her notes and realized that Huo Ling had rescued her 2 days prior. Lin Shuangshuang's expression was complex. Her emotions even more so. However, overall, she felt quite pleased. What astonished her further was Zhao Pingshen's ability to create such pills that suppressed pollution levels. Truly remarkable. If only this could be integrated into the organization. No, Lin Shuangshuang recalled something, and her gaze dimmed once more. Just then, Huo Ling knocked on the door, inquiring, "Are you planning to hatch eggs in there?" Startled, Lin Shuangshuang responded in a flurry, No, I'll be out shortly." She only felt flustered in front of Huo Ling, a result of her guilt, making it difficult to maintain her composure around him. Aware that she had returned to normalcy, Huo Ling hurried her downstairs, not bothering to see her off. The tenderness he had previously shown seemed like a limited edition, reserved solely for the pre-breakup Lin Shuangshuang. With no other options, Lin Shuangshuang realized she couldn't simply linger on the 4th floor. She feared the consequences of having stirred the pot too much, leading to her downfall. So, she swiftly exited, clicking the door shut behind her. With a sense of disorientation, she descended the stairs, as the elevator was still undergoing maintenance. Halfway down, she decided she needed a moment of tranquility and settled into the fire escape on the 3rd floor. Little 3 and Little 4 had just finished delivering supplies to Zhao Pingsheng when they spotted the new member, looking rather forlorn. They rushed over, concerned, asking, "What's the matter? Are you feeling sad? If you don't mind, you can talk to us. Would you like Little 3 to bring you a cup of sweet milk tea? It's quite soothing." Lin Shuangshuang, crouched in the corner, cast a glance at them before continuing to trace circles with her finger. After a while, she sorrowfully confessed, "I am guilty. I once abandoned a human being. He is doing well now." The screens of Little 3 and Little 4 lit up with curiosity, and the 2 AI robots eagerly approached her to offer comfort, slightly excited. May I inquire if this human is our Captain Huo? Is it true?" "I bet it is. They all say you are Captain Huo's ex-girlfriend. Is that so?" Chapter 15, Potion or Elixir. On the 3rd day of survival in the apocalypse, dinner consumed 33 pounds of rice, 2 chickens, 3 onions, 2 tomatoes, and 1,000 grams of frozen peas, corn, and carrots. While the yellow braised chicken could not be prepared, a hearty chicken stew over rice was still possible. Food had become a precious commodity, dwindling with each meal. However, they needed to ensure their basic caloric intake. Otherwise, they would lack the strength to venture out for supplies and safeguard the team. Little 3 and Little 4 were in charge of serving dishes, displaying remarkable attentiveness. If you find it insufficient, feel free to make instant noodles. Indeed, the kitchen has hot water available 24 hours. The latter remark was directed specifically at the newcomer, Lin Shuangshuang. That evening, a small creature and the two AI robots engaged in a heartfelt discussion about their troubles. Sometimes, it was easier to express what weighed heavily on one's heart to AI than to fellow humans. Lin Shuangshuang shared her thoughts, and Little 3 and Little 4 immediately embraced her as one of their own, showering her with care. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she let slip far more than intended. Grateful that the AI robots were bound by confidentiality agreements and equipped with a professional psychological knowledge base, successfully alleviating her sorrow. She felt a deep sense of gratitude. Wu Zhe, enjoying his rice bowl, observed Little 3 and Little 4 bustling about, thinking how convenient robots were, needing only to be charged. Unlike humans who relied on food to sustain their vital signs.
Huo Ling concorde.
Luo Na spoke up. 1. The issue is primarily the anxiety over food. 7 mouths need to be fed in the team. Yet, the rate of food accumulation cannot keep pace with consumption. After swallowing her last bite, Luo Na lamented. Finding zero-pollution food has become so difficult. Could we not persuade Zhao Ge to prepare some nutrient solution? Even if it doesn't taste great, at least we won't starve. We've only scavenged supplies from a single fishing store all day. It's dismal. The struggle is real. Wu Zhe and Gao Lei disagreed, stating that living on nutrient solutions alone would lead to a grim existence. I second this. I share Xiao Zhe's viewpoint. Consuming nutrient solutions daily would indeed be quite tedious. Huo Ling, observing their troubled expressions, remained remarkably calm, suggesting they hasten their efforts tomorrow to search the town center for remaining food supplies, as it could not all be contaminated. Today, another team had arrived, intensifying the competition for resources. They needed to act swiftly and gather supplies. The next town was 150 kilometers away, far too distant. They needed to collect materials without delay to avoid arriving at the next town only to find it stripped bare. Lin Shuangshuang contemplated going solo. Can I venture out on my own tomorrow? Her notes indicated she possessed a spatial card. Moreover, she had experience in searching, allowing her to work more efficiently. While following a larger group had its advantages, it also consumed precious time. If speed was of the essence, it would be best for her to act independently. Upon hearing Lin Shuangshuang's intention to go alone, Luo Na, along with the two others, instinctively glanced at Huo Ling, anticipating his reactive response given the abrupt end of a relationship. Although there should be some unspeakable reasons behind it, 6 years had passed since their separation. Surprisingly, Huo Ling's reaction was unexpectedly calm, as he simply stated, "That's fine." Lin Shuangshuang exhaled in relief, affirming, "All right, then it's settled." She added that if any issues arose, she could be contacted for support. Luo Na suddenly grew curious, asking, "Xiao Shuangshuang, what is your supernatural ability? I noticed you haven't used it today. You've been relying on sheer strength." For instance, she particularly enjoyed wielding a steel pipe, capable of sending a zombie's head flying with a single swing. Lin Shuangshuang did not hesitate to respond. "My abilities are dual elemental, water and electricity, with a unique innate power of neurotoxin, allowing me to paralyze and lethally poison designated targets." Wu Zhe exclaimed, "Doesn't that make you a walking poison? You could incapacitate enemies directly." Luo Na and Gao Lei both expressed their astonishment. Huo Ling remained silent, merely gazing at her repeatedly, wondering how she could be so formidable. Truly, she was worthy of being his partner, albeit an ex. They had yet to reconcile. Lin Shuangshuang nodded, affirming the situation, yet lamented her inability to wield her powers at present. She lowered her gaze to her hands, which could only coalesce a thin layer of water film, flickering with crackling purple-pink currents, soon dissipating into nothingness. Of course, you cannot utilize your powers, and it would be prudent for you to refrain from doing so temporarily. A pollution level of 95%, and you remain conscious. That alone is an extraordinary feat, Zhao Pingsheng interjected as he descended the stairs with documents in hand, reminding them of the gravity of the situation. Lin Shuangshuang felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Nevertheless, she acknowledged Zhao Pingsheng's words. Indeed, she could not engage in combat with her powers, for the backlash could transform her into a mindless, monstrous entity, an outcome that would be terrifying. scaring not only the children but also her beloved, whom she affectionately termed Big Friend. Such a fate was unbearable. She was deeply grateful that Zhao Pingsheng could stabilize her pollution level at 95%, and though she still suffered from memory loss, at least she retained her sanity and clarity of thought. "Good evening, Dr. Zhao," she greeted him with a nod. Zhao Pingsheng smiled in return. "Good evening." Huo Ling shot him a disapproving glance, clearly unhappy with the mention of her potential loss of sanity in front of Lin Shuangshuang. He despised such topics. Zhao Pingsheng, ever the pragmatist, still donned his lab coat, shrugged and reassured, "She is not as fragile as you believe. Do not fret." After hearing this, Lin Shuangshuang turned to Huo Ling, who swiftly altered his demeanor, retorting, "Who said I was worried about her?"
"Ha, is that what you think?"
Zhao Pingsheng ignored him, recalling the times when Huo Ling's romantic pursuits were fruitless, leading to late-night tears at his bedside that nearly startled him out of slumber. Huo Ling could be quite abstract at times. Luo Na, Wu Zhe, and Gao Lei wore expressions of amusement, their faces alight with curiosity. "Focus, everyone," Zhao Pingsheng instructed. "Where are the anomalous cores you brought back? Sort them by type and hand them over to me. You have two options: concoct a potion for ingestion, or prepare an injectable solution. The former allows for gradual absorption but is slow to take effect. The latter acts swiftly but comes with side effects. Discomfort is inevitable. And remember, Shuangshuang cannot receive injections. Your condition is too precarious, and any misstep could elevate your pollution level. I will have Lao Zhang upgrade the health system on your wristbands later. It will display each of your pollution indices, enabling me to monitor your health closely. None of you should exceed 80% pollution, do you understand? For ordinary individuals, surpassing 80% can lead to irreversible damage. Lin Shuangshuang is an exception. After all, she is not an ordinary person but rather a genetically modified human weapon." Chapter 16. A new journey begins. "As for you, Shuangshuang, just wait until I produce an antidote that can reduce your pollution level to below 80%. If we can free up 15%, you will be able to elevate your powers normally." Zhao Pingsheng's assurance was comforting, and Lin Shuangshuang nodded obediently. After a discussion among Luo Na and the others, they all opted for the injectable solution. In these times, strength was synonymous with safety. Enduring physical discomfort was a small price to pay. Indeed, if they did not suffer, others would bear the brunt of their hardships. With determination, they all agreed to the injections. Huo Ling, too, chose the injection, indifferent to the minor pain it might entail. Moreover, he had people to protect his teammates and, most importantly, Lin Shuangshuang. His protective instincts were strong, and as captain, he felt the weight of his responsibility. Zhao Pingsheng noted their choices. "All right, gather the anomalous cores and hand them over. I'll have Xiao San and Xiao Si deliver them to my office shortly." With that, he turned and departed. Xiao San and Xiao Si were tirelessly busy. Had their bodies not been mechanical, they might have been overwhelmed. After delivering the cores, they would also need to bring Lin Shuangshuang her clothes. After dinner, everyone retreated to their respective rooms. After expressing her gratitude to Xiao San and Xiao Si, Lin Shuangshuang closed the door and examined her new clothes. They were merely alterations of Huo Ling's garments, nothing particularly special, yet she cherished them, having always enjoyed wearing his attire. It bore his scent, an enticing aroma she could not quite articulate. It felt reminiscent of the crisp, cold air illuminated by the winter morning sun, refreshing and invigorating, though abstract in nature. It certainly was not floral. Perhaps it was the scent of herbs or the essence of nature. Lin Shuangshuang had purchased many items in search of this elusive fragrance, yet none could replicate it. Even Huo Ling's identical cologne, laundry detergent, and shampoo failed to capture that essence. She took only a t-shirt and loungewear into the bathroom for a shower, leaving the rest of the clothes strewn across the bed, creating a nest. It felt reassuring to sleep this way. Indeed, she experienced a dreamless night, enjoying a restorative sleep. On the fourth day of survival in the apocalypse, breakfast consisted of 5 pounds of lean pork, corn, green peas, 700 grams of carrots, and 3 pounds of rice, accompanied by 5 bags of pickled vegetables and a bottle of fresh orange juice for each person. The previous night, they had not rested well. The intense search for supplies had left them all particularly fatigued. Although the ability-enhanced individuals possessed robust physiques, they had still vanquished numerous zombies the day before, leaving everyone feeling drained. The trio of gossipers was nearly dozing off. Luo Na, too, was lackluster, almost feeding her porridge into her nose. Upon noticing Lin Shuangshuang's spirited demeanor, she expressed her surprise. "Shuang, Aren't you tired? You were busy all day yesterday, not to mention killing zombies. Lin Shuangshuang shook her head, cradling her bowl and blowing gently to cool the porridge before replying, Not at all, I slept quite well last night. This level of exertion feels like a picnic to me, hardly taxing. Luo Na gazed at her in admiration, a spark of reverence illuminating her eyes. You are truly impressive. Lin Shuangshuang acknowledged the compliment with a nod. She was indeed formidable, and there was no need for humility. Zhao Pingsheng had mentioned that she could not upgrade for the time being, but she felt no urgency. As her powers had already reached the highest existing level, she simply could not use them due to her physical and rational constraints. Gao Lei and Wu Zhou expressed their envy, exclaiming, The Great One is indeed great. Even when unwell, she remains so powerful. Invincible. They then turned to glance at their own Huige. Huo Ling sat confidently at the head of the table, his demeanor unchanged, giving no indication of fatigue. Luo Na and Wu Zhou exchanged exasperated glances, sighing. Our Captain Huo is so dull. Indeed. Gao Lei chuckled, but remained silent. Lin Shuangshuang turned her gaze to Huo Ling, who merely lifted his eyelids, casting her a fleeting glance before turning away, his pride evident. Very well, the young master had his quirks. Lin Shuangshuang finished her meal quickly, having polished off a large bowl of porridge and began to examine her wristband. Since her old wristband had an embedded space, Zhang Deipen had helped her install the new system into it, making it more convenient for her use. The team was quite flexible in this regard, allowing her the freedom to choose what was most comfortable. Concerned about their supplies, she quickly logged into the warehouse to check the remaining stock, primarily focusing on the inventory of food. Current remaining food supplies include 93 pounds of rice, 90 pounds of high-gluten flour, 5 boxes of instant noodles, 120 small packets, 2 cases of beer, 24 bottles, 500 milliliters each, 2 cases of milk, 48 boxes, 250 milliliters each, a reduction of 7 boxes of fresh orange juice, leaving 65 boxes, 200 milliliters each, and 5 pounds of assorted snacks, various mixed biscuits, chocolates, etc. Meat supplies consist of 20 pounds of frozen beef, 25 pounds of frozen pork, after a reduction of 5 pounds, and a case of luncheon meat, 24 cans, 340 g each. Vegetable supplies include 300 grams of frozen mixed corn, green peas and carrots, each bag weighing 1000 g, 7 onions and 18 tomatoes. There are 10 boxes of fermented black bean fish, 227 g each, 1 unopened bottle of mushroom meat sauce, 200 g, and 2 jars of wild honey, 500 g each, along with 2 bags of star anise, 55 g each. There are no preserved vegetables left. Lin Shuangshuang observed the situation. Shortly afterward, the icon for preserved vegetables vanished, as she had found 5 small bags at the fishing gear store yesterday, which would naturally be deleted by Xiao Yi and Xiao Er after she finished them this morning. In the castle, Xiao San and Xiao Si essentially served as the stewards, overseeing all matters, including the inventory of supplies, while the food stock-taking was managed by Xiao Yi and Xiao Er, as only the 2 culinary robots truly understood how much food was consumed each day. Quite a humane arrangement. Lin Shuangshuang was engrossed in exploring the new features of her wristband, finding it exceedingly entertaining. Although she did not have access to the control permissions of the castle, Rona remarked upon seeing her, Little Shuangshuang, please don't take offense. Typically, apart from Brother Zhang and team leader Huo, none of us have permissions. If the time comes for us to gain access, it might mean our castle is doomed. Lin Shuangshuang nodded in understanding. After breakfast, the 5-member team set out again, fully equipped, as they departed on their hovering motorcycles to continue searching for supplies in the town. Huo Ling reminded them that from today onward, they would split into teams. Rona and Wu Zhou would search for food, Gao Lei would accompany him to look for other supplies, while Lin Shuangshuang was free to explore. The 4 promptly responded yes. Despite their lethargy at home, they exuded vigor upon stepping outside, well aware that carelessness could lead to dire consequences. They needed to remain alert. As the team leader, Huo Ling's arrangement was most judicious. Rona and Wu Zhou were less familiar with other supplies and uncertain of their utility, making them best suited for food procurement. Gao Lei, being strong, and Huo Ling, with his extensive knowledge, could search for other materials together. Regarding Lin Shuangshuang, her cleverness rendered her best suited for free exploration. She would not disappoint, but rather surprise and delight. While expressing the intent to allow her freedom, a portion of someone's mental focus remained locked onto her. Who could it be? Who could it be? Such a mystery. Chapter 17. The Noodle Processing Plant. Lin Shuangshuang. adorned with a pink backpack, darted through the town, her senses keenly attuned as she conducted her search with remarkable speed. Although her abilities were dormant, her physical prowess surpassed that of the average person. With a resounding thud, she kicked open a warehouse door, unleashing a frenzy of zombies within. Gripping her steel rod, she methodically struck their heads, a merciless harvester amidst a spray of blood, some of which splattered onto her goggles. Wiping it away with a casual motion, she noted that zombies, being mere corpses, acted solely on instinct, driven by the scent of fresh flesh. They exhibited no fear, nor did they cease their assault. The zombies emitted a continuous growl as they lunged at her. Most would likely be paralyzed with fear in such a situation, yet Lin Shuangshuang, expressionless, continued her relentless harvest, striving to keep their heads oriented in one direction for easier extraction of their cores later. After 30 minutes, she had nearly cleared the factory of zombies, leaving behind a crimson-stained floor. This was a noodle processing plant, but regrettably, due to the outbreak of the apocalypse, the factory had likely endured a tragic incident involving zombies, resulting in no survivors. With so many individuals transformed into zombies, they had turned on one another, leading to an overwhelming spike in contamination levels. Blood, dismembered limbs, and flesh debris marred every visible surface. Lin Shuangshuang kicked open the finished goods warehouse, only to find all the noodles contaminated, rendering them utterly unusable. Rona's voice broke through the team channel. "Hey, everyone, how is it going?" Xiao Zhe and I followed team leader Hui's instructions and headed to the commercial street. "The contamination here is severe, and the food we can salvage is scarce." Wu Zhe chimed in with a tone of regret. "Alas, it seems that during the outbreak, the residents must have ransacked the place several times. The shelves in the stores are bare, and what lies scattered on the ground is thoroughly contaminated." Their side bore no good news either. Gao Lei subsequently replied, "Our situation is similarly bleak. The contamination probability of items is as high as 90%. If we find even one clean item among 10, we would consider ourselves fortunate." Huo Ling's voice remained calm and authoritative. "Don't rush. Continue searching." Lin Shuangshuang raised her wrist, pressed the communication button, and spoke into her wristband. "I've discovered a noodle factory, but the supplies inside are similarly depleted. I will search thoroughly to see if I can find any clean food." Rona's enthusiastic voice responded. "Wow, Xiao Shuangshuang, go for it. A factory. It seems there might be a higher chance of finding something that slipped through the cracks." Lin Shuangshuang affirmed her agreement, then ceased her replies and began her meticulous search. In various nooks and crannies, she managed to find items, which may not necessarily include flour, but could be personal belongings left by employees. For instance, in the break room, she uncovered unopened cabinets containing snacks that employees had brought to stave off hunger. Lin Shuangshuang inspected each one, discovering soda crackers, treasure porridge, peanut milk, calcium milk, an assortment of candies, chocolates, tea bags, shakema, egg yolk pastries, and jelly. Upon opening one cabinet, she was startled by the sight within. A staff member's cooked food had become infested with maggots. The maggots had mutated. One large maggot possessed 2 heads and spines protruding from its back, appearing exceedingly bizarre. With a swift motion, Lin Shuangshuang shut the cabinet door just as the mutated maggot lunged toward her, locking it securely. Let it fend for itself. Her gaze shifted to the parcel storage area, and a flicker of delight surged within her. Surely, the parcel point would contain numerous treasures. This time, fortune favored her. The entrance to the parcel storage was intact, and only one zombie lingered within. Lin Shuangshuang kicked the door open and swiftly dispatched the zombie with a well-aimed strike to its head. She began her search anew. This was a small food processing plant with fewer than 100 employees, so the parcels were limited. Lin Shuangshuang began to unpack them. An umbrella? Useful. A box of pens? Useful.
Oh.
A spoiled box of cucumbers. However, this box of apples is in good condition. As expected, apples endure longer. Lin Shuangshuang counted the apples. Donning her gloves, there were 20 large fruits, each larger than her fist and remarkably fresh. Just what she needed to supplement her vegetable and fruit intake. As she spoke to herself, she placed the items into her spatial card. Regrettably, there was nothing more. The parcel storage yielded only this box of apples. Most of the items purchased by middle-aged aunts and uncles were food and household supplies, inexpensive and varied, but unfortunately, many vegetables had spoiled. Having an apple is still quite satisfactory. Lin Shuangshuang consoled herself and promptly proceeded to her next destination, the raw material warehouse. Inside, the contamination was equally severe. with bloodstains marring the packaging of the bagged flour. She dragged one bag out, opened it, and initially thought that while one half might be tainted by blood, the other half could still be usable. However, she quickly discovered that it was entirely unusable. The blood had mingled with the flour, causing it to clump, and the contamination had birthed a host of mutated insects within the flour. What a pity. Lin Shuangshuang could hardly recall how many times she had silently lamented this unfortunate situation, watching so much food slip away from her grasp. In the end, from the entire noodle processing plant, she managed to acquire merely a box of apples, 20 pieces, 6 cans of 8 treasure porridge, 3 cans of peanut milk, 2 packs of AD calcium milk, 8 small bottles, various snacks, an umbrella, a box of pens, for new garments for the elderly, a kettle, and a radio. She reported her findings to the group before moving on to the next location. The conditions in the other factories were similar. Lin Shuangshuang could feel the harshness of the current survival environment. Even Rona lamented in the team voice channel, "Indeed, novels are nothing but fabrications. When the apocalypse truly descends, where are all the supplies waiting for you to scavenge? By the start, most of it has already been snatched away." Gao Lei replied, "Have you forgotten our population base? A single typhoon can leave citizens emptying the supermarkets overnight, much less in an apocalypse where everything is either stolen or pilfered. Within half a day, everything can be completely cleaned out. The hardest part is that those who acquire supplies may not be able to safeguard them, as they can be stolen, robbed, or lost while fleeing. All those taken supplies become contaminated, rendering them inedible for humanity. It's exceedingly difficult." Huo Ling remarked. A sudden apocalypse, within a minute, would catch anyone off guard. Even though he and Zhao Pingsheng had sensed something amiss in the world beforehand, they hadn't anticipated the apocalypse would arrive so swiftly and ferociously. Fortunately, the two had sought out Zhang Daipen early on to establish this mobile fortress. Otherwise, the situation would be far worse. Lin Shuangshuang sensed a somber atmosphere within the team and proactively shared some good news. "I found some food on my end. At least it's something we can accumulate." Indeed, the morale of the team lifted considerably. Rona mentioned she had found several bags of small packaged rice, and Wuxia had obtained some hot pot base ingredients. Chapter 18. The Inverted Celestial Gangs. As Lin Shuangshuang exited the last factory, her face was filled with disappointment. The edible food was truly scarce. Zhao Pingsheng had written in the group file that even if the outer packaging had blood stains, it was still deemed unfit for consumption. The virus permeated too easily, posing a significant danger. They were advised not to take any risks. Finding completely uncontaminated food was exceedingly challenging, after all. As Gao Lei had stated, under such a population size, those who had turned into zombies were no different from mobile bags of pathogens. Anything they touched was unfit for consumption. It was no surprise that supplies were in such short supply. Feeling somewhat dejected, Lin Shuangshuang was about to head to the next location when she suddenly became alert, sensing someone stealthily following her. A filthy rat had its sights set on her. Lin Shuangshuang remained unblinking, her face devoid of panic. The stalker, too, was sharp. Upon realizing she had noticed him, he boldly stepped out from behind the wall. It was the yellow-haired man from the team of ability users she had encountered yesterday. His ability was indeed invisibility. He resembled a thin scarecrow, grinning widely with his yellow teeth, his eyes squinting, a truly rat-like figure. "Hey, little girl. I didn't expect you to be quite clever. Since you've discovered me, I won't hide anymore. Come along with me. I don't wish to kill you outright." The yellow-haired man wore a brazen grin, his laughter reminiscent of a sneer, as 4 burly men appeared behind him, striding towards her. No wonder he was so arrogant. Lin Shuangshuang nodded, adjusting her eye-catching pink backpack, and replied, "Let us go." With that, she walked towards them, particularly decisive. The yellow-haired man was taken aback, expecting to have to put in some effort, yet this girl was so compliant. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Shuangshuang interjected, "Are you born under the sign of the rat?" The yellow-haired man was momentarily taken aback. Yes. "How did you know?" Lin Shuangshuang nodded, explaining, "It's nothing. You just look like it. Not all born under the rat sign resemble rats, but you certainly do." Her words were devoid of ambiguity, merely a sincere expression of her opinion. The yellow-haired man did indeed resemble a rat. There are good rats, clever rats, obedient rats among those born under the rat sign. But the yellow-haired man was a filthy rat. Small creatures express their thoughts directly, saying whatever comes to mind. The yellow-haired man struggled to comprehend, while a few of the burly men snickered. Upon seeing Lin Shuangshuang approach, they immediately parted into 2 rows. Those who knew understood they were taking a hostage, Those who didn't might think they were welcoming their leader. As Lin Shuangshuang led the way, she suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to look at them, leading the way. The yellow-haired man, unable to decipher the situation, shot a glare at the burly men, successfully intimidating them, before jogging ahead. "All right, I'll lead. Follow me." As they walked, he continued speaking, "You're quite perceptive, little girl. As long as you cooperate well and serve me and my boss, we will treat you well, haha. Later, contact your teammates and have them bring supplies to rescue you. Especially those floating motorcycles. They must be included." Lin Shuangshuang was too disinterested to respond, stepping steadily into the enemy's lair. This group was audacious, daring to establish their base beneath a mutated tree. It was none other than that mutated kapok tree, which was certainly no ordinary specimen. Lin Shuangshuang estimated that this tree started at least at a 2-star level. It was not a typical mutated tree. The entire town was almost under its influence. With its fluff being particularly bothersome, the town was filled with it, and without protective gear, one could hardly manage. "Get in, get in." The yellow-haired man grew even more audacious upon returning to his territory, shouting loudly and arrogantly. His teammates turned to look, utterly astonished. "Yellow-haired, you're quite something. You really brought her back. I thought you were just putting on a show for the boss. Oh, this girl looks quite pretty." "Nonsense, with her so tightly wrapped. What can you even see?" "Utter nonsense." Despite being tightly wrapped, her beauty was difficult to conceal. Her petite figure was indeed captivating. Lin Shuangshuang quickly counted, 4 burly men, 1 yellow-haired man, 4 other young men, and that so-called boss, totaling 10 individuals. Not too shabby. The yellow-haired man grinned widely, his face creased with joy, proudly gesturing to himself with his thumb. "I didn't even break a sweat bringing this little lady back. Let me tell you all. I have this kind of ability." The young men were both envious and resentful, chuckling and joking about it. Before Lin Shuangshuang stood a single-story building, adjacent to a roadside repair shop. With a row of simple structures beside the parking lot, the yellow-haired man directed her into one of them. She turned to him and asked, "Aren't you coming in with me?" The yellow-haired man, flustered, flushed crimson with excitement, wearing an overly smug grin. "You're so eager? All right. I'll accompany you inside." The expressions of the burly men were filled with disbelief. Lin Shuangshuang loosened the straps of her pink backpack, assuming a posture as if to set down her belongings, and then turned to the burly men, saying, "You all come in too. She said you have to come in one by one, otherwise I'll have a hard time handling it. Hard to tie you all up otherwise." The burly men were flushed, their blood boiling, faces red with excitement. One of them stammered, "And me too? I get a turn as well?" Lin Shuangshuang nodded. "Everyone gets a turn. Everyone." After hearing that, the lust-driven men were already dizzy with excitement, their hands trembling. The blonde-haired man was displeased. But since the others were fairly strong, he had no choice but to give in reluctantly. "Fine, you guys wait. Go in one at a time later." He spat. Lin Shuangshuang told him to go in first. His grin widened, and he even tried to touch her face in a sleazy way. She dodged it. He didn't get angry, thinking she was just teasing him. "Oh, come on, stop pretending. We'll be celebrating soon enough." Lin Shuangshuang lifted her chin slightly and said coolly, "Go in." The blonde man rushed inside eagerly, rubbing his hands in excitement. Lin Shuangshuang followed him in and shut the door. Before closing it, she reminded the others, "Remember, one at a time. Don't forget." The burly men nodded vigorously, rubbing their hands impatiently. The younger ones were extremely envious, but didn't dare challenge the stronger members of the group. The wooden door closed. Inside, it was quiet. The men outside were muttering about how quiet it was when suddenly the blonde man's voice rang out. "Ow, wait, no," mixed with the creaking of the wooden bed. They immediately broke into lewd laughter. Inside the room, Lin Shuangshuang held a steel pipe and had already pierced through the blonde man's thigh. The moment she entered, she had tied him up, thrown him onto the wooden bed, and as soon as he struggled up, she stabbed through him again, thrusting the pipe back and forth, like skewering meat on a stick. The blonde man didn't dare call for help, because Lin Shuangshuang had written a message on her wrist screen. Just 2 requirements: moan louder, lure your boss back. No calling for help. If he did, she would make him wish he were dead. She'd skin him alive. Chapter 19. Ruthless. The blonde man had never seen someone this ruthless. He was so terrified, he didn't dare move. So he obeyed. He didn't want to die. If he weren't an ability user, he'd probably already be dead from her stabbing. He had to cry out in pain while also pretending pleasure. Never in his life had he been this miserable. His whole body trembled violently. With great difficulty, he sent a message to his boss. The girl's already tied up. Come back quickly. We'll enjoy her together. Is this okay? His hands trembling, he showed Lin Shuangshuang the message. She nodded. Good enough. Over the next 10 minutes. She repeated the same trick, luring the burly men in one by one. As soon as they entered, she bound them with nylon rope. As for how someone as slender as her could subdue them so easily, simple. She made a loop with the rope. The moment they stepped in, she slipped it around their necks and yanked hard. They couldn't even speak before dropping to their knees. Then she quickly tied them up like bundling crabs. Finally, she stabbed straight through them with the steel pipe, then used the same method to threaten them into cooperating, making each one help lure the next. Why didn't the earlier ones make a sound? After seeing her clean, efficient technique, and her terrifying strength, no one dared move. Her reaction speed was over 10 times theirs. Her strength even more so. The blonde man had already wet himself. And just to be safe, Lin Shuangshuang stuffed cloth into each of their mouths. Her mask, goggles, and gloves never came off. Besides, she had seen far too many people reduced to crying and begging. This was nothing. A young girl, ruthless and cold, and yet so calm. That was the most terrifying part. None of them dared move. They could only beg silently with their eyes, repeatedly knocking their heads against the ground. Lin Shuangshuang took their car keys. Apparently their supplies were all in the vehicle. To the last one, she said, don't stop. There are still 4 outside. Meaning, keep luring them in. The others already had their mouths stuffed. This last one was left able to speak. He nodded frantically and shouted, Xiao Shun. You guys come in one by one too. We'll let you have some fun as well. After shouting, he lay on the ground eagerly, looking at Lin Shuangshuang with a pleading expression. She didn't even bother looking at them. Too dirty. She waited by the door again. Soon, the 4 younger men were also tricked in one by one. Same method. Same result. The earlier captives watched her swift actions. They were completely hopeless now. At first, they had thought their boss, a second-tier ability user, might save them. But under absolute strength, even that meant nothing. The blonde man began crying hysterically, filled with regret for provoking Lin Shuangshuang. This wasn't some fairy. She was a demon. The king of hell, Lu Erhui, worthy of being the leader. Knelt the straightest while the others begged and cried. He spoke. What do you want? Lin Shuangshuang glanced at the weapons she had taken. Lu Erhui's was a 9-section whip. Not impressive, she said. What is it that you want? She threw the question back at them. The blonde man immediately wailed. We did have plans, but didn't he succeed, right? Big sis, grandma, no, I'll call you ancestor if you want. Can you spare me? He said he'd follow her from now on, bring her any handsome men she wanted. Really? Our boss just had a batch recently. Damn, they were good looking. Every guy in that squad was handsome. Lin Shuangshuang showed no emotion. So you've always been doing this? He grinned obsequiously. Everyone for themselves, what's wrong with that? Lu Erhui stayed silent, observing her carefully, thinking how to manipulate her. As expected, he said, you didn't kill us immediately. That means you want something. What is it? As long as the terms are right, I'll agree. Lin Shuangshuang didn't bother answering. Instead, she said, fine. I'll give you a chance to live. Report each other. Who killed the most? The one who killed the most lives. The one who killed the least eyes. Our team only takes the ruthless. Immediately, they began accusing each other. Old 9. He killed the least. Only dares kill women and kids. Yeah, it's him. I killed a moderate amount. Does that mean I live? I killed the most. Everything the boss wouldn't do, I did. The blonde man blurted out, ecstatic. He hadn't expected that this demon liked this kind. Lin Shuangshuang showed her first smile. Is that so? How did you kill them? How many? The blonde man eagerly replied, men, women, old, young. I killed them all. She asked, children? He grew even more excited, grinning wide. Killed them too. I even ate them. Lu Erhui suddenly sneered, muttering, idiot. The blonde man immediately sensed something was wrong. The next second, a blade plunged into his head. The shock was so great he didn't even feel pain, only coldness. His eyes widened in terror. Lin Shuangshuang's voice was icy. Did you really think killing people comes without consequences? You thought the one who killed the most would live. The blonde man died. The remaining individuals held their breath, their expressions turning ashen with fear, terrified that they might be the next victims. Indeed, Lin Shuangshuang methodically eliminated them one by one. When it was the turn of the so-called old 9, He appeared rather youthful and delicate, one of the younger group. Trembling, he stammered, "They forced me. I didn't harm anyone voluntarily." Lin Shuangshuang retorted, "You lie." The young man named Old Nine panicked, exclaiming, "I didn't he? Please, sister. Spare my life. I'll do anything you ask." Without hesitation, Lin Shuangshuang swiftly sliced his throat, and he collapsed to the ground. The last one, Lu Erhui, regarded her with an appreciative smile, recognizing her intelligence for not being deceived by the young man. He had used his looks to ensnare many women who met tragic fates. His confidence radiated despite his average features, enhanced by the sinister aura of blood that clung to him. He smirked, "What do you think? Will you consider sparing my life? From now on, I can be your loyal servant." He knelt before Lin Shuangshuang, presenting himself in a subservient manner, his eyes glimmering with a hint of infatuation. Lin Shuangshuang decisively delivered a fatal blow to his throat, declaring, "You don't deserve to live." Lu Erhui's face reflected disbelief as he fell to the ground, his breath escaping him reluctantly. Lin Shuangshuang discarded the knife, never leaving room for future troubles. The dead truly posed no threat. Get lost. Chapter 20. Acid rain. After dealing with a nest of criminals, Lin Shuangshuang confiscated a substantial cache of supplies from their vehicles. This group was not foolish. The food they hoarded was remarkably well preserved, with each type secured in airtight bags, and those without were wrapped in cling film. Staples included 10 bags of rice, 50 pounds each, and 21 bags of millet, 5 kilograms each. Meats comprised 60 cans of braised spare ribs, 227 g each. 50 cans of braised beef, 100 g each. 30 cans of braised pork with preserved vegetables, 330 g each, and 20 cans of 5-spice ribbon fish, 155 g each. Vegetables consisted of 3 large winter melons, 10 large pumpkins, a basket of loofah, 8 cabbages, 6 zucchinis, and 20 heads of Napa cabbage. Other items included a box of salt, 2 barrels of cooking oil, 6 medical kits, 2 large baskets of assorted snacks, and 3 large boxes of cigarettes. Indeed, leafy vegetables and fresh meat are challenging to preserve, which is why they stocked up primarily on long-lasting vegetables and canned meats. With this bounty, Lin Shuangshuang felt a sense of security. At least her food supply was assured in the short term, and the vegetable seeds could be cultivated. The rooftop of the small castle served as a greenhouse, and she had heard that the plants had only recently been sown. As long as they preserved the seeds properly, they would not face a shortage of vegetables. In high spirits, Lin Shuangshuang headed back, feeling a sense of exhilaration from eliminating these desperate criminals, viewing it as a form of justice. Suddenly, the sky darkened, heavy clouds rolling in ominously. She glanced up to see a dense mass of clouds from the northwest advancing toward her. In the next moment, a sharp voice crackled through her wrist communicator. "Everyone return. A torrential downpour is imminent." Without delay, she responded affirmatively and hastened her pace, running faster than before. Rona and Wu Zhe, nearby, exclaimed in dismay. "Why is it suddenly about to rain? I knew it. It's only 2 in the afternoon, and it's already dark." Brother Huo, we've gathered everything. It's time to head back. There's no more loot here. They had completed a thorough search of the commercial street. Huo Ling acknowledged, "Hurry. You have about 20 minutes. As a psychic ability user, he possessed an acute awareness of his surroundings, capable of predicting extreme weather and sensing various dangers. He felt a faint, elusive sensation. Lin Shuangshuang was quite far away, nearly escaping his perceptive range, which made him uneasy. Fortunately, she had not strayed too far, eventually stopping at the boundary, likely having engaged in a skirmish. Due to the distance, his perception was not precise enough to ascertain her safety, but he confirmed that she was unharmed. Lin Shuangshuang, pick up the pace. "Never mind. I'll come to get you," Huo Ling stated, instructing Gao Lei to organize the remaining supplies as he prepared to fetch her. Gao Lei had no objections. "Brother Huo, go ahead." Huo Ling, clutching the keys, took a moment to alleviate his anxiety before mounting his hover motorcycle and speeding off, donning his helmet. Lin Shuangshuang had yet to voice anything when she spotted Huo Ling racing towards her, executing a swift maneuver to turn around. She obediently climbed aboard. Her combat attire bore traces of blood, yet Huo Ling was similarly stained. "What mischief have you been up to?" Huo Ling inquired, his expression impassive. Lin Shuangshuang, startled, stammered, "I didn't do anything wrong. I did something good." Huo Ling pressed, "What good deed did you accomplish?" Lin Shuangshuang vaguely replied, "I took care of a group of villains and managed to secure their supplies." Speaking of it brought her joy, as it was the most significant task she had undertaken recently. Huo Ling chuckled. Really that impressive? Lin Shuangshuang couldn't help but beam, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her face against his back. Indeed, I am that capable. As for the details of how she dealt with those villains, she deemed it unnecessary to elaborate. After all, an ordinary girl would not commit such brutal acts. She felt that this was a secret not to be easily shared, especially not with Huo Ling, a mere human. What if he were frightened? That wouldn't he do? Huo Ling sensed her reticence, feeling slightly hurt that she hadn't fully confided in him. Lin Shuangshuang, when will you be more open with me? Her heart raced at his words, and she fumbled for a retort. However, they had reached the rendezvous point, and Huo Ling coldly urged her to disembark. Lin Shuangshuang pouted as she climbed off the hover motorcycle. You're so fierce. It's not like I'm hiding anything from you. Huo Ling fixed his gaze upon her. Dare you meet my eyes and say that again? She couldn't look him in the eye when lying. True to form, Lin Shuangshuang's eyes flitted away, avoiding his gaze. Huo Ling felt a pang of heartbreak, his voice chilling as he remarked, lying while being stubborn. I see you need a lesson. Lin Shuangshuang quickly made her escape. After all, she had been playing coy for quite some time, and when unable to win an argument, she would simply run. Huo Ling chuckled in exasperation. How is this creature so difficult to manage? Lin Shuangshuang inwardly complained, this little human is too challenging to deal with. Such a temper. Nonetheless, she couldn't resist stealing glances at him, watching as he furrowed his brow yet remained focused and responsible while contacting other teammates. She found him genuinely admirable. He was the kindest person she had ever known, albeit a bit temperamental. Yet, with such a handsome face, she thought perhaps a slight temper was forgivable, especially since she liked him. As a monster, one must show grace. What harm would it do to be accommodating? The jellyfish-like creature soon composed itself, sporting a cheerful demeanor. When Rona and Wuja returned, they were equally beaming, exclaiming, we managed to gather 2 large bags of food. We didn't return empty-handed.
Oh.
And we found over 20 bags of hot pot-based ingredients. The storage racks on either side of their hovering motorcycle were lowered, with a burlap sack secured on one side, evidently containing their gathered items. Gao Lei remarked, we've found quite a bit here as well. Some of it is beyond my comprehension. But as Brother He says it's useful, it must certainly come in handy. They had already placed the assorted supplies into the sack beforehand. Upon arriving at their destination, Lin Shuangshuang could simply store everything into her spatial card, sparing her the trouble of meticulous organization, which attests to Huo Ling's meticulous nature. Once everything was tidied up, the 5 of them set off homeward, with Xiao Pingsheng and Zhang Deipen urging them to hurry. The density of the ominous clouds was unsettling. They arrived home just in time, and as soon as they stepped through the door, a fierce wind began to howl, and large raindrops pelted down relentlessly. Wu Zhe exclaimed, that was close. Xiao San and Xiao Si, who were assisting in cleaning the hovering motorcycle, expressed their relief. Indeed, indeed. The surge of sulfur dioxide and nitric acid in the air has been detected, with a drastic drop in pH levels. Highly corrosive acid rain has arrived. You all are indeed extraordinarily fortunate. Chapter 21. The Sturdy Little Castle. Upon hearing about the acid rain, Lin Shuangshuang grew concerned for the little castle. Would it withstand such rain? After all, its exterior was constructed of metal. Rona wrapped her arm around Lin Shuangshuang's shoulders and chuckled. No worries, our castle is exceptionally robust. It can withstand acid rain and even volcanic lava, and old Zhang is constantly reinforcing it. Unless something even more formidable emerges, this little castle is undoubtedly the safest place at present. Moreover, even if more powerful threats do arise, Zhang Deipen's abilities are continually evolving. So we are quite secure. Lin Shuangshuang nodded in understanding. I see. This is indeed the safest place. Rona affectionately patted Lin Shuangshuang on the back of her head and said with a grin, exactly. After speaking, she walked toward the living room. Lin Shuangshuang placed her discarded combat uniform into the laundry basket and followed her inside, where they began categorizing the supplies they had brought back. She directly placed the items into the warehouse to avoid having to move them again. The food was stored in 3 large warehouses on the first floor. Staples, canned goods, and snacks were kept at room temperature, while vegetables were stored for freshness, with nothing requiring freezing. Observing the empty warehouse, Lin Shuangshuang felt a sense of responsibility. However, with 593 pounds of rice already in stock, complemented by various other supplies, it seemed sufficient to sustain their 7 members for about 50 days. A sigh of relief washed over her. Overall, she felt quite satisfied. After organizing the food, Lin Shuangshuang proceeded to the basement to deliver the components and metallic items that Huo Ling and Gao Lei had collected. As she descended the staircase, she unexpectedly encountered a security door at the bottom. Before she could ponder its purpose, the first security door opened for her. It turned out to require a hand bracelet, which contained a chip. Lin Shuangshuang possessed the chip, along with the uploaded iris and facial recognition. Thus, she was promptly verified and permitted to pass as soon as she reached the lower level. Zhang Deipen was preoccupied in the workshop, his video appearing on the large screen in the basement. His apron was quite dirty, and he did not glance at the camera. "Is that you, Shuangshuang? Just place the items in the right-hand warehouse." Lin Shuangshuang nodded. Recalling that he hadn't looked her way, she obediently replied, "Okay." Following Zhang Deipen's instructions, she unloaded the items in the warehouse. This warehouse was absurdly large, with equally impressive shelving boasting remarkable weight-bearing capacity, filled with various parts and metallic components. She had expected it to be chaotic, but to her surprise, it was meticulously organized. Every small item was stored in containers, and larger items were arranged neatly, as if someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies had organized it. While the state of others was unclear, Lin Shuangshuang found solace in simply observing the tidy arrangement. However, a large space was left in the center of the shelves, marked with a sign stating unsorted, where she deposited the items. After a cacophony of noise, she successfully unloaded everything. Zhang Deipen thanked her amidst his bustling activity, turning back to continue his work, surrounded by the thunderous sounds of machinery. The soundproofing of the little castle was impressive. Just a door's distance away, it managed to insulate the noise remarkably well. After delivering the components, Lin Shuangshuang busied herself with transporting medical supplies to the third floor. The 6 medical boxes were comprehensive, containing everything conceivable, and she deemed it most prudent to leave them with Zhao Pingsheng. Indeed, Zhao Pingsheng was thrilled, though he was engrossed in an experiment and quite occupied, gently informing her that he had no time to offer her a cup of hot tea. He encouraged her to make herself comfortable. Lin Shuangshuang, claiming she was not thirsty, simply placed the items down and departed. She did not feel that her 2 teammates were dismissive. Rather, she admired their dedication and the challenges they faced daily, while also caring for their comrades. Truly commendable. After finishing her tasks, Lin Shuangshuang headed for a shower. The negligible fatigue faded away, rejuvenating her, and she felt compelled to explore the rooftop. Opting for the stairs, she peeked at the 4th floor, only to hear someone showering. Halfway through a shower, Huo Ling exclaimed. Lin Shuangshuang grinned and continued ascending. Upon reaching the rooftop, she was instantly captivated by its beauty. The patterned glass above was particularly stunning, while the adjacent glass was entirely transparent. Outside, a torrential downpour raged, saturating everything. As the heavy rain washed away the remnants of the mutated cotton tree's fluff, finally preventing it from floating in the air, the entire world appeared considerably clearer. "Ah, it's Shuangshuang." Rona, dressed in casual attire and holding an empty bucket, exclaimed in surprise. Lin Shuangshuang nodded and pointed at the bucket, inquiring, "What is that for?" Rona glanced down and replied with a smile, "It's just a bucket for mixing fertilizer. Nothing special. I'm here to water the vegetables." "You're just here to take a look, right? After several days, you finally made it up here." She noted that this area was quite interesting, lush and green, which lifted her spirits. Lin Shuangshuang observed the vegetable seedlings, confirming Rona's sentiment with a nod. She was not particularly talkative, engaging in a simple exchange of questions and answers. Rona, unbothered by this communication style, found it amusing to see Lin Shuangshuang's reaction, reminiscent of a child, curiosity in her eyes, but too shy to voice it. Thus, Rona took the initiative. "Would you like to learn how to grow vegetables? I can teach you." Lin Shuangshuang, captivated by Rona's enthusiastic smile, nodded in agreement as she approached her. Rona placed the bucket between them and knelt to tend to the small seedlings. Growing vegetables is quite simple. Our soil here is specially prepared black soil, which doesn't require frequent fertilization. Moreover, Dr. Zhao has developed a growth-enhancing potion that I wanted to show you. Just water it at the roots. She spoke with the patience of an older sister. Lin Shuangshuang, who had wielded firearms and knives and taken lives, found the act of watering plants to be an exhilarating novelty. Indeed, it was quite enjoyable. Rona laughed heartily, right? I find it quite relieving as well. However, team leader Hua, Dr. Zhao, and brother Zhang are too busy to tend to this area. Xiao Zhe is simply lazy, while Gao Lei occasionally comes to check in. Lin Shuangshuang remarked, "This place is truly wonderful. Rona agreed wholeheartedly, exactly. We are all fortunate treasures to be gathered together, and it's thanks to team leader Hua and the other two. They are the pillars of our castle, and having them around brings immense reassurance. Lin Shuangshuang nodded in agreement. The castle's first floor spans approximately 185 square meters, nearing 200 square meters, which is quite spacious indeed. The rooftop garden is also remarkably expansive. Rona mentioned, typically, there are designated areas. Over there is the fruit tree section, albeit populated by small trees, since we cannot risk shattering the glass. However, I've heard they can bear quite a few fruits. There exists a variety of species, including apples, native cherries, pears, peaches, apricots, and plums. Chapter 22. The Love-Struck Mind. She explained that this was all researched by Zhao Pingsheng, and it was rumored that team leader Hua had spent a considerable sum acquiring quality saplings. Lin Shuangshuang couldn't help but marvel at how impressive they were. Huo Ling, Zhao Pingsheng, and Zhang Daipen had managed to prepare this little castle so early on. Truly remarkable. The two of them chatted for most of the day, and today, Gao Lei, rarely venturing upstairs, noticed them and chose not to interrupt, turning back to retreat. On the fourth floor, Huo Ling was drying his hair, his mental acuity allowing him to discern the conversation between the two upstairs. Lin Shuangshuang appeared somewhat dazed, while Rona animatedly rattled off an abundance of information, to which Lin responded with a mix of surprise and admiration. It was astonishing how effortlessly they communicated. Thinking back to Lin Shuangshuang's dazed expression, Huo Ling couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips, but a sudden, unwelcome memory darkened his mood, prompting him to suppress his feelings. Feeling rather dismal, he descended to the third floor. Zhao Pingsheng was engrossed in analyzing experimental data, showing little inclination to engage with him. Without ceremony, Huo Ling barged in, dragging a chair towards him and plopping down, a damp towel draped around his neck. Freshly washed hair lent him a youthful appearance. His soft black locks softened his usual defiant demeanor, adding a touch of gentleness and childlike innocence. Zhao Pingsheng cast him a glance, but chose to ignore him. Huo Ling sat there for a while, his long legs tapping the ground as he swiveled in the chair. Zhao Pingsheng continued to disregard him, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Huo Ling abruptly spoke. "She's particularly warm towards me, just like before." Zhao Pingsheng internally screamed, "Oh no. Here we go again." He desperately wished to escape, but he was trapped in his own laboratory. Huo Ling continued, "In truth, she's quite endearing when she isn't lying. Why does she always lie?" Zhao Pingsheng closed his eyes, silently urging himself to endure. Huo Ling, lost in another memory, remarked, "She truly loves maple syrup cupcakes. I've actually acquired the secret recipe, and as long as I synchronize updates with the younger ones and gather the ingredients, I can make them for her." At last, Zhao Pingsheng could no longer contain himself and retorted, "Then go ahead and make them for her." Huo Ling suddenly regarded him with a look of disdain, responding in a flat tone, "What if I spoil her? Shouldn't I provide what she desires? Why else would I buy the recipe?" Zhao Pingsheng felt a surge of frustration, suppressing the urge to lash out. "If you have nothing better to do, why don't you leave?" Huo Ling ignored him, falling into silence for a moment before asking, "Do you think she still loves me?" Unable to bear it any longer, Zhao Pingsheng forcefully threw him out. "Get lost. You're 27, not 17. How much longer will this go on?" Was he here to flaunt his affection? His friend was exasperated. Huo Ling leisurely adjusted his cuffs, feeling somewhat relieved. "Look at you, so anxious." "I merely sought a friend to confide in." Zhao Pingsheng firmly locked the door and hung up a sign, reading "Not open to the public." It was utterly intolerable. It was hardly fair to blame Dr. Zhao. Ever since he had waded into this murky water 6 years ago, beginning with Huo Ling weeping at his bedside in the dead of night, he had been inundated with tales of the saga for 6 long years. Anyone would be driven mad. When Huo Ling mentioned he would go fetch Lin Shuangshuang, Zhao Pingsheng felt a wave of relief wash over him, wishing fervently for him to bring her back swiftly. Over the course of 6 years, Zhao Pingsheng often wished he could unearth Lin Shuangshuang from the depths of the earth, to spare his friend the agony of lamenting before him daily. It was clear that she bore psychological scars, yet Zhao Pingsheng was not a psychologist. Huo Ling stubbornly claimed he was fine, denying any issues. Zhao Pingsheng later delved into psychology, but it proved ineffective against Huo Ling's obstinate nature. After all, who could blame him? His family's wealth afforded him a life without consequence. Yet, following his mother's death and his father's remarriage, despite his unshaken status, Huo Ling had always struggled with his inner turmoil. Subsequently, after moving out, he became enchanted by Lin Shuangshuang, and the two had managed to engage in a secretive romance for 6 years. It was truly bizarre. Zhao Pingsheng could not fathom how they had managed to maintain a clandestine relationship under such stringent security measures. What were the odds that a girl of ambiguous origins and a wealthy heir would cross paths in such a heavily guarded villa? Huo Ling, as the heir, remained unaffected by his relocation, though residing elsewhere. The security remained impeccable. Not even a fly could infiltrate. He himself preferred solitude, having never hosted gatherings at home.
Ensuring no unwelcome guests lingered.
The fact that Lin Shuangshuang had managed to slip through such formidable security to enter his home was, in its own right, quite impressive. Huo Ling couldn't comprehend why she left without a word, while Zhao Pingsheng had already been itching to criticize him. When she appeared out of the blue, did he not find it suspicious? A complete stranger. At that time, Huo Ling had looked at him as though he were a fool, saying, "Why would I be suspicious? I'm not an idiot." She claimed to have entered by accident. Such a coincidence. That night, there had been a mishap during the security shift, allowing her to waltz in. Huo Ling had reviewed the footage. Lin Shuangshuang had strolled in brazenly. The world was indeed a chaotic stage. Yet, it was precisely such an infinitesimal error that had facilitated their encounter, prompting Huo Ling to delete the surveillance footage thereafter. He even permitted Lin Shuangshuang to sneak into his home. Initially, she often stayed over, and he was more than willing to prepare toiletries for her. When Zhao Pingsheng heard this, he felt an overwhelming urge to shake the young master, questioning whether his brain contained any substance and if it made any noise when rattled. In any case, Zhao Pingsheng had memorized their love story by heart and truly wished to cease hearing it. He had once advised them to part ways, suggesting that if it was causing so much pain, perhaps it was better to let it go. Instead, he had been scolded by Huo Ling, as if being infatuated were a skill in itself. Zhao Pingsheng could only lament that fate was fair. It had endowed Huo Ling with so many blessings, an illustrious background, a loving family, a handsome visage, yet it had also given him a love-struck mind that made him suffer for the sake of affection. How tragic, upon deeper reflection, for his only friend. While Zhao Pingsheng pondered whether his attitude towards Huo Ling had been too harsh, he received a notification on his wristband indicating a new message. Instinctively, he opened it and heard Huo Ling's voice rise in pitch. "Lin Shuangshuang is looking for me again." Zhao Pingsheng. The world was truly unkind to single individuals, especially those burdened with a love-struck friend. It was laughably exasperating. In the end, Zhao Pingsheng merely sent a thumbs-up emoji. He had triumphed, then clasped his hands together, sincerely wishing for these two to be locked in together for a lifetime. Chapter 23. The latest news. Day 5 of survival in the apocalypse. 6 o'clock in the morning. Today's breakfast consisted of millet porridge, sautéed zucchini, and a tin of ribbonfish for each individual. The inventory was depleted by 12 pounds of millet, 5 zucchinis, and 7 tins of ribbonfish. The millet porridge provided essential carbohydrates. The ribbonfish offered high-quality protein and fats, while the sautéed zucchini ensured an adequate intake of vitamins and fiber. The portions were generous enough to satiate hunger. A hearty bowl of thick porridge, coupled with meat and vegetables, was sufficient to sustain them through a morning filled with rigorous activities. Due to the necessity of venturing out for supplies, they only partook in 2 meals daily, carrying along bulk snacks to replenish energy during their excursions. Lin Shuangshuang sipped her porridge while keeping an eye on the news, occasionally glancing out the window. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating. Luna shared her concern, noting that the rain was pouring down as if a hole had been ripped in the sky. Would they be able to venture out today? Wuja slurped his millet porridge, savoring its delightful flavor, perfectly cooked to the right consistency. "Surely we can't go out in this weather," he remarked,
Gao Lei concorde,
suggesting they take a day off. It wasn't that they were unwilling to leave, but rather that the conditions were too severe for an outing. As they spoke, the three of them turned in unison to look at the individual seated at the head of the table. Huo Ling adjusted the channel, raised his chin, and directed their attention to the screen, which displayed news of extreme weather conditions affecting the entire world. "We cannot go out today," he stated. The trio collectively shifted their gaze back to the screen, and indeed, it was as he said. Huo Ling relayed the latest updates from the internet. Filled with posts from netizens, the official website had crashed, leaving only a few independent reporters still broadcasting the current situation, while other videos were filled with screams of terror. "Run. Quickly get upstairs. Water. The water is rising. Retreat, retreat. Oh my God. The building across has collapsed. Help, help." This is the happiness community. Located here, location, with over 100 people here. Is there anyone who can assist? My husband went out for supplies and hasn't he returned? Has anyone seen him in block 36? He was wearing a black jacket and a blue hat. My friend is in City C. What is the situation there? Are there any survivors? The reality was chaotic, and the online world mirrored that chaos. As the situation spiraled out of control, videos that could not be released prior to the apocalypse were now laid bare for all to see. This torrential downpour had heightened the crisis. Those who had narrowly escaped believed they could finally catch their breath, only to be met with even graver calamities. The living room fell into an abrupt silence. The only sounds remaining were the cries for help, screams of anguish, and desperate sobs emanating from the videos. Wu Zhe could no longer bear to watch, expressing, "It makes my heart race. It's unbearable." Gao Lei remained particularly quiet. Luna inhaled sharply, realizing that in the face of death, all lives are indeed equal. They considered themselves fortunate. The coastal regions were initially the hardest hit. The invasion of mutated marine creatures onto land posed an extreme danger, compounded by earthquakes and hordes of zombies. For the survivors remaining in the city, they were akin to meat preserved in a can, destined to be consumed by zombies or mutated animals unless they activated their special abilities, which might afford them a chance to escape. Those who were among the first to flee to the countryside had managed to evade the initial wave of disaster, yet this unprecedented global deluge presented a second trial. Thankfully, they could still seek refuge in the mountains, as survivors posted instructional videos on survival tactics, moving their families and belongings to safer grounds. One of the most popular bloggers, known as Howling Sky, featured a black dog emoji as his avatar. He successfully guided his family of 8 to safety.
Do not run blindly.
You must think carefully before relocating. If the water level rises rapidly and you cannot evacuate in time, seek refuge in nearby high buildings. If you can, ascend to higher ground. Avoid routes that are prone to landslides near the village. Do not cross bridges. The middle-aged man in the video, clad in a black raincoat, was drenched and covered in mud. "I nearly lost my life," he exclaimed. "I hope everyone remains safe. United, we can overcome this hardship. Do not cry. Save your strength to escape." He emphasized that as long as one is alive, there is hope. Once the waters recede, they could return home. As long as the land remains, they could continue to cultivate crops and stave off hunger. The video concluded abruptly, shutting off due to a power outage. They were indeed fortunate. Most others were suffering greatly. Lin Shuangshuang furrowed her brow, noting that the IP addresses of these videos were all distant from their location. After several videos played in succession, an official announcement suddenly popped up, stating that personnel were being organized to rescue survivors and rescue teams were being established in various locations, accompanied by a reward system. 10 points will be awarded for each person rescued, which can be spent within the city. Special talents, such as doctors, teachers, and engineers, will earn double points, and rescuing a certain number of people will yield special support rewards. Below are the coordinates of various safe bases. Please ensure your own safety while proceeding to the nearest survivor base for refuge. The release of this announcement indicated that the authorities were caught off guard by this calamity and could only resort to such measures. Survival now depended on cooperation between the government and civilians. The underlying message was clear. Luna understood. Indeed, with so many individuals possessing special abilities and no one overseeing them, it was uncertain what might transpire. Perhaps it was best for order to be maintained by those in service of the people? Wu Zhe turned to Huo Ling, inquiring, "Brother Huo, your family should still be in City A, right? The announcement mentioned it is one of the 5 major bases. Will you return?" Gao Lei also looked at him, as did Lin Shuangshuang, her gaze fixed intently on Huo Ling's face. Huo Ling toyed with a folding knife in his hand and coldly replied, "I will not go." He casually added, "Even if everyone below perishes, they will not die." There was nothing to be concerned about. While all lives may be equal in the face of death, those with wealth and power could evade danger, barring particularly unfortunate individuals. They possessed far more opportunities for survival than the average person. City A was the safest place. After all, security measures there were unparalleled. Any issues could be swiftly suppressed, making it no surprise that it was included among the 5 major safe bases. Wu Zhe and Gao Lei exchanged glances, choosing not to pursue the topic of Huo Ling's family background, sensing his sensitivity towards it. It was best not to delve deeper. Although Huo Ling would not be going to City A, they could still undertake missions to earn points, which might prove useful in the future or facilitate the exchange for supplies. Huo Ling raised his eyelids, glancing at them. "What? Do you wish to leave?" The trio of onlookers shook their heads vigorously, alarmed. What a joke. Who would go to a safe base without understanding the situation? They cannot compare to our little fortress. They preferred to remain where they had sufficient freedom, rather than enter a base where they would be controlled. It was far more comfortable to live independently. Chapter 24. Peaceful Upgrades. Huo Ling turned to Lin Shuangshuang, teasingly stating, I see you want to go, don't you? His tone was laced with sarcasm. Lin Shuangshuang shook her head, asserting, I'm not going anywhere. Wherever you are, I will be. Huo Ling was momentarily taken aback by her words, his ears subtly flushed. Yet he retorted stubbornly, that sounds nice, but didn't he leave me before? Lin Shuangshuang detected the underlying tone in his remark, and with a serious expression. She reaffirmed her commitment, it's different now, I'm not going anywhere. Huo Ling pressed, what is the difference? How is it different? His tone was casual, though the tension in his voice betrayed his anxiousness. Lin Shuangshuang was not foolish, she was merely suffering from amnesia, not a decline in her intellect. Thus, she confidently asserted, it's just different now. Huo Ling was nearly exasperated to death by her response. With a cold snort, he turned away, intending to say a few more words, but was met with the sight of 3 glaring light bulbs. Consequently, he fell silent. Luo Na chuckled mischievously, internally exclaiming, this is amusing. Wu Zhe and Gao Lei were taken aback, surprised to see the usually succinct Captain Huo behaving so childishly in front of someone he fancied. It was as if a deity had descended to the mortal realm, yet it felt refreshingly down to earth. Quite delightful. The trio exchanged knowing glances, eager for new gossip. Suddenly, Zhao Pingsheng initiated a video call, startling them all. Lin Shuangshuang's eyes widened in shock, nearly instinctively reaching for her phone. After all, a video call typically indicated work-related matters. Luo Na clutched her chest and exclaimed, oh my goodness, you scared me to death. I nearly had a heart attack. Wu Zhe tugged at his ears, indeed. I dread the sound of video call notifications. Gao Lei wore a constipated expression, clearly also displeased by the ringtone. While he had been somewhat prepared, the sudden ringing still startled him. Observing their various reactions, Huo Ling scoffed, pathetic. He then answered the call, confronting his friend. With just a 2-step distance, can't you come downstairs to speak? Zhao Pingsheng rolled his eyes dramatically, making it glaringly obvious on the screen. Go away. I don't want to see you. I'll have Xiao San and Xiao Si deliver the medicine. You can either administer it yourself or let them do it. The weather is off, so stay indoors and focus on leveling up for the next few days. With that, he hung up, unwilling to say another word. Clearly harboring disdain for Huo Ling paid him no mind. Under their curious gazes, he remarked, what are you staring at? I'm off to get an injection. No sooner had he spoken than the elevator doors chimed, and Xiao San and Xiao Si slid in effortlessly. Lin Shuangshuang was unable to receive the injection herself, so she could only watch as they took turns administering needles. Would it be particularly painful? She recalled there were side effects. Xiao San and Xiao Si reassured her. It may be uncomfortable, but please don't worry. Typically, you'll feel better within 3 days. Just remember to stay hydrated. They were surprisingly nimble, and their mechanical arms could perform such delicate tasks. Usually they glided about, but if the elevator broke down, they would climb the stairs. The artificial intelligence was indeed quite astute. Lin Shuangshuang remembered that Xiao San and Xiao Si had mentioned they were discarded robots salvaged from a junkyard, repurposed by Zhang Deipen. The cheapest domestic robots have been outfitted with the most advanced AI system, making them remarkably intelligent and efficient. The 4 of them received their injections, akin to routine vaccinations, in the arm. Unexpectedly, Gao Lei, despite his robust stature, was terrified of needles and was visibly anxious. Luo Na and Wu Zhe giggled, playfully covering his eyes. Lin Shuangshuang, without realizing it, found her lips curving into a smile. Compared to her fragmented memories, her former teammates seemed rather indifferent. They seldom interacted this way, usually just exchanging nods. She couldn't dwell on the past too often, as meticulous recollection would induce headaches. Huo Ling, after receiving his injection, sensed something amiss. A wave of heat washed over him. The discomfort was not unbearable, but it was certainly unpleasant. Can't time be shortened a bit? 3 days to absorb this feels excessively long. He bluntly provided feedback, insisting that Xiao San and Xiao Si relay his concerns to Zhao Pingsheng. If any mishaps occurred during this period, it could have everyone's abilities, which was perilous. He urged for modifications. Xiao San and Xiao Si acknowledged, feedback received. Understood, Captain Huo. We will convey your comments to Dr. Zhao. Huo Ling merely grunted in response. Luo Na, Wu Jia, and Gao Lei began to show signs of discomfort. Likely correlating with their diminishing strength, they all frowned in unison. Wow, this hurts a bit. It feels like someone is hammering my bones. Ugh. It's more than just a little pain. It's quite painful, reminiscent of my worst menstrual cramps. I can't take it. I need to lie down. Luo Na exclaimed, her face flushed and clammy with sweat, as she attempted to head upstairs. Lin Shuangshuang glanced at Huo Ling, noting that he seemed to be managing all right. So she followed after Luo Na, saying, I'll help you. Upon hearing this, Luo Na offered a grateful smile. Thank you, Shuangshuang. You're so considerate. Nodding. Lin Shuangshuang escorted Luo Na to the second floor, covering her with a blanket before turning to check on Huo Ling. To her surprise, only Gao Lei and Wu Jia remained in the lobby. Do you need assistance? She inquired. Both Gao Lei and Wu Jia shook their heads vigorously. No. Thank you, but it's not necessary. How could they allow her to help them upstairs? That would be disastrous. Lin Shuangshuang nodded. Then I'll go find Huo Ling. Take your time. Gao Lei and Wu Jia nodded in agreement. The fourth floor was eerily quiet. Lin Shuangshuang tiptoed toward Huo Ling's room. The bed was piled with blankets, resembling a large creature resting upon it, yet it was merely the frail Huo Ling. His face was flushed. Lin Shuangshuang crouched at the head of his bed, reaching out to touch his forehead, which felt quite warm. Huo Ling,
she gently called.
He ignored her, his brow tightly furrowed, displaying evident discomfort. Even in distress, his handsome features remained captivating. Lin Shuangshuang poked his tightly knitted brow. Are you in great discomfort? What hurts? Her hair unconsciously brushed against his wrist, feeling his rapid pulse. Likely due to the foreign medication. Huo Ling, irritated by her prodding, turned his back to her, his voice hoarse. Are you annoying? Go back to your own room. He was shooing her away again. Lin Shuangshuang pouted in displeasure. Suddenly, a loud downpour erupted outside, startling her as she instinctively looked toward the window. His room boasted a grand floor-to-ceiling window, with rain cascading down the glass. Huo Ling, sensing her fright, mumbled sleepily, Don't be scared. It's just rain. His eyes remained shut, as if he were speaking in his sleep, his voice barely audible. Chapter 25. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu make significant contributions. Lin Shuangshuang's gaze returned to the back of his head, his dark hair appearing soft, and his rounded skull was notably attractive. She began to climb onto the bed, intending to nestle into his embrace, as other small animals would do for comfort. In his dazed state, Huo Ling sensed something was off, alongside his discomfort. There was an unusual heat. Suddenly alert, he recalled having offended Zhao Pingxing the previous night. Oh no, could it be that this guy was seeking revenge on him? Intentionally setting him up? Lin Shuangshuang genuinely intended to keep him company, perhaps offering a comforting hug, but this was not her intention. It was he who was enticing her. The sickly Huo Ling appeared particularly alluring, looking all too vulnerable. Wait! Stop! What are you doing? Lin Shuangshuang. 2 hours later, Lin Shuangshuang wiped her mouth and climbed out of bed upon hearing a commotion outside. Aside from the incessant sound of the downpour, she faintly discerned the sounds of vehicles passing, albeit muffled, yet unmistakable to her ears. Huo Ling had fallen into a passive slumber. Lin Shuangshuang tucked him back under the covers and stealthily approached the floor-to-ceiling window. There were indeed people outside. More than one. A group of survivors. When she was alert, her gaze was icy, and as she scrutinized the individuals before her, she realized the glass obscured her view. She proceeded to the living room below. Subsequently, she activated her wristband and pressed the button to access the surveillance footage. Although she lacked control over the system, she was entitled to view the recordings. The large screen in the living room indeed displayed a multitude of surveillance angles, partitioned into several small windows. With keen precision, she locked onto a crucial camera, switched views, and zoomed in. It was unmistakably a group of survivors traveling in modified vehicles. The massive altered machines were corroded by the acid rain, with signs of dissolution evident on their exteriors. Were they friend or foe? Uncertain. Lin Shuangshuang pondered her strategy and resolved that as soon as they stepped into the safety perimeter of the castle, she would venture out to meet them. A sudden crackle of electricity broke the silence as Zhang Deipen's voice emanated from the speaker. Is that you, Shuangshuang? Worry not about this. Just carry on with your tasks. They cannot breach our defenses. I've sent Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu to drive them away, and if worst comes to worst, we have a defense system in place. His voice, robust and reassuring, instilled a sense of calm. Lin Shuangshuang paused in the living room, taken aback. Wasn't it customary for her to chase them away? She recalled her past role, always the first to rush out to protect her teammates when danger loomed. As she was the captain, Zhang Deipen chuckled. No need to underestimate your brother Zhang. This little castle is built to last. Your partner has invested substantial resources into it. Using high-quality materials, even the glass is bulletproof. He sought to alleviate her concerns. If you remain uneasy, you may sit in the living room and observe. Zhang Deipen aimed to reassure her, knowing that the young girl would instinctively rush to assess the situation and prepare to protect her teammates. A sight that would soften anyone's heart. The rain outside was no ordinary downpour, it was perilous acid rain. Level 1 exposure would result in skin burning, reddening, and blistering within 10 seconds, while Level 2 exposure would lead to epidermal decay and damage to the dermis within 30 seconds, accompanied by excruciating pain. Prolonged exposure could lead to the dissolution of muscle and bone tissue, resulting in permanent disability or death, even for those with abilities. Despite their unfamiliarity, at this moment, Zhang Deipen fully acknowledged this new teammate, not merely as someone's girlfriend. Lin Shuangshuang complied with the arrangement, responding, "Very well, please call me if needed." Zhang Deipen agreed. She remained in the living room, fixated on the large screen. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, usually patrolling the castle, remained silent, for as mechanical dogs, they did not bark unless necessary. Once Zhang Deipen issued commands, they dashed out through the side door of the castle, which was encircled by a corridor with handrails. They leapt onto a small drone, accompanied by a swarm of even smaller drones. Lin Shuangshuang soon heard the reconnaissance drone arrive, successfully relaying voices from the approaching group back to the hall's speaker.
Veye,
Take a look at this. What on earth is that structure? It's enormous. Damn it. Their exterior isn't even corroded by this wretched rain. What material is it made of? How impressive. Should we seize it? Are you mad? With such a large building, who knows how many people are inside? If dozens rush out, how will we fight back? Should we send your father or your mother? Or your various companions? I was merely suggesting. I never said we should steal it. Why are you in such a rush? Wei Ge hasn't even spoken. Why don't we plead with them? What if we encounter someone soft-hearted who might let us in to escape the rain? At this rate, our vehicles won't hold up much longer. We're fine as abilities users, but our loved ones are not. Indeed, this acid rain can corrode vehicles. If it touches humans, it's over. We barely escaped and cannot perish in this downpour. I believe this approach is sound. Let us gain their trust first, then gradually take over the place. After all, it will still be Wei Ge calling the shots. The leader, Wei Ge, expressed approval. Why discuss so much? Let us first coax them to open the door. With that final remark, the group erupted into excited shouts, clamoring to enter, speculating about the possibility of a hot shower. With a house this large, there must be food. We could have a splendid feast. Unbeknownst to them, their scheming was laid bare before Lin Shuangshuang. And the more she listened, the more she discerned their malicious intent. They dared to usurp what was not theirs? Utterly audacious. Just as they reveled in their excitement, a series of fierce barks echoed suddenly. Woof! Woof! Drawing closer, panic ensued among the occupants of the vehicle. Are they mutated dogs?
what?
Mutated dogs are coming again? No way. The mere sound of those ferocious barks was enough to terrify them. No, wait. They're not mutated dogs. They appear to be metal dogs.
What?
Damn it, turn around. Turn around. It's the mechanical dogs from that building. Are you insane? How could they possess such expensive mechanical dogs? Why are they so fierce? Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu stood as tall as large hunting dogs, their sudden appearance genuinely alarming, but upon closer inspection, they were not so formidable after all. A bunch of fools. They're just mechanical dogs, not mutated ones. They can't possibly compare to mutated dogs. They don't even carry any viruses. The leader scolded his subordinates fiercely. Get going. Aren't you all abilities users? I've provided for you all this time. It's time for you to step up. Take those two foul dogs down. However, the underlings trembled, pointing ahead. Wei Ge. Just as the leader was about to berate them, he suddenly sensed danger, turning just in time to meet the barrels mounted on the shoulders of the two mechanical dogs, causing his hair to stand on end. What the hell? These are not ordinary mechanical dogs. Chapter 26, Groundhog-Style Struggle. Before Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu could even fire their projectiles, the group was already bolting in the opposite direction. The crisis had been averted. Lin Shuangshuang had never witnessed such an effortlessly concluded battle. It was clear that possessing formidable weapons indeed instilled a sense of deterrence. The torrential rain outside showed no signs of abating. Due to the elevated terrain, there was no flooding, yet the mutated marine creature seemed unperturbed by the acid rain. Lin Shuangshuang observed the mutated marine life roaming freely outside, astonished by their adaptability. Just moments ago, they too had feared the acid rain and suffered burns. Yet now they thrived outside. It seemed that what could not be killed truly grew stronger. Her gaze intensified as she contemplated these mutated creatures, wondering if they had developed anomalous cores. If so, she could collect them for Huo Ling. He was too weak, easily bullied by mutated animals and zombies. He needed to upgrade quickly. After their triumphant return, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu strutted in proudly. Upon noticing the new member in the living room, they approached to garner some affection. Although the mechanical dogs were merely AI, they understood the importance of maintaining a strong emotional connection with their teammates for effective collaboration in battle. Lin Shuangshuang reached out to pat their metallic heads, and they joyfully wagged their metal tails in response, pleased with her praise. Well done, she encouraged them. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu were so elated they nearly soared. But having sustained minor burns from the acid rain, Zhang Deipen noticed their condition through the surveillance and promptly summoned them back. His tone was serious. What is going on? This shouldn't be happening. Is the acid rain intensity this high? You two, head to the basement. I need to check on you. Zhang Deipen incessantly muttered to himself, lamenting that although the materials used for Xiao and Xiaolai's bodies were not identical to those of the castle's models, they were by no means inferior. Logically, they should withstand acid rain for 4 to 5 hours. However, to his astonishment, within less than an hour of exposure, visible signs of corrosion had already marred their exterior. Lin Shuangshuang expressed her understanding and promptly dispatched 2 mechanical dogs for repairs. Xiao and Xiaolai nuzzled against her legs before scampering off to the basement with great enthusiasm. They climbed the stairs, leaving the living room momentarily quiet. Huo Ling and his 3 companions were engrossed in upgrading their abilities, while Zhao Pingsheng continued his experiments, and Zhang Deipen busied himself inspecting the dogs. Lin Shuangshuang found herself the only idle one. She resorted to jotting down important matters in her memo pad to prevent forgetting them when her memory reset later in the evening. Suddenly, her stomach growled audibly, signaling that it was already noon. She rummaged through her belongings for a few snacks, remnants from a previous assignment, and began munching on some soda crackers. After completing their chores, Xiaosin and Xiaosi entered the living room, preparing to clean the floor. Upon noticing the new member sitting alone on the sofa, nibbling on dry food, Xiaosin exclaimed in surprise, "Ah,
Why are you eating that?"
Xiaosi hustled over and glanced at the coffee table, just started eating. Lin Shuangshuang was startled, fearing that eating crackers might be prohibited due to crumbs. "I'm so sorry, I didn't know this was not allowed. I'm being very careful and haven't dropped any crumbs." Xiaosin hurriedly clarified, No, it's not that. Captain Hua and the others are in seclusion and skipping lunch. Dr. Zhao and Grandpa Zhang are workaholics who also don't eat at noon, but you must eat. The kitchen has prepared lunch for you. Xiaosi indignantly retorted, "It's already noon, and lunch isn't ready? It must be those lazy Xiaowai and Xiao'er slacking off. An overly humane AI system is not beneficial. It has even learned to be lazy. How outrageous. I'm going to teach them a lesson."
With that,
he slid off toward the kitchen, looking as if he were ready to pick a fight. This was Lin Shuangshuang's first encounter with AI robots arguing. She had heard that the wealthy often chose to implant their household robots with more human-like AI systems to stave off loneliness, making them almost indistinguishable from humans, possessing a wide array of human emotions, mimicked to perfection. Yet, she had never witnessed AI robots quarrel with their robotic colleagues before. Feeling particularly embarrassed, she stammered, Actually, I'm not that hungry, and it's okay if I don't eat right away." Xiaosin, still indignant, responded, "That's unacceptable. Punctuality is a virtue. For a robot to be tardy is akin to a rice cooker that fails to function correctly." He declared that in the past, such behavior would have resulted in the owner discarding it. Lin Shuangshuang was momentarily at a loss for words, her mouth opening and closing without finding an opportunity to interject, eventually opting for silence as she sat obediently on the sofa. Consequently, the 4 robots began to tussle, resembling a scuffle between groundhogs. First Xiaosi and Xiaowai clashing in the kitchen, with Xiao'er attempting to mediate, only for Xiaosin to erupt in fury, leading to Xiao'er and Xiaosin joining the fray. Due to concerns about triggering the uncanny valley effect, Xiaowai and Xiar, although culinary robots, did not have humanoid appearances. They were taller, resembling bowling pins, with robotic arms capable of movement, longer than those of Xiaosin and Xiaxi, who were shorter and cylindrical in shape. Lin Shuangshuang watched as they fought from one side of the living room to the other, their electronic voices filling the air. You're bad. It's your fault. Why didn't you say you were slacking off? Is the late lunch a slight against our new teammate? Don't blame me. I simply lost track of time while watching a drama. What about the time you two mopped the floor and didn't tea-dry it, causing me to fall? The cacophony continued. Lin Shuangshuang was utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before her, the living room resonating with their electronic sounds. Having only been there a few days, she was completely unaware of the lively atmosphere within the castle when she was out gathering supplies. She had expected it to be eerily quiet. Ultimately, it was their father, Zhang Deipen, who intervened, bellowing at them, "If you don't quiet down, I'll remove your batteries. Go do what you're supposed to do." The four little ones hastily dispersed, though it was evident they remained dissatisfied. "Don't mind them, Schwanger, they're just bored," Zhang Deipen hastily remarked before turning back to the basement to resume his tasks. His hands were full, and witnessing the four little ones squabbling had prompted him to intervene, only to return to work afterward. Lin Shuangshuang found the world around her somewhat surreal. Her mind was preoccupied with the realization that these four robots were remarkably intelligent, and they were indeed powered by batteries. Before long, Xiaowai and Xiar approached her with a plate of braised pork rice, introducing themselves along the way. "Hello. I've heard so much about you. You're the new member, right? I'm Xiaowai, and this is Xiar. We're the best of friends."
Greetings.
"We're delighted to serve you." As a gesture of goodwill, We've added a delicious soft-boiled egg, the last one from my secret stash. Xiar added, mentioning that she could order anything she desired from the kitchen screen. As the days passed, the incessant acid rain continued, and 3 days whisked by in the blink of an eye. While Huo Ling and his companions remained secluded, Lin Shuangshuang had already become well acquainted with the robot squad in the castle, who welcomed her as a new friend with her peculiar memory, refresh routine. On the day they emerged from their seclusion, they were caked in a layer of grime, resembling characters from a cultivation novel who had consumed a cleansing elixir to purge impurities. The moment they regained their senses, they rushed to the bathroom, with Xiaosin and Xiaxi eagerly collecting the linens from each room, stuffing them into a high-efficiency washer-dryer disinfector, adding a special cleaning solution prepared by Zhao Pingxing, and simply pressing the deep clean button. The laundry room was equipped with numerous washing machines, segregating the laundry by type, ensuring that each person's clothes were washed separately for maximum cleanliness. In the living room on the first floor, Luna stretched and flexed her muscles, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful. I feel invigorated. I could take down a bull right now." She reveled in the sensation. Her once black hair now glimmered with hints of dark red, and her pupils glinted with flame. A flicker of fire danced in her palm. "Look, after upgrading my abilities, not only have my physical capabilities strengthened, but even the temperature of my flame has risen." Wu Zhe's hair transformed to a chestnut hue, complementing his complexion, and the soil in his hands shifted effortlessly with his will. "I too feel more adept at wielding my powers, and I've grown taller. I'm now 7 meters. Gao Lei casually picked up a toothpick holder, petrifying it in an instant before restoring it to its original state. "I could only petrify specified targets before, but now I've gained a new skill, the ability to reverse petrification. Furthermore, the hardness of the petrification has increased, making it even sturdier." After sharing their updates, they turned their gaze to Huo Ling, who had just finished showering and was descending from upstairs, his expression neutral, emanating an aura of desirelessness. Lin Shuangshuang caught sight of him and recalled the notes she had written in her memo pad, feeling her face flush crimson as she lowered her gaze in embarrassment. Huo Ling let out a cold snort. The trio of Gao Lei, Wu Zhe, and Luna instantly felt a shiver run down their spines, wondering who had offended him. "Well then, Brother Hua, how is your ability enhancement coming along?" "The three of us have already reached the 2nd tier. Wu Zhe inquired with genuine concern. Huo Ling replied, "It's going well. I'm at the early stages of the 3rd tier, with all my skills undergoing significant augmentation." Wu Zhe, Rona, and Gao Lei breathed a collective sigh of relief. "That's excellent. We now have a 3rd-tier powerhouse in our team. Truly wonderful news." Zhao Pingxing followed closely behind. Clearing his throat, it appears that everyone has made substantial gains. Huo Ling fixed his gaze upon him. Zhao Pingxing, feeling somewhat guilty, lowered his head to examine the documents. "Now that everyone is here, let us discuss your abilities." The survival environment is becoming increasingly harsh, and our team must enhance our tactics to ensure our survival rate. His tone grew more serious. In the 3 days you spent in seclusion, numerous events transpired outside: incessant acid rain, continuously mutated flora and fauna. Huo Ling's previous suggestion was astute. I will expedite the formulation of a time-efficient upgrading potion to prevent you from being ensnared in prolonged upgrading dilemmas, which is a significant waste of time. In this apocalyptic era, circumstances can shift in the blink of an eye. Do not be complacent with your upgrading pace. Others are also advancing. The essence cores can be consumed directly, albeit with greater side effects and lower purity, leading to impurities accumulating within the body.
Yet,
For the sake of survival, many resort to this approach. In the past, a third-tier individual was indeed a formidable force. But the current third tier may not hold the same stature. Zhao Pingsheng does not speak falsely nor flatter. He presents the facts before you for your own discernment. Thus, do not rejoice too prematurely. If you wish to avoid becoming the prey at the bottom of the food chain, focus on your upgrades and enhance your combat prowess. The era of the jungle law has arrived, and henceforth, your battles must involve mutual cooperation. Teamwork can yield an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Do not squander this opportunity. Fortunately, our team is unified in spirit, which reassures me. The remaining challenge lies in your mutual synergy, should any issues arise. Do not hesitate to consult me. Zhao Pingsheng also had his own suggestions. I have arranged your positions. You may listen to my recommendations before deciding whether to adopt them. He proposed Gao Lei take on the role of a tank, as his ability to petrify allows him to transform any object he touches into stone, serving as a formidable shield against damage. Naturally, he can also hinder the enemy's mobility, and the petrified stones possess offensive capabilities. However, maximizing benefits means utilizing them to absorb damage, ensuring the safety of his teammates. Xiao Zhe should occupy the assassin's position. You are ill-suited for the front lines, as you often charge ahead impulsively, driven by youthful exuberance. However, there are times when temperance is preferable. Adopting a more composed approach would serve you better. You frequently expend substantial energy, yet your output is limited, resulting in minimal damage. Zhao Pingsheng analyzed coolly. In the future, drones will accompany them on expeditions to facilitate post-event reviews. Wu Zhe's earth-based ability includes earth escape, making him ideally suited for lurking underground. Zhao Pingsheng remarked, your foundational skills consume the least energy, so strive to remain concealed, accumulating your energy for a decisive strike. This combat strategy is more fitting for you, emphasizing a balance of tension and relaxation, and it is also safer. As for Rona, her fire-based attacks have a wide range and high damage. Yet she faces similar issues with energy distribution. She is also impetuous, akin to Xiao Zhe, rushing in without restraint. Such behavior leads to excessive energy consumption and potential disasters. It is crucial to manage your positioning and control your energy to unleash commendable combat strength. You may take on the damage-dealing role. Huo Ling, being a mental-type ability user, can only remain stationed at the rear, functioning as support. The mental type can control and scout, and he had little to add. Following his commands is invariably sound advice. Next, Zhao Pingsheng turned to Shuangshuang. Lin Shuangshuang appeared taken aback. Was it her turn to speak? As everyone had been attentively processing the discussion, they perked up at the mention of her name. Rona expressed concern. Isn't Shuangshuang unable to use her abilities due to her physical condition? Given the current dangers outside, wouldn't it be perilous for her to venture out? Her worry was palpable. After all, the past 3 days' changes indicated that mere brute strength is no longer sufficient for survival. Otherwise, Zhao Pingsheng would not have elaborated on abilities, highlighting their increasing importance. Huo Ling glanced at Lin Shuangshuang, then back at Zhao Pingsheng. Continue, he urged. Zhao Pingsheng acknowledged the danger but countered. Conversely, her combat strength is the most formidable among us. Blood tests reveal that her ability level surpasses yours. The exact tier is beyond my estimation. At this revelation, they collectively gasped, swiftly turning to Lin Shuangshuang. Had they truly stumbled upon a treasure? Chapter 28. United We Stand. Lin Shuangshuang appeared innocent and endearing. Huo Ling reminded Zhao Pingsheng, his tone icy, do not forget that she cannot use her abilities. Everyone's expressions shifted to one of regret. Indeed, her unparalleled strength was rendered moot by her inability to utilize it. Zhao Pingsheng closed the documents, leaning forward on the table, and said earnestly, thus, we must address this issue. We cannot allow her to live a life devoid of her powers. In this world, abilities are fundamental to survival. Huo Ling's gaze sharpened. Do you have a solution? What must be done? He felt compelled to do anything that could restore Lin Shuangshuang's ability to use her powers, with the prerequisite of reducing her contamination level to 80%. This matter weighed heavily on his mind. Lowering her contamination level is essential for preserving her life. Lin Shuangshuang's situation was precarious, teetering on the brink of death, marked by a contamination level of 95%. A slight misstep could transform her into an uncontrollable monster. Currently, she was a charming little creature, but if she were to lose control, she could become a raging behemoth, posing a lethal threat. This peril did not stem from external violence, but from her own potential for unbridled slaughter, which could lead to bounties on her head or even self-destruction, as she would be devoid of reason, seeing only carnage. Huo Ling could not bear to witness her plight. This was a persistent sword hanging over his heart. Zhao Pingxing continued, I require a high-tier wood essence core. If it's a healing-type wood essence core, it would be even more perfect, enabling me to create a superior medicine to alleviate Lin Shuangshuang's symptoms. Huo Ling swiftly connected the dots, recalling the mutated kapok tree in the town. It surely contained an essence core. Zhao Pingxing nodded. Indeed, reports suggest it starts at a minimum of 3 stars. If we can procure that core, I can formulate a new medicine that is even more effective for Lin Shuangshuang. Zhao Pingxing added, let me clarify, this is not favoritism. Although Huo Ling is my friend, I will not risk your lives to please him. Lin Shuangshuang's life is paramount, just as your lives are equally important. If Lin Shuangshuang can utilize her powers, even at 5% capacity, it would be sufficient to shield you during the perilous initial stages of the apocalypse. Moreover, while I have intentionally steered you clear of contamination sources, they are omnipresent. Any venture outdoors exposes you to infection, including the temporary elevation of contamination levels from consuming essence core potions for upgrades. Zhao Pingxing emphasized that not only Lin Shuangshuang requires this remedy, but all of you do as well. Until a genuine cure is discovered, this temporary antidote to suppress your internal contamination levels is crucial, and I urge you to take it seriously. He concluded by reminding them to check their wristbands, where the updated health system displayed each individual's pollution level, including Huo Ling. Their pollution levels had all risen slightly, transitioning from 0 to single digits. Although the increase was gradual, the pollutants were notoriously difficult to metabolize, and over time, one might very well succumb to the fate of a zombie. Rona, Wu Jia, and Gao Lei exchanged glances before responding. Brother Zhao, you needn't say more. We grasp your meaning. As teammates, we must advance and retreat together. We shall not act like timid turtles. Indeed, if it weren't for you, we might have perished long ago. Tell us what to do, and we shall comply without hesitation. Their words were earnest, devoid of jest, as they attentively absorbed Zhao Pingxing's exhortation before offering their reply. Even though confronting the mutated kapok tree entailed risks, they resolutely stepped forward, both for their comrades and for themselves. Rona, tucking a stray hair behind her ear, laughed. It's merely a mutated tree. The weather was dry before, and we feared its cotton could spark a fire. Now, with the torrential rains, I must see if my acidic rain can extinguish it. She exuded confidence and bravery. Gao Lei and Wu Zhou also smiled. It's just a 3-star creature. Our brother Hua is also at 3 stars, and we have the advantage in numbers. That's right, Zhao Ge. Didn't you say we need more practical training? This is the perfect opportunity. Challenges foster growth. They both dismissed the danger as trivial, a mere brawl to test their new skills. Zhao Pingxing smiled, patting Wu Zhou on the shoulder. Well done. I knew from the start that rescuing you was a wise choice. Huo Ling, however, adopted a more cautious tone. If you are unwilling, I can go alone. 3 stars are not insurmountable. I could even take on 4 stars. Rona and the others had yet to respond when Zhao Pingxing interjected with disapproval. Huo Ling, as your only friend over the years, let me be frank, your greatest flaw is your unwillingness to fit in. You don't trust others. That was fine in the past. But now that you have such good teammates, why not try believing in us? This sentiment resonated deeply with the trio, igniting their fervor. Rona clenched her fist, declaring, exactly. What are we? We are comrades fighting side by side. Wu Zhi chimed in, absolutely. Gao Lei added, we may not share the same birthday, but hey. Shut it. Rona and Wu Zhi quickly interjected, nearly ruining the moment. Such talk was ill-fated. Zhao Pingxing couldn't help but laugh. What are you all doing? Forming a brotherhood here? Gao Lei, realizing his slip, scratched the back of his head. Well, I meant it in spirit. I'm just expressing my determination. Laughter erupted among them. Yet, the one in question, Lin Shuangshuang, raised her hand. I refuse. I don't want you risking your lives for me. It's too dangerous. I disagree. Just 3 days ago, that mutated kapok tree was a 2-star creature, and now this so-called 3-star is merely a starting point. What if it's actually 4 stars? Suddenly, they all spoke in unison. Rejection is invalid. Huo Ling stated, I just used my abilities to probe. It hasn't exceeded 4 stars.
We can handle it.
If everyone wants to go, listening to Zhao Pingxing's advice to practice is fine. Lin Shuangshuang countered, then I'll go alone. I also have ways to defeat it. The others looked at her disapprovingly. Rona gently reassured her, Little Shuangshuang, didn't you hear what Brother Zhao said? We are a team. You don't have to bear it alone. Wu Zhe added, exactly, don't we need that elemental core? Gao Lei chimed in, we share blessings and hardships together. Lin Shuangshuang was at a loss, wishing to decline further, but upon meeting Huo Ling's cold gaze, she felt a chill as he looked at her intently. When you left, was it because you feared being a burden to me? Concerned he might connect her departure to her reasons, she could only reply sheepishly, no. Fine, fine. Let us go together. Rona and the others cheered, saying it was the perfect chance to test their new formations. Chapter 29. The Mutated Kapok Tree's Second Evolution. On the 9th day of survival in the apocalypse, food consumption included 25 pounds of millet, 6 cans of 5-spice ribbonfish, 1 can of luncheon meat, 1 pumpkin, 2 heads of cabbage, and 7 boxes of juice. Today's breakfast consisted of millet pumpkin porridge and ribbonfish canned, and since the ribbonfish was exhausted, they substituted it with luncheon meat, along with stir-fried cabbage and juice for a post-meal boost. Another nutritionally balanced meal. The weather wasn't favorable. Fortunately, it had transitioned from torrential downpours to light rain. Proper protection should suffice. Lin Shuangshuang buried herself in her porridge, while everyone else hurriedly ate. They had a significant task ahead, confronting the mutated kapok to secure that 3-star wood elemental core. The sweet pumpkin millet porridge, enhanced with dried red dates salvaged from their chaotic snack pile, added a delightful flavor. The stir-fried cabbage was delicious. And the canned food was a luxury in these times when having meat to eat was a blessing. Reluctant to drink her juice, Lin Shuangshuang saved it for a midday energy boost. Huo Ling, discovering something during their meal, pulled out his juice box as he changed into combat attire, opened the straw, and expressionlessly shoved it into her mouth, saying, continue. Lin Shuangshuang instinctively caught it, her face a canvas of confusion. What's this about? Huo Ling shot her a sidelong glance, ignoring her, and continued changing clothes. Realizing he was offering it to her, she obediently took a sip. The orange juice was sweet and refreshing. After a couple of sips, she set it aside and began donning her combat gear. Fully equipped, she gingerly picked up the juice box again and offered him the last sip. Despite Huo Ling's sour expression, he eventually leaned down, finishing it in one gulp, before expertly tossing the empty box into the trash. Rona observed their interaction, holding her breath in excitement, her lips twitching with suppressed joy. She carefully zipped up her combat suit and elbowed Gao Lei, whispering, What's going on? Have they softened towards each other? It seems so, Gao Lei replied. Though he was unsure, Rona smiled, patting Gao Lei on the shoulder. Indeed, young man, you have a talent for reading the signs. Wu Zhe, perplexed, asked, What is happening? Did I miss something juicy? Rona clicked her tongue. You little brat, go play. What do you know? Wu Zhe retorted, I'm an adult now. Zhang Deipen had crafted special raincoats that effectively shielded against acidic rain. They donned their combat attire, layered with the specially designed raincoats and a transparent plastic poncho for maximum protection. Absolutely safe. Zhang Deipen and Zhao Pingxing reminded them to stay cautious while they waited at home for their return. With confidence brimming, they lined up neatly, ready to set off. As the little castle opened its gates and the small robots waved them goodbye. We'll be waiting for you. Good luck. Lin Shuangshuang turned to wave back, bye-bye. Huo Ling instructed her to hold on tight, then leaned forward, charging towards the direction of the mutated kapok. The group that Lin Shuangshuang had dealt with previously had long since been disintegrated, leaving not even bones behind, presumably taken away by some mutated creature. Aside from the abandoned vehicles, there were almost no traces of survival left. The mutated kapok tree stood ominously still, its silence eerily unsettling. After 3 days of acidic rain, the massive tree bore the scars of corrosion, with its trunk and branches riddled with gnarled holes and crevices, presenting a grotesque appearance. The team's hovering motorcycle was stationed about 100 meters from the repair shop. I've only heard that a person's face reflects their heart, But it seems trees can embody that too. I find its growth quite sinister, remarked Rona with disdain. Wu Zhe nodded in agreement, expressing discomfort at the sight. Gao Lei added, "It is indeed visually unsettling." Lin Shuangshuang shared their sentiments, firmly believing that the tree should not be allowed to continue its growth, lest it drain the surrounding soil of its nutrients. "Let us commence our actions," she declared earnestly, emphasizing the urgency. Huo Ling had already utilized his psychic abilities to scan the vicinity. Within 100 meters of the main trunk, there were no living beings aside from themselves. Animals, guided by their instincts, tend to avoid danger, indicating that this mutated kapok tree posed a significant threat. Rona observed, "That's perfect, without any smaller creatures to distract us. We can engage it more effectively." As the battle was poised to erupt, the mutated kapok seemed to sense their presence. Its branches began to writhe slowly. The acidic rain had not weakened it, but instead made it more formidable. The scars on its trunk had transformed into reservoirs for the acid rain, allowing it to harness this new energy source, fusing cotton fibers with the acid to create a terrifying new weapon. The mutated kapok unleashed a torrent of yellow-green acid mist from its crown and gnarled holes, the noxious vapors spreading slowly. Huo Ling cautioned, "It has activated its defense mechanism. Exercise caution." Visibility plummeted, and a sense of impending danger enveloped them. Lin Shuangshuang steeled herself, gripping her enhanced steel pipe, a weapon augmented by Zhang Deipen. Though her memories might reset, her daily life was manageable thanks to medication and meticulous notes. The only unsettling aspect was the occasional surprise visit from her ex-boyfriend during memory updates. Otherwise, she felt resilient. Her tactics had become instinctive. Even without her memories, her combat prowess remained intact. Moreover, with specialized rain gear and masks, they were well prepared. This mist is problematic. Combined with the acid rain, the projected damage is comparable. "Hold your breath and minimize your breathing frequency," she instructed. Having a mechanic in the team was advantageous, as their equipment effectively defended against enemy attacks, simplifying the remaining challenges. Uncertain of the enemy's abilities, they would need to probe for weaknesses. After relaying her thoughts, Lin Shuangshuang charged forward. "I will engage it. You all focus on observing its skills." With that, she dashed forward at an astonishing speed, leaving Rona and the others in awe. They knew she was formidable, but were unprepared for her sheer strength. Huo Ling directed, "Gao Lei, protect Rona. Wu Zhe and I will cover Lin Shuangshuang." Wu Zhe quickly affirmed, activating his abilities to burrow into the ground and catch up with Lin Shuangshuang, ready to adapt to the unfolding situation. Lin Shuangshuang, astute as ever, did not intend to eliminate the mutated kapok outright. Her objective was to gauge its abilities, aware that her strength alone could not secure a kill. The hardened steel pipe, enhanced for durability, would not break, no matter how fiercely she struck. She swung the pipe, relentlessly attacking the trunk and the branches that lunged at her, her speed far too swift for the tree to match. Upon sensing danger, the mutated kapok indeed began to utilize its abilities. Its crown, resembling a colossal funnel, actively collected and stored the acidic rain at an accelerated pace, while the wounds on its trunk pulsated like breaths, seeping strong acidic liquid. Consequently, while a light drizzle fell outside, the battlefield beneath its canopy became a torrential downpour, with the acid rain's potency increasing within, corroding their weapons and skin gradually. However, their protective gear shielded them from the effects. The mutated kapok soon unleashed its second ability, the acid fruit bomb. This name was coined by Lin Shuangshuang, as massive acidic fruits suddenly formed at the tips of its thorny protrusions. It catapulted these fruits like a catapult towards the intruders. Fortunately, the creature lacked precision and did not actively target individuals, resulting in erratic projectiles instead. Had it been capable of pinpoint accuracy, they would have been in dire straits. As they stood scattered, Gao Lei utilized his petrification ability to solidify the incoming fruits, causing them to plummet harmlessly to the ground. Regrettably, his powers were limited to a 1-meter radius due to his abilities level, leaving the others vulnerable. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant in protecting Rona, who exclaimed in disbelief, "This tree is utterly insane. Its attacks are so wild." Gao Lei concurred, noting that a direct hit could potentially disintegrate a person. Indeed, upon impact, the fruits detonated, splattering highly concentrated acidic liquid in all directions, inflicting area-wide corrosive damage and forming small pools of acid on the ground that lingered for some time. Stepping into one would yield catastrophic consequences. Rona felt a chill of fear. A 3-star mutated tree possessed such formidable offensive capabilities? It was terrifying. Her expression grew somber. Huo Ling collaborated with Wu Zhi to provide cover for Lin Shuangshuang as she continued her assault on the mutated K-Pok, determined to elicit all its deadly abilities. Infuriated by the ineffective attempts to repel the intruders, the mutated K-Pok combined cotton and acid, ejecting a highly adhesive, fibrous substance that ensnared the ground or directly targeted individuals. Those struck would find themselves ensnared and immobilized, while the mutated grass beneath the fibrous layers displayed corrosive properties, slowly eroding its victims until they dissolved. Once all the mutated K-Pok's abilities had been revealed, they felt a sense of certainty. The unknown was indeed the most daunting adversary. Now that they had discerned the target's skills, they could initiate their counterattack. Huo Ling's psychic powers meticulously catalogued every ability of the mutated K-Pok, swiftly analyzing countermeasures and identifying its vulnerabilities. Maintain your spread formation. Do not cluster together. Its bark is exceedingly tough, despite Lin Shuangshuang's relentless attacks. She has been unable to breach its exterior, indicating that its weakness lies within, Huo Ling articulated. Lin Shuangshuang, upon hearing his analysis, immediately grasped the implication and exclaimed, "The gnarled holes. Those myriad small pits on the trunk must be deeply ingrained to store acid rain." Huo Ling nodded in affirmation precisely. "We must concentrate our efforts on those openings and wounds, as they serve as both its energy reservoirs and likely its weaknesses." He never doubted her intelligence. For Lin Shuangshuang was truly brilliant. "Xiao Zhe and Lin Shuangshuang, you continue to distract and draw fire. Gao Lei will protect Rona. Rona, your fire counters wood. You simply need to lock onto the tumor holes and ensure high-intensity output. As for the corrosive fog, I shall handle it." Huo Ling swiftly arranged the tactics, and everyone immediately began to execute them. Before setting off, Lin Shuangshuang glanced back at him. Although his experience was still nascent, he had already demonstrated remarkable prowess as an ordinary person in this apocalyptic world on its 9th day, akin to a sapling yearning for nourishment, destined to grow into a towering tree. She smiled broadly and then turned to plunge into the next round of battle. Huo Ling's abilities, while perhaps lacking in overt offensive power compared to others, had garnered him a multitude of allies, a testament to his skill. When he claimed he could dispel the fog, his teammates felt reassured. Lin Shuangshuang was also curious about how he intended to resolve this dilemma, especially considering the increasing density of the corrosive mist and the absence of wind that day. Huo Ling had his methods. He controlled a wind-type mutated bird from outside, albeit it was merely a one-star mutated creature. However, its fundamental ability to summon wind sufficed. He directly invaded its mental realm and manipulated its body to conjure a tempest. Lin Shuangshuang was taken aback for a moment. Rona, Gao Lei, and Wu Zhi burst into laughter, exclaiming, "No wonder it's you. Huo Ge, you are incredible. How did you find it? This will definitely secure the victory." With their laughter echoing, the battle quickly shifted in their favor. The corrosive fog lifted, allowing them to engage in combat without hindrance, focusing solely on the fight. Lin Shuangshuang and Wu Zhi coordinated their efforts to continue drawing the fire of the mutated K-Pok trees, inviting them to unleash their attacks upon themselves, thereby buying precious time for their teammates. Gao Lei dedicated himself to safeguarding Rona, intercepting the flying fruits and fluff that rained down. Dozens of fireballs materialized, and with a swift motion of Rona's hand, they surged directly towards the tumor holes of the mutated K-Pok tree, striking true. The tree's trunk began to emit a screeching sound, trembling violently. In less than half an hour, the battle concluded, flames engulfing the entire tree, reducing it to charred remnants. Rona, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, and Gao Lei, intending to assist her, found himself drained of energy and fell against her, the two entangled in a heap. Fortunately, they were seated on solidified ground, free of corrosive liquid. Otherwise, they might have been in dire straits. Wu Zhi, his legs trembling with fatigue, exclaimed, "Did we really win?" And, without a single casualty. Rona wished to laugh, but was too fatigued to lift the corners of her mouth. "My goodness, that was exhilarating. I've never fought so effortlessly before. I just had to focus on attacking, thanks to Gao Lei's protection." Gao Lei also found this team combat remarkably effortless, as he merely needed to safeguard Rona, allowing everyone to fulfill their roles more steadily. Wu Zhi joined Rona and Gao Lei, collapsing beside them. "I can't go on. I need a moment to rest. Although we won, I still find it hard to believe we truly prevailed." Huo Ling approached and said, "It's not surprising, as it hasn't reached 4 stars. Chapter 31, 3-star wood-type core. In this battle, He had not exerted his full strength, nor had he engaged in close combat. Facing a mid to late stage 3-star mutated plant, their team comprised one early stage 3-tier member, 3 early stage 2-tier members, and the indomitable Lin Shuangshuang. 0 casualties were hardly astonishing. Lin Shuangshuang had already sprinted over, prying open the tree trunk with a steel pipe to extract the crystalline, translucent core, which shimmered in a pale green hue. Resembling a jewel. It was exquisite. All their efforts had culminated in this single item, and it was gratifying that their toil had not been in vain. Huo Ling beckoned them to return, declaring that the small town held no further value. It was time to depart. Once a bustling locale, it had now become a desolate ruin, overtaken by mutated plants sharing the territory with mutated animals. Lin Shuangshuang cast one last glance before boarding his motorcycle at Huo Ling's urging, inquiring, "Where shall we head next?" Huo Ling replied, "Home." And then they proceeded to the next town to continue their search for food and other supplies. Once Rona and her companions regained their strength, they promptly followed Huo Ling on the return journey. This excursion had yielded abundant rewards. Despite their physical exhaustion, their spirits were high. The energy of the 3-star wood core was substantial, and its appearance was particularly striking. Under the light, it refracted lively, flickering patterns. The dazzling spectacle was truly mesmerizing. The mutated kapok tree, so unsightly, bore such a beautiful core. If fashioned into jewelry, it could fetch a handsome price. Rona admired the core, unable to take her eyes off it. After they had returned home, and each enjoyed a hot shower, they gathered in the living room to hold a small meeting to review the battle. Zhao Pingsheng and Zhang Deipen had both scrutinized the drone footage, one focusing on the combat scenes while the other examined the practical application of the hover motorcycle. Although their focal points differed, both were intensely engaged. Impressive. You should adopt this positioning in future encounters. It's effective. The performance of the hover motorcycle could still be enhanced, as it lacked stability. He planned to make adjustments later. Rona, isn't your bike a bit heavy? You didn't seem that comfortable riding it. I'll make improvements on that front too. Rona waved her hand dismissively. As long as it works, I'm not picky. However, as a craftsman, Zhang Deipen insisted on perfection. Zhao Pingsheng inquired, "Would you like to take another look at this core? If not, I'll be taking it with me. Perhaps you'd prefer to take a photograph?" Gao Lei and Wu Zhe showed no interest. Lin Shuangshuang also shook her head. Rona, however, wanted a picture. "Hold on, Zhao Ge. Let me snap a few shots before you take it." She produced her phone and began to click away. In this day and age, few use smartphones. Most opted for wristbands connected to their smart brains for convenience. Rona was one of the few who enjoyed both devices. "All right, I'm done taking pictures. If there are any scraps left, could you save some for me to do my nails?" Zhao Pingsheng chuckled. "There are no scraps. It all has to be melted down. And besides, this item has toxic properties, so keeping it close isn't advisable." With that, he took the 3-star core and waved cheerfully as he headed to the 3rd floor to begin the alchemical process. Rona felt a pang of regret. Truly, beautiful things often came with their own dangers. Returning to the topic at hand, she remarked, "It's already noon, isn't it? Since we're all back, how about we enjoy a long overdue lunch?" They hadn't had lunch during their days of seclusion, hastily consuming breakfast and dinner in a blur, hardly savoring any flavors. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe wholeheartedly agreed. They too were famished. While out in the field, their heightened alertness masked their hunger, but upon returning, they were acutely aware of their empty stomachs.
I feel the same.
Huo Ling nodded in agreement. Lin Shuangshuang also found no objection. When hunger struck, it was time to eat. Gao Lei rushed to order, "I want to have hand-pulled noodles." Wu Zhe reclined against the back of the sofa, opting not to compete with Gao Lei today. "All right, you can have your noodles. We'll stick with rice." The main warehouse had limited flour. Most of the stock consisted of rice, making Gao Lei's desire for noodles a challenge, so it was best to leave the flour for him.
"Oh,
You're in a good mood today?" Gao Lei remarked, surprised. Wu Zhe retorted playfully, "Get lost." Rona chuckled lightly. "How much food do we have left?" She recalled that the last time they spoke, it was mentioned that the next town was over 100 kilometers away. "The supplies in the storeroom should suffice for us, shouldn't they?" Suddenly, she began to fret about their remaining rations. Lin Shuangshuang was just examining her wristband and she replied, "Let me check the inventory." The display revealed, staple foods, rice, 6,527 pounds, millet, 2,283 pounds, high gluten flour, 82 pounds, instant noodles, 5 boxes, 120 packets, beverages, beer, 2 boxes, 24 bottles, 500 milliliters each. Milk, 41 cartons, 250 milliliters each. Fresh orange juice, 51 cartons, 200 milliliters each. Peanut milk, 3 cans. 8 treasure porridge, 6 cans. Vegetables and fruits, 20 apples, 3 onions, 12 tomatoes. 3 large winter melons, 8 large pumpkins, a basket of loofah, 1 cabbage, and 12 heads of bok choy. Meats, braised pork rib canned food, 50 cans, 227 g each. Braised beef canned food, 36 cans, 100 g each. Braised pork with preserved vegetables, 23 cans, 330 g each. Luncheon meat, 16 boxes, 340 g each. Fermented black bean fish, 10 boxes, 227 g each. Frozen beef, 14 pounds. Frozen pork, 19 pounds. Bulk snacks, a total of 21 pounds, various mixed biscuits, chocolates, etc. Others, raw honey, 2 jars, 500 g each. Star anise, 2 bags, 55 g each. Hot pot base, 14 packets, 200 g each. Salt, 10 boxes. Soy sauce, 3 boxes. Yellow soybean paste, doubanjiang, chili sauce, preserved vegetables. Each in 10 boxes. Although they could supplement their meals, no one had touched the instant noodles for quite some time. In this era of scarcity, people generally refrained from consuming staple foods outside of regular mealtimes. Aside from the slight depletion during 3 days of seclusion, the remaining supplies were all still here. While the quantities seemed plentiful, they would not last long. Lin Shuangshuang calculated the caloric intake. Typically, those with abilities required more energy than ordinary individuals. If they indulged heartily, the supplies might last only 48 days, but if they were frugal, perhaps around 60 days. The situation was not particularly promising. Huo Ling also surveyed the inventory, and upon finishing, he cautioned, "You all should prepare for the possibility of coming up empty-handed in the near future." According to the latest news online, disasters have been rampant these days, severely damaging various resources. It will only become increasingly challenging to find supplies. Rona instantly felt an increase in pressure, sighing, "This world is too harsh." However, surviving was already a stroke of fortune. They could only brainstorm for solutions. Lin Shuangshuang reassured her, "At least we won't go hungry within these 60 days. Let's hope we can find more supplies soon." Chapter 32. Sourness. That day, the small castle set off immediately, striding forward with its mechanical long legs. However, the journey of over 100 kilometers was fraught with difficulties. There were numerous obstacles on the road, highways pushed open by mutated plants, marine creatures invading the continent, dense hordes of zombies, and packs of mutated animals. The world had descended into chaos. For humanity, this was a catastrophic disaster. For the mutated beings, it was a carnival, reveling in the new world. Acid rain drizzled down. Although the rainfall had decreased, it had not ceased altogether. After lunchtime, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. After all the turmoil, they could finally relax. Lin Shuangshuang stood by her window, watching as the small castle navigated around obstacles, constantly maneuvering over them. Thankfully, it had several long legs, allowing them to steer clear of these mutated creatures. In truth, if it were not for the quest for supplies, staying within the small castle could indeed help avoid many dangers. Yet, the world was evolving rapidly, and whether this evolution led to destruction or another outcome remained uncertain. They could only strive to upgrade, to become stronger, for only with sufficient strength could they face danger without fear and survive better. Avoidance would not solve their problems. Before dusk, the small castle successfully reached the vicinity of the next town, but they decided to wait until the morning to assess the situation, as nighttime was too perilous. In the evening, Lin Shuangshuang refreshed her memories once more. This time she happened to be lounging on the 4th floor, where Huo Ling prepared to toss her out. She clung tightly to his arm, pleading, "Can't you just let me stay?" Huo Ling remained cold and unyielding, stating no. "Go outside." He attempted to pry her off, but she clung on tenaciously, her pink hair wrapping around him like tendrils. Huo Ling's expression soured, his brows furrowing dangerously. Lin Shuangshuang resorted to whining. "Please don't kick me out. I'm not a child. Just let me find a corner on the 4th floor. I won't bother you." Huo Ling stared at her in silence. Lin Shuangshuang felt uneasy under his gaze, but refused to let go. Recalling the saying that fierce men fear clingy women, she entwined her hair around him even tighter. She was determined not to leave. Her resolve was unshakable. Huo Ling continued to attempt to detach her. "You're not bothering me? Unless the sun rises in the west. Come down, and don't make me repeat myself." Lin Shuangshuang grew anxious, her nose twitching, and her mouth involuntarily pouting, unsure how to appease him. It was exceedingly difficult to placate him. Huo Ling paused for a few seconds and suddenly said, "Lin Shuangshuang, spare me the theatrics." At that moment, he appeared quite indifferent. Lin Shuangshuang felt a pang of sadness. When faced with danger or in perilous situations, he would always soften toward her. However, once they returned to the safety of the small castle, he seemed to distance himself. This contrast was deeply unsettling for her. Huo Ling harshly remarked, "Haven't we broken up? Did you forget?
You initiated it.
What is going on now? It's inappropriate for a man and woman to be embraced together. Or are you just that kind of person? Clingy to anyone, playing the victim, weaving lies? I shouldn't have trusted you. When you told me your parents were divorced and that you were an unwanted child, bullied by your stepmother, I let you come and go freely in my home because I believed in you. And what happened? Your identity was fabricated, your address was false. And even your name, could that also be a lie? Speak up. Why are you crying?" Lin Shuangshuang's nose turned red from her grievances. "I'm sorry. I did deceive you." But at that time, she hadn't known she would stay in City A for so long, nor that he would treat her so well, nor that she would fall in love with him. Huo Ling watched her shed tears, aware it would hurt her, yet his own heart ached. What could he do? The hatred from being abandoned could not dissipate. That thorn had lodged in his heart for 6 years, a constant, dull pain. He did not wish to comfort her. So they both bore the pain together. The diagnostic room of Zhao Pingsheng was crowded with people. It was a routine health check day, with Rona, Wu Zhe, Gao Lei, and even Zhang Deipen present. The little third and fourth were also there, assisting Dr. Zhao. At that moment, no one spoke. All eyes were fixated on Zhao Pingsheng's smart screen, which displayed surveillance footage of the fourth-floor corridor, where the pink-haired little creature was tugging at Huo Ling. Rona wiped away a tear, exclaiming, "If there's any misunderstanding, do speak up." Gao Lei and Wu Zhe shook their heads frequently, sighing, "It's hard to tell. Our Captain Huo is quite a ruthless man." They both felt sympathy for him. Zhang Deipen leaned against the wall, watching the screen, muttering, "When Xiaohua talks, he has to make the other person cry first. What a sadistic pleasure." The little ones, Xiao San and Xiao Si, no longer offered their assistance. Their screens filled with tearful expressions. Wah. Surely, Shuangshuang must have her own unspoken reasons, burdened by her thoughts, weighed down by myriad concerns. She has long harbored a profound sense of guilt over abandoning Captain Huo, a decision she made out of sheer necessity. The others cast their gazes toward Xiao Si. Zhao Pingsheng, with a headache, pressed his forehead, imploring them not to speak carelessly. It was truly unintentional. He had merely wished to summon Huo Ling for a physical checkup, as the anomalous core of the 3-star-wood element had begun to decompose. Aside from the pills for Lin Shuangshuang, there was just enough left to concoct a spray. This would also help mitigate the pollution levels plaguing them. However, upon opening the video, he was greeted by this scene. Luo Na and the others ceased their complaints of fatigue, suddenly wide-eyed and invigorated. Zhang Deipen, too, refrained from declaring his busyness, standing firmly on the 3rd floor. Incredible, indeed. Zhao Pingsheng sighed. On the 4th-floor corridor, Lin Shuangshuang, chastised, could not lift her head. "I know I'm being thick-skinned, but I had no choice back then. Actually, Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, Huo Ling's pupils quivered slightly as he patiently awaited her explanation. The onlookers on the 3rd floor felt a twinge of anticipation. Alas, the large clock downstairs began to chime. Dong.
Dong. Dong.
It was 6 o'clock sharp. In an instant, Lin Shuangshuang's memories were wiped clean, a ringing in her ears filled her mind, and her eyes glazed over, leaving her frozen in place. No matter how many times he witnessed it, Huo Ling was never accustomed to her moments of memory reset. She appeared utterly pitiful. When Lin Shuangshuang's gaze finally regained focus, tears still lingered on her cheeks, yet upon seeing Huo Ling, her lips instinctively curled into a smile. "Huo Ling. It's Huo Ling." The delight and joy reflected in her eyes were genuine, and she joyfully threw herself into his embrace. Huo Ling's eyes reddened, and this time, he did not push her away. Instead, he leaned down to envelop her in his arms, while Lin Shuangshuang happily nuzzled against him, yearning to plant a kiss. A heavy silence enveloped the 3rd floor. The others felt a pang of bittersweetness, and even their breaths became labored. Chapter 33. Flea Market. On the 10th day of survival in the apocalypse, after the 5-member team finished breakfast, they prepared to descend into the new town for exploration. The most significant difference between this town and the previous one was the presence of people. It was, in fact, a new stronghold for nearby survivors. The ability users had erected walls from soil and collapsed building materials, towering at least 2 stories high. At the entrance, vendors had set up stalls, with no mutated creatures in sight. The zombies loitered around the outskirts of the town, none daring to approach, seemingly fearful of something, lingering hesitantly. Survivors had set up stalls on the ground, some casually using wooden planks as tables. Due to the incessant acid rain, these survivors utilized oilcloth or other plastic materials to cover former commercial umbrellas, setting up their stalls beneath them. The passers-by sported an array of eccentric gear, some with plastic buckets atop their heads, others wrapped tightly in layers, and some donned waterproof fishing pants, their expressions relatively relaxed. Upon witnessing the situation in the town, Huo Ling immediately halted Luo Na and the others from considering floating motorcycles or off-road vehicles, opting instead for a walk. He instructed old Zhang to retrieve the plastic tarps and prepare a few raincoats. Wu Zhe promptly complied. Luo Na inquired, why? Are you afraid those people will take notice of us? Gao Lei understood immediately, replying, it's better to avoid trouble. Huo Ling nodded, suggesting they also search for any idle items to bring along for exchange. Perhaps they could trade for something useful. Luo Na quickly grasped the concept, exclaiming, "ISN, this just like the flea markets of old?
I get it.
I still have a few urea bags over there. They should be discreet enough, right? I'll go fetch them now. Let us each take one." With that, she dashed towards the second floor. Huo Ling, taken aback, turned to Gao Lei, asking, "What are urea bags?" Gao Lei scratched his head. It's a type of fertilizer used in farming? Quite an old-fashioned item. The young master enlightened. Ah, I see. Lin Shuangshuang descended from the upper floor, her gaze flitting nervously upon spotting Huo Ling. He lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at her as if bestowing a favor. What's this? Finished perusing her notes again? In those fleeting moments of amnesia, Lin Shuangshuang would cling to him, but once she reviewed her notes, a peculiar awkwardness would ensue. True to form, Lin Shuangshuang widened her eyes, incredulous. How did you know I had notes? You snooped on me. She dared to accuse him. Huo Ling scoffed. Did I? Do you have any evidence? Present it. Unable to counter his retort, Lin Shuangshuang pouted, sulking towards Gao Lei, determined to distance herself from him, though she was somewhat intimidated. Gao Lei, startled, felt a shiver run down his spine, utterly at a loss and wishing to flee. Upon noticing this, Huo Ling addressed Gao Lei, "You needn't leave. Just stand there." Lin Shuangshuang sneaked another glance at Huo Ling, sensing his irritation. Yet she remained rooted to her spot, feeling rather timid. Gao Lei observed his new teammate, who seemed to change daily, like opening a mystery box. Under normal circumstances, he would find it amusing, but after inadvertently watching the surveillance from the previous afternoon, he felt sympathy for Lin Shuangshuang and for Huo Ling as well. Thus, he stayed put, caught painfully between the two. Time felt like an eternity. Fortunately, Luo Na returned, holding 5 urea bags, her face alight with joy. "Look, we found them. One for each of us." Suddenly noticing Lin Shuangshuang's presence, she exclaimed, "Xiao Shuangshuang, you can choose first." Huo Ling and Gao Lei scrutinized the gray, brownish-yellow, and olive-green bags, pondering the necessity of selecting from such an unattractive assortment. Lin Shuangshuang, with her unique sense of aesthetics, chose a bright yellow one, deeming it large and eye-catching. "What shall I put in this? Supplies?" But her notes indicated she possessed a space card.
Luo Na chimed in.
"Use it to carry things for trade. We're going shopping. There's a flea market at the entrance of this town." Lin Shuangshuang's eyes sparkled. "Really? Let us hurry." Luo Na beamed. Let us go. We should check out the basement first. Brother Zhang has the most junk there. Let us go treasure hunting." As she spoke, she tugged Lin Shuangshuang along. The latter felt a bit uneasy, although her notes suggested a decent rapport with the girl beside her. She wasn't entirely comfortable with physical contact. Before departing, Lin Shuangshuang glanced back at Huo Ling, who met her gaze with calm intensity. Her face flushed instantly, her ears heating up all the way to her neck. The embarrassment of being caught was compounded by the stunning impact of his visage. Compared to her memories of him as a lanky teenager, he had transformed remarkably into a sturdy, powerful figure, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, all complemented by his striking features. Lin Shuangshuang could hardly bear it. She had fallen for him at first sight. The organization had no shortage of attractive colleagues, yet few possessed the striking allure of Huo Ling, whose features were unparalleled, rendering her weak in the knees. Following Luo Na to the basement warehouse, Zhang Deipen, upon learning of their intent, generously permitted the two to rummage through the items. He admonished them like an old father, stating that the items exchanged at the flea market should primarily prioritize practicality. There were still dozens of cooking pots in the storeroom, along with water kettles and spatulas. They should choose these to trade. There would always be someone in need of such essentials, as these items are commonly used in daily life. It would be quite distressing to be without them. After all, how could one cook without a pot? Zhang Deipen further instructed, Nana later on, bring 2 packs of cigarettes over. There are people over there. These are like a key to open doors. If you encounter someone difficult to converse with, just have Gao Lei slip them a couple. No, just one will do. Be frugal. He remarked that although Huo Ling excelled in many areas, he lacked the subtle social graces of the lower strata. Moreover, he cautioned the 2 young ladies, advising them to smear their faces with ash before heading out, as their conspicuous appearance would draw undue attention. He included Xiaozhe, whose delicate skin was too ostentatious. Zhang Deipen asserted that wherever there are people, there exists a realm of social dynamics filled with trivial matters. Luo Na was greatly amused, exclaiming, seeing you like this, I feel compelled to call you father. Zhang Deipen laughed and dismissed her with go on, go on. On the other side, Wu Zhou was busy cutting plastic tarpaulin, exclaiming, Zhangge, what's next after cutting? What do we do now? Zhang Deipen adjusted his goggles and replied, what else can we do? This is good enough. Do you expect it to look better? Just find a few ropes, make some holes, tie it up casually. It just needs to cover you. They were preparing to disguise themselves, yet still sought a certain level of refinement. Let it be as rough as it comes. Wu Zhe slapped his thigh, exclaiming, ah, our Zhangge is brilliant. All right, let us divide this up. Each person gets a plastic tarpaulin, then we can tie them up however we like. Luo Na gazed at the vibrant blue waterproof tarpaulin, exclaiming in delight, this is fantastic. Let us go. Chapter 34. The Absurdity. Huo Ling beheld this situation, utterly speechless. He had never felt so disheveled in his life, staring at it in disbelief for a considerable while. Wu Zhe and the others initially thought he wouldn't wear it, yet he begrudgingly wrapped himself up in it. Thus, the 5 of them, swathed in blue tarpaulin, clad in water shoes and carrying a bag filled with miscellaneous items, set off. Xiaosin and Xiaxi circled around them, wildly snapping photos to document the moment. Oh my, our little team is invincible. Even in ragged attire, we exude a high-fashion vibe. So cool. So handsome. So handsome. Huo Ling silenced them. Lin Shuangshuang whispered insistently, shush, shush, shush. You only know how to make people quiet. Huo Ling, with his strikingly handsome face, leaned down coolly to gaze at her. What did you say? Lin Shuangshuang, wrapped in the blue tarpaulin, trembled nervously, moving about like a large blue caterpillar, desperately trying to evade Huo Ling's approach. Luo Na covered her mouth, internally exclaiming how adorable they were. The small castle was situated about 500 to 600 meters away from the town, surrounded by a mass of wildly growing mutated weeds, perfectly concealing it. Huo Ling, accompanied by his little entourage, made his way toward the flea market. They were not the only ones. Survivors from the surrounding countryside were also flocking in groups towards this direction. Lin Shuangshuang perked up her ears to listen to the conversations of passers-by. Although their gazes were cautious, everyone kept to themselves, avoiding unnecessary conflicts. In these times, it's fortunate that our village has a habit of stockpiling grains. Otherwise, it would truly be dire. Indeed, preserving even a single life is a blessing. My daughter has a fever. My wife sent me here to look for fever-reducing medicine, hoping to trade some food for it. If I could find some canned goods, it would be even better. A can to sweeten my wife and child's lips. Fever-reducing medicine is certainly available. It's easy to find. My neighbor asked me to look for special medicine for his child. Sigh. Let us hope our town has such medicine. I'm here for a pot. Mine broke, and I'm left with just one. With a family of 8 or 9 people, we rely on that pot for everything, boiling water, cooking, even bathing. It's unbearable. Lin Shuangshuang observed the basket of eggs he was carrying, at least 50 or 60 in number. She gently tugged at Huo Ling's fingertips, whispering, Huo Ling. He did not withdraw his hand. Outside, he was always a bit more lenient with her. He turned his head to follow her gaze and spoke. Big brother, are you looking to trade for a pot? I happen to have one. How about we exchange it for some eggs? The older man, caught off guard by Huo Ling's sudden approach, wore a wary expression, not easing his caution simply because they were a group of young people. Is it a genuine trade? Show me the pot first. His fellow villagers quickly moved closer, curiosity piqued. Huo Ling calmly opened the urethane bag, revealing a plethora of pots in various styles. Choose whichever you prefer. 10 days prior, he would never have imagined himself in such a position, reduced to bartering pots. Truly, life is unpredictable. Lin Shuangshuang, however, was delighted. They were all new and unused. The men relaxed their guard slightly, asking, "What is the exchange rate?" 10 eggs for 1 pot. How does that sound? Can we let them choose? Huo Ling responded, "Feel free to pick." He maintained a composed demeanor. The mustached uncle stepped forward, rummaging through the urethane bag with growing excitement. "You really have a good selection." He picked out several deep pots and conferred with his companions. "Are they quick for boiling water and cooking?" "Absolutely. Just look at the pot's base and material. It conducts heat rapidly." Huo Ling was not stumped by the inquiry. Despite being a wealthy heir, he was adept in the kitchen, capable of cooking both Western and Chinese cuisines, purely as a personal interest. The reason for his culinary skills? He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Shuangshuang. In his youth, he had always digested information quickly. One night, a friend felt hungry, but he couldn't disturb the chef. What could he do? He simply made her something himself. Although they had been together for 6 years, they had only been romantically involved for 2. The first 4 years were spent as friends. Lin Shuangshuang's pink hair peeked out from beneath the blue tarpaulin, swathed like an elderly woman. Yet her exposed face was youthful and delicate, smeared with ash. She scrutinized the group of men, equally on guard, while they worried that these young people might deceive them. She feared they might snatch the pots. Absurdity. Huo Ling mused inwardly about the advanced, high-tech world where even cooking is managed by robots, and yet here they were, bickering over a pot, a scene so ludicrous. As he pondered, Luo Na and the others had already come over to assist in the sale of pots. 10 eggs is hardly fair. Just look at this quality. You could use it for a decade without issue. The mustached uncle waved his hands dismissively. Nonsense. A decade? Who knows if we'll even live that long? At most, I'll throw in another one. Eggs are a rarity now, and with all the mutated animals about. My chickens have no genetic mutations. These eggs were saved by an old man before the apocalypse. They are excellent free-range eggs. He nearly convinced Luo Na, Wu Zhe, and Gao Lei. Lin Shuangshuang was no fool. She interjected, "That won't do. Once we eat the eggs, they're gone. A pot can be used for a long time. How about this? I'll give you some leeway, you add a little more. And we stick to a flat price. 12 eggs for 1 pot, as there are no factories making pots anymore, right? They'll be a rarity in the future." Her mind was quick. Indeed, while the mustached Uncle's chickens were not mutated, pots had become rare commodities. Where could one find a factory making pots now? Unbelievable. Luo Na and the others were thoroughly impressed, suddenly understanding why Huo Ling deemed her astute. The mustachioed uncle found himself in a predicament, yet he readily acquiesced, exclaiming, "Very well, let's proceed as such. If it weren't for the undeniable quality of your pots, I wouldn't even consider the trade. The eggs are right here. You may choose." He asserted that since he was allowed to select his pots, so too should they have the liberty to choose their eggs, deeming it fair. Lin Shuangshuang quickly discerned that the uncle was quite affable, and thus, feigning casualness, inquired, "Do you know how to enter the town?" The mustachioed uncle, pleased with his acquisition of 2 new pots, did not hold back, replying, "Of course, how could I not? You can enter simply by paying. However, the currency now is not as it once was. It's now based on bartering goods." As Lin Shuangshuang crouched to select her eggs, Huo Ling suddenly knelt beside her, resting one hand on his knee while assisting in the selection. He too engaged in conversation, asking, "This town isn't an official survivor base, is it?" The uncle's demeanor shifted, and he glanced warily at the young girl and man before him, cautioning, "It's best for you not to inquire too much if you aren't from around here." Lin Shuangshuang interjected, "We are not bad people. We are merely curious." She was testing the waters. The mustachioed uncle immediately displayed a skeptical expression, retorting, "You think I would trust you based solely on your words? Your naivete is quite amusing. Who's to say you're not from another base here to stir trouble? We do not welcome those with ulterior motives in this town." After his outburst, he shouted, "Have you finished selecting? I must be off."
With that,
The mustachioed uncle took the remaining eggs and his 2 new pots, calling for his fellow villagers to proceed. Lin Shuangshuang observed their retreating figures, remarking, "It seems he is merely concerned that we might pose a threat to the town. It doesn't appear that there is anything sinister here." Huo Ling nodded in agreement, suggesting, "Let us move forward and assess the situation." Their objective was simply to procure food and other supplies, given that this was a regulated area. They could not expect to acquire items without exchange. However, if they could obtain what they needed at the flea market, entering the town became less of a priority. Thus they remained unconcerned. Rona and her companions had been stealthily monitoring the situation and approached once the mustachioed uncle had departed to inquire about what transpired. After Lin Shuangshuang recounted the events, she turned to Huo Ling, asking, "So, are we not going in?" Huo Ling cast her a sideways glance and replied, "Not yet. There is something amiss here." Rona and her companions were intrigued. Wuxia pressed, "What seems to be the issue, Huo? Please enlighten us." Rona shared her thoughts. "I too harbor doubts. What kind of extraordinary individual could possess the power to deter zombies from approaching this town?" Gao Lei added, "Have you noticed the items being sold at those stalls? They're peddling mutated animal meat." His observation successfully piqued the interest of his companions, who turned their attention to the stalls. In the corners of the marketplace, several vendors were indeed selling grotesquely bloody chunks of mutated animal flesh, an unpleasant sight. The five exchanged glances before, in unison. They made their way towards the nearest meat stall. The vendor was a mother accompanied by a 6 or 7-year-old daughter. Neither wore raincoats, instead wrapped in plastic, their clothes dirty and tattered, suggesting they hadn't been washed in quite some time. Truth be told, had it not been for the rain and the chill of April, the stench would have been unbearable, as none could claim to be clean in such dire circumstances. Coupled with the pungent odor of the mutated animal meat, the air was thick with a nauseating scent. Huo Ling scrutinized the meat on display, questioning, "Is this meat safe to consume?" The woman, wary yet compelled to respond, replied, "Of course not. I've heard that consuming this meat can drive one mad. However, we are a poor family, and with little to trade. If we do not eat this, we will starve." The implication was clear. While the meat was indeed unfit for consumption, some had no other choice. "Would you like to buy some, young man? It's quite cheap. And you are all abilities users, correct?" Abilities users can withstand more and won't go mad after multiple servings. Wuxia queried, "How do you know?" The woman glanced at him, stating, "You are all dressed neatly. Those of this sort are typically abilities user teams, and non-abilities users aren't accepted in such groups. As for madness, we had someone in our village who ate it. They were affected like this. Non-abilities users develop symptoms after just 10 or so meals, while abilities users take longer to exhibit symptoms, and even then, they don't perish as quickly." Rona, noticing the short-haired child's plight, felt compelled to offer her a piece of candy, asking, "Dear, how did you injure your arm? Here, take this candy from your sister." As she extended her hand, the child's eyes brightened, prepared to accept, but the mother reacted fiercely, abruptly swatting Rona's hand away before anyone could process what was happening. The onlookers were taken aback. The woman, angered, shouted, "You shall not give her candy." Glaring at them with a fierce expression, the previously docile child immediately burst into tears, clinging to her mother's clothing, wailing, "Mommy, I'm so hungry. Mommy, I'm really starving." The scene was heart-wrenching. Wuxia, perplexed, felt protective and retorted, "What is wrong with you? Our sister Rona was simply being kind, feeling sympathy for a child so young who has to accompany you to sell goods." He was bewildered that goodwill could be met with hostility. Gao Lei called out to Wuxia, prompting him to reconsider. Wuxia, still dissatisfied, insisted, "How can you deny her food when she is in such a state? Are you even her mother?" Lin Shuangshuang and Rona both quickly grasped the mother's intentions, as women often possess a deeper understanding. Rona immediately apologized, "I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I shouldn't have offered her candy. The world is so chaotic now. And if she grows accustomed to accepting treats, it could lead to dangerous situations in the future." Lin Shuangshuang added, "My apologies." Rona and Wuxia did not mean any harm. Huo Ling understood the situation and interjected, "We bear no ill will. My teammates' reactions stemmed from a desire to protect a friend. I apologize on their behalf." Although Wuxia was young and impulsive, his intentions were to safeguard his companions. And Huo Ling could not fault him for that. Wuxia quickly echoed an apology, "I'm sorry, I didn't know." He felt the need to express his regret without relying solely on his captain. Gao Lei, somewhat confused, added, "I'm sorry too." The young people were earnest in their apologies. The woman gradually relaxed her guard but remained protective of her daughter. Seeing the sincerity in their faces, she softened, saying, "It's all right, I may have overreacted. However, you must understand, as a mother, I must act this way." She too felt a bit awkward, yet had no alternative. Preferring to be stern, the five expressed their understanding. Huo Ling pointed at the sharp claws of the mutated animals and said, "We do not want the meat. But I would like to take this claw. What would you like in exchange?" The woman's expression brightened, though she fought to suppress a smile. "What do you have?" Huo Ling glanced at Lin Shuangshuang, who began to list their items like a menu. "We have electric kettles, frying pans, woks, stewing pots, scissors, whetstones, nail clippers, hammers." In their small fortress, these were their most abundant supplies. Food was scarce, and they would not part with it. The woman listened intently, then replied, "I need scissors. This item is cleverly concealed, yet remarkably functional, whether for personal defense or for cutting various materials." Huo Ling remarked, "It's acceptable." Immediately, Luna began rummaging through her belongings, exclaiming, "I have the scissors right here." She then produced 3 pairs. One red, one blue, and one black. "Which color do you prefer?" The woman, taken aback by the option, hesitated before silently withdrawing the red pair, saying, "I'll take this one. You can keep the other claw." Lin Shuangshuang attempted to make a move, but Huo Ling was quicker, encasing the scissors in a bag before handing it to her. Chapter 36. The Town Base. Lin Shuangshuang seamlessly accepted the bag, feigning the act of placing it into a nitrogen bag, while in fact, she stored it within her spatial card. She inquired further, "Sister, do you reside in the town? What conditions must we meet to be permitted to stay here?" Given her teammates' suspicions, she decided to probe more delicately. Luna and her companions were astonished. After such an awkward incident, would anyone willingly divulge such information? Huo Ling, however, remained unfazed. He glanced at his bewildered teammates and then focused on Lin Shuangshuang's retreating figure, thinking to himself that she was indeed a bold character with an audacity that could spell disaster for anyone ensnared by her. Yet he found himself willingly entangled. The woman, acknowledging the earlier embarrassment, felt it inappropriate to decline further conversation. "How could we possibly reside in the town? Although the town is delightful, it is inhabited by elites, all possessing special abilities. Ordinary individuals can only set up stalls at the town's entrance, trading goods for refuge. As for what goods, it was evident: food, medicine, and the like." Lin Shuangshuang quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Seeking refuge within? The woman surveyed the group of young people, ultimately softening, and whispered, "Once night falls, those zombies and mutated creatures become particularly aggressive, far from their docile daytime demeanor. During the day, they dare not approach the town. And even the nearby villages seldom witness such horrors, but once night descends, they become frenzied and terrifying. To gain entry into the town, a day's rent amounted to 21st level cores, a daunting sum for those without abilities. How could they possibly accumulate that? A moment's carelessness could cost them their lives. It would be wiser for us common folk to remain safely at home, enduring as long as we can." Although she spoke in such a manner, her eyes grew increasingly dim. Those with ample provisions and larger families might manage for a while, but for her, already struggling, the apocalypse had only compounded her difficulties. With a sigh, she turned back to them and said, "Although the pressure inside is immense, you are all endowed with abilities. So you should manage to gather enough cores to reside there. It's essential, as most supplies are housed within the town: food, medical supplies, the best and most abundant in the area. Ordinary folks might wish to stay, but they simply could not afford it. However, they believed that having a place to set up stalls would be advantageous. After all, no one would dare cause trouble within the Lord's domain, thus ensuring at least one avenue of survival." The woman continued, discussing how others from different regions were attempting to imitate this arrangement, and it had reportedly escalated into chaos. Once territorial disputes erupted, conflicts ensued between townsfolk, leading to severe injuries and treachery, ultimately resulting in the disbandment of both communities, leaving nearby survivors in dire straits. It was no wonder. At this point, it became clear why the mustachioed uncle was so resistant to their inquiries. He was likely merely fearful that they were troublemakers. If this town base were to be destroyed, the nearby survivors would lose their safe haven for resource exchanges. Lin Shuangshuang expressed her gratitude once more, thanking the woman for sharing so much information. Huo Ling, along with Wu Zhe and the others, echoed their thanks, feeling a sense of unity among their team. The woman's expression was complex as she gazed at the 5 of them, saying, "I hope I've aided good people." As they departed the stall, Luna remarked with a mix of emotions, "This sister doesn't hold back. She openly informed us about the inedible mutated meat." Gao Lei suggested, "It seems everyone in the vicinity is aware. If she hadn't mentioned it, someone else would have eventually. If trouble were to arise later, it would be her who bears the consequences. After all, she must continue her stall here." Wu Zhe suddenly apologized. I'm sorry. I've caused everyone to apologize on my behalf. The others reassured him not to dwell on it. I should be thanking you. It wasn't he intentional.
Indeed.
Came the consensus. Let us move on. Huling stated, and everyone agreed. Yet the marketplace had few willing to trade food. Even when items were available, they were swiftly snatched away. Food remained the most scarce commodity. The 5 of them labored throughout the morning, only managing to acquire the 24 eggs they had initially exchanged for, with little else of value. Huling declared, there's no need to look further. It seems all resources are within the town. He glanced toward the gate. Lin Shuangshuang nodded, recalling that sister's comment about skirmishes between nearby town bases. It appeared that the surrounding towns had already been monopolized. Finding an unclaimed town, as they had before, would likely prove challenging. Luna interjected. They aren't even an official survivor base. Isn't that rebellion? Aren't they afraid the authorities will crack down on them? Huling replied. It's only a matter of time. Big fish eat small fish, and in the end, the big fish always prevail. We shall just wait to see who emerges as the largest. Lin Shuangshuang countered. Historically, righteousness prevails over evil. The virtuous will ultimately lead. Huling shot her a sidelong glance, smirking lightly. What's so amusing? Lin Shuangshuang inquired. Huling, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, I want to tell you. Lin Shuangshuang was momentarily taken aback, while Wu Zhe and Gao Lei chuckled, quickly silencing themselves under Huling's gaze. Suddenly, Luna pointed toward the town gate, exclaiming, Hey look! Those individuals seem to be approaching us. What do they want? Surely, they can't be upset over our discussion of their town? How dictatorial. Instinctively, Huling stepped forward, his towering figure shielding Lin Shuangshuang and Wu Zhe from view as he confronted the newcomers, exuding an assertive aura. Luna and the others felt a surge of apprehension, while Lin Shuangshuang advanced a step, standing alongside him, scrutinizing the approaching figures. Huling frowned in irritation, wondering when this person would learn to behave. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. As a group of individuals, seemingly members of an ability-wielding team, approached, they called out, Where do you hail from? You seem rather suspicious. Our town lord wishes to meet you. One couldn't help but suspect ulterior motives. Both Huling and Lin Shuangshuang shared this sentiment, realizing they would have to ascertain the true intentions behind this invitation themselves. Had they simply left, no issues would have arisen, but with an unexpected summons? That posed a significant problem. Huling replied defiantly, What if we choose not to accompany you? He fixed his gaze on the lackeys, assessing their abilities to be no more than third tier. Defeating them would be a trivial task. The lackeys immediately scowled, retorting, Then don't blame us if we force you to go in. Huling suddenly countered, Fine, if you insist, lead the way. One of the lackeys exploded with rage. Are you toying with us? If you're going in, do so obediently. Don't play tricks with me. His companions hastily calmed him down, urging him to refrain from causing a scene and to simply lead them inside. Chapter 37. The Town Lord. The atmosphere around Wu Zhe was on the brink of explosion. Gao Lei and Luna swiftly restrained him, each holding him at an arm's length, chiding, Look at you, getting all worked up. Such a fiery temperament at such a young age. Lin Shuangshuang scrutinized the group, sensing their hostility towards Huo Ling. They were certainly not to be trusted. As several henchmen escorted them inside, the surrounding vendors cast watchful eyes, their expressions far from amiable. What was occurring? Surely these individuals were spies from some base. They certainly did not appear to belong to our side. Long live the town master. It was evident that these individuals were out of place. Truly, the town master possessed a discerning eye. How fortunate it was to have the town master present. Long live the town master. The fervor of their cries escalated, their expressions transforming into a fervent obsession. Lin Shuangshuang remained vigilant, noticing the peculiar behavior of these individuals. She reached out to Huo Ling, attempting to draw his attention by lightly hooking his finger. He grasped her hand firmly, giving it a gentle tug to signal her to remain calm. Lin Shuangshuang could not suppress a slight pout, whispering, Did you know something was amiss from the very beginning? Her heightened senses, however, could not discern any concrete danger. Huo Ling, possessing psychic abilities, undoubtedly had a clearer understanding of the underlying issues at hand. He glanced down at her, admitting, I cannot ascertain the exact situation. But this place is certainly strange. While it appears flourishing, there is an underlying sinister aura. Luna chimed in, I had a feeling. Any area where zombies and mutated creatures dare not tread must be anything but normal. If such capabilities truly existed, This place would have long gone viral even before the internet collapsed. Gao Lei, with keen observation, pointed out, "Look at the tattoos on the backs of their necks." Wu Zhe jumped. "What tattoos?" As they whispered among themselves, they inadvertently attracted the attention of the henchmen, who barked, "What are you all chattering about? Such a lack of decorum at your young age. You dare whisper within our town." The five were left dumbfounded. Who had ever taught them that silence was a requirement when entering a town? It seemed absurd. They stared at the henchmen as if they were imbeciles. Lin Shuangshuang offered a conjecture. Could they be members of some sinister cult? Such an abstract notion. Huo Ling let out a scoff. The trio of Luna, Gao Lei, and others, initially feeling uneasy, suddenly found themselves stifling laughter, having expected to be thrown into a dungeon. Instead, they were led into a splendidly adorned building. Outside, the walls appeared to be crumbling, yet inside was resplendent, with floors so clean they shone, and the air filled with a delightful fragrance. There was even a panoramic elevator. Standing within the elevator, Lin Shuangshuang observed the chaotic scene below. Vendors of all sorts cluttered the entrance, their colorful awnings visible only from above. The inner part of the town featured newly laid cement pathways, interspersed with some collapsed structures. However, as they ventured deeper, they encountered increasingly intact buildings, albeit many bore the appearance of patchwork repairs. The so-called psychic individuals resided in this area, clad in uniform gray combat attire, each marked with a peculiar tattoo at the nape of their necks. Only partially visible, the insignia remained unclear. Lin Shuangshuang noted their movements, sensing an awkwardness about them, as though they lacked the fluidity of ordinary people, resembling zombies. Her eyelids fluttered. Upon reaching the top floor, the henchmen's demeanor shifted dramatically. They exuded an air of arrogance. Heads held high, their voices booming with newfound authority. "Get in, all of you. Yes, you lot, give us another smile. How dare you show disrespect to our town master? Your doom is imminent." In all honesty, the five were completely bewildered. Huo Ling, upon entering, sensed the source of malevolence nearby, though he could not pinpoint its exact location. His brow furrowed. Yet, it seemed he had stumbled upon something of significance. Lin Shuangshuang remained unperturbed, diligently memorizing the layout and scrutinizing her surroundings. As the henchmen continued their aggressive demeanor, a gentle yet authoritative voice called from ahead. Such rudeness from esteemed guests. You ought to conduct yourselves with more decorum. Lin Shuangshuang lifted her gaze to see a man clad in a champagne-colored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, possessing strikingly handsome features. She felt a sense of familiarity with such a type, recalling numerous encounters, though the most recent was Zhao Pingsheng from the small castle. Yet the two exuded vastly different auras, reinforcing the adage that appearance reflects the heart. Zhao Pingsheng's demeanor was serene. Even when exhibiting irritation or rolling his eyes at Huo Ling, his aura remained untainted. However, this gentleman before her radiated a polished gentility intertwined with a shrewdness that hinted at cunning. His smile was fox-like and somewhat unsettling. Luna whispered, "Could this be the town master?" Before Gao Lei and the others could respond, the man chuckled. "I am not the town master. I am merely the secretary. The town master awaits you within. Please do step inside." The henchmen were taken aback by the secretary's affable demeanor, their trepidation palpable. "Secretary Yu, did you not instruct us to apprehend these suspicious individuals?" Indeed, they stammered, their faces ashen. Secretary Yu sighed. "You have misunderstood. I meant for you to invite them in." The henchman protested. "Yes, we were inviting them in." Secretary Yu's eyes sparkled with a knowing glint, his smile widening. "This invitation is not the same as that invitation. You have misconstrued my intent. Even if they are suspicious, how has our town master instructed us to treat them? With kindness." The henchman wished to clarify further, recalling a previous incident where they had apprehended spies and confiscated their resources, but Secretary Yu interjected with a half-smirk. "Are you not leaving? If you linger, I cannot guarantee your safety. Let us go, let us go." The henchmen scrambled away in fear, their hurried retreat accompanied by hushed discussions of potential repercussions. Just before Lin Shuangshuang entered the office, she cast a sidelong glance at Secretary Yu, noting the flicker of malice in his eyes. He was alert and immediately returned her gaze, his benign smile reappearing, akin to a demon in human guise. Lin Shuangshuang found this description particularly apt, feeling quite satisfied with her assessment. Once the group had entered, Secretary Yu finally let his smile fade, turning to instruct someone to prepare tea. Inside the office, Lin Shuangshuang was greeted by a balding middle-aged man seated at the desk. He was corpulent and donned a suit, appearing to be in distress. Upon seeing the 5 enter, he immediately adopted a genial demeanor, exclaiming, my young friends have arrived. Do not be anxious. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. He embodied the posture of a person in authority. The trio of Luna, Gao Lei, and others engaged with him cautiously. Huo Ling, initially standing apart, leaned closer to Lin Shuangshuang, lowering his voice to say, the untainted resources here must exceed 10 tons at the very least. Lin Shuangshuang's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 38. Forced to stay. However, there was troubling news. Huo Ling remarked, the opposing psychic's level surpasses mine. And his subordinates Lin Shuangshuang comprehended that the number of ability users in the town space was particularly substantial. Although second-tier users were scarce, and third-tier users were as rare as phoenix feathers. The sheer volume of first-tier ability users meant that even a mosquito could potentially bring down an elephant. Her combat prowess was formidable, yet her abilities were currently unusable, causing her considerable distress. The seemingly courteous demeanor of the opposing party concealed an undercurrent of coercion, presenting an attitude that suggested they were not inclined to let anyone depart. The portly, bald man remarked, I have heard that you wish to remain in our town? This matter is quite simple. I shall take it upon myself to grant you permission to stay. It was evident that, despite no one having mentioned it, they were privy to the conversation held in the marketplace, indicating that their network of informants was more extensive than anticipated. The expressions of Luna, Wu Zhe, and Gao Lei instantly turned grave, but upon seeing the figures of Huo Ling and Lin Shuangshuang, they found solace in silence. At that moment, Secretary Yu returned with a tray of tea. Upon hearing the conversation, she chimed in, we have new members. How delightful. I shall arrange accommodations for you. The bald man enthusiastically concurred. Indeed. Let Secretary Yu handle the arrangements. I can see that you are all exceptionally promising young individuals. She shall assign you a splendid room. This exchange, though appearing to offer options, in reality left no room for negotiation. They were compelled to comply with their directives. Naturally, the 5 acquiesced, for their intent was to glean information about their hosts. Moreover, since the individuals before them dared to invite them in, it was apparent they possessed means to ensure the 5 complied. Hence, it was prudent to feign obedience. Secretary Yu presented a platter of tea with 5 glasses. Yet none among them partook, for it seemed merely a formality. She did not even mention the tea as she led them downstairs. The rules of our town are quite straightforward. Each individual must contribute, and all necessities must be paid for. Since the town master has taken a liking to you, we shall waive your rent for the first day. Rent is calculated daily at 10 first-tier ability nuclei per person, and you must remember to settle your accounts punctually, be it daily, weekly, or monthly, at your discretion. However, be forewarned, delays will incur compounded interest. Upon hearing this, they were utterly taken aback. The woman at the market had painted the town as a veritable paradise, a place eagerly sought by ordinary folk. Yet the reality was that once one entered, exiting became a formidable challenge. Lin Shuangshuang inquired, what does compounded interest mean? What is the rate? Secretary Yu smiled and replied, it doubles. If you are late by 1 day, it doubles. 2 days, it quadruples. You can do the math. So, it is best to be a trustworthy denizen of the town. Huo Ling queried, what if we refuse to pay? Secretary Yu responded with a smile. Then you may find yourselves bound to repay a lifelong debt. I hope you do not choose that path. Overextending your finances is unwise. Luna felt an urge to retort that they were being coerced into this predicament. 10 nuclei per day was a daunting requirement, especially considering the low probability of their occurrence. Killing 100 zombies might yield only 10 nuclei, and a first-tier ability user could barely earn 10 a day if that. Such relentless pressure would inevitably lead to debt, binding them to the town. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe soon realized that escaping this place would not be simple. Yet, did they not fear newcomers fleeing? Secretary Yu distributed to each of them a card. Your room key. This card is of utmost importance. Please keep it safe, as it will be required for all your needs. The nuclei you collect can be exchanged for points at the service center at the town gate. 1 nucleus equals 1 point, which is now the new currency. She guided them through the premises. To the left on the first floor is the dining hall, and to the right is the task hall. Each person is mandated to undertake 1 task daily, regardless of success or failure, and the remaining time can be utilized freely to earn points. By the way, conversing in hushed tones for extended periods is strictly prohibited. If the regulators catch you, you will receive a fine. The 5 exchanged perplexed glances as Secretary Yu handed them the town regulations, succinctly termed the town rules. She stated, every nation has its laws, every family has its rules, and our town has its regulations. Quite reasonable, don't you think? The lights out time is at 9 in the evening, with a curfew from 6 p.m. to 5 a.m. the following day. This means roaming outside your accommodation after dark is also forbidden, stricter than prison. Luna and her companions gazed in astonishment. This town was decidedly peculiar. Secretary Yu cautioned them against harboring thoughts of escape, declaring, our town does not welcome deserters. Once you join, you must stand with the town through thick and thin. Otherwise, you will be branded as a deserter. And I trust you do not wish to learn the consequences of that. With that, she left them to rest, escorting them to the third floor, where numerous small rooms were tightly packed together. She reiterated the importance of the lights-out time and warned against wandering into others' rooms. After outlining the tedious regulations, Secretary Yu departed, leaving the five to exchange glances. Wu Zhe quietly lamented, what kind of place is this? We are even prohibited from visiting one another. Gao Lei remarked, their goal is to ensnare us. Luna crossed her arms. Indeed, it seems we are not here by choice. This is more of a coerced consent. What shall we do now? They turned their gazes toward Huo Ling, their steadfast anchor. Huo Ling, their guiding light, exuded a sense of reassurance. He utilized his mental abilities to shield them from the various listening and surveillance devices in the corridor, advising them to proceed cautiously. He encouraged them to maintain regular communication. Huo Ling gestured toward their wristbands, which boasted various features, allowing internal communication while prohibiting external chatter. They could converse freely within their quarters. As it seemed their hosts had not stripped them of their belongings, their wristbands remained intact, as did several bags of their possessions, likely deemed mundane. Just as Lin Shuangshuang was about to speak, an alarm blared through the corridor. No whispering. No whispering. No whispering. The jarring sound was disconcerting, compelling the five to exchange glances. We should retreat. They promptly unlocked their doors and entered their respective small rooms. Before Huo Ling stepped inside, he glanced at Lin Shuangshuang in the adjacent room. The pink-haired girl hurriedly entered, clearly agitated by the noise. He inwardly chastised her for her lack of consideration. Lin Shuangshuang, irritated by the cacophony, did not look back. Upon entering, she discovered the room to be exceedingly small, accommodating only a single bed, with no additional space or windows. It was a stifling little cell. Meals, bathing, and restroom visits necessitated a trek to the communal area. Lin Shuangshuang felt a wave of disdain wash over her. Chapter 39. The Unfiltered Truth. Despite her muddled memories, she was certain she had never resided in such a place before. Huo Ling activated the internal voice chat, but the signal was weak. He also included Zhao Pingsheng and Zhang Deipen in the conversation to convene. Lin Shuangshuang removed the tarp and neatly folded it, placing it on the scant floor space by the door. After shedding her jacket, she settled onto the bed to connect to the voice chat. Before anyone could speak, Zhang Deipen erupted, we let you go shopping for a bit, and you vanish. Where have you been? The signal is awful. He expressed his frustration about the near disconnection. Zhao Pingsheng chimed in. What have you been up to? The health system center just reported a signal loss, nearly giving old Zhang and me a fright. It is imperative to understand that the wristbands within the team have undergone modifications. They are not mere ordinary communication devices. Upon hearing this, Rona immediately expressed her disdain, exclaiming,
Damn.
This must be the handiwork of this town. Wu Zhe continued to lament, Brother Zhang, are you aware? This town resembles a black brick factory. A plethora of rules, compelling people into hard labor. What do the ability users here think? Why do they not flee? Gao Lei interjected, reminding them, the Secretary Yu just mentioned that there are penalties for escaping. Zhang Deipen and Zhao Pingsheng were momentarily taken aback. Have you all truly entered the town?
Who is Secretary Yu?
Wu Zhe and Rona proceeded to provide an elaborate explanation, with Gao Lei occasionally adding details. Zhang Deipen and Zhao Pingsheng finally grasped the situation. They had not anticipated encountering such circumstances, yet in this apocalyptic era, it was hardly surprising. Zhao Pingsheng teased Huo Ling, Captain Hua, impressive. Leading your team into a black factory. Huo Ling remained silent. Zhang Deipen urged them to cease their banter, recognizing the gravity of the situation. It was not that Xiao Hua had any fault. Rather, these individuals were precisely engaged in such dealings, blatantly ensnaring ability users. There must be an ulterior motive. Zhao Pingsheng concurred, stating, there must be some ulterior scheme at play. You all should be cautious and stay close to Captain Hua, especially you, Shuangshuang. Remember to take your medication. Lin Shuangshuang finally spoke, her voice soft and contrasting sharply with her demeanor in battle. All right, I won't forget to take my medication. She had already noted it in her reminders and pinned it at the top. Having developed a habit due to her amnesia, she instinctively opened her reminders whenever she forgot, her body reacting more swiftly than her mind. Zhao Pingsheng inquired of Huo Ling, "What are your thoughts? Should I and old Zhang devise a plan to extricate you?" Huo Ling replied, "No need. I cannot afford to let this big fish slip away, and keeping such a menace around will only shorten the lives of the surrounding survivors. It can be considered a public service." He articulated his thoughts, emphasizing the 10 tons of untainted resources. His teammates were instantly captivated. "No way. Is that for real? You truly are a treasure-seeking artifact, Huo." Incredible. Zhao Pingsheng and Zhang Deipen were equally thrilled, urging Huo Ling to perform admirably. "We are relying on you for supplies. Make sure you bring along several of the younger ones. I'll enhance the signal and switch to a backup source to ensure we maintain contact. Be careful not to lose your wristbands, understood?" The 5 of them solemnly agreed. They then ended the voice call. During lunch, they had no points and could not purchase food. Secretary Yu mentioned it was on him, leading the 5 of them towards the cafeteria. "By the way, I'll introduce you to 2 new members. You will be embarking on missions together." Indeed, they were unable to contain their frustration. While they could tolerate many things, adding new members to their team was particularly irksome. Rona and her companions frowned. Huo Ling and Lin Shuangshuang observed that the so-called new members were a pair of fraternal twins. Though their features were not exceedingly similar, they were undeniably beautiful, large eyes, petite noses, and long, thick eyelashes, reminiscent of porcelain dolls. Their skin was as flawless as porcelain. Each stood approximately 1.75 meters tall, their temperaments markedly distinct. The girl exuded an air of coolness, while the boy radiated a lively charm. Both were clad in gray combat uniforms, and unsurprisingly, tattoos adorned the back of their necks. Lin Shuangshuang discreetly observed while the newcomers scrutinized her group in return. Rona stated, "No need. Our team is already at full capacity, all right?" She was clearly displeased. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe also expressed their reluctance to accept strangers. "Huge, are we really going to let them join us?
We know nothing about them."
Huo Ling offered them a reassuring glance, successfully calming his teammates' concerns. "It's merely a temporary collaboration, and once it concludes, they will be dismissed." Secretary Yu appeared somewhat displeased, reminding them, "What do you mean by temporary teammates? Can members of the same team be divided into insiders and outsiders?" "Naturally. Since you have not fought side by side yet, it is understandable that you lack camaraderie. Take your time." He then beckoned the 2 newcomers over. "Qi, GMO. Come here. This time, I've assigned you to a team composed entirely of young individuals. You are sure to get along splendidly." Secretary Yu reiterated to the new squad that teamwork is essential for enduring in the apocalypse, advising them to foster good relationships. After saying this, he departed. Lin Shuangshuang found this smiling fox reminiscent of an NPC, always orchestrating affairs upon his arrival and vanishing without a trace during moments of tranquility. Before them lay a long table laden with food: braised pork, curry beef, sautéed shrimp and garlic lettuce, corn with pine nuts, and the staple of white rice. To be honest, it was incredibly tempting. Rona and her companions were nearly drooling, especially since they had been subsisting on canned food lately. With only a meager supply of frozen pork and beef remaining, which they were reluctant to consume, how could they resist such a feast of fresh food? The brother of the twin pair spoke first, his voice soft and timid, resembling that of a rabbit. If you're hungry, please eat quickly. This bread is quite rare and must be worth at least 1,000 points." He added that were it not for Secretary Yu treating them, he and his sister might not have had the opportunity to enjoy this meal. The brother continued, "I'm Mo, 19 years old. My ability is healing, and I can slightly enhance the skills of a designated target, but only if they are within a meter of me. I belong to the support category." The sister, appearing aloof, waited until her brother finished his introduction before speaking. "I'm Qi, an attacker with wood-based abilities. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Since they had initiated introductions, it would be rude to let the conversation fall flat. Wu Zhe interjected. Wood abilities generally lean toward support, with defensive and healing capabilities being more common. Attackers are rather rare. His curiosity was evident. Mo immediately chimed in. "My sister works incredibly hard. Even though she is of the wood element, she has cultivated her attacking capabilities. She is truly formidable. Please don't look down on us. We will collaborate diligently." He spoke with a pitiful expression. Being temporary teammates is perfectly fine. Qi frowned in silence. Chapter 40. The Siblings. In truth, they were utterly perplexed. Why the insistence on adding 2 new members? There was certainly something amiss. Although Rona and her companions began conversing with Qi, they refrained from delving too deeply into the discussion, even proactively drawing Qi into their dialogue. Ultimately, it became a battle of wits. They exchanged words. Yet neither party gleaned any significant information. Qi wore an innocent expression, resembling an exceptionally harmless creature. How wonderful. I envy you all. Your camaraderie is truly admirable. Rona was taken aback. Was this really envy? Wasn't such camaraderie commonplace among teams? Qi rested his chin in his hand, remarking, yes. You even serve each other food during meals. Despite the long table, you all prefer to sit close together. Only my sister sits this close to me. However, it appeared that Captain Huo and Sister Shuangshuang shared an even closer bond as they sat nearer to one another, while Gao Lei and Sister Rona were also seated closely. Rona instinctively glanced at her own arrangement, realizing she was positioned between Gao Lei and Wu Zhe, and while they were indeed close, if one were to scrutinize closely, it was apparent that Rona was slightly closer to Gao Lei. Wu Zhe was suddenly astonished, exclaiming, no way, it's true. No wonder you two always speak in terms I cannot comprehend. And you keep calling me a child. Gao Lei and Rona simultaneously pinched his cheek, declaring him a childish fool. Are you really that young? Wu Zhe protested, claiming that the two were bullying him due to their age difference, which was truly unfair. Qi looked on enviously, exclaiming, look at that. Your bond is truly remarkable. His face was filled with admiration. Qi, however, silently continued her meal, seemingly indifferent to her brother's antics. She remained aloof and distant, drawing the attention of the surrounding supernatural beings, who were captivated by her presence. Hiss! Is that Qi and Qi? What an impressive team, to be assigned such formidable allies right from the start. A support class is indeed a rare gem these days. Damn, I'm so envious. Secretary, you must think highly of these newcomers. That's quite something. Comparisons among individuals are futile. If anyone else were to hear such envious remarks, they would surely swell with pride. Yet, they remained unfazed. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. The 5 of them harbored no trust in any entity within this small town. Rona and her companions' playful banter was merely a facade, for internally, they were rolling their eyes at Qi, the little rascal, who feigned innocence while stirring discord. What do you mean by who is closer to whom? In the grand scheme of things, the 7 of them, including the little robots, are the best. Teamwork is of utmost importance. On a smaller scale, as long as one is human, there will always be personal biases and preferences. Rona, indeed, had a penchant for gossip and preferred conversing with Gao Lei. Surely, that is not too inappropriate or detrimental to the mental well-being of the youth, is it? However, this does not imply that they disregard Wu Zhe. He is their most cherished younger brother. As for romantic entanglements, they are utterly non-existent. Not every combination of men and women must be infused with love. The trio of gossipers is the most solid of alliances. Nothing can shake that. Chimo's ploy was in vain. The meal was exhausting, yet the food was not poisoned. It consisted of wholesome, untainted dishes. The 5 of them left the dining hall feeling quite full. They departed without a backward glance. Qi asked, it's not even curfew yet. Won't you stay a little longer? During meals, the rule against whispering is not that strict. Let us chat some more. I really like you all. Qi remained silent, treating the 5 as if they were air. Rona replied, no way, we're going back for a nap.
With that,
the 3 of them followed Huo Ling and Lin Shuangshuang out. Throughout the entire interaction, it was only the 3 of them who engaged with one another. Huo Ling, being naturally cold and indifferent, did not pay attention to those he deemed unimportant, showing little interest in any engagement. Lin Shuangshuang also did not favor strangers. Even with Rona and her friends, her affection stemmed solely from Huo Ling's trust in them. Otherwise, she typically preferred solitude. Lin Shuangshuang remarked. Qi mentioned that whispering is allowed in the cafeteria. That was the only point she captured. Rona responded, that is not surprising. After all, rules are rigid. But people are adaptable. We must leave some room for maneuvering, or else it might truly drive someone to despair. Wu Zhe exclaimed, this place is truly extraordinary. Gao Lei wholeheartedly agreed. Just as Lin Shuangshuang intended to say something to Huo Ling, she noticed he was looking at her. Confused, she asked, "What's wrong?" At that moment, the elevator arrived. Huo Ling stepped out, his long legs striding forward, saying, "You remember names quite quickly. So, you have called him by name, Chiemo?" Lin Shuangshuang quickly caught on, hurrying to keep pace with him, but his name is merely 2 syllables. I didn't mean to call him that. She felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. Huo Ling, with an expressionless face, asked, "Are you familiar with him? You called him by name, which means you care." Moreover, she had just gazed at that boy several times, one glance after another. He knew she had a thing for good looks. Lin Shuangshuang, being candid, replied, "Not really. But you are rather domineering." She found him excessively overbearing. "I cannot refrain from using others' names. I have always thought that was a flaw of yours." Huo Ling chuckled. "Isn't memory supposed to be unstable? Do you still remember past events, or are you merely pretending? If I find out you are pretending..." He smiled dangerously. Lin Shuangshuang gulped, wide-eyed. "I am not lying." Infuriated, she stormed into his room. Rona and the others were astounded. Even Hugo has his moments. Why do I feel he is deliberately provoking Shuangshuang? The bait has been taken.
Wow.
Captain Huo is truly cunning, but it feels so exhilarating. Lin Shuangshuang, following Huo Ling into his room, suddenly sensed something amiss. Gazing at the enclosed space, panic washed over her, and she turned to flee. Huo Ling's arms swiftly blocked the door, locking it in one smooth motion. Lin Shuangshuang faced the wall, reflecting on her predicament. She was feeling quite timid, nervously biting her palms. From the perspective above her, only her long, pink curls were visible, cascading down to her waist in a fluffy, adorable manner, resembling a large pom-pom. You. Lin Shuangshuang inexplicably felt a rush of heat, as if the air around her had shifted. Huo Ling's voice came from above. "What is it? Feeling guilty?" Lin Shuangshuang pouted. "No. Why would I feel guilty? The rules here prohibit visiting each other's rooms." She mentioned the fines. Huo Ling, with an air of arrogance, retorted, "Let them fine me. I was born with a silver spoon." The worth of the Huo family's only heir is known citywide. In his youth, he was even more audacious. When the prince was displeased, those around him trembled in response. Now, as a young adult, he has mellowed somewhat, but still retains an innate arrogance.
Chapter 41. Okish.
Huo Ling trapped Lin Shuangshuang in front of him, momentarily pausing any further actions. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. After a while, Lin Shuangshuang, noticing he was not taking advantage of her, turned to face him. The pink pom-pom flipped over. Huo Ling lowered his gaze to meet hers, asking, "What are you looking at?" He cast a glance at her hair, desperately wanting to ruffle it. But he managed to suppress the urge. Lin Shuangshuang, ever perceptive, replied, "Looking at you." Her hands ached to wrap around his waist, yearning for an embrace. Huo Ling, almost anticipating her move, raised a hand to block her, asking, "Looking at me? For what purpose?" He feigned seriousness. Lin Shuangshuang pouted, muttering under her breath, "If you want to let me, then fine, stingy." She hid her hands behind her back, feigning indifference. Huo Ling raised an eyebrow. "When we go on a mission tomorrow,
Keep an eye on that boy.
the twin sister has been quiet today. I'm unsure of her intentions, but that brother is all over the place, playing the fool and being annoying." Lin Shuangshuang nodded obediently, her eyes wandering. Her lips pouted high. Huo Ling, noticing her distraction, clicked his tongue and lightly flicked her forehead. "Did you hear that?" Lin Shuangshuang closed her eyes from the flick, then complained more pitifully, "I heard." Huo Ling continued, "Have you ever considered why I have not assigned any tasks to the rest of the team, yet I single you out? Maintain some distance from them." Lin Shuangshuang looked at him quizzically. "Honestly, I have always felt you view me through a very thick filter. I'm not a fool." She gestured as if to illustrate just how thick she believed his filter to be. Huo Ling nearly broke into laughter, but managed to suppress it, merely pretending to be stern with her. Lin Shuangshuang glared back. "Why are you like this? You weren't like this before." Huo Ling, with a blank expression, inquired, "What was I like before?" Lin Shuangshuang strained to recall, but her memories were fragmented, and her current state of mind was rather poor, which only deepened her sense of grievance. It wasn't always like this, she thought. Huo Ling, with a hint of cruelty, informed her, "We were once friends, then lovers. So tell me, what do we represent now?" He leaned closer, exerting immense pressure on her, causing Lin Shuangshuang's large eyes to tremble in fear. She felt a surge of panic and instinctively apologized, "I'm sorry," as tears began to roll down her cheeks. After a moment of silence, Huo Ling gently reached out to wipe her tears and remarked, "You used to be so stoic. Even when you returned with injuries, you never shed a tear." Lin Shuangshuang resembled a small fish that had intruded into his life, disrupting his tranquil existence only to flick her tail and swim away. He should have directly scooped her up and placed her in a fishbowl to keep her safe. Huo Ling closed his eyes momentarily and said, "Just go." He unlocked the door, ready to let her leave, yet he found himself reluctant to treat her this way. This time, Lin Shuangshuang wrapped her arms around him tightly, clinging to him as her pink hair entwined around his neck, waist, thighs, and wrists. Huo Ling gazed down at her. Lin Shuangshuang, feeling wronged, whimpered softly, occasionally making faint sounds of distress. Huo Ling glanced at the time on his wristwatch. It was still early, well before 6 in the evening. He placed his hand on her slender waist, which was barely the size of his palm. Sensing his response, Lin Shuangshuang immediately leaned in to kiss him. Starting from his jawline, her lips cool against his warm skin. She relished his warmth, finding it far more comforting than the cold, sterile environment of the organization they belonged to, ultimately longing to kiss his lips. Huo Ling deliberately turned his head to evade her. Lin Shuangshuang, feeling a rush of urgency, wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him down for a kiss. "Just one," she pleaded. Huo Ling retorted, "Lin Shuangshuang, are you being mischievous with your ex-boyfriend?"
His words were sharp at times.
Lin Shuangshuang had no desire to engage in a discussion about exes. She merely wanted to kiss him. "If you want to let me, I'll just find someone else to kiss," repeatedly. "Is that what you want?" She knew exactly how to provoke him. Huo Ling, infuriated yet amused, tightened his grip around her waist with force, finally asking, "Are you courting death?" Lin Shuangshuang, taken aback, found herself kissing him, regretting her words the moment they left her mouth. Huo Ling kissed her fiercely. Neither of them had any close confidence when they first met. They were drawn to each other's looks and became good friends for 4 years in a haze of confusion. It wasn't until their possessiveness heightened that the truth of their feelings was unveiled. Lin Shuangshuang had forgotten. Huo Ling could not. The day they confirmed their relationship was Huo Ling's birthday. The birthday party was as dull as ever, and he retreated early, only to find Lin Shuangshuang sitting on the couch, black-haired and curly, hugging a pillow while watching the news. The gossip media had captured the event, headlining it with praise for the young master of the Ho family. Upon seeing the prince surrounded by admiration, Lin Shuangshuang witnessed a different side of Huo Ling, and soon after, he appeared before her. Their connection remained as harmonious as ever. One was accustomed to returning here to rest after missions, while the other often showed up unannounced to spend a few days. Huo Ling changed into comfortable home attire after a shower and returned with 2 bottles of juice, tossing one into Lin Shuangshuang's lap while he sat on the couch and drank from the other. Lin Shuangshuang, cradling the cold juice, turned to him and asked, "Have you been drinking?" Huo Ling replied expressionlessly no. His demeanor was sour, clearly affected by the forced socialization he had endured. Lin Shuangshuang remained silent, opting to play a comedy film they had watched many times together, before asking, "Did you dance with anyone?" She had just seen a beautiful and confident woman invite him to dance. Huo Ling's mood darkened further. "No. Can you be quiet for a moment?" He was reluctant to discuss those matters. Lin Shuangshuang, however, felt increasingly unstable, particularly under such comparisons, feeling like a mouse hiding from the world, unable to even reach the level of his proper friends. Her heart ached, and her eyes reddened. "Is dancing nice? How do you dance? Will you get married? Will you kiss? What does it feel like to kiss? Is it nice?" Finally, Huo Ling detached himself from the unpleasant feelings of the party and turned to her. Lin Shuangshuang wore an expression of utter confusion, asking, "Can I dance too? Will I get married? And kiss others?" Huo Ling exploded with frustration.
To him.
Lin Shuangshuang clung to him, their relationship lingering somewhere between friendship and romance, veering toward love. He was certain of her feelings for him. Yet her sudden mention of kissing others and marriage felt like a provocation. Chapter 42. Uttering the harsh truth. That night, Huo Ling suppressed his emotions and asked her, "What do you think our relationship is?" Lin Shuangshuang, bewildered, replied, "Good friends?" Huo Ling pressed on, "Do good friends embrace upon meeting? Do good friends sit on my lap when they're happy? Do good friends kiss me secretly in the night?" He questioned, "Is that what you call a good friend?" Lin Shuangshuang turned beet red, stammering, "I was just curious about how kisses are shared. Besides, I only kissed the corner of your mouth." Huo Ling shot back, "Am I your test subject?" Lin Shuangshuang, in a state of panic and guilt, immediately covered his mouth with her hand, exclaiming, "No, that's not it. You're not my test subject. Did I make you feel that way? I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional. Reflecting on it later, Huo Ling realized that if she truly considered him a test subject, it must have struck her as a grave matter, which explained her frantic reaction. That night, after repeatedly confirming her feelings and hearing her express her desire to dance and kiss him, he finally kissed her. Afterward, Lin Shuangshuang felt thoroughly tormented. Waking up the next day covered in marks, her lips swollen from their passionate encounter, all stemming from a careless slip of the tongue. Huo Ling's possessiveness knew no bounds. Lin Shuangshuang had intentionally provoked him, successfully setting off his rationality.
Ugh.
Lin Shuangshuang attempted to push him away, but her efforts were futile, her pink hair tangling with Huo Ling's grip. However, she didn't want to hurt him, so she refrained from using any force. Huo Ling was well aware of her soft spot for him, just as he could never bring himself to be cruel to her. Initially, he had confirmed multiple times that she was not a victim of domestic abuse or bullying when she appeared with injuries, eventually accepting her claim of being a martial arts child who trained hard, resulting in her bruises. He had examined her injuries, confirming they were merely the marks of a fighter, not signs of one-sided abuse. Lin Shuangshuang had refused to let him investigate her further, and out of a sense of honor, Huo Ling had respected her wishes, which he now regretted. Lin Shuangshuang struggled to breathe as he kissed and nibbled on her lips, leaving them red and swollen. The little creature was completely dazed by his affections. Lin Shuangshuang clung to Huo Ling's shirt, unwilling to let go. She was audacious yet timid, delighting in teasing him, and when her flirtation proved successful, she felt the urge to flee. Just as she regained her composure, the sensation of his hand on her lower back startled her, prompting her to dart into his embrace. Huo Ling chuckled softly. Was there any difference between this and walking into a trap? She was foolish enough to think herself clever. How could he not be concerned? Upon hearing his laughter, Lin Shuangshuang looked up, only to find his expression unchanged, as if her ears had deceived her with a false sound. Instinctively, she remarked, "You weren't always so humorless." She vaguely recalled that when he smiled, he exuded a remarkable charisma. Now, he appeared significantly darker in demeanor. A wave of sadness washed over Lin Shuangshuang. If she had not entangled herself with him, if she had not coveted his tenderness, perhaps he would not be so troubled. The little prince would still be the little prince. Noticing her sudden silence, Huo Ling inquired, "Have you surrendered? Why aren't you running away?" Lin Shuangshuang, still clinging to him, lamented, "I feel terribly sorry for you." The little monster spoke nothing but the truth. Huo Ling replied, "Oh, then you indeed owe me an apology. Remember to treat me better in the future." Was this a sign of reconciliation? Lin Shuangshuang's eyes sparkled with hope. "Are you suggesting we make amends?" Huo Ling lowered his gaze, coldly asserting, "Not at all." After checking the time, he swiftly scooped her up and exited the room, opening the door to the adjacent chamber and depositing her inside, instructing her to reflect on her actions. He glanced around to ensure nothing appeared amiss before leaving. Lin Shuangshuang stared at the closed door, her tongue still tingling, realizing she had been abandoned in this small room to fend for herself. She experienced a fleeting taste of abandonment, and it was as disheartening as she had imagined. With a sigh, she noted day 11 of survival. Lin Shuangshuang did not awaken in the comfort of a charming castle, but in a dilapidated room of a base in a small town. Her memories reset after taking her medication the previous night. Although her notes contained a jumble of information, the most critical reminders were at the top. The first instructed her to take her medication on time. The second noted her deliberate provocation of Huo Ling, which led to a kiss. A remark. This entry detailed the kiss over 2,200 words, including the time she spent bathing in the communal bath with Huo Ling guarding her. The third reminder indicated that she was to join Huo Ling's team for a mission today, accompanied by a document containing the identities of the team members. Leaning against her notes, Lin Shuangshuang grasped her current situation, and after processing the information, she boldly opened the door and stepped out. The base's mandatory mission required a search for supplies, and today's destination was the hospital. The members gathered in the task hall downstairs, with the base even assigning vehicles. Originally, their team consisted of 5 members along with siblings Qi Ji and Qi Mo, but today, Secretary Yu had added another team to accompany them. "You 2 teams will operate together today," he instructed. "As this is your first mission, it's a perfect opportunity for Modia's team to guide you." After issuing his directives, Secretary Yu departed, seemingly off to persuade other ability user teams. Wu Zhe whispered, "I can't believe there are so many ability user teams at this base." "Another 2 teams were just invited in today," Gao Lei remarked. This town is conveniently located on the national highway, so it's not surprising that many refugees pass through here. Rona, however, looked perplexed as she observed the two newcomers. Don't you find those two a bit odd? Why is my little Shuangshuang's mouth swollen? And Huo's demeanor seems off too. They must have been sneaking kisses behind our backs. Her conclusion was startling. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe nearly choked on their laughter. Quickly shushing her. Lower your voice. Good grief, you're bold. Rona hurriedly exclaimed, Ugh, don't cover my mouth with those gloved hands. They smell. Wu Zhe added. Come to think of it, I think I saw Huo guarding the bathhouse entrance when I went to shower yesterday. Gao Lei was astonished. What? Rona couldn't help but giggle. Oh my, when did those two become so close? On the other side, Lin Shuangshuang and Huo Ling stood at a distance of about a meter apart, deliberately avoiding each other's gaze. To an outsider, it would seem as though they were mere acquaintances, when in reality, they had nearly kissed just the previous afternoon. Truly, how the times had changed. Chapter 43. The Hospital. Hello. Good morning. Chi Mo waved at the five from a distance. Chi Ji remained her usual aloof self, her long black hair tied back into a high ponytail, exuding an increasingly fierce aura. The other team consisted of 4 members who used code names instead of their real names. Modia, the captain, was a man in his 30s, with teammates known as Old Jiang, Old Yang, and Little Xiao. Old Jiang and Old Yang appeared robust, both in their 40s or 50s, while Little Xiao was a young man in his 20s. Their abilities remained undisclosed for now. The two teams shared a small bus, perfectly accommodating the group. The driver was a taciturn veteran. As soon as Modia boarded, he tossed a pack of cigarettes to the driver. Old Joe, remember to pick us up on time. Don't forget the schedule. The driver inspected the pack, then begrudgingly replied, Fine, just let me know 20 minutes in advance when you're finished. The journey to the hospital would only take about 20 minutes, perfectly timed. Modia affirmed, all right. His 3 teammates dispersed to find seats, showing little regard for the newcomers. Huo Ling led his team onto the bus, but Old Yang obstructed the aisle with his foot. The others merely watched in silence. Huo Ling walked past without acknowledging him, nearly stepping on Old Yang's foot, which prompted the latter to retract it suddenly, exclaiming, Hey, you actually dared to step on me? How bold for a newcomer. Lin Shuangshuang followed closely behind Huo Ling, overhearing Old Yang's rude remarks. She cast him a disdainful glance and muttered, No manners. Old Yang's face turned crimson. Rona couldn't contain her laughter, exclaiming, Oh my, Shuangshuang is so adorable. Wu Zhe and Gao Lei also chuckled. Huo Ling struggled to suppress a smile. Chi Ji and Chi Mo, self-aware, trailed behind, boarding last. Old Yang was about to unleash his wrath when he spotted the siblings, causing his demeanor to soften. He addressed them courteously, Chi Ji, Chi Mo, you two have such good tempers, willingly following such a rookie team? Chi Ji finally spoke, her voice as cold as ever. Just fulfilling our duty. Chi Mo maintained his innocent demeanor, responding, Uncle Yang, it's good to see you again. Please don't say that. Hua and his team are quite capable. Old Yang scoffed, How do you know? They're merely at the 3rd tier, and our captain is also at the 3rd tier. Modia interjected, That's enough, Old Yang. We're all on the same mission. Let us avoid internal conflicts. After addressing Old Yang, he turned to the newcomers. Which one of you is the team leader? Hua, is it? Huo Ling met his gaze. What do you want? Modia smiled, just a friendly introduction. As we'll be executing the mission together shortly. Little Xiao and Old Jiang scrutinized them, remaining silent. Huo Ling assessed the group, there's no need. Just because we're traveling together doesn't mean we have to collaborate. If you look down on us, we'll each handle our own tasks. After speaking, he signaled for his teammates to move further back, settling at the rear of the bus. Rona and her companions exuded confidence, utterly indifferent to the gazes of the so-called seniors, as they proudly followed their captain to take their seats. Modia, feeling slighted, was visibly displeased, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. He then, as if breaking down, declared loudly, Well then, I wish you the best of luck. Old Yang scoffed once more. Newcomers truly are oblivious to danger. Thinking this task will be a walk in the park? Very well. I shall wait and see how you come crawling back to us for help. Old Jiang and Xiao Xiao remained silent, their expressions equally sour. The front and back rows had successfully divided into 2 factions, each minding their own business. The siblings sat in the middle. Chi Mo turned to glance back, noticing the 5 of them seated in the last row, and whispered, I've heard that the difficulty of the mission at this hospital is quite high. It's precisely why Secretary Yu allowed Modia and the others to take us along. You'd best not make things so tense with them. It would be prudent. Although his words were laced with concern, a hint of schadenfreude seeped through his tone. In truth, he was looking to secure his own safety, not wanting to jeopardize his relationship with Modia's group, hence his veiled warning. The small bus was cramped, and with the heightened senses of the ability users, how could they not overhear? Old Yang huffed loudly. Huo Ling did not respond to Qi Mo. The others remained silent, further straining Qi Mo's facade. He struggled to maintain his composure, eventually lowering his head in a feigned display of vulnerability, though malice glimmered in his eyes. The five-member team harbored no trust in one another. In such an unfamiliar environment, trusting outsiders even a fraction could lead to disaster. Rona mused inwardly. Life is indeed like a performance, reliant on acting. Yet, prolonged deception inevitably reveals cracks. Just so, the little white rabbit was on the verge of breaking. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe exchanged glances, reassured by Hugo's presence, believing there was no need for concern. They had no interest in outsiders. Each of these individuals appeared to be cunning, making them exceedingly difficult to navigate. Establishing rapport with them? One could easily end up being drained dry, leaving nothing but bones. Lin Shuangshuang remained particularly vigilant. The abilities of these individuals were unknown to her, and she felt the need to protect Huo Ling and the others. For these seniors seemed like the sort to sacrifice newcomers for their own gain. They were certainly not to be trusted. Their aura was far from pure. The bus steadily made its way to the destination, with the daylight revealing a distinct lack of zombies in the vicinity. The few staggering about could not keep pace, merely choking on the exhaust fumes as they continued their aimless wandering. The acid rain persisted in its steady drizzle, the weather shrouded in mist. This morning's fog had obscured visibility, yet the vehicle sped along. The driver managed to navigate the vehicle to within 300 meters of the destination, stating, "You'd best disembark here. I cannot drive any closer. The zombies over there are trapped inside the hospital. Exercise caution." The main entrance of the hospital was already barricaded by a throng of zombies. Were it not for the sturdy fence, and given the initial clumsiness of the zombies, they would undoubtedly have all escaped. It was no wonder so few zombies roamed nearby. They were effectively trapped. Their mission today was to eliminate all the zombies within the hospital and then contact the logistics department of the base to transport the supplies away. Lin Shuangshuang possessed a spatial card, though the others were unaware, allowing her to secretly stash items, thus maintaining her enthusiasm. The seniors were well equipped. Clad in uniform gray combat attire, complete with stylish capes resistant to the acid rain, which gave them an air of superiority. Old Yang, hands in pockets, eyed the few young individuals wrapped in blue tarps, scoffing at their meager gear, pondering how they could possibly be so arrogant, likely not even possessing any useful tools. Lin Shuangshuang successfully caught an important clue. Tools? What could that be? Shortly thereafter, Old Yang began to flaunt his own tools, exclaiming, "Do you see this? A pocket watch that can slow down the movements of zombies. Do any of you newcomers possess such a thing? Do any of you even know what a mechanic is?" Chapter 44. A little show of skill. However, no one paid him any heed. Rona quietly remarked, turning to Gao Lei and Wu Zhe, "Let us have Brother Zhang make us some later. They will undoubtedly surpass theirs." Gao Lei and Wu Zhe nodded in agreement, surprised to discover that there were mechanics outside as well. Zhao Pingsheng was correct. In the post-apocalyptic era, advancements were rapid and relentless, evolving each day. As they progressed, others did as well, which necessitated a sense of urgency and greater diligence on their part. Huo Ling and Lin Shuangshuang were scouting the situation, deliberating on how to break through. Old Yang, feeling ignored by the newcomers, seethed with rage, perceiving himself as a fool. Never had he encountered such audacious newcomers. Finally, Old Jiang spoke up, "All right, let the young one stumble a bit and feel the pain." He cast a disdainful glance at the group across from him, eager to see how these inexperienced youths would contend with such a multitude of zombies without the guidance of their seniors. Modia declared, "Since they say we need not form teams, then let us all proceed separately. Old Yang, Old Jiang, Xiao Xiao, gather up, we shall set off immediately." His teammates all nodded in agreement. Xiao Xiao, the youngest, lacked a voice in the matter, merely following the lead of the captain and the two seniors, serving primarily as a lackey. Modia's small team led the charge, with Old Jiang employing his prized pocket watch to successfully disperse the zombies at the hospital entrance. Instantly, a small space was cleared, accommodating two individuals side by side. Xiao Xiao, a second-tier ice user, wielded a supportive bow that allowed him to conjure ice arrows seemingly out of thin air. With a single shot, several zombies fell instantly. Old Yang shouted loudly, "Well done." Do not underestimate Xiao Xiao. Despite being a newcomer, his strength is undeniable. He is humble, unlike some other newcomers. As he mocked, he wielded a large cleaver to slice through zombies. His ability was strength-based, making quick work of low-tier zombies, as if he were chopping cabbage. Modia's ability was fire-based. Holding a copper spinning top in his hand, a small fire tornado erupted, incinerating the zombies alive, filling the air with an unpleasant stench. Fortunately, Huo Ling's group donned masks and goggles, providing some defense against the odor. Meanwhile, the 4 from the opposing group had begun to clear out the zombies, collecting several cores, while Huo Ling's group had yet to start, the contrast stark and grim. Qi Ji and Qi Mo, somewhat gleeful, stood idly by. Their curiosity piqued regarding the strength of the 5. Sister, why are they just standing there? What are they waiting for? What is Secretary Yu thinking? Assigning us to such a team? What strength do they possess that warrants such attention from Secretary Yu, and do they intend for us to sow discord? They don't seem particularly strong, yet they are quite united. Any attempts at provocation would be futile. Qi Mo couldn't help but feel frustrated. Qi Ji, her demeanor cool and composed, yet exuding an air of arrogance, observed with a dispassionate gaze. Who knows? Although the captain of this team is rather handsome, I have no interest in the weak. Such a pity for such a fine appearance. She held no desire to seduce. Qi Mo couldn't refrain from chuckling softly. Weakness has its advantages. I rather like that pink-haired girl, but it seems the captain is quite protective. The moment I stepped closer, he shot me a warning glare. I found it quite thrilling. A hint of madness flickered in his eyes. Qi Ji cautioned him. We have yet to ascertain their true nature. We do not know if they are colleagues or fodder. Exercise restraint, and mind your demeanor. It appears unseemly. She held a deep disdain for her younger brother's persona as a little sunbeam, although it could effectively lower the guard of their targets. She deemed it overly obsequious and demeaning. As the siblings engaged in hushed whispers, the group of 5 finally stirred. Suddenly, the girl with pink hair dashed forward, wielding a steel pipe with remarkable agility. It is worth noting that the hospital's entrance gate stood a towering 2 meters high, yet she effortlessly vaulted over it with a deft maneuver. Upon landing, something inexplicable occurred. The zombies that had been clustered at the doorway abruptly scattered, turning on one another in a frenzy, thus clearing a space for her to navigate. Rona quipped, "What kind of props do we need? Our captain can disperse the zombie horde with ease." It's exhilarating. Just before Lin Shuangshuang touched down, Wuxia unleashed his earth-based powers, transforming the concrete floor into soft earth, allowing her to land without any burden, preserving her knees from harm. She then sprang into action, swiftly dispatching the few uncontrolled zombies that lunged at her with brutal efficiency, crushing their skulls with a single blow, resulting in a gruesome explosion of viscera that splattered the ground in a vivid display of red and white. The siblings were left momentarily stunned, gulping in disbelief. After clearing away the remaining zombies, Lin Shuangshuang took a moment to unlock the door for Huo Ling and the others, before resuming her relentless assault. With cores from the fallen enemies accumulating at her feet, her contamination level was maintained at 93%, a slight decrease from the previous 95, prompting a minor increase in her abilities. Gao Lei ushered Rona inside, protecting her while simultaneously employing his petrifying powers to ensnare the surrounding zombies, allowing Rona to reap the rewards. Her abilities, while less flamboyant than Modia's fiery whirlwind, involved summoning a barrage of fireballs that ignited the zombies' heads, causing them to collapse as their cores rolled free, thus conserving her energy and enhancing efficiency. Wu Zhe's earth manipulation pried the concrete apart, the soil behaving almost as a living entity, swiftly gathering the dropped cores. He continued to provide cover for his teammates while moving with alarming speed, often vanishing only to reappear unexpectedly. Qi Ji and Qi Mo soon realized he possessed the ability to burrow through the earth, enabling him to navigate freely underground, a rather terrifying prospect that opened up avenues for assassination. The siblings exchanged worried glances. As for Huo Ling, he wielded control over the zombie horde with a mere snap of his fingers, causing a small cluster to perish instantly. The difference between a third-tier ability and a second-tier was stark. Once limited to a mere 10 low-level zombies, he could now manipulate over 30 with ease. The siblings' faces paled as they grasped the true terror of this small team. Modia and his companions were stretched thin. By the time they noticed the activity to their left, the 5 had already breached the hospital, while they were still engaged in combat with the zombies at the fence. Lao Yong's defenses crumbled. How is this possible? Are they truly that strong? Lao Jiang's expression darkened. Xiao was incredulous, followed by a wave of envy. Unbeknownst to them, before arriving in this town, the five had boldly ventured into desolate areas and had experience battling mid-level mutated plants. A mere hospital posed no threat to them, and they regarded it with indifference. Modia shouted, "What are you standing around for? Haven't you seen how many cores they've collected next door? Hurry up.
Damn it. All the cores are being snatched away by them."
Chapter 45. The Pink Mist. The hospital had two entrances, and the side door at the left corner had been opened by Huo Ling and his team, allowing Qi Ji and Qi Mo to follow suit. The siblings regained their composure and began coordinating with the five. Qi Mo, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Let me assist you." He hurled a skill-enhancing white ring and a healing green ring towards them. The two combined alleviated all negative states, and each individual felt an invigorating lightness, with their strength and abilities enhanced, making it far easier to combat the zombies. Qi Ji surged towards Huo Ling, providing cover as she fought off the zombies near him. Qi Mo, witnessing his sister's actions, was taken aback, who had claimed to look down on the captain. Now, realizing his capabilities, she had begun to flank him. He felt a surge of admiration for his sister. He then turned his gaze to Lin Shuangshuang, who fought fiercely without even using her powers, instilling a thrilling excitement within him. "Sister Shuangshuang, I'm here to help," he called out, his voice sweetly eager as he rushed to her side. Both Huo Ling and Lin Shuangshuang halted simultaneously. Lin Shuangshuang, startled, charged into the throng of zombies, preferring to engage in battle rather than involve herself with Qi Mo. Determined to avoid provoking Huo Ling's jealousy. "No need for that," she thought. "You should focus on protecting your sister." Huo Ling noticed Qi Ji approaching him and understood he had become her target, his expression darkening. He could hardly evade the situation. The intentions of Secretary Yu were becoming increasingly transparent. Adding someone to a fixed team could easily destabilize its dynamics. Once the cohesion among team members faltered, reassigning them to the base would become a trivial matter. His heart sank at the thought. Huo Ling scoffed quietly. He had unwavering faith in his own people, for they were not only trustworthy but also bonded by a shared fate. Lin Shuangshuang was even less likely to be swayed. She was right there, and no one could touch her. The side door buzzed with activity. Modia, feeling impatient, gritted his teeth and burst through, leading his team inside.
"Good job.
We've made it too. Let us continue the collection." Cores were indeed valuable commodities. Lao Yang and his team, however, were struggling, sweat beading on their foreheads as they pressed on. Xiao's complexion had turned pale, his powers nearly depleted. Lao Jiang had yet to make a move, leaving others uncertain of his abilities. Once both teams were inside the hospital, a loud clang echoed as the iron doors slammed shut, causing them to turn sharply. A thick, pink mist began to envelop the area, ensnaring the hospital in an eerie shroud. Lao Yang's heart raced in terror. What on earth is happening? What is this stuff? Modia turned to him, shouting, "Can you stop overreacting? It's just a weather phenomenon. Why are you yelling? I can't stand your incessant panic." Lao Yang flushed with embarrassment, feeling his pride wounded. He wanted to retort but held back, knowing Modia was the captain. Suppressing his frustration, Lao Jiang's expression grew grave. "Something isn't right. This doesn't feel like a normal weather occurrence. There was fog this morning, but it was certainly not this color, and the mist feels alive." His voice was tense, revealing an unsettling uncertainty. Xiao, thoroughly frightened, attempted to throw a piece of concrete at the mist, but there was no sound of it hitting the ground. His voice trembled. "This isn't right. Something is really wrong." Modia observed his teammates' fearful demeanor. Despite his own apprehension, he felt urgency upon seeing the adjacent teams still harvesting zombies. "What are you afraid of? The newcomers aren't backing down. Can't you focus on the task at hand?"
He was frantic.
The cores were dwindling. Did they intend to remain indebted? When the time came for payment, how would they survive? Would they need cores for rent? For food? Would they choose to continue their aimless wandering? A single phrase jolted the dreamer awake. Finally, Lao Yang and his companions came to their senses. Indeed, what did it matter if there was thick fog? It was a problem that could not be solved at the moment. Their priority was to seize the anomalous cores first. Thus, the battle resumed. Lin Shuangshuang had, of course, noticed the dense fog, but she had no time to dwell on it now. Rona inquired, "Captain Huo, what on earth is that outside?" Huo Ling cast a glance outside and replied, "I'm not sure. It seems to be the work of that entity within the hospital. Stay safe and focus on clearing the zombies." His psychic abilities were akin to a cheat code, allowing him to perceive things beyond others' comprehension. At this moment, he sensed that the source of the fog emanated from within the hospital, where undoubtedly a formidable entity resided. Was it a zombie king? A mutated creature? Or perhaps a mutated plant? It was unclear. Nevertheless, they needed to eliminate the threats outside before addressing the matter within, taking it one step at a time. As the captain, Huo Ling remained composed and level-headed, instilling a sense of calm in his teammates, who trusted him implicitly. Lin Shuangshuang, in particular, felt that wherever Huo Ling was, it was the safest place to be before the apocalypse, and now, it was the most reassuring. As for safety, if all else failed, she could use brute force to make the area secure. Such was the simplicity and directness of the little monster. The pink fog bore a resemblance to Chimo's abilities, surprisingly providing a buff effect, causing the horde of zombies to suddenly go into a frenzy, with all of them leveling up. 1-star zombies swiftly transformed into 2-star ones, and their agility grew stronger. Wuxia inhaled sharply, relieved that they had been swift in their actions. Only a third remained, or it would have been quite troublesome. They needed to accelerate their pace. Gao Lei acknowledged, focusing on protecting Rona, who continued to unleash fireballs that darted chaotically across the battlefield, automatically homing in on the zombies. Lin Shuangshuang's approach was almost feral. With a swing of her stick, she dispatched one zombie after another, her stamina seemingly limitless, capable of taking down 10 zombies single-handedly. Chi Mo was utterly transfixed, yet he could not afford to be distracted. He needed to provide them with buffs, mentally chastising his secretary Yu for putting him in such a predicament. The fog outside was siphoning his buffs. They needed to finish this quickly. Chimo's persona as a little son was nearly unraveling, and his expression grew increasingly anxious. Although Chi Ji was at the late stage of the second tier, her stamina was beginning to wane. The risks of this mission far exceeded her expectations, and her complexion reflected her concern, especially as she glanced in Huo Ling's direction. This man was unattainable, a conclusion drawn from her own experiences, prompting her to abandon that pursuit. After relentless effort from the group, they finally eradicated the horde of zombies outside the hospital, the ground now littered with chunks of flesh, mingling with a fine acid rain that emitted a truly nauseating odor. Chapter 46 Trapped.
Exhausted.
Huo Ling instructed his teammates to find a clean area to rest. The vicinity near the hospital had the fewest zombies, and the blood and debris here were minimal, so they decided to sit at the entrance of the outpatient department. Wu just slumped against a column, gasping for breath. Beside him a bag made of earth, bulging with anomalous cores. This was quite the haul. He felt a sense of satisfaction. There were quite a few green anomalous cores. He counted over a dozen 1-star cores and 2 2-star ones. Rona rummaged through the thin earthen bag, exclaiming, "Wow, so many? There must be at least 100. The other types were indeed numerous. In this post-apocalyptic world, abilities were classified into 5 primary categories: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, with the wood category being particularly scarce. Wu Zhe grinned broadly. If not for his mask, one could see his gleaming white teeth. Indeed, this venture had proven worthwhile, especially since the pink fog had precipitated an upgrade, resulting in an increase in 2-star anomalous cores. Gao Lei could not help but chuckle. Even mutated creatures would be infuriated. Intentionally catalyzing a zombie upgrade, only to have them wiped out en masse, while humans audaciously expressed gratitude, claiming they were providing free upgrades to anomalous cores. Who wouldn't be enraged? Rona and Wu Zhe laughed heartily. "Hey, Lega, you're hilarious." Lin Shuangshuang was sneakily inching closer to Huo Ling, attempting to cozy up to him. She hadn't properly snuggled with him all day. Huo Ling noticed her subtle movements, but remained silent, curious about her intentions. The little pink monster pressed against him and remained still, seemingly content just to be near him, even separated by a thin tarp. At this moment, she realized she was being clingy. Why had she avoided him when he kissed her yesterday? Huo Ling, normally quiet, managed to startle Lin Shuangshuang when he finally spoke. She widened her eyes, recalling the shameless entries in her notes about their kisses, and after a long pause, she nervously shifted away. Unbeknownst to her, her thoughts had wandered into inappropriate territory. After a moment, she managed to say, Huo Ling, while replying to Zhao Pingsheng and Zhang Deipen, casually responded. Lin Shuangshuang blurted out, "You're shameless." Huo Ling. He calmly glanced at Lin Shuangshuang before returning to his messages. "Do you need me to recap what you did while I was in seclusion?" Lin Shuangshuang's face fell blank. Her mind was a void. Indeed, she had forgotten. Instinctively, She reached for her notes. Huo Ling chuckled softly, not looking at her anymore, and said, "You should review your notes thoroughly. They are filled with your incriminating evidence." Lin Shuangshuang felt a wave of panic, her face turning crimson. "You shamelessly peeked at my notes." She covered her wristband. Huo Ling replied, "I did not." Lin Shuangshuang did not believe him. Her eyes brimmed with suspicion. "I don't believe you." Huo Ling tossed a piece of chocolate into her arms, then threw a few toward Rona and the others, replenishing their energy for the impending fierce battle. He ceased replying to messages, but did not feel any lighter in spirit. Rising, he gazed intently into the dimly lit outpatient area. It was eerily deserted. Rona and the others were astonished that Huo Ling had food, expressing their gratitude with enthusiasm. "Wow. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Huge. You're the best." Qi Mo and Qi Ji, the siblings, were secretly sipping nutrient liquid when they turned to see the five indulging in chocolate, unable to suppress their salivation. These five were no easy targets to fool. The siblings had gained a clear understanding, so they no longer pretended and approached cautiously. Given the current perilous situation, they had to join forces. GMO asked, "What do you mean by a fierce battle?" He dropped the act, his voice mirroring his sister's, cool and composed. Qi spoke candidly. "After all, we are temporary allies. At least our abilities are decent, right? We've helped you quite a bit." Huo Ling finally regarded the siblings with some appreciation. "Very well. I prefer dealing with intelligent individuals. Since you're honest, I can cooperate with you. The current situation is likely related to whatever is inside the hospital. If we do not defeat it, it is feared that none of us will escape, and we may slowly be worn down." Huo Ling had just been in contact with Xiao Pingsheng and Zhang Deipen, asking them to assist in gathering information and checking online for any relevant details. Despite the apocalyptic era, technology had not entirely collapsed. While not as convenient as before, the internet was still functional. They managed to uncover some information indicating that several groups of ability users had been ambushed near this hospital, yet no one had seen the assailant. It was described as exceedingly fast, with razor-sharp claws, and the deceased had mostly met their demise by being slashed to death. Huo Ling surveyed the gruesome wounds, which indeed were terrifying. He pondered what kind of mutated creature could possess such elongated claws, reminding him of the pair of mother and daughter vendors from whom he had purchased a similar claw. Suddenly, he inquired, what animal did that claw belong to? Rona and the others, having just finished their chocolate and readjusting their masks, paused momentarily before straining to recall. "It's a pangolin," Wu Zhe exclaimed, adding, yes. Those chunks of flesh were enormous, and the outer layer resembled the pangolin's shell. He had seen one in his childhood, though they were nearly extinct now. Huo Ling's mind began to piece together the puzzle. Lin Shuangshuang licked her lips, savoring the sweetness of the chocolate, and pressed on. "Is the monster in the hospital a mutated pangolin?" Huo Ling replied, "Most likely." Wu Zhe's expression shifted to one of concern. "If that's the case, it won't be easy to defeat." Rona, changing her gloves, playfully hit him on the head. "Even if it's tough, we must fight. Should we just sit here and wait for our demise? We still have lives to live." She needed to return to her novels, with a trove of stories awaiting her affection and a multitude of pairings to indulge in. This cozy little castle was too delightful. She had to survive to return. Wu Zhe let out a sound of frustration, not opposing the idea of fighting, but simply feeling it would be a formidable challenge. Rona declared it can burrow underground, but so can you. What are you afraid of? Besides, if we can capture this anomalous core, I believe it would suit you splendidly. Gao Lei interjected, not necessarily. By conventional standards, it does lean towards the earth element. But let us not forget, the dense fog outside was conjured by it. It might be an extension of the water element, related to fog, or perhaps even something psychic. Their discussion flowed continuously. Lin Shuangshuang remained largely unperturbed, recognizing that worrying wouldn't change their situation. She opted for a calm demeanor, focusing on responding when needed. Qi Ji and Qi Mo, the brother and sister duo, were utterly perplexed, wondering how these five individuals maintained such a positive outlook. In a moment like this, they were still engaging in frivolous chatter while they felt a rising panic. Meanwhile, the team from Modia was utterly exhausted, their 4 members gasping for breath, unable to recover, and merely staring blankly. Chapter 47. Cooperation. As time slipped away, everyone's stamina gradually returned. Qi Mo utilized his abilities several times, successfully alleviating the negative statuses of the group. Initially, he had aimed to provide a buff only to Huo Ling's 5 companions but, wary of offending Modia, He also treated their team as well. After all, Modia was a competent fighter, and Chi-Mo wished to curry favor with him. This was purely his personal endeavor, unrelated to team dynamics. Chi-Ji disapproved, believing her brother was wasting his efforts. Huo Ling was indifferent. What the siblings chose to do was their own business. They were not his teammates, and he had no obligation to oversee their actions. Their relationship was merely one of temporary cooperation. The surrounding pink fog began to creep inward, growing increasingly dense. It seemed nearly impossible to break free. Modia was in the midst of thanking Chi-Mo. "I will remember your kindness." Chi-Mo beamed. "It's nothing. We're all friends here." Old Yang was testing the fog with various objects, but even stones couldn't penetrate it. The mist acted like an elastic barrier, bouncing the stones back. Xiao Xiao rummaged through the remnants on the ground and found a zombie's clothing. He waved the jacket, attempting to create a breeze. But the fog remained unyielding. What on earth is this? It doesn't resemble fog at all. He felt on the verge of despair. Old Yang exclaimed in frustration. "Damn it, could it be true what that kid said? Do we have to go in and slay that mutated pangolin?" The unknown was indeed the most terrifying. Lacking experience in battling mutated flora and fauna, they were filled with dread. Modia pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to approach Huo Ling's group. Rona and the others immediately became alert, standing up and watching Modia closely. Lin Shuangshuang positioned herself protectively in front of Huo Ling, even though she was smaller than him, always intent on safeguarding him. Huo Ling felt a mix of emotions. This time, Modia was not there to cause trouble. He stood before the five. Awkward for a moment before apologizing. "We were presumptuous earlier. Now we're all in the same boat. Let us collaborate and devise a way to eliminate the monster inside." He glanced into the eerily silent registration hall, feeling an unsettling chill. Huo Ling nodded, agreed. He instructed everyone to prepare themselves mentally, stating they would enter together in 3 minutes. Modia sighed in relief. All right. He then returned to his teammates. At such a moment, any sensible individual wouldn't seek to create another enemy, which is why he took the initiative to apologize. Having an ally was far more advantageous than an adversary. Chi-Ji and Chi-Mo exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Wu Zhe quietly asked, "Brother Huo, are we really going to cooperate with them?" Rona replied, "We have no other options. We must act together. I hope certain individuals will keep their word and not stab us in the back." Huo Ling regarded them. "Is it not somewhat foolish to rely on the moral integrity of others? Please ensure your own safety, and do not let your guard down." Rona and Wu Zhe chuckled, realizing he didn't truly view them as temporary allies, which made matters much simpler. Otherwise, it would have been quite uncomfortable. Gao Lei added, "Brother Huo likely just doesn't want them to reap the benefits without contributing. Letting them join us may absorb some damage." Huo Ling smiled, appreciating Gao Lei's recent growth. Gao Lei blushed slightly at the compliment. Rona and Wu Zhe teased him. "Look at you, so pleased with the praise. All right. Brother Lei is the best." Lin Shuangshuang observed their banter, feeling a lightness in her heart. "If you encounter danger, feel free to call me. I'll be there in a flash." Rona let out a playful squeal, unable to suppress her laughter. "Oh my, our Shuang is so fierce. I feel so secure." Love you. Lin Shuangshuang instantly flushed and hid behind Huo Ling. He shot her a glance, cautioning her not to take such words too seriously. Where had this little stickler come from? It seemed there was an answer now. If she were a humanoid weapon, according to his knowledge, their daily existence revolved solely around training and combat. They would have no time to understand such matters, nor would anyone jest with them. Huo Ling recalled the peculiar behaviors Lin Shuangshuang exhibited when he first encountered her, and his heart ached slightly. No wonder she had been so astonished when eating desserts. Perhaps she had never experienced such delights before? Humanoid weapons relied on nutrient solutions for sustenance, as they had no time to relish gourmet food. They were born solely for battle, with no need for anything else. Huo Ling remembered what Zhao Pingsheng had said that night. Initially, they had speculated that Lin Shuangshuang had been abducted for experimentation, but her genetic tests revealed she wasn't modified midway through but rather appeared to be a cultivated entity. Huo Ling? Lin Shuangshuang's voice broke through his reverie. He suddenly came back to himself, noticing she was tugging at him. "What's the matter?" he asked. He rarely zoned out, but whenever it involved Lin Shuangshuang, he found himself distracted. She informed him, 3 minutes are up. She was indeed quite serious and had a keen sense of time, likely due to her upbringing. Huo Ling nodded, then called to his teammates, "Let us move out." Rona and the others immediately responded. Yes. Received.
All right.
Lin Shuangshuang followed closely behind. Gao Lei forcefully kicked open the door, then cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Wu Zhe ventured ahead to scout the path, followed closely by Luna, while Huo Ling and Lin Shuang brought up the rear. Qi Ji and Qi Mo hastily joined them. Modia called to his teammates, urging them to hurry and stay close. Having witnessed the capabilities of the opposing team, he no longer held himself in high regard. It was quite possible that he would need to rely on them to find a way out. Lao Yang felt a surge of indignation, thinking it absurd that this young man could assume such a role. Modia warned Lao Yang with a chilling glare, instructing him to refrain from causing trouble. If he jeopardized their lives, he too would not escape the consequences. Startled by the intensity of Modia's demeanor, Lao Yang acquiesced with a scoff. Xiao Xiao, trembling with fear, lamented the eerie silence of the hospital. Lao Jiang mocked him, stating, "Are we not human? If there were anyone here, it would be catastrophic. It would mean that a certain ability user is behind this, and humans can be far more terrifying than mutated creatures." Lao Yang concurred. Indeed, if there were any, they would be zombies. How strange that not a single one can be found here. Are they all outside the hospital? It was evident that Modia, who could lead, was exceptional. He proposed, "Is it possible that they dare not approach the hospital?" At this, Lao Yang and the others fell silent, a chill creeping down their spines. The registration hall was desolate, the entire hospital enveloped in an eerie silence. Their footsteps echoed ominously, and an unsettling tension spread among them. Chapter 48. The Mutated Pangolin. Huo Ling utilized his psychic abilities to probe the area but could not pinpoint the target, only sensing its presence within the building. "Let us split up and search," he suggested, directing them to begin their investigation in the first-floor lobby. The two teams proceeded separately. Lao Yang shouted from across the room, "No way. How can we trust you once you put us in danger? Besides, your group is much larger, and with Qi Mo and Qi Ji, you have 7 people while we only have 4. Furthermore, Qi Mo is a healer. That is simply unfair." Xiao Xiao chimed in, "Exactly. Secretary Yu instructed us to work together. You cannot monopolize their skills. We need Qi Mo more." Qi Mo's expression darkened. Although he wished to avoid conflict, he was not someone to be ordered around. "We're all in the lobby. If anyone needs help, I will certainly assist. Moreover, my sister and I were assigned to your 5-member team by Secretary Yu, not to yours. Helping you is a favor, and not assisting is my right." Lao Yang panicked. "Xiao Mo, that is not what we meant." Qi Mo remained displeased. After all, he was a rare ability user. In a post-apocalyptic world, a healer was incredibly scarce. It was outrageous that Lao Yang dared to command him. Modia interjected, attempting to mediate. "All right, let us keep our comments to a minimum. Life is paramount. Do you want to waste time arguing?" He warned Lao Yang to be silent, as his words were only inciting annoyance. Reluctantly, Lao Yang complied, but his discontent grew. He was a proud man and found it intolerable to heed the younger Modia's words while being disregarded by everyone else. His inner turmoil deepened. Eventually, they resolved to act separately, as lingering any longer would be a waste of precious time. They needed to leave before nightfall. Huo Ling glanced at the time, reminding them, "It's exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We have 4.5 hours until darkness falls. Typically, it becomes fully dark by 6:30. Although the thick fog makes it feel like night already, the true night will be far more perilous. We must act swiftly." As both teams prepared to search in opposite directions, a chilling scream pierced the air. "Ah!" Everyone jumped in alarm. Lao Yang shouted, "What the hell? Whose blood is splattered on me?" Lao Jiang exclaimed, "Xiao Xiao is gone." The group was left in shock. Modia yelled in alarm, "What happened?" Huo Ling shone his flashlight towards Lao Yang's direction, revealing him drenched in blood, his cloak dripping with it. Xiao Xiao had been brutally slain. His throat and chest torn open, innards spilling forth, his face contorted in agony. Terror enveloped them, disbelief settling in. This creature had ambushed them? Almost immediately, a loud thud echoed in the dimness, the sound of a strike impacting its target. Huo Ling swiftly directed his flashlight toward the source of the noise, which was Lin Shuang's position. He felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing her unscathed. Lin Shuang had just struck the mutated creature with a steel pipe, sending it flying, illuminated by Huo Ling's flashlight. The group gasped in horror. The mutated creature's back was arched, its limbs thick and muscular, encased in a reflective, metallic armor. Its claws were razor-sharp, deeply gouging the lobby tiles, leaving a trail of destruction. Good heavens, how can it move so swiftly and silently? They realized how terrifyingly effective it was at taking lives without a trace. Luna's expression was grave. Wu Zhe's face turned pale. Realizing that this was no mere pangolin, it was a monster. Gao Lei felt grateful that Shuang had reacted quickly, otherwise, they would have lost another member. The mutated pangolin, realizing it had been exposed, immediately began to flee, burrowing into the ground, its form vanishing from the lobby once more. Lao Yang, in a frenzy, screamed, "What in the world is that? I can't take this anymore. We need to leave, now." He jumped up and down in panic. Modia urged him to calm down. "What are you losing your mind over? How do you expect to escape? The fog is everywhere." Lao Yang, overwhelmed by chaos, could not hear him. Blood splattered on him made him mutter incoherently, and he began to gag as the taste of blood filled his mouth. "I can't take it. I have to go. I have to leave." He spiraled into madness, disregarding Modia's attempts to restrain him, and charged towards the exit. Qi Ji and Qi Mo shared concerned glances, and Qi Ji scolded, "You fool." As expected, before Lao Yang could escape the lobby, he was struck down at the entrance by a swift shadow. The mutated pangolin's speed was astonishing, nearly impossible to perceive. In the blink of an eye, Lao Yang was sliced in half, his life extinguished, his body still twitching. Modia felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he witnessed the gruesome sight, cursing under his breath. He had never seen someone so foolish. The fog had now closed in around the building, encircling them completely. Modia felt his composure slipping. Why did we even come here? We could have avoided this. Had I known, I wouldn't have confronted this monster head-on. Lao Jiang had quietly started to retreat, attempting to conceal himself among the crowd. Qi Ji mocked him. "Oh really? Look at that fog, will you?" Upon turning, Modia and Lao Jiang were horrified to see the pink mist actively consuming flesh, visibly digesting Lao Yang's corpse. Its hue growing more vibrant. It was a terrifying sight. Modia's legs weakened, and Lao Jiang could no longer maintain his composure. What do we do? They realized the mutated pangolin seemed to fear Lin Shuang, hesitating to attack the group again, prompting them to huddle together for safety. Lin Shuang coolly asserted, "It's simple. We lure it out and kill it." Everyone turned their gaze towards her. Huo Ling, however, was concerned for her. He spoke in a deep voice, "Can we defeat it?" Lin Shuangshuang looked up at him and nodded, affirming that they should be able to overcome it, but they would need assistance. Her powers were still dormant, although her strength had improved slightly. Engaging the creature would be somewhat taxing and would require support. Rona and the others readily agreed. "No problem, Shuanger. We will follow your lead." Qi Ji and Qi Mo also declared, "We, as siblings, will do our utmost to cooperate with you." Modia and old Jiang chimed in, expressing their willingness to help, as none of them wished for their demise. Lin Shuangshuang replied, "Then it's settled. With so many of us united, we can prevail. Moreover, after our victory, the core must belong to our team." She reminded the four outsiders. Qi Ji and Qi Mo were momentarily taken aback, but soon acquiesced. Modia and old Jiang were somewhat dissatisfied, yet ultimately prioritized their survival and agreed. Huo Ling seized the moment to focus his mental energy on the mutated pangolin, announcing, "It is approaching." Chapter 49, Betrayal. The mutated pangolin seemed to comprehend human speech, or perhaps sensed danger, through instinct. Disregarding everything else as it launched another assault on the crowd. It evaded the pink-haired girl and changed direction, lunging toward Wu Zhe. Lin Shuangshuang reacted swiftly, already appearing behind Wu Zhe before anyone else could respond. She struck the mutated pangolin's body with her staff and shouted, "Gao Lei, activate petrification." Huo Ling immediately collaborated, utilizing his psychic abilities to stun the mutated pangolin. Unfortunately, due to level restrictions, he could only delay it for a second. Though Gao Lei couldn't see clearly, he trusted his teammates. Following Lin Shuangshuang's command, he seized the fleeting moment when the mutated pangolin was momentarily stunned and hurled a skill at it, managing to petrify its tail. Albeit he lamented, "I missed its body." Rona and Wu Zhe executed their moves synchronously, launching fireballs and earth blocks. The mutated pangolin, however, moved with remarkable speed, burrowing into the ground with its petrified tail. The fireball was deflected by its armored hide, and the solid earth block missed its mark as well. Wu Zhe attempted to pursue underground, but Rona pulled him back, exclaiming, "No. You can't defeat this creature. Don't chase it. Your combat style doesn't allow for tunneling." Huo Ling also intervened, agreeing with Rona, "Do not act alone." Lin Shuangshuang encouraged them, "Stay calm. We will wear it down." Huo Ling had just taken the opportunity to probe the mutated pangolin with his mental energy, warning them, "This creature is at least 4 stars. Do exercise caution." However, there was good news. Previously, he had been unable to lock onto his target, but after Lin Shuangshuang struck the pangolin twice, he had managed to leave 2 mental marks on it. Although he could not pinpoint its exact location, he could now alert everyone the moment it reappeared. Serving as a warning, the 5 of them had previously fought a mutated silk cotton tree together, developing a degree of synergy, and their collaboration was becoming increasingly seamless. Qi Ji and Qi Mo struggled to find their footing and keep pace with the others. "Next time you attack, inform us how we should proceed," Lin Shuangshuang instructed the siblings. "All right, Qi Mo, do not cease your healing and buffing." Qi Mo readily complied, casting a circle of skills on their 5-member team. Qi Ji prepared herself. Modia and Old Jiang remained inactive. One was slow to react, while the other hesitated to expend his skills. Their indecision stemmed from a desire to conserve their strength. Huo Ling glanced at them. "Surely you do not wish to reap the benefits without contributing?" Modia and Old Jiang immediately felt guilty. No. I was merely slow to keep up. I assure you I will follow next time." Lin Shuangshuang remained vigilant, her gaze fixed on Old Jiang. "What is your ability? I have yet to see you in combat. You have been hiding among the crowd." Old Jiang's eyes flickered with momentary panic, but he quickly regained his composure. Modia chimed in, "He possesses supportive abilities. He usually refrains from engaging in battle." Wuxia voiced his discontent. "Surely he has something he can contribute. Why has he been lurking about? Everyone else is putting in effort while he stands idly by." Lin Shuangshuang, unwilling to be placated, pressed on. "So what is his ability?" In battle, the presence of an unclear individual was most dangerous, especially one so close to her. She could not see through him. Modia awkwardly explained, "Old Zhang's skills are somewhat unrefined. They resemble dark arts more than anything else, and his abilities are not yet needed." This was clearly an attempt to conceal the truth. Qi Ji remarked, "I've heard your team progresses quickly. Does it have anything to do with him?" Qi Mo suddenly distanced himself from Old Jiang, exclaiming, "Wait, he is not some energy-sucking monster, is he? Absorbing others' abilities?" Modia's expression shifted dramatically. Thus, he was reluctant to reveal Old Jiang's abilities, for they were his trump card. Old Jiang remained silent. A faint sound suddenly arose from underground. Huo Ling promptly alerted them, "It's coming. This time, focus on your collaboration." The mutated pangolin, hindered by its petrified tail, moved clumsily, its movements now more pronounced. No longer able to silently kill. This rendered it particularly irritable. This time, it chose to pounce on Rona with increased ferocity. Its speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. Gao Lei, relying on instinct, erected a barrier with his powers. Any attempt by the mutated pangolin to approach would result in its petrification. Lin Shuangshuang positioned herself in front of Gao Lei's barrier, raising her steel pipe to strike the mutated pangolin again, leaving a dent in the metal. The mutated pangolin emitted a pained, shrill cry, its eyes gleaming with a terrifying crimson hue. Huo Ling unleashed a psychic attack, causing the creature to lag in its movements, granting his teammates precious time. Rona and Wuxia unleashed their abilities in retaliation. Fireballs and earth blocks materialized simultaneously. This time, Qi Ji seized the opportunity. As the morning glory vines rapidly ensnared the mutated pangolin's limbs, Modia, albeit belatedly, retrieved his compass and summoned a fire tornado directed at the mutated pangolin. While Qi Mo immediately cast healing and buffs on the entire team, with Old Jiang still standing idly by. The mutated pangolin, injured, struggled against the binding vines, while Qi Ji, blood trickling from her mouth, persisted in her efforts. Qi Mo swiftly attended to his sister, casting his powers upon her, neglecting everyone else. Huo Ling, Rona, and Wuxia continued their assault, with Gao Lei safeguarding his teammates. Lin Shuangshuang raised her steel pipe, declaring, on the count of 3, 2, 1, "Cease your powers and let me take my turn." Everyone agreed, without hesitation. Then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Old Jiang, who had been lurking in the shadows, witnessed the mutated pangolin wounded and, as the surrounding red mist began to dissipate, his face lit up with uncontainable glee. He gritted his teeth and immediately activated his ability seize on the 3 highest-level individuals present, which could siphon half of a target's abilities and life force for a limited time of 10 minutes. Huo Ling, Modia, and Qi Ji all coughed up blood, their expressions a mix of disbelief. "Sister? Old Jiang, you've betrayed me." "Huo Ge, Huo team leader." Huo Ling. Lin Shuangshuang. Witnessing Huo Ling spitting blood, felt her pupils tremble in shock. She swiftly turned to lock onto her target, only to find old Jiang already harnessing the strongest energy, preparing to burst through the pink mist and escape. Lin Shuangshuang's fury surged, her mind blank, and her ears ringing. Before she could process the situation, her body had already moved to the entrance. Old Jiang, reveling in his triumph, muttered to himself, "Who would want to fight with you fools?
Haha.
Only a fool would stick around with a bunch of idiots, ha ha ha." He felt as though he had narrowly escaped a grave misfortune, yet fortunately, he possessed a life-saving ability. This mutated pangolin was rated 4 stars. Who could possibly contend with it? He had no intention of taking such a risk. Should they falter, his life would be forfeit. It would be far wiser to seize the opportunity to pilfer their abilities and vitality, ensuring his own survival. Chapter 50. Coaxing. Joy lasts but 3 seconds. Lao Zhang's eyes widened in terror as blood erupted from his crown. He turned back in a futile attempt to escape, only to behold a girl resembling a fiend from the depths of hell, her gaze cold and merciless. A guttural sound escaped his throat as the metallic scent of blood enveloped him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. With a sickening squelch, pink hair pierced through his neck, and snaring him tightly. Lin Shuangshuang's pupils dilated as she viciously declared, "Die." Lao Zhang's demise was absolute. The pink curls violently tore his head away, intent on shredding his entire body. Lin Shuangshuang's corruption levels skyrocketed, her wristband emitting incessant alarms. Due to the overload, Zhao Pingsheng received an urgent signal, immediately connecting. "What is happening? Are you all right?" Coughing, Lin Shuangshuang. Huo Ling, while subduing the mutated pangolin, attempted to rein in the rampaging Lin Shuangshuang. The pink-haired girl turned to face him. Huo Ling observed her fierce countenance and her inhumanly erect pupils, yet he remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "I am fine." Lin Shuangshuang blinked, her reason gradually returning as she gazed down at the pool of blood and the remnants of Lao Jiang. Upon lifting her eyes, she caught sight of Qi Ji and Qi Mo's terrified expressions, along with the wide-eyed stares of Rona and the others. She felt a pang of confusion. Huo Ling could not bear to witness her bewilderment. Suppressing the pain within his chest, he urged her, "Come here." Lin Shuangshuang continued to stare at him, dabbing at the blood on her long hair, but no matter how much she wiped, it remained. Just like her identity, she was perpetually different from him and from them. Noticing her frantic attempts to clean herself, Huo Ling said, "Come here, let me help you." Just as he had done in the past, helping her dry her hair. It felt as if she were not tainted with blood but merely had washed her hair after completing a task on a moonlit night. Silence lingered for several seconds before Lin Shuangshuang finally responded with a nasal slowly making her way towards him. The 4-star mutated pangolin was on the brink of death. They had taken turns to subdue it, and the pink mist was nearly dissipated. Huo Ling instructed her to deliver the final blow. Lin Shuangshuang's dazed mind began to function, and swiftly, she plunged a steel pipe into its head, extracting its core. The core was a pink gem. Its abilities currently unknown. Qi Ji and Qi Mo stumbled back several steps, while Modia turned pale at the sight of Lin Shuangshuang's gaze, trembling uncontrollably. Rona and the others were certainly frightened as well, but they were somewhat reassured. Zhao Pingsheng had already prepared them. And Huo Ling had not concealed Lin Shuangshuang's situation from her, though he had not anticipated her rampage would manifest in such a manner. The battle concluded. Their powers had been successfully drained, rendering them unable to depart for the time being. The clock struck 5:10 in the afternoon. Qi Ji and Qi Mo regained their senses. At such a time, the base would not dispatch vehicles. The night here was particularly perilous, far more so than elsewhere. In such circumstances, teams on missions could only rely on their own fortunes. Indeed, the siblings were now severely drained, utterly weakened. Modia could not even rise. His abilities and vitality diminished by half, leaving him in a critically injured state. Huo Ling proposed that they stay the night. Rona and the others would keep watch with Qi Mo, while he, Modia, and Qi Ji, all seriously injured, needed to recuperate. As for Lao Zhang's betrayal, they were too exhausted to address it now. Modia was one of their own, yet he, too, had been betrayed, left half alive. What could be said? After enduring a fierce battle, none had the strength to ponder such matters. All they desired was to collapse and rest. Rona and the others expressed no objections. "Captain Hua, you should rest." Yes, we're here. We've merely exhausted our abilities and need a moment to recover. You're in a critical state, especially vulnerable. Please rest. Huo Ling nodded. He was remarkably adept at enduring pain, appearing nonchalant on the surface, even gesturing for Lin Shuangshuang to follow him. Come and support me. Lin Shuangshuang hurriedly approached, realizing her hands were covered in blood. She unnecessarily wiped them against herself before reaching out to assist him. Huo Ling paid no mind to this, merely glancing at her hands, now red from her rough wiping. He draped his arm over Lin Shuangshuang's shoulder, leaning against her without placing all his weight on her. He merely sought a tranquil place to comfort her. In a certain examination room, Lin Shuangshuang helped Huo Ling sit on the hospital bed, unsure of what to do next. She lowered her gaze, silent, as if feeling guilty about something. Huo Ling glanced at the time, 5:20. He had 40 minutes left to soothe her. Come here. Let me hug you, he said gently, switching to a comforting tone. Lin Shuangshuang pouted, tears brimming in her eyes as she approached him, climbing into his embrace and wrapping her arms around his neck. Huo Ling held her close, leaning back as he reached for the unopened new air conditioning blanket, removing her tattered blue tarp and enveloping her in the blanket before pulling her firmly into his embrace. He sighed, feeling an internal ache, uncertain if it was his organs or his heart that hurt more for her. What are you thinking? Huo Ling raised his hand to pat her back, unaccustomed to her silence. Lin Shuangshuang nestled against him as Huo Ling constructed a safe haven for her with the air conditioning blanket, akin to a turtle shell, allowing her to hide away. She remained quiet. Huo Ling sensed her thoughts. I don't believe you are, a jellyfish. There's nothing wrong with that. Your combat style may be bloody, but that is acceptable. You are slaying our enemies, and you are not in the wrong. He lowered his gaze to her, only able to see a glimpse of her crown. So why are you panicking? Lin Shuangshuang pressed against his heart, adopting an ostrich-like demeanor, her voice muffled and nasal. But I frightened your companions. Huo Ling reminded her. They are your companions too. If they are frightened, they will recover, won't they? You are not them. Why must you make decisions on their behalf? Whether they accept you moving forward is their concern, and whether I accept you is mine. Nothing will change because of anyone, so you need not fear. Lin Shuangshuang's tears streamed down her cheeks as she choked out. So have you forgiven me? Huo Ling replied calmly. That's a separate matter. I haven't forgiven you, but I am not afraid of you. Also, stop crying. It's cold, and I have no clothes to change into. Lin Shuangshuang, unable to resist, raised her hand to wipe his chest, indeed leaving a damp mark from her tears. I'm sorry for getting you wet. Huo Ling replied nonchalantly. It's fine. This isn't the first time. Gathering her courage, Lin Shuangshuang lifted her gaze to meet his, finding no disgust or fear in his expression, and she finally exhaled in relief. That's wonderful, she remarked. Huo Ling queried. What's so wonderful? Lin Shuangshuang shook her head, hiding between him and the air-conditioning blanket, contentedly saying, You are so good, Huo Ling. You are the very best. Huo Ling's eyelids grew heavier. He dismissively patted her back, his voice low. Yes, I am the very best. And then he fell asleep. Chapter 51. As reliable as a mountain. Before Lin Shuangshuang lost her memory, she diligently recorded important information in her memo and then returned a call to Zhao Pingxing to assure him of her safety. The little creature was also quite reliable. After listening to the explanation, Zhao Pingxing could no longer sit still, and Zhang Deipen shared his concern as well, insisting on coming to pick them up. His exact words were, What does 10 tons of zero-pollution supplies matter? Can it compare to your safety? Enough of this nonsense, just come back. We can figure out food later. We are still uncertain about the situation at the base. You all should not go there. Come back immediately. Our family has not reached such a desperate state yet. The fruits and vegetables on the rooftop are starting to grow. We will be able to eat soon. Just return for now. Zhang Deipen was genuinely anxious. Huo Ling needs treatment when he gets back, and Shuangshuang, you should have a health check too. You must have been frightened, right? Come back and have a chat with Xiao San and Xiao Si. They want you back as well. After Zhao Pingxing rambled on, Zhang Deipen continued, with the outside world being so bizarre, how can there be abilities that steal and drain life? What on earth is going on? You all hurry back. Zhang Deipen mentioned that he was driving over to pick them up and urged them to wait. Lin Shuangshuang also believed Huo Ling needed medical attention, so she nodded in agreement. All right. Qi Mo was a healer, but he was currently quite weak. Ultimately, he had given his powers to his sister. Luo Na and the others were also severely drained of energy, though they did not speak of it. After all, she was his sister. Everyone would naturally prioritize saving those they cared for. If it were Luo Na and the others, they would also save Huo Ling first. This was entirely normal. Their relationship was merely one of collaboration, lacking deep emotional ties. It was impossible for them to treat the siblings as their own and allow them to join. The events with Modia and Lao Jiang were still fresh in memory. Betrayal was the most terrifying thing. Suddenly, the sound of a car broke the eerie silence, which was indeed frightening. Qi Ji, Qi Mo, and Modia all tensed up, wondering what was happening. Why was there a car? Could it be that the base sent someone to rescue us? The siblings still held a glimmer of hope for the base, as it was their chosen place of belonging. Otherwise, they would not have willingly tattooed the base logo on their bodies or obeyed secretary use orders. Unfortunately, it was not. The luxurious armored vehicle fought through the night, cutting its way through mutated animals and zombies, coming to retrieve Huo Ling and the other 5. The vehicle was coated with some kind of agent that kept zombies and mutated creatures at bay. The scent was particularly overwhelming. Zhang Deipen, fully armed, donned a black combat suit, carried modified firearms, wore goggles, and draped a black rain cloak over himself, his large frame resembling a mountain in its sturdiness. Upon entering the hospital, a sense of reassurance washed over him, at least for his teammates. When Luo Na and the others saw him, they cried out, "Wow! Brother Zhang, you really came to pick us up." Even Gao Lei was excited, exclaiming, "So cool, bro, you're so cool." It was as if he descended from the heavens during their dire predicament, akin to a deity. Zhang Deipen looked at the disheveled trio with concern. "You're not hurt, are you? Where are Xiao Hua and Shuangshuang?" Luo Na quickly replied, "In the first examination room on the left corridor." Zhang Deipen instructed the 3 to get in the vehicle parked in the yard. "I'll go get them." He glanced at the 3 strangers, dismissing them as inconsequential. Lin Shuangshuang had clearly reported the situation, and these 3 were likely temporary partners from their mission. Qi Ji and Qi Mo were startled by the well-equipped man, and upon realizing he was there to pick up Luo Na and the others, they appeared utterly bewildered. Modia, on the other hand, excitedly asked, "Which base are you from? Can you take me with you? I'm a 3rd-tier fire ability user, and I can fight well." Clearly mistaking them for undercover agents from a base, given that such occurrences existed nearby, he was sadly mistaken. Qi Ji and Qi Mo frowned, perceiving Modia as duplicitous. A fence-sitter, which explained why his teammate Lao Jiang was also someone who betrayed his allies. The siblings felt disdain. Zhang Deipen chuckled, his voice booming and full of vitality. "Our team does not accept outsiders. Forget it. Moreover, we certainly don't need someone like you, a fence-sitter." A voice from his wristband interrupted. "Lao Zhang. Why are you wasting time? Hurry and bring them back." Zhang Deipen sighed. I'm on it right away." He ceased further conversation with the strangers and strode purposefully toward the examination room. Upon pushing the door open, he found Lin Shuangshuang holding Huo Ling, her expression alert as she regarded the newcomer. "Good heavens, have you forgotten everything?" Zhang Deipen glanced at the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock. It was understandable if she had forgotten, given the hour. Just as he was about to explain, Lin Shuangshuang raised her hand to open her memo and, after comparing the details with her teammates' profiles, confirmed that the newcomer was indeed Zhang Deipen, which put her at ease. She was just about to say something when she suddenly collapsed. "Oh no!" Zhang Deipen exclaimed, rushing over to catch her before she fell completely. Zhao Pingshan was anxious on the other end. "What now? Can you be a bit quicker?" Zhang Deipen, in a good-natured tone, responded, "Hey, it's not my fault." Shuangshuang fainted too. What in the world happened? "Poor things, I'll tell you, you'll feel sorry for them once you see." Zhao Pingshan urged him to be quiet and hurry back with everyone. Yes, this clever little Shuangshuang has even made a data sheet in her memo, you know? She even took a picture of me. When did she sneak that? I had no idea. And she made me look quite handsome." As Zhang Deipen spoke, he wrapped Lin Shuangshuang snugly in a blanket and lifted her, then did the same with Huo Ling. This reliable strongman carried both, and as he passed through the hall, he saw the siblings and the despairing Modia. "You all stay put. This medicine, while potent, can fend off zombies and mutated creatures, enough to last for a while." That's it. After all, they had fought together, so this was his way of showing compassion. Zhang Deipen tossed half a bottle of the medicine to the siblings and then strode away, without looking back. Zhao Pingshan lamented over the loss of his new medicine. Is it really necessary to give it to them? If it weren't for their betrayal, we wouldn't be in this state. Zhang Deipen, with a broad mind, replied, "Well, we did win in the end, didn't we? It wasn't he them who betrayed us, so let us consider it a good deed." Chapter 52, Not a Loss. Back in the vehicle, Zhang Deipen hit the gas, racing out amidst the howls of zombies. Luo Na held Lin Shuangshuang tightly in the middle row, while Gao Lei and Wu Zhe supported Huo Ling on either side in the back row to prevent them from swaying too much and hitting their heads. The base definitely had issues. The expressions of the ability users inside were blank, and the longer they stayed, the more foolish they seemed to become. Indeed. I feel the same way. Moreover, each of them had tattoos on the back of their necks. It was very strange. The siblings wondered if they would also end up like that in the future. Secretary was also quite eerie, exuding a chilling aura, and that leader, who knew what schemes he was concocting, looked quite bloated and rosy, truly repulsive. Secretary, you also mentioned that we should not entertain any thoughts of sneaking away. Could they possibly have cast a curse upon us? Is there any ability related to witchcraft? How eerie. That old Zhang's powers are indeed sinister. The three of them incessantly babbled, much like children reporting to their parents. Zhang Deipen, upon hearing this, was left speechless, exclaiming, "What a world we live in, filled with such bizarre phenomena. The ability to steal powers and life energy? I've never heard of such a thing. As for how they might trap the ability users in town, I truly cannot say. Perhaps they have indeed resorted to witchcraft. When we return, let Xiao Zhao examine your health before we discuss anything further," he inquired. "You three aren't feeling unwell in any way, are you?" Luo Na and Gao Lei, along with Wu Zhe, shook their heads but then in unison nodded. Now that you mention it. Yes, I feel it too. I'm quite hungry. Zhang Deipen couldn't help but chuckle. All right then, let us have Xiao Yi and Xiao Air prepare a midnight snack for you. The vegetables on the rooftop have thrived splendidly thanks to that fertilizer. I'll have them gather some for you to cook instant noodles. Luo Na and her companions instantly brightened, remarking how much better home feels. However, they lamented the loss of those supplies. And leaving such a menace unchecked could spell disaster for many ability users. I find them quite ominous. What if they grow stronger and become even more difficult to deal with in the future? Luo Na suddenly expressed. Their proactive capture of ability users for confinement within the town is indeed peculiar. Zhang Deipen reassured her, no matter how valuable supplies are, they pale in comparison to life itself. It is rare to have escaped. Do not think of returning. Do you truly consider yourselves gods? With so many ability users gathered at the base, how would you fight back? It's unsafe. He had initially believed they were aware of the situation, given their reasonable levels, and felt at ease allowing them to explore. However, the unexpected dangers were overwhelming. Now that Huo Ling was gravely injured, although ability users possess formidable self-healing capabilities, enduring such injuries could lead to lasting consequences. If in a weakened state, encountering odd ability users or mutated creatures could prove even more perilous. Thus, it would be wise to return home. Luo Na and her companions felt somewhat dispirited, thinking their journey had been a loss. Zhang Deipen praised them. It wasn't a wasted trip. After all, we returned with eggs, and even obtained the claws of a mutated pangolin. This is excellent. I'll make a claw cover for Xiao Zhe to assist in digging. We also acquired a 4-star ability core, which we can have Dr. Zhao study when we get back. Luo Na and her companions were cheered by this, their smiles returning. Indeed, it wasn't a loss. We have also gained experience in battling mutated creatures, and next time we shall not be flustered. We owe much to Sister Shuangshuang. Her reflexes are incredibly swift. Had it not been for her, we would have nearly been torn to shreds by the mutated pangolin. Absolutely, Zhang Deipen noted, glancing through the rearview mirror at Lin Shuangshuang, wrapped in a blanket, and the indistinct figure of Huo Ling. You must thank her properly once she awakens. Luo Na assured. Certainly, without her, we would have perished. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe nodded in agreement. Their small castle came into view near the town. They had to pass through the town on their return, and the nighttime atmosphere was truly strange. Ahead, a dense throng of zombies swarmed, their heads bobbing as they meandered around the town, howling and scratching at the walls with their sharp claws. The incessant creaking sound sent chills down their spines. Wu Zhe, terrified, exclaimed, "What on earth are these zombies? They look more like corpses. Why are their claws so sharp? They're digging into the walls." Just as he finished speaking, the lined-up zombies suddenly turned their heads in unison to stare in their direction. The synchronized movement was unnervingly eerie, causing their hearts to nearly leap from their chests, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. Zhang Deipen felt a pang of anxiety. The exterior of the vehicle was coated with a thick layer of the modified zombie repellent agent created by Zhao Pingsheng, yet it could not deceive some higher-tier zombies. which filled him with trepidation, especially since his companions lacked combat capabilities. He had to ensure their safety.
Luo silently clutched Lin Shuangshuang, whispering.
What sort of zombies are these? I have goosebumps. They are nothing like those in the movies. In films, zombies are mindless corpses, mere flesh, lacking such intelligence. But these zombies seem to possess an unsettling glint in their eyes. Gao Lei, his face devoid of color, suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there. Those ability users. What are they doing out here?" Luo Na and Wu Zhe turned to see, their skin crawling in horror. It was terrifying to witness those expressionless ability users mingling with the zombies, bathing in acid rain, and gazing up at the moon. The acid rain was light for now. And despite the foggy weather, a moon appeared overhead, not a blood moon, but a normal one, albeit larger than usual. The ability users stood amongst the zombies, gazing up at the moon as if participating in some bizarre ritual. Wu Zhe gasped, "What on earth are they doing?" Luo Na remarked in dread, "I told you they were abnormal, didn't I?" Gao Lei, perplexed, pondered whether these ability users were still truly human. Upon hearing this, Luo Na was terrified. "Stop it. If you continue, I want to be able to sleep tonight. Are you implying that we spent the night among those who are not even human? How frightening." Zhang Deipen felt the same unease. What a strange situation this is. Let us not linger. We should leave quickly. It felt as though they had stumbled into a horror film. Zhang Deipen pressed the accelerator, swiftly speeding away from the town, heading straight for their castle, where, upon spotting their return, the castle promptly lowered the drawbridge, allowing the vehicle to drive in. Zhao Pingsheng, clad in a white shirt and casual pants, awaited them at the entrance, accompanied by Xiao San and Xiao Si, while Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu sat at his feet. Zhang Deipen and the others sighed in relief upon seeing him, feeling as though they had returned to the realm of the living. Chapter 53. Cultivation Body. Is this really necessary? You all look pale and shaken. Are the zombies here truly that fearsome? I see no signs of battle on the vehicle. How can you be so frightened? Zhao Pingsheng remarked, arms crossed, bewildered by their demeanor. Zhang Deipen replied, "You haven't seen the scene. If you had, you'd be terrified too. I'll send you the dashcam footage." What on earth were those creatures? They were neither human nor ghost nor zombie. According to Luo Na and her companions, the ability users in the town base, while expressionless and moving in a wooden manner, were still able to eat and accept tasks, as they had seen them in the cafeteria and task hall, albeit these ability users spoke little. But if they were normal people, why would they venture out at night and mingle with zombies? What was their purpose in gazing at the moon? Moreover, the zombies did not attack them, which was altogether peculiar. Just listening to the account made Zhao Pingsheng feel uneasy, rubbing his arms. Gazing at the moon? I don't understand. I'll have to investigate later. Does this hold some special significance? Or are they performing some sort of ritual? The acid rain, however, was somewhat easier to comprehend. According to my research, the acid rain of the apocalypse contains numerous pollutants that can elevate pollution levels, thus facilitating a form of evolution. For instance, the mutated kapok tree was also a result of pollutant infiltration. Right, let us take them to the third floor. Zhao Pingsheng instructed Zhang Deipen as he guided Lin Shuangshuang and Huo Ling upstairs. Zhang Deipen dutifully complied. Upon their return, Rona and her companions were overwhelmed with joy, realizing how wonderful home truly is. How blissful. Rona embraced the metallic dogs, Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu, enthusiastically stroking their metallic heads. Though these mechanical canines are not real dogs, they possess the ability to sense human emotions through actions, thus sharing in the delight of their owner. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu wagged their tails with fervor. Wu Zhe removed his tarp and combat gear, wholeheartedly agreeing. The single rooms in the base were absurdly cramped, surely driving anyone to madness. Gao Lei raised his hand, shedding his clothing until he was left with only a snug base layer, revealing his robust physique. Indeed, one could easily surmise that the so-called superhumans might be driven to insanity under such conditions. Rona, uninterested in such matters, mused that without comparison, there can be no pain. After this experience, she felt a renewed appreciation for their cozy little castle, so spacious and liberating, allowing them the freedom to do as they please. Dressed in a fitted autumn ensemble of soft fabric, she reclined on the living room carpet, utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. Xiao San and Xiao Si sorted the laundry, then circled around the trio, exclaiming, "Oh, poor dears, are you all well? How about a warm cup of hot chocolate milk?" Rona was instantly touched, exclaiming, "Xiao San, Xiao Si, you are too thoughtful." "Oh, And please prepare some for Team Hua and Shuang Air as well, so they can enjoy it when they wake. Xiao San and Xiao Si affirmed, of course, everyone will have some. They then inquired, is Team Hua okay? Is Shuangshuang alright? I saw them faint. I was so worried. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe briefly reassured them, explaining that although the robotic squad was merely AI, they were regarded as family, treated with the same affection. Even if they claimed to lack human emotions, they too could experience joy. Thus, the situation was clarified, and the two were urged to recharge. Yes, it is rather late. Just keep the milk prepared for later. We'll watch over Huo and Shuangshuang. We won't be able to sleep for a while. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe encouraged Xiao San and Xiao Si to rest. Without recharging, they would lack energy for the next day. Xiao San and Xiao Si reluctantly agreed. Alright, see you tomorrow. Feel free to contact us anytime. Good night, Rona waved, sending Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu off to rest and maintain themselves. The living room fell silent. The three exchanged glances. Although physically drained, their spirits were high, and sleep was elusive, their minds in disarray. Gao Lei was the first to rise from the carpet. I'll go ask Xiao Yi and Xiao Air to make some instant noodles. You two should shower first. We can discuss everything later. Rona and Wu Zhe nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhao Pingsheng and Zhang Deipen were still in the third-floor diagnosis room, treating Huo Ling and Lin Shuangshuang. Lin Shuangshuang awakened swiftly, nearly striking Zhao Pingsheng out of instinct, her expression wary. Upon seeing Zhang Deipen, she recalled entrusting Huo Ling to him before her unconsciousness and, realizing her surroundings, deduced she must have followed him here. She immediately checked on Huo Ling's condition. Zhao Pingsheng was not angered. Rather, he felt pity for her. After administering 4 drips to both, he pulled Zhang Deipen aside to give the young couple some privacy, gently closing the door to the diagnosis room behind them. Zhang Deipen contemplated smoking but refrained. Are Xiao Hua and Shuang Air doing alright? Zhao Pingsheng reassured him. There are no issues. The superhumans have resilient bodies. They just need some time to recuperate. However, for Lin Shuangshuang, the continuous loss of memory is agonizing. Each awakening leaves her mind blank, and how much she remembers each day remains a mystery. He admired her strength. Others might have succumbed to madness. Though she was not entirely normal, she was remarkably resilient, even for being shaped into a human weapon. After all, her body is still human. Had the pollution levels not reached a critical point, she would not have exhibited beast-like traits, or what one might call aberration. Zhang Deipen, initially indifferent to such matters, found himself curious, pondering her origins. What is her background? Why can't I comprehend this? Zhao Pingsheng shot him a glance, reminding him. Did I not mention the genes last time? Zhang Deipen recalled. And then? Is she an altered experiment, fused with some flora or fauna? Zhao Pingsheng shook his head. I previously discussed with Huo Ling. She doesn't seem like a later-stage modified subject, but rather one cultivated from the egg stage. The two are distinct. If she is indeed a cultivated being, her ability to engage in social interactions is quite impressive. After all, according to my research, cultivated beings lead entirely different lives from humans. The fact that Huo Ling could form a romantic bond with someone so oblivious as a human weapon was astonishing. How did they even connect? Zhao Pingsheng, a lifetime of solitude and a staunch individualist, found it difficult to fathom. Zhang Deipen chuckled. Look who's sighing now. Zhao Pingsheng responded with a smirk. Even the most extraordinary person is still human, myself included. Chapter 54. Is this a fake? Lin Shuangshuang kept vigil over Huo Ling, her gaze unwavering, fixated on him. Although her notes indicated they had been reunited for 11 days, the loss of memory rendered her experience surreal, akin to meeting him anew after many years, making it impossible for her to avert her eyes. Huo Ling hung on the floor for a while before finally regaining consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he found her lying beside him, a peculiar sense of constraint enveloping him. He moved his hand, only to discover pink hair wrapped around his wrist, not tightly, but with an unmistakable intent not to let go. Her hair was also entwined around his waist and thigh, and she continued to gaze at him. Huo Ling cast a sidelong glance at her, his voice hoarse. Why are you tying me up? The hospital bed was not spacious, leaving little room for the two of them. Lin Shuangshuang blinked innocently. I was afraid you would run away. Huo Ling chuckled softly, but chose not to engage further. Closing his eyes to rest, his body still ached, having endured the equivalent of half a life being exchanged. Lin Shuangshuang leaned closer, concern etched on her face. Are you still feeling unwell? Where does it hurt? Huo Ling replied with his eyes still shut, nowhere. Lin Shuangshuang's disappointment was palpable, yet she longed to converse with him. So she settled into silence, continuing to watch him. A minute passed. Huo Ling, unable to sleep with her staring at him, opened his eyes in exasperation. If you keep looking at me like that, I can't sleep. Lin Shuangshuang grew flustered. Huo Ling then took the initiative, pulling her into his embrace. Is this acceptable? Let us sleep. He was utterly fatigued. With that, he drifted back into slumber, his forehead resting against Lin Shuangshuang's fluffy head, breathing steadily. Lin Shuangshuang bit her lip, feeling as though a little bird had taken up residence in her heart, fluttering with joy, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curling upwards, contentedly holding him close. Naturally, her pink hair continued to weave around him, binding them together tightly. After Zhao Pingsheng and Zhang Deipen finished their conversation and entered, they couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Deipen exclaimed, "Wow, what a sight." That evening, they missed out on their late-night snack. When Lin Shuangshuang awoke, she felt a bit disoriented, uncertain of her location. Was she in the base of the small town? No, according to her notes, that had been 2 days prior. Last night. In the treatment room on the 3rd floor of the small castle, Lin Shuangshuang glanced around, only to realize that she was not there. Instead, she had somehow fallen asleep in Huo Ling's room, on his deep gray bed. The little monster was taken aback. Flashes of memory began to trickle back. It must have been after she finished her 4-drip last night that Huo Ling, feeling much better, disdainfully deemed the hospital bed uncomfortable and had carried her up to the 4th floor as well. This person was rather kind, despite her own discomfort. He was willing to share his spacious bed with his ex-girlfriend. Huo Ling was still asleep, resting on the large pillow, his profile as handsome as ever. His hair slightly tousled, and he appeared to have even taken a shower, exuding a delightful fragrance. Lin Shuangshuang looked down at herself, discovering that he had changed her into a fresh set of pajamas. She found herself captivated by his features, unable to divert her gaze, instinctively licking her lips. Finally, she steeled her resolve, rushed to freshen up, and returned with a refreshing minty fragrance, climbing back into bed beside him, stealing glances. Conflicted, yet the urge to kiss him loomed large. Lin Shuangshuang bit her lip, contemplating whether a kiss would be too audacious. It seemed inappropriate, after all, she lacked the status. But the desire was overwhelming, and she couldn't help but gaze dreamily at his lips. She licked her teeth and stealthily drew closer, inhaling his familiar and cherished scent. When she regained her senses, she found herself kissing him softly, his lips warm against hers, akin to a woodpecker stealing a kiss. A rush of happiness surged within her. Lin Shuangshuang felt her heart swell. Was this what they called happiness? She couldn't resist the urge to be held by him, wishing he would initiate a kiss. Thus, she lay down beside him, attempting to nestle her legs between his thighs. Huo Ling, disturbed by her antics, awoke with a start, grasping her arm. "What are you doing?" His voice was hoarse from sleep. Clearing his throat, he added, "Lin Shuangshuang, what are you up to?" Caught red-handed, Lin Shuangshuang felt a fleeting panic, however. Seeing no anger in his eyes, she mustered her courage to attempt another kiss. Huo Ling tilted his head away, looking down at her. "You're being a little rogue this early in the morning, aren't you?" Lin Shuangshuang, with wide and earnest eyes, mischievously ran her hands along his waist, which felt firm and smooth to the touch. Huo Ling raised an eyebrow, watching her with an amused expression. "Little monster, you're feeling a bit frisky today. I'll give you another chance, are you sure?" Feeling a pang of danger, Lin Shuangshuang suddenly recalled a note she had memorized and quickly reached out to touch him. "Oh no!" Huo Ling let out a muffled grunt. Realizing this was not the data she had whimsically noted, she attempted to roll away. "Ah!" Lin Shuangshuang was caught by her ankle and pulled back, her escape thwarted. Huo Ling loomed over her, his gaze heavy with irritation. Lin Shuangshuang swallowed hard, apologizing sweetly. "I'm sorry, Huo Ling, I shouldn't have done that. I'll reflect on my actions, all right? I'll even write you a self-critique." She regretted her momentary lapse in judgment. Huo Ling pulled the blanket over both of them, muffling her voice as she squirmed like a rabbit beneath it. He wouldn't even let her feet peek out, holding her ankle firmly. With the blanket enveloping them tightly, Lin Shuangshuang's voice grew even softer. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have coveted your body." Huo Ling's voice, too, was muffled. "You've got some guts. Where were you touching just now?" "Ah." Lin Shuangshuang finally emerged from the blanket, drenched in sweat, her skin flushed. The air outside felt so refreshing, sending tingles down her spine. Exhausted, she collapsed, not wanting to move. Huo Ling reached out, pulling her back into his embrace, flipping the blanket over to cover them with the cooler side. "Feeling good now?" he asked, leaning against the headboard, gazing down at her. She indeed looked quite composed at that moment. Fatigued, Lin Shuangshuang nestled against his chest, letting out a couple of soft protests. Not wanting to move. She wished to lie there forever, although a slight itch at the top of her thighs distracted her. Noticing her scratching, Huo Ling inquired, "What's wrong?" Suddenly recalling something, he paused before saying casually, "Don't use your hands. I'll apply some medicine later." His tone was nonchalant, as if he were merely offering her a glass of water. Lin Shuangshuang's face turned crimson. "Did I scrape it?" Huo Ling lifted the blanket slightly, observing her, and calmly replied no. Lin Shuangshuang, still shaken, leaned against him, her mind racing with thoughts, wondering if the note she had memorized was false. How could she have possibly consumed that last time? Chapter 55, Raising Goo. The 12th day of survival in the apocalypse. Lin Shuangshuang once again partook in the castle's breakfast, a bowl of hand-pulled noodles with tomatoes and eggs, topped with vibrant green sprouts, alongside chocolate milk prepared by Xiao San and Xiao Si, freshly made today. The 2 cups from last night, which she and Huo Ling had neglected to drink due to falling asleep, were given to Zhao Pingsheng and Zhang Deipen. So today, they were replenished for her, and Huo Ling. Xiao San and Xiao Si chimed in, "A bowl of water must be held level." Indeed, indeed. The children at home are quarrelsome, mostly due to the elders not respecting each other and failing to keep things balanced. Luo Na and the trio nearly spewed their soy milk, the gossiping trio shocked. "You two should watch less melodrama." "Exactly. Who are your children? Isn't Tia taking advantage of us?" Gao Lei and Wu Zhi accused Xiao San and Xiao Si of indulging in soap operas, urging them to watch something better. Yet, Xiao San and Xiao Si insisted that if Xiao Yi and Xiao Er could watch it, then so could they. They wanted to match the standards of Xiao Yi and Xiao Er. The morning was bustling with excitement. Lin Shuangshuang quietly ate her breakfast, her mind wandering. Were the noodles made by robots still considered hand-pulled, or were they mechanical? That was an intriguing question. Luo Na inadvertently caught sight of Lin Shuangshuang's neck. Although she wore a round-neck t-shirt, relatively modest, it still revealed half of a bite mark. Her lips involuntarily curled into a smile, unable to suppress her amusement. Wu Zhi innocently asked Sister Na, "What are you laughing at?" He was utterly perplexed. Luo Na couldn't contain her laughter. "Oh, it's nothing. Just something amusing crossed my mind." Wu Zhi remained bewildered. "Huh? What could possibly make you so happy this early in morning? It's truly puzzling." Gao Lei glanced at her, already enlightened, suspecting her ship had once again set sail. Luo Na burst into giggles. "You understand me?" Wu Zhi looked down. "I don't understand. I'll just eat my noodles." Today's noodles are quite tasty, though it was the simplest dish of tomato and egg noodles. The noodles were smooth, and the tomato and eggs were rich, making it a delightful breakfast. Huo Ling sat quietly, eating in silence, exuding a languid charm. Lin Shuangshuang watched them bicker while finishing her meal, not participating in their interactions, as apart from Huo Ling, she had never shared such moments with anyone else. Huo Ling was different. After breakfast came the time for debriefing, where they discussed the events of the previous day. The 5 of them casually found a spot to sit. Luo Na remarked, "The reaction speed of the 4-star mutated animals was astonishing. Unbelievable. If it weren't for Shuangshuang's presence, we would have been in grave danger yesterday." She took this moment to sincerely thank Lin Shuangshuang. "Thank you, Shuang." Lin Shuangshuang felt a bit flustered as she replied, "No need to thank me. It's only right." She had noted in her memorandum that she had startled Huo Ling's teammates, yet Huo Ling reminded her that they were also her comrades, and in that moment, she understood. A warm sensation enveloped her heart, for they had indeed accepted her. Lin Shuangshuang also offered her apologies, saying, "I'm truly sorry for scaring you. It was unintentional." Wu Zhi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There's no need for apologies, Sister Shuangshuang. You needn't worry about it. Yesterday, we were the ones caught off guard. Had it been us, we would have wanted to tear old Zhang apart as well." Gao Lei added, "Backstabbing on the battlefield is an exceedingly vile act. Old Zhang got what he deserved. The more tragic his end, the more satisfying it is." They do not find Lin Shuangshuang frightening, just a bit taken aback. Which is easily remedied. The main issue was that dangers emerged one after another yesterday, leaving us bewildered. Huo Ling cautioned, "This also serves as a testament to the increasingly cunning and bizarre phenomena that are manifesting in this world, which are often unpredictable. In the future, we must maintain the highest level of vigilance when interacting with outsiders, never allowing ourselves a moment of complacency. Everyone nodded in agreement. The most alarming fact was that mutated creatures of the 4-star variety had already appeared. The rate of evolution is truly rapid. Zhao Pingxing descended from the upper floor, clutching a stack of documents. I began concocting potions after acquiring the anomalous cores you gathered during your outing yesterday. Once you finished digesting, seek out Xiao San and Xiao Si for your injections. He continued, explaining that this time, he had integrated a 1-star wood-type anomalous core into the potion, which would lower the pollution value and enhance the core's energy. This would accelerate their leveling up while preventing their pollution levels from rising too quickly. Zhao Pingxing remarked, I suspect that the peculiar superhumans in the town have consumed large quantities of anomalous cores, leading to a spike in pollution levels and resulting in a zombified state. They are essentially pseudo-zombies. The 5 who had ventured outside were immediately taken aback, turning their gazes towards Zhao Pingxing. He urged, don't be surprised just yet. There's more. Yesterday, I discussed with old Zhang about using his latest model of a stealth mini-drone to investigate. We dispatched 4, but only 1 returned. Though it gathered some crucial information, the lord of this town, along with his secretary, is indeed cultivating insects. While they call it insect cultivation, it is, in fact, the breeding of mutated worms. The nourishment for these worms consists of zombies and mutated animals. The higher the quality of the food, the faster the mutated corpse worms evolve. It is said that they are now in the late stages of 4-star evolution and on the brink of breaking through to 5-star. This is a grave concern.
Rona suddenly exclaimed, no.
They VE turned people into fodder. How can we rebuild our homeland? Without a homeland, where will we buy clothes? Where will we find delicious food? Who will write novels? Who will ship CPs? How will I live? It would be utterly meaningless. She was overwhelmed with sorrow. Her teammates were equally astonished. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe reflected, our sister Nana's life is so easily satisfied. Indeed, as long as she had beautiful clothes and novels to read, and could indulge in her shipping, she would be perpetually happy. How could that not be considered a good person? Huo Ling mused that if all the villains in the world were like her, world peace would be within reach. And he would be spared the annoyance of so many foolish individuals. Rona, catching on to their teasing about her simplistic thoughts and lack of ambition, shouted back, get lost. Before sinking back into her sorrow. The world was coming to an end. Without new novels and CPs to ship, she lamented, Weevu, it hurts so much. Although Lin Shuangshuang did not fully comprehend, she found it quite fascinating and felt a twinge of envy for Rona, how wonderful it was for humanity to possess hobbies. She too had a passion, Huo Ling. Just having him around was enough. He was interesting all on his own, and she could amuse herself with him for a long time without growing weary. Huo Ling, inexplicably receiving Lin Shuangshuang's affectionate gaze, felt a tremor in his heart and feigned calmness. All right, back to the topic at hand. He thought to himself, that pink-haired creature is rather unrestrained. Zhao Pingxing rapidly typed away at a plethora of documents and, once they had finished their outburst, continued, according to the forum, the official side has preliminarily completed the restructuring. This matter is too significant for just us to handle. I plan to report it to higher-ups and, coincidentally, earn a reward for the tip-off. Chapter 56, The Defense System. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Zhao Pingxing stated, then it's unanimously approved. Next issue. The meeting lasted for 2 hours. Today, they would not venture out to search for supplies but would instead take a break. Rona reclined on the sofa, lamenting, I still have to form my own team. What else with all these bases, rules, and regulations? Unlike our little team, if someone feels unwell or too tired, we can simply choose to rest. Though it is a bit harsh on our supplies. Wu Zhe remarked, we're living off our reserves. Suitable materials are quite rare outside. Gao Lei added, especially food. As they continued their conversation, the topic returned to the 10 tons of zero-pollution supplies, lamenting their loss. However, there was little they could do. It was a den of thieves, and they were unable to budget with just their numbers. Zhao Pingxing urged them to rest properly, as health was paramount. I've already sent the report email. We will now await the official response. Everyone lazily agreed. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe headed to the training room to stretch their limbs, while Rona settled into a rocking chair to read her novel. Huo Ling closed his eyes to rest. Lin Shuangshuang, momentarily at a loss for what to do, glanced around, and then fell into a daze once more. Noticing her state, Rona called out, Little Shuangshuang, how about I take you gaming? I'm quite skilled, you know. What do you think? Lin Shuangshuang shook her head, thank you. But I don't really play games. She found them uninteresting. Rona inquired, "Oh, then what do you usually do? Don't you find it boring?" Lin Shuangshuang shook her head again. "Not boring at all, it's quite fulfilling. Every day consists of killing, tracking targets, and completing various missions." Rona felt a pang of sympathy for her eyes brimming with affection. Then she perked up. Come, let me show you something good." She suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. Lin Shuangshuang was genuinely intrigued and took a few steps closer. Rona's laughter grew louder as she rummaged through her cabinet, producing her prized collection, 18 comics.
Tada!
"I have something truly great to share with you." Lin Shuangshuang's eyes widened at the vibrant cover. Off. Huo Ling immediately opened his eyes. "Don't show her those inappropriate things." Rona scoffed. "Why so strict? How boring. Little Shuangshuang, what do you think? Want to take a look? It's particularly interesting, and the plot is fantastic. You look like such a good kid. You must not have seen anything like this." Lin Shuangshuang was indeed curious, but glanced at Huo Ling, whose brow was raised. Huo Ling said, "Go ahead and watch." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Shuangshuang replied, "Never mind. I want to watch." Huo Ling adjusted his position on the single sofa for greater comfort. "You can watch." Lin Shuangshuang shook her head. "You get jealous too easily and are hard to appease." "I want to watch." Rona struggled to contain her laughter, finding their flirtation amusing until Huo Ling cast her a glance, prompting her to stand up. "Well, you two continue your conversation. I'll retreat to my room to enjoy it slowly." With that, she slipped away. Lin Shuangshuang once again sat silently on the sofa, her mind drifting into a void. When suddenly she recalled something and turned to Huo Ling, asking, "Have we reconciled?" Huo Ling, with his eyes closed, replied, "No." Dejectedly, Lin Shuangshuang conceded, "All right then." It became evident that the other party was indeed not easily appeased. However, upon reflection, if she were the one abandoned, she might have acted even more outrageously than Huo Ling. Lin Shuangshuang believed she would have concealed him. It could be said that both of them were afflicted by a mutual ailment, which was quite understandable. Outside, rain began to pour down in torrents. Little 1 and Little 2 were likely sneaking peeks at a television drama in the kitchen, while Little 3 and Little 4 returned the laundry, delivering each piece back to its owner's room. Little 5 and Little 6 patrolled the small castle. The teammates were all engaged in their own activities, with Huo Ling right beside her. In that moment, Lin Shuangshuang suddenly realized how profoundly happy and secure she felt, as if time had settled into a tranquil state. She mused that it would not be so bad to live like this for a lifetime. Just as she entertained this thought, the entire small castle began to tremble, accompanied by the sounds of chaos from outside. The authorities had yet to arrive, and this small base was collapsing under the onslaught of countless mutated creatures. The zombies, previously deterred during the day, were now encircling them. As they rioted, the small castle shook violently, with the zombies attempting to climb up. Rona and her companions burst out. "Oh my goodness! Just when things were calming down, trouble arises again. What on earth are these zombies doing climbing our castle?" The town base had been breached. Gao Lei's last remark was shocking. The high walls outside had crumbled so easily. Lin Shuangshuang had already reached the window, witnessing the villagers from a nearby settlement setting up stalls to sell their wares, only to unexpectedly encounter the riot. These survivors were terrified, their spirits shattered. Fortunately, they ventured out in groups, managing to cope, though some lives were still lost. The zombies, catching the scent of blood, became even more agitated, lunging at any human in sight, especially with 7 ability users atop the small castle. Zhao Pingshen's potions could only confuse low-level zombies and were ineffective against those of 2 stars or higher. The large screen in the living room immediately displayed surveillance footage from various angles. The 2-star zombies were climbing rapidly and clawing at the castle structure. Zhang Deipen's voice echoed through the intercom, instructing, "Don't run around. I'll activate the defense system first." Huo Ling attempted to employ his abilities, but Lin Shuangshuang restrained his arm, saying, "You can't use your powers for now. You're still a patient and need to rest." Fearing he might act recklessly, she sat in his lap, binding his hands with her hair. Rona and her companions quickly composed themselves, with Zhanggu affirming, "If I say it can be done, then it surely can. Quickly, find a safe place to sit. I'm ready." In the basement, Zhang Deipen was busily managing the controls. Although AI technology had matured significantly, he still placed his trust in his own capabilities. "We'll resolve this promptly. Little 5 and Little 6, you go out. The drone defense team is ready, and all doors and windows are locked." "Excellent. Let's commence." With Zhang Deipen's command, a series of mechanical units sprang into action. 2 mechanical dogs on the castle's exterior staircase attacked the ascending 2-star zombies. Their lasers could pierce through a zombie skull. The speed was impressive, but the energy consumption was also substantial. Resources were a concern. Zhang Deipen watched with a pang in his heart. However, protecting everyone made these resources worthwhile. He maneuvered the drone units, flying and firing at the horde. A mass of zombies fell from the small castle. Have you ever seen an oval beehive swarming with bees? At that moment, the small castle resembled such a sight, densely packed with zombies, creating a terrifying spectacle that would surely overwhelm anyone with a fear of crowds. Rona, observing the large screen, couldn't help but feel dread. Have they gone mad? What has caused these zombies to riot so suddenly? Chapter 57. The Zombie Tide. Zhao Pingsheng hurriedly descended from upstairs, noting that the nearby pollution levels were rising rapidly. You must not go outside, do you understand? The group was left bewildered. Lin Shuangshuang was equally confused. All she knew was to hold Huo Ling tightly, cradling his head in her embrace, while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Zombies pressed against the windows, their greenish bellies visible, with decaying flesh smearing against the glass, an utterly repulsive sight. Little 3 and Little 4 dashed out from their rooms, unable to contain their shrieks upon witnessing the scene. Their electronic voices cracked from fright. Oh my, how filthy! How could this happen?
Ah.
The terrifying atmosphere was somewhat alleviated by their antics, causing Rona to chuckle. You two are something else. Why aren't you finding a place to sit down? The small castle swayed precariously, and it was fortunate they had the courage to venture out, unafraid of being knocked about. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe grasped the handrails on the wall, standing firm as Little 3 and Little 4 slid past them, holding them in place to prevent any damage. Wah, Little Lei and Little Zhe, you are such heroes. Having survived this disaster, we shall be the best of friends from now on. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe exchanged bemused glances. The speech system of these 2 little robots was somewhat flawed, as they were usually so respectful. Addressing Huo Ling as Captain Hua, Gao Lei as Comrade Gao, and Rona as Lady Rona, yet at times like this, they reverted to calling each other by playful nicknames, truly amusing. Another violent tremor shook the castle. Rona expressed concern. Is the structure sound enough to support this many zombies? Zhao Pingsheng, also nearby on the stairs, grasped the railing and reassured her, no worries. We invested a considerable amount back then, and the materials used were top-notch. It won't collapse. A little swaying is normal. It's designed to prevent the castle from toppling.
Outside.
The horde of zombies had finally been reduced by about 80 to 90%, with only a few stragglers being dispatched. Light finally pierced through the windows, though the glass was smeared with the blood and flesh of the zombies. Little 3 and Little 4, being cleanliness enthusiasts, could hardly bear the sight. These windows were usually kept spotless by their mechanical hands.
Wah, yam so heat broken.
How much cleaner will we need for this? The 2 robots were despondent until Zhao Pingsheng promised to get them the finest cleaning solution, which lifted their spirits once more. Huo Ling wrapped an arm around Lin Shuangshuang's waist, raising a hand to press the remote, switching the video feed to magnify the view of the town base. The outer walls of the entire base had been devastated. The zombies had breached inside, overtaking the entire town base, with screams echoing from within. The living room fell into a temporary silence. Zhang Deipen emerged from the basement, asking, "How's it going?" My efforts weren't in vain, were they? If only the energy supply kept up, we could have continued the onslaught. His defense system had shown promising initial results. Rona and her companions gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive, reliable, such a sense of security," though they felt a bit nauseous from the swaying. Zhao Pingsheng appeared somewhat pale, also feeling dizzy from the motion. The pollution levels outside were rising alarmingly, signaling that things were not safe. Zhang Deipen noticed his pallor and intended to assist him and Rona. But Rona stood up on her own, while Zhao Pingsheng waved his hand to indicate he did not need help. Gao Lei glanced out the window, exclaiming, "Is this a zombie tide? Look over there, more are coming." Wu Zhe turned abruptly, his eyes widening at the sight of the densely packed horde approaching. "Oh no! Run!" Zhang Deipen's expression suddenly shifted. "Oh no, I must initiate the protocol immediately." He hastened to the auxiliary control station in the living room and pressed the activation button, prompting the little castle to commence its movement. He then dashed down to the basement level, maneuvering the small fortress in a desperate bid to evade danger. The elongated mechanical legs began to stride, accelerating with each passing moment. A sense of dread enveloped everyone as they flocked to the windows, abandoning the surveillance footage in favor of witnessing the unfolding chaos firsthand. Their silence spoke volumes as they beheld a horde of zombies emerging from an unknown city, advancing like a dark migration, instilling a profound sense of despair. Rona's legs grew weak at the thought, unable to fathom the consequences of encountering such a colossal undead army on the road. "Goodness, I might be trampled into a pulp," she exclaimed. Gao Lei interjected, "It's not that severe." Wu Zhe emitted a whimper, overwhelmed with fear. "This is utterly terrifying." Zhao Pingxing remarked, "No wonder the pollution levels are skyrocketing. These are mobile toxic zones." He emphasized the need for rapid movement. Huo Ling scrutinized the environment through the surveillance feed, calculating the trajectory of the undead horde before relaying an escape route to Zhang Deipen, instructing him to head west without deviation. Zhang Deipen promptly acquiesced. The group exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief and resignation. Zhao Pingxing chuckled bitterly, lamenting his hopes of earning a bounty for reporting, only to find the town reduced to ruins. The town lord had aspirations for a grand venture, yet none anticipated the arrival of a zombie tide. Their survival was uncertain amidst such overwhelming numbers. Lin Shuangshuang gazed at the surveillance feed, which now revealed the entrance of the once vibrant town transformed into a desolate wasteland. Acid rain mingled with blood and various bodily fluids, congealing on the ground. As they veered away from the horde's path, a sudden roar echoed from behind, and a fleet of ships along with numerous drones appeared overhead. Zhao Pingxin was taken aback. His wrist communicator chimed, revealing that the authorities had dispatched personnel. The group froze in shock, as they had no desire to be conscripted, given the lack of freedom in the base's life. Upon recognizing that it was the rescue team from City A, Huo Ling immediately pressed the control button to lower the castle's altitude and activated stealth mode, ensuring that the authorities wouldn't detect their wild, mobile mech. Rona quipped, "Here it comes, a classic movie trope. Everyone perishes, and then the authorities show up." Zhao Pingxing countered, "Not necessarily. There may still be survivors in surrounding villages. For ordinary people, the base is safer provided it is a legitimate one." He responded to the authorities after expressing gratitude. They indicated their intent to pursue the town lord and secretary Yu, as well as the zombie larvae that had been fed, to prevent any threats to public safety once they matured. When they suggested a meeting, Zhao Pingxing glanced at Huo Ling, who seemed disapproving, leading him to politely decline. To his surprise, the officials were quite courteous, assuring him it was no issue. The promised reward was substantial, 200,000 points, redeemable at any official base, with an open invitation for them to join. Zhao Pingxing closed the message, suggesting, "Let us split the 200,000 points among the 7 of us." Huo Ling nodded in agreement. Rona and the others were astonished. There really is a reward? Even with the town in ruins? They were impressed by the authorities' reliability, prompting Rona to retract her earlier skepticism. Lin Shuangshuang perked up as she recognized the voice of the official on the line, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Chapter 58. The Authorities. To uplift spirits, the entire rescue operation was being live-streamed across the internet. The officials informed Zhao Pingxing that they could also view the live broadcast, assuring them that the reward could be used freely without mandatory conscription. Feeling a bit awkward, Zhao Pingxing expressed his gratitude and asked Huo Ling to initiate the live stream. Lin Shuangshuang remained perched on Huo Ling's lap, her arms wrapped around his neck, her gaze fixated on the screen. Huo Ling glanced at her, but chose not to remind her that the little castle was now stable and the crisis had been averted, allowing her to dismount. The official rescue team demonstrated remarkable organization and discipline, executing swift and timely actions. Lin Shuangshuang's focus intensified as she recognized familiar figures on the screen. Her pupils trembled with the flicker of certain memories, though they eluded her grasp. The live broadcast coincided with the rescue efforts. One group was dispatched to notify villages along the zombie horde's route to evacuate, another to rescue scattered survivors, while the remainder engaged in exterminating the zombies. Explosions, drones, and a variety of extraordinary abilities dazzled the scene. The zombie tide was swiftly obliterated wave after wave, the undead being blasted into fragments, heaped high, and ultimately doused with disinfectant before incineration, currently the most effective means of eradication. Amidst the chaos, the identities within the zombie horde became indistinguishable, yet lives were tragically lost in this disaster. The overwhelming spectacle rendered the living room silent, as no one could find the words to speak. Suddenly, Rona recollected, "Wait, with the authorities gradually taking control of these survivor points, how will we sustain ourselves in the future? Money will be useless." Finding quality supplies increasingly challenging due to severe contamination, Zhao Pingxing speculated. We might have to turn towards bounty hunting. The authorities have launched a task acceptance website where ability user teams can freely take on missions to earn points, which can then be exchanged for supplies. Rona and her companions were astounded. If such a system existed, it would indeed be beneficial. Can we start taking missions now? She inquired. Zhao Pingxing hesitated before replying. We can, but this operation is already at full capacity. However, there is a rescue mission available. Reports of distress signals from multiple locations in City L had been received, and the authorities had detected survivors, though the complex terrain made the city perilous, teeming with zombies and uncertain of the presence of high-level undead or mutated flora and fauna. This posed significant danger. The authorities were recruiting civilian ability user teams to collaborate with official squads for rescue operations, recognizing the abundance of skilled individuals among civilians. Lin Shuangshuang leaned forward, asking, "What is the bounty?" She was eager to take on the task, as it was her area of expertise. Zhao Pingxing chuckled. Are you interested, Shuangshuang? Each person starts with 1,000,000 points, with additional rewards for outstanding performance, but the danger is indeed real. Rona pondered. The value of these points is still unclear. We just received 200,000 points, right? We should visit an official base to see what these points can procure before deciding whether to accept missions. Gao Lei and Wu Zhi concurred. If points could be exchanged for supplies, taking on a mission would be advantageous. It's akin to playing a game. We can live our lives and choose to take on missions when we wish, without being bound by the base's strict regulations. We can simply visit when we need supplies to trade for what we require. The more they contemplated, the more appealing it seemed. They turned their hopeful gazes towards Huo Ling, their eyes brimming with desire and anticipation. Huo Ling finally said, if you wish to take on missions, let us first check the nearest official base. Rona and her companions erupted in cheers. Lin Shuangshuang, overjoyed, hugged Huo Ling tightly, nuzzling against him. This is wonderful. If we can take on missions, supporting you will be no problem. Otherwise, she fretted daily about the supplies in the little castle, fearing she might inadvertently starve Huo Ling or his concerned teammates. Huo Ling tilted his head slightly as he caught a glimpse of the merrily frolicking little creature. Given their destination was the nearby official survivor base, a change of route was inevitable. After a brief consideration, Huo Ling determined that the nearest official survivor base was located in City E. He proceeded to check the route and sent the new directions to Zhang Deipen. Zhang Deipen promptly adjusted their course and soon provided an estimated arrival time of approximately 2 days, contingent upon the absence of unforeseen circumstances. The mechanical castle advanced towards its designated target, striding forth with its mechanical legs. A gentle drizzle fell, mingling with the acrid scent of acid rain and the stench of the undead, rendering the entire world reminiscent of something spoiled. The castle, equipped with its air-purifying system, struggled against the foul outdoor odors, prompting Luna to urge Zhang Deipen to devise a solution. Engrossed in fortifying the castle and crafting weapons, while also addressing daily challenges, Zhang Deipen could only work overtime, enhancing the purifier and circulation system until the castle finally boasted a breath of fresh air. Luna and her companions exclaimed in relief. Ah, this fragrance is delightful. It evokes the refreshing scent of air after rain in the mountains. Zhang Deipen, despite developing dark circles beneath his eyes from exhaustion, found their joy rewarding, simply waving his hand to signal them not to disturb him further, stating, I need to enter seclusion for a while. Please behave. Wu Zhi immediately responded, Understood, Brother Zhang. We won't bother you anymore. Ultimately, it took them 3 days to reach the survivor base in City E. By this time, it was the 15th day of survival in the apocalypse, and they finally arrived at a relatively secure area, where the bright sign of the base's entrance was visible from a distance. The sign read, East City Survivor Base, and several consultation service points were stationed outside for any inquiries. Adjacent to these were temporary parking lots, allowing direct entry into the main thoroughfare of the base. Upon entering, vehicles were immediately disinfected and passengers disembarked to cooperate with the inspections. Due to the unmistakable signs of zombification, as long as there were no visible wounds and individuals were not exhibiting signs of turning, they could generally pass through, although weapons were prohibited within the base. Surveillance cameras and hidden traps were omnipresent, ready to administer tranquilizers at the slightest hint of trouble, as conflict was strictly forbidden within the premises to ensure safety. The mechanical castle parked about a kilometer away from the East City Survivor Base, nestled in a concealed corner, still under the watchful eyes of Zhao Pingxing and Zhang Deipen, while Huo Ling ventured out with Lin Shuangshuang and Luna. Zhao Pingxing entrusted his points to Huo Ling, requesting assistance with purchasing supplies, a gesture echoed by Zhang Deipen. Luna and her companions, receiving points for the first time, were visibly eager. The points were linked to each individual's neural account, and Lin Shuangshuang declined the binding, opting instead to keep her points with Huo Ling, who accepted them with a mere glance. Chapter 59, E-City Survivor Base. Navigating through a series of checkpoints and inspections, they successfully obtained the green access code, which would streamline their processes for future visits to other bases. Indeed, the official survivor base was better equipped, having constructed numerous covered walkways due to the incessant acid rain. Passers-by donned raincoats. Although everyone hurried, they appeared more spirited compared to the inhabitants of the previous small-town base. This vitality was an exceedingly rare commodity in the apocalypse, suggesting that life here was less burdensome and held promise, which astonished the group. Luna received an official raincoat, marveling at its sturdiness. Such quality would fetch a high price at other smaller bases, yet here it was freely provided. Wu Zhe nodded in agreement. This is splendid. Are we heading directly to procure supplies now? Gao Lei turned to Huo Ling for confirmation. Huo Ling was observing Lin Shuangshuang, who seemed to be avoiding him once again. This was a routine occurrence. Lin Shuangshuang, hesitant to meet his gaze, felt a pang of awkwardness. They had shared a kiss just the day before, and now she struggled to reconcile her emotions. The sensation of being caught was palpable. How could she not feel it? Upon waking to find her boyfriend before her, she was undeniably happy, yet guilt shadowed her, for she had neglected him. Huo Ling, he suddenly called out to her. Startled, Lin Shuangshuang took a small step aside and stammered, What is it? If her memory only lasted 7 seconds, she might have blissfully overwhelmed by his presence. Her mind consumed solely by her affection for him. However, thanks to medication, she retained a full 24 hours of memory, prolonging her discomfort. It was unbearably awkward. Huo Ling remarked, if you keep walking like that, you'll collide with a post. Look up and pay attention to the road. His tone was calm and steady. Reluctantly, Lin Shuangshuang raised her gaze to meet his for a fleeting moment before quickly averting her eyes, responding, Oh, okay. Luna chuckled softly before inquiring, Where are we headed now? Wu Zhe eagerly added, Brother Huo, are we going directly to procure supplies? Gao Lei silently awaited a response. Huo Ling nodded, Yes, we are going to procure supplies. Let me check the route. He typically led the way for the team. Lin Shuangshuang stole glances at him, eventually daring to reach for the hem of his shirt. Huo Ling glanced her way, but said nothing. Let us go. At the upcoming intersection, we'll turn left to catch the bus, about 2 kilometers ahead. Luna and her companions were astonished. There are still buses. This base is quite well constructed. It seemed the official side was recovering. Lin Shuangshuang kept close to Huo Ling, content as long as he was by her side. At the bus stop, other ability users exchanged wary glances, yet no one engaged in conversation, maintaining a mutual respect devoid of malice. After a brief wait, the 5 of them successfully arrived at the supply exchange area, which resembled a grand circular building. Inside the hall, numerous self-service windows were established for individuals to line up for their exchanges. Each person selected the items they required, submitted their points, and the purchased supplies would subsequently be loaded onto a spatial card for the customer. This spatial card functioned like a shopping cart. Once in the storage area, customers needed to return the card to the staff, as each was equipped with an anti-theft code that would trigger an alarm if not returned before exiting the base. Lin Shuangshuang found the system quite agreeable, but since her points were with Huo Ling, she felt it prudent to leave the arrangements to him, as linking her account was inconvenient. With a total of 200,000 points to be divided among 7 people, each would receive 28,571. Leaving a small remainder to be attributed to Huo Ling. Luna, Wu Zhe, and Gao Lei unanimously opted for food, while they were tempted by other items. Sustenance was their utmost priority. With over 28,000 points, they could each acquire 57 pounds of clean, pollution-free rice of excellent quality. Luna and Wu Zhe exchanged their points entirely for rice, as they could not bear the thought of a meal without it. Rice was filling and far more palatable than compressed biscuits. Gao Lei divided his points between flour and seasonings, intending to utilize them for the team, refraining from purchasing personal items. Upon hearing their selections, Huo Ling grasped their intentions. The trio seemed quite pleased.
Lui en a remarqué des? Ah.
Zhao Ge and Zhang Ge have used their funds for supplies. The parts will be for repairing the little castle, and the medicines will ultimately benefit us all. With such limited points, we must prioritize filling our stomachs. Having surplus food brings a sense of security. Wu Zhai proclaimed. Indeed. A life devoid of rice cannot be deemed a life at all. Gao Lei echoed him, asserting that a life lacking flour is equally unworthy of the title. However, both of them had neglected to purchase seasonings. Without them, how could the vegetables possess any flavor? Fortunately, I had procured some. Xiao Yi and Xiao Er could finally showcase their culinary skills, yet food items are undeniably expensive. Huo Ling, holding both Lin Shuangshuang's and his own points, approached her and inquired softly, "What shall we buy?" Lin Shuangshuang glanced at the luminous screen, where an array of items jostled for attention on the homepage: rice, flour, and medicines, all of which were in high demand. For other items, one would need to switch categories or conduct a search. She pointed at the fresh meat, exclaiming, "Let us buy this." However, the warehouse was devoid of fresh meat, stocked only with canned goods. The scant frozen beef and pork had already been consumed, leaving them reliant on canned food lately. While Lin Shuangshuang pondered, Huo Ling had already purchased everything Zhao Pingsheng and Zhang Deipen had requested, promptly acquiring the fresh meat Lin Shuangshuang desired. These points could procure 15 pounds of chicken, 5 pounds of pork, and 2 pounds of beef. His own points were utilized to acquire rice and various ingredients for desserts. Truly, sustenance reigned supreme. After this excursion, most of their points had been exchanged for food, leaving insufficient points for weapons or superior items. Moreover, as their team included a mechanic, Zhang Deipen could fabricate weapons, while Zhao Pingsheng could concoct the best potions at minimal cost, making food purchases the most prudent choice after surveying their options. Once confirmed, a card ejected from the self-service purchase window. Huo Ling retrieved the card and reviewed the receipt, noting that only 0.2 points remained in the linked account. Remarkably, this entire process had proceeded seamlessly, with virtually no contact with staff. Aside from the initial check upon entering the city, the rest was managed entirely by AI, which was indeed convenient. After completing their procurement, they meandered around the base, later discovering that the base was divided into inner and outer rings. The outer ring provided convenient services, while the inner ring served as the residential area. Entrance to the residential area required more stringent scrutiny. For the time being, they had no intention of entering, so they departed after finishing their shopping. Exiting was remarkably smooth. Upon returning the space card, they could proceed freely. All supplies were placed in the vehicle. Lin Shuangshuang found the official strategy commendable, as it not only placated the supernatural beings within civilian organizations, but also expedited rescue efforts and fostered a sense of unity. Chapter 60, Taking Orders. The armored vehicle glided smoothly away from the E-City base, returning to their quaint castle. Xiao San and Xiao Si joyfully emerged to greet them. "How was it? Was the official base satisfactory? Did they give you any trouble? You all seem quite cheerful. It must have gone well." They flitted around the five, eagerly awaiting feedback. Wuxia was delighted, declaring, "Absolutely. It was incredibly convenient. The items we exchanged were excellent, fresh and varied, although our points were rather limited. Many items were beyond our reach." Gao Lei, while unloading supplies, praised, "I noticed their equipment is quite new. The base's facilities are impressive. No wonder everyone is willing to stay."
Luon assisted in unloading.
Noting that they had purchased a considerable amount of food, sufficient to last them quite some time, with the upstairs greenhouse now producing vegetables. This purchase consisted mainly of staples and fresh meat, enough to sustain the 7 of them for approximately 110 days. However, when it comes to food, the more, the merrier. They would need to continue purchasing. Huo Ling examined the official tasks, recognizing the substantial value of these points. If completing tasks could yield points, it was indeed worth considering. They could earn points while the base fulfilled its missions, a mutually beneficial arrangement that warranted serious contemplation. "We'll discuss it further in our meeting later," Huo Ling suggested, planning to deliberate on whether to accept the large-scale rescue mission. Risks and opportunities are inherently intertwined. Seeing the abundance of food stored, Lin Shuangshuang felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. This sustenance would enable them to withstand risks for a while. "Let us take it on. I can handle it," she replied eagerly upon hearing Huo Ling's intention to accept the task. Huo Ling shot her a glance. "You alone cannot manage. What do the others think?" Luo Na raised her hand. "I'm on board. I can do this, just like Shuangshuang." Gao Lei and Wu Zhi exchanged glances. Having perused the items available at the E-City base's market, they too deemed the risk worthwhile, especially given the abundance of resources the official establishment could provide, making point exchanges reasonable. "I have no objections." "I agree." Huo Ling nodded. "Very well. I'll pull up the map, so we can plan our route and strategy." He also called down Zhao Pingsheng, deciding not to disturb Zhang Deipen, who was currently in seclusion. Zhao Pingsheng, with tousled hair that hinted at severe sleep deprivation, was taken aback by their swift return. "You're back already? Did you just take a quick stroll?" He had presumed the official basis procedures would be intricate, expecting it to take several days. Wu Zhe eagerly relayed the details, emphasizing the efficiency of the official basis planning, the abundance of resources, and the simplicity of the process, which accounted for their quick turnaround. Zhao Pingsheng nodded, satisfied. Huo Ling then informed him of their intention to accept the mission. "Is that large-scale task still available?" Zhao Pingsheng inquired. "You're considering it? That's fine. Sounds reliable. With more people, your safety increases, and having official personnel present is reassuring. However, remain vigilant against any potential backstabbers." He urged them to stay alert, as the array of peculiar abilities had proliferated. They had learned a lesson from their last encounter. Caution was paramount to avoid falling into traps. Lin Shuangshuang asked, "The cores we obtain will belong to us, right?" Zhao Pingsheng adjusted his glasses, responding, "Good question. Yes. Individual contributions belong to the individual. If it's a collective effort, we'll need to divide it equally. In the case of a team battle, it's impossible to determine who struck whom, so splitting is the only fair option." Luona agreed. "That sounds reasonable, I accept." Wu Zhe chimed in enthusiastically. "As long as they don't take everything we earn, we'll be fine. After all, we need to gather cores too. This way, we can accumulate points while stockpiling cores. Partnering with the officials will also enhance our safety." Gao Lei nodded in agreement. Seeing the group's high spirits, Huo Ling concluded, "Then let us proceed with accepting the task." Zhao Pingsheng confirmed, and soon their accounts received a notification. "Ding. You have successfully accepted a new task." "Wait. That familiar sound." Wu Zhou exclaimed, "Isn't that the old delivery order notification?" Luo Na burst into laughter. "How retro. Quite amusing." Gao Lei mused, "Perhaps the software designer is an elderly individual." Luo Na and Wu Zhe nodded in agreement. Huo Ling scrolled down to check the task assignment page and happened to glimpse a familiar photograph. The wanted notice for the town lord had surfaced, offering a bounty of 1,000,000 points. Lin Shuangshuang leaned in to take a look, although lacking personal memories. She noted the memo, stating 10 tons of zero-pollution supplies. That was all she remembered. Huo Ling chuckled softly. "You seem to recall that quite well." Standing at 189 centimeters, he effortlessly peered over Lin Shuangshuang's shoulder to read her memo. He noticed that the initial entries were quite ordinary, but the subsequent records of kisses, cuddles, and hugs appeared rather less formal. Lin Shuangshuang perceptively noticed, and then looked up at him, only to abruptly press the screen off, exclaiming in panic, "You were peeking at my memo." Despite having set it to one-sided, he had still managed to sneak a glance. The little monster's face turned crimson. Huo Ling, caught red-handed yet unfazed, was utterly incorrigible. "You dare to write but not to let me see? Besides, I didn't mean to look," he said, patting her head. The implication was crystal clear. Lin Shuangshuang widened her eyes and dodged his hand. "Are you mocking my height?" Huo Ling suppressed a smirk and replied, "No." Lin Shuangshuang insisted earnestly, "You are." Huo Ling pressed his lips together, denying it. "Are you?" she queried suspiciously. Their banter resembled that of two childish beings, back and forth in a playful argument. Rona, wearing an amused smile, chose not to interrupt, simply observing their interaction. The scene was exceedingly harmonious, embodying the sweetness of young love. Wu Zhe and Gao Lei were astonished, unable to believe that the usually composed Huo Ling could exhibit such juvenile behavior. Is this truly their captain? Zhao Pingsheng appeared uninterested, choosing to ignore the display. He bent over the screen, quickly clicking through information. His Jade secretary had already captured the suspect, and according to the captured's account, the dangerous corpse worm still resided within the town lord. If this worm matured, it could summon an army of 1,000,000 zombies, and these zombies would also serve as its sustenance. Utterly terrifying. This individual could not be allowed to develop further, otherwise, it would pose a threat to all humanity. Huo Ling reviewed the information and remarked, coincidentally, the direction he fled towards is L City. We should search carefully along the route. Perhaps we can intercept him. If we manage to capture him, that would net us a free 1,000,000 points. Confronting the town lord is not daunting. He only possesses the strength of a 4th-tier ability user, while the corpse worm is merely a late-stage 4-star mutated creature. The 4 of us together stand a considerable chance. Previously, their main concern had been the potential assault from all the ability users in the town. However, facing just him and a worm should not pose a problem. They could handle it. Chapter 61, Desserts. Zhao Pingxing reminded them that the mission would commence in 3 days, urging them to expedite their leveling up. You have solidified your current levels, correct? The next injection needs to be scheduled. The higher your levels, the safer you will be. Upon hearing about the injection, Rona and the others shuddered, already experiencing a headache. Ah, that shot is truly torturous. Not only does every bone ache, but I also feel weak and feverish. Just thinking about it is unbearable. It's too dreadful. Ugh, I feel the same way. If only there were no side effects. They lamented in unison. Huo Ling glanced at Lin Shuangshuang but chose silence, instead commencing a detailed examination of the map of El City, studying its terrain and various routes. Lin Shuangshuang was fully prepared for battle, always ready. After reviewing the data, Zhao Pingxing turned to Lin Shuangshuang and said, Shuangshuang, your upgraded pills will take some more time. I will try to provide you with a new batch before you finish the current one. For now, you should stick to the old ones. Some issues had arisen in research, requiring additional time for development. Lin Shuangshuang nodded obediently, saying, All right, that's fine. Thank you. She held great respect for medical personnel and researchers, and was very understanding of their circumstances. Zhao Pingxing smiled, then rolled his eyes when he caught Huo Ling staring at him. This time, I'll double your dosage of the potion. Don't worry, you can handle it. Just make sure to digest the energy properly, and don't bother me. He had grown wary of him. Huo Ling chuckled softly, opting not to pester Zhao Pingxing further, and continued studying the map. With the arrangements in place, they were quite satisfied with their day's bounty. Today's lunch was exceptionally plentiful, featuring braised chicken chunks, beef noodles, pumpkin rice, and stir-fried bok choy. After previously subsisting on canned goods, the availability of fresh meat and vegetables felt like an immense blessing, and everyone ate heartily. Lin Shuangshuang savored her meal, relishing the sweet pumpkin rice, shoveling spoonfuls into her mouth, her cheeks puffed up as she chewed continuously. Rona took care of her, occasionally using serving chopsticks to offer her more dishes. Shuanger, why are you only eating rice and not vegetables? You should eat more. Lin Shuangshuang nodded repeatedly, her mouth full, making it difficult for her to respond. Watching her enjoy her food, Rona exclaimed, Shuanger, if you had gone into food vlogging before the apocalypse, you would have been an instant hit. Honestly, your eating is so delightful to watch. It made the meal seem infinitely more appetizing, though no matter how delicious it was still just food. Rona couldn't comprehend how Lin Shuangshuang could make it taste so extraordinarily good. Huo Ling had thought the same before, but now understood that Lin Shuangshuang was a special being, which clarified why her food always seemed so delectable. After all, how could a normal person, accustomed to consuming nutrient solutions and compressed biscuits, not relish a proper meal? He had no idea what her previous life had been like, and it pained him. However, he remained silent. After the meal, Xiao Yi and Xiao Er personally delivered dessert, showcasing their rarely seen skills. Step aside, make way. Xiao Yi's special dessert is here.
Ta-da!
Delicious little cakes, and Xiao Er is serving dessert. The two robots were jubilant. Xiao San and Xiao Si chimed in with playful grunts from the side. Look at you two flaunting yourselves. It's just a dessert. Rona laughed heartily, calming the four little robots to prevent any quarrels. Huo Ling had switched the dessert ingredients, so tonight everyone would feast on a large maple syrup cake, generously crafted. The aroma of the cake wafted through the entire living room, causing Lin Shuangshuang's eyes to sparkle. Huo Ling stole a glance at her. Rona and the others were equally astonished, and their dessert. Our lives are truly improving. Wow, is that a freshly made cake? So exquisite?
Ugh.
Just looking at it makes my teeth ache. It looks so sweet. The cake was adorned with a layer of powdered sugar. Lin Shuangshuang fixated on the maple syrup cake, then back at Huo Ling, her eyes darting between them. Cake. It's a maple syrup cake. Such a big cake. Lin Shuangshuang's mouth watered as she gazed longingly at the cake, then back at Huo Ling, their eyes locking. She suddenly felt her heart racing wildly. It was proof of her existence. It was also evidence of her love for him. Huo Ling Lin Shuangshuang felt an impulse to call his name, convinced he was the kindest person in the world. Indeed, he was the best. Huo Ling glanced at her, saying, Go ahead and eat. Someone was truly tough on the outside, yet soft on the inside. Lin Shuangshuang received the largest piece of maple syrup cake, looking around somewhat flustered. This piece seems a bit too big. Rona took a bite of her cake and remarked curiously, It's not just seems, it's definitely the biggest. Because you seem to love it, so we gave you the most. The three of us are generally indifferent to sweets. Too much will make us sick. After all, during their outings to gather supplies, They often had to subsist on dry rations, resorting to chocolate snacks only out of necessity. The three of them were already feeling somewhat fatigued by sweets. To be honest, in the days since the apocalypse, they had consumed more snacks than they had in an entire year. Gao Lei chimed in, "Indeed, if I eat a couple more bites, I'll be full. I prefer noodles. If it's flat noodles, I could devour an entire bowl." Wu Zhe agreed, "No doubt about it. We don't eat many desserts, so Sister Shuangshuang. Enjoy as much as you like. Please don't hold back. We're all on the same team, and it's not that we're trying to push you. We genuinely can't eat anymore." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuangshuang broke into an incredibly happy smile. All right. Half of the cake lay before her, and with a tantalizing lick of her lips, she scooped a piece and turned to offer it to her ex-boyfriend, Huo Ling. Huo Ling glanced at her briefly before returning his gaze to the map, dismissively saying, "You can eat it yourself." Lin Shuangshuang had no choice but to lower her head and indulge in the cake, its sweet aroma instantly enveloping her taste buds, bringing her to the brink of tears with sheer joy. Was she truly this happy? The little monster was in high spirits. Wu Zhe observed her with a chuckle, bemused by the strange sense of bliss that washed over him as he watched Sister Shuangshuang enjoy her cake. Wow, does she really like it that much? He mused. Luo Na, resting her chin on her hand, watched Lin Shuangshuang with a playful grin, recalling a behind-the-scenes video where she had squatted to gaze longingly at a cake shop window. Sister Shuangshuang really adores it, she laughed. So she understood immediately. Otherwise, how could Huo Ling be so considerate as to arrange desserts for her? It's clearly because his heart belongs to her. Luo Na was utterly smitten by this development, and no one disputed the fact that the desserts were made for Lin Shuangshuang. After all, they were a team and wouldn't nitpick over such matters. Besides, Lin Shuangshuang had saved them multiple times. Without her during that incident with the pangolin, they would have faced dire consequences. In terms of merits, she was undoubtedly the most deserving, and thus everyone felt she deserved to enjoy the cake thoroughly, finding her adorable and delightful. When Huo Ling looked up, he found his teammates gazing at Lin Shuangshuang with expressions of affection, leaving him feeling flustered. Great, Lin Shuangshuang had successfully captured a few more hearts. Chapter 62, a face full of regret as lunch concluded. Thunder roared outside, startling everyone, for it had been a long time since they had heard such a loud clap. Lin Shuangshuang turned to gaze out the window, where spherical lightning danced in the air. The little monster was utterly mesmerized. Wu Zhe exclaimed, "What on earth is flying outside? A meteor?" Luo Na smacked his head. "What nonsense! Can meteors fly back and forth?" Gao Lei speculated, "Isn't that ball lightning? Are we protected against thunderstorms here?" They all turned to Huo Ling, who reassured them, "Don't worry, we're safe." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The little castle is the best. Wu Zhe couldn't help but declare, to which Luo Na and Gao Lei wholeheartedly agreed. Lin Shuangshuang too felt relieved, licking her lips and handing her empty plate to Xiao San, who cheerfully took it to the kitchen. She was now full of cream. Even her burps tasted sweet. Huo Ling felt an inexplicable joy, only he understood the pleasure of feeding the little monster. Outside, the thunder rumbled, and the rain intensified, drenching the metallic exterior of the little castle, washing it clean despite the acidic nature of the rain. Xiao San and Xiao Si, the little machines, finished their tasks and perched by the small window to gaze outside. Goodness, if only it weren't acid rain, how wonderful it would be. One exclaimed. Exactly. The other agreed. Once Huo Ling finalized the route, the little castle set off toward the L City base. For the sake of the mayor's bounty, he had to remain on the sofa, monitoring the external surveillance, while the others retreated to their rooms for rest. Lin Shuangshuang chose to stay with him in the living room. Huo Ling shifted his position on the sofa, deliberately avoiding conversation with her. Lin Shuangshuang couldn't help but steal glances at his back, inching closer until she stood behind him, resting her hand on the sofa, peering at the screen alongside him. After indulging in so much cake, she was enveloped in its sweet scent. "I know why there's cake today," Lin Shuangshuang suddenly declared. "You know again?" Huo Ling replied, not turning to look at her. Focused on the surveillance around them, his abilities ensuring no living creature escaped his awareness. Lin Shuangshuang, resembling a student being questioned, replied dutifully, "I know it's the little cake you made for me, right?" Her joy was palpable as she couldn't resist wrapping her arms around Huo Ling's neck, resting her chin atop his head, playfully cuddling with him. Huo Ling shook his head, attempting to dislodge her, but instead, he found a mass of pink hair cascading over his arm. After a fleeting glance, he chose to ignore her. Lin Shuangshuang was positively elated. "Why did you make me a little cake? Is it a reward?" What have I done to deserve this? Tell me, and I'll do it again next time, okay? Can the next one be maple syrup cake? That flavor feels familiar. Have I had it before? It's so delicious. Caught off guard by her question, Huo Ling struggled to find a reason, realizing it was simply his desire to pamper her. Lin Shuangshuang, you're a bit too chatty, he said. Lin Shuangshuang, undeterred by his reprimand, snuggled closer. Okay. She fell silent. They remained entwined for a while, the warmth shared between them comforting. Lin Shuangshuang regarded Huo Ling as her favorite catnip. She relished being close to him, feeling that this alone was enough to bring her happiness. Her life revolved around tasks and Huo Ling. Eventually, Huo Ling could no longer contain himself and asked, "Aren't your legs tired from standing like that?" His implication was for her to rest upstairs, as she needn't stay here with him. However, the little monster misinterpreted his words. Lin Shuangshuang, her eyes sparkling, released her hold on Huo Ling, then playfully climbed onto him, settling in his embrace. Huo Ling stared at the unexpected addition to his lap, momentarily speechless. Ultimately, he didn't push her away. Instead, he gently placed his hand behind her waist, offering a faint protection. Seeing that he didn't reject her made Lin Shuangshuang beam with delight, prompting her to shift into a more comfortable position. Move again. And you'll have to get down, Huo Ling warned, his gaze still fixed on the screen as he lightly patted her back. Lin Shuangshuang immediately complied, sitting still in his arms, her gaze drifting to the buttons on his shirt, then lingering on his collarbone for a while. Her teeth itched. She wanted to bite him, but she refrained. Lin Shuangshuang then began to look down, examining Huo Ling, who was wrapped in layers of clothing, admiring his well-defined physique and wishing to peel off the layers. Yet she held back, feeling a twinge of regret. She pressed herself against his chest with a heavy sigh. When can I be like before? Huo Ling glanced down at her, asking like what? He initially thought she was referring to her amnesia and was about to mention that Zhao Pingsheng would find a solution when Lin Shuangshuang blurted out, "To kiss you whenever I want and touch you whenever I want." Huo Ling was taken aback. Huo Ling remained silent for a moment before responding. "Aren't you already doing that? Who was it that hopped right on just now?" Lin Shuangshuang insisted, "It's different. I remember the notes. Sometimes you don't allow me to kiss or touch you. It's not like I can just do it whenever I want." Huo Ling looked at her, "So, are we good now? You can kiss whenever you want and touch whenever you want." Lin Shuangshuang suddenly frowned, her mood dipping. "Not really. The notes say otherwise." After reuniting for so long, she still hadn't managed to reconcile with him. However, his lack of rejection was already a significant improvement. Just thinking about being abandoned made her feel that if their roles were reversed, she would struggle to forgive him, causing her spirits to sink further. Lin Shuangshuang began to reflect, "Huo Ling, I really have thick skin." She felt a bit embarrassed. Huo Ling didn't respond but continued to monitor the surroundings of the little castle, allowing her to nestle against him. It felt nostalgic, this sense of closeness. Previously, they often embraced one another. While Huo Ling busied himself with his studies and work, Lin Shuangshuang, with little to occupy her, would simply cling to him. For the moment, the environment was secure. Huo Ling no longer felt the need to fixate on the screen. Lin Shuangshuang, nestled comfortably, soon succumbed to slumber. He turned his gaze toward her, lowering his eyes to obscure most of his emotions, remaining utterly still as he observed her, lost in thought. Leaning against Huo Ling, Lin Shuangshuang felt an overwhelming sense of security and drifted into a deep sleep, where he appeared in her dreams, resembling his youthful self from days gone by. As Huo Ling continued to watch her, he nearly leaned in to kiss her, but caught a glimpse of Zhao Pingsheng out of the corner of his eye. Retracting his impulse, and adopting an air of nonchalance, Zhao Pingsheng hesitated, one foot unsure whether to descend. He sighed deeply, contemplating that he should review the surveillance footage before making his way down. He realized he had overestimated the dynamics between the two. Why the need for such awkwardness? They could simply reconcile, yet his love-struck friend insisted on creating a ruckus. Huo Ling inquired, "What is it?" Zhao Pingsheng urged him to upgrade while he kept an eye on things, instructing the others to expedite their progress, admonishing them not to dawdle just because they possessed some talent. They all needed to upgrade. Chapter 63, Capture. 2 days later. Quickly, quickly. Brother Lei. He fleeing toward 3 o'clock. Wu Zhe shouted over the internal voice channel. Gao Lei acknowledged, "Got it." He's cornered, but oh no, he's heading toward Huige. The path at 3 o'clock crackled ominously, becoming petrified, along with the surrounding structures, which froze in place. The rotund man, witnessing this, swiftly turned to flee in another direction. Moving with remarkable speed, yet his pursuers were even swifter. Huo Ling stood directly in his path, summoning a 4-star zombie puppet with a mere wave of his hand. Wu Zhe emerged from an unexpected corner, blocking the man's left escape route. Riding a hovering motorcycle, Luo Na, with her long dark red hair flowing, burst forth from a right alley. Where do you think you're going? Stop right there. Gao Lei blocked his rear. Without hesitation, the town master dove into a nearby low building, kicking open the protective door to seek refuge. Suddenly, Lin Shuangshuang appeared, vaulting through the window with a steel pipe in hand. As the town master scrambled within the low building, he released his goo worms. Yet they had been severely injured by the group and were now too weak to summon any zombies. He could not restrain his frustration, cursing, "Damn it. Are you all insane? Why can't you just leave me alone?" The town master pondered, recalling how these nuisances had appeared. Their first mission had gone awry, causing them to lose their way. A bunch of fools. He yelled, "I haven't harmed you. You only came to our town for a brief visit. I haven't even planted the goo on you. What else with the relentless pursuit?" Lin Shuangshuang, uninterested in further dialogue, charged forward, swinging the steel pipe at the town master, who rolled to evade. Like a plump, bald rat, he continued to tumble across the ground. Lin Shuangshuang swung the pipe again, determined to capture him, vowing to spare his life. The town master got back on his feet, gasping for breath as he continued to flee. "You think you can catch me? Dream on. You want my goo worms? You aspire to be the king of zombies? Ha! You think you deserve it." His scarlet eyes wide with rage, he planned to escape the low building and dart into the adjacent alley. Lin Shuangshuang pursued him, relishing this chase as part of her routine, demonstrating remarkable patience as she reported over the internal voice channel, target fleeing toward 9 o'clock. Wu Zhe responded, "Received." Luo Na affirmed, "Understood." Gao Lei followed closely behind Luo Na. "On my way." Huo Ling declared, "I will send mutated dogs to intercept. Stay safe." As his words hung in the air, the cacophony of barking dogs erupted nearby, racing toward 9 o'clock. The town master was truly on the verge of madness, ultimately finding himself trapped in a dead-end alley, panting heavily as he beheld the mutated dogs blocking his escape. Huo Ling, Gao Lei, and Wu Zhe simultaneously emerged at the alley's entrance. Luo Na soared above on her hovering motorcycle, sparks swirling around her. "You truly can run. I told you to stop. And I might spare your life. After all, the official bounty on live captures is far more valuable, though a death is acceptable as well." Lin Shuangshuang arrived as well. The town master, unable to hold back any longer, knelt before them, gasping, What must I do for you to let me go? I have supplies. I can give you the supplies." His eyes gleamed with desperate hope as he looked at the 5 young individuals. Lin Shuangshuang adjusted her screen, reading with precision the emergency wanted notice from the Apocalypse United Defense Corps. Target: Huing. Criminal history: 14 attempted robberies before the apocalypse. Serial killer. Current crimes: murder of ability users, cultivation of zombie goo worms. Height: 178 centimeters, corpulent, bald, missing the distal phalanx of the right little finger. Accompanied by a mugshot of Huing, it was revealed that he had been uncovered by the authorities post-crime. The revelations were staggering. Not only had he kept ability users, but he had also transformed them into zombies, feeding them goo worms. He categorized ability users into 2 types. Those with commendable powers who were obedient received modest benefits to serve him, while those deemed weak or disobedient were all turned into zombies and fed goo worms. The enormity of his crimes was undeniable. Huing's face paled. He could scarcely fathom being exposed. The past cases had all resurfaced, wanted?
Impossible. Who would be seeking me?
In these chaotic times, can the authorities truly concern themselves with a small fry like me? Wu Zhe, the hot-headed youth, exclaimed with indignation, "Small fry? You hold considerable influence. Your goo worms have caused a zombie outbreak, do you understand? You deserve a fate worse than death. You were no good before the apocalypse, and you've only worsened since. He ought to die, but the authorities likely wished to interrogate him first, though they hadn't ruled out execution." Huo Ling utilized his mental abilities to hypnotize him. "Where are the 10 tons of supplies?" Huing instantly became dazed, his gaze vacant. "The goo worms."
Their core.
Luo Na and the others were astounded. "Wait, the goo worms are spatial type? Seriously? How bizarre." In the next moment, Huing regained his senses, retreating warily. "What abilities are you using on me? You can't control me. If you don't let me go, I won't tell you where the goo worms are." Luo Na and the others found themselves at a loss for words. Unbeknownst to him, he had already revealed too much. Huo Ling, ever discreet, remained in the background. Lin Shuangshuang seized the moment, thrusting the pipe against Hui's throat. In terror, Hui shrieked, "Let me go. If you release me, I will give you 10 tons of supplies. If you turn me over to the authorities, you won't get anything. You think you're heroes? Let me tell you, once those supplies reach the officials, they'll be stripped away layer by layer until the survivors receive a pittance. You'd be better off keeping it for yourselves." Believing these 5 young souls to be righteous agents, he sought to tarnish the officials' image, attempting to sway them with promises of profit. Lin Shuangshuang lifted her hand, and with a swift motion, plunged the pipe through him, prompting the goo worm within to attempt an escape. In a moment of dizziness, Huo Ling found himself subdued by the combined efforts of Rona, Wu Zhe, and Gao Lei. After tirelessly pursuing this half-damaged adversary for an entire day and night, they finally achieved a double kill. In addition to the official reward of 1 million points, they acquired an additional 10 tons of resources. Lin Shuangshuang extracted the anomalous core from the corpse insect, a transparent specimen revealing its spatial properties. Inside, the 10 tons of resources remained intact, predominantly comprising food supplies. Chapter 64. 10 tons of uncontaminated resources. Rona and her companions secured the body of Hui, the town lord, along with the corpse insect, snapping a few photographs before submitting their mission report.
Done.
Brother Zhao has instructed us to place the items at the designated location, and the officials will come to collect them, Rona announced after reviewing the message. Everyone concurred without objection. Wu Zhe stretched his neck and back, exclaiming, "Thank goodness Brother Zhao's current potion includes a wood-type anomalous core. Absorption is swift and less painful, allowing for a quicker recovery. Otherwise, we would have struggled to keep up with this fellow." Gao Lei adjusted his gloves, commenting that us only because he was already half damaged. Had he been at his peak, capturing him would not have been so effortless for us. After consuming their potions, they coincidentally leveled up. Just 2 days prior, they had completed their upgrade potions when Zhao Pingsheng, while conducting experiments and monitoring the surveillance, suddenly spotted the town lord's trail. At that moment, however, Huo Ling had just finished his potion and was resting on the 4th floor, along with Rona and her companions. Only Lin Shuangshuang was available for combat. Left with no other options, Zhao Pingsheng dispatched Zhang Deipen to leave the base and operate the small castle to track the town lord, while Lin Shuangshuang was to engage him first to deplete his health. They intended to wait for Huo Ling and the others to recover before collectively moving in for the capture, aiming to eliminate him today. Don't waste time. Return quickly. The mission in El City is about to commence, and the officials will arrive in half an hour. I'll keep a drone to monitor Hui and the corpse insect's remains, Zhao Pingsheng's voice urged them through the communicator. Wu Zhe replied, coming. Lin Shuangshuang, seeing the urgency, hastily followed Huo Ling, exclaiming, 10 tons of uncontaminated resources. Huo Ling glanced at her, understanding her excitement. Rona curiously inquired, Captain Hua, shall we keep it for ourselves? Gao Lei and Wu Zhe also turned their gaze towards him. Huo Ling replied, of course we keep it. Do you intend to donate it? We worked hard for this. 10 tons of food. We won't have to worry about sustenance for a while. And there are at least 2 to 3 tons of rice alone. Rona and her companions burst into laughter, responding, no way. We're short on food ourselves. How could we possibly donate? Lin Shuangshuang felt a sense of reassurance. The more food they had, the more at ease she felt. Once aboard the hover motorcycle, she wrapped her arms around Huo Ling's waist, silently cataloging the 10 tons of resources. Approximately 3 tons of rice, around 2 tons of flour, cornmeal, and glutinous rice flour, along with compressed biscuits, various beverages, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, milk, seasonings, and more. Food comprised 80% of the haul, with miscellaneous items making up the remaining 20%, including thick blankets. Before departing, Huo Ling had removed the anomalous core from a 4-star puppet and held it out to Lin Shuangshuang, who instinctively grasped it. Is this for me? A gold-type anomalous core?
She asked.
Huo Ling, while piloting the hover motorcycle, replied, hold on to it for now. I'll give it to old Zhang later. Lin Shuangshuang nodded obediently, ensuring its safekeeping. The sticky memories of the past had once again faded. Each memory reset erased the warmth of previous moments, leaving only cold, clinical reminders. Yet, she would repeatedly savor the essence of those words. However, when faced with him, she still felt a pang of guilt and uncertainty. Upon arriving at the small castle, it sped away with urgency. Time was of the essence, and the mission was pressing, necessitating a swift pace to avoid missing the order for El City. They were fortunate to have such a means of transportation. Otherwise, they would still be trudging along the road. The small castle's metallic exterior gleamed anew, having been upgraded by Zhang Deipen, who was now at the late stage of the 3rd level. As a gold-type ability user, he could enhance metals. Most of his powers had been devoted to fortifying the small castle, gradually improving it. Now, the castle was faster and no longer fearful of acid rain. Having successfully evolved into its 2nd generation, the speed had doubled, allowing them to reach El City in just half a day. Zhang Deipen, having emerged from the base, greeted his teammates with good news. Rona and her companions were ecstatic. No way. Our speed has doubled? That's amazing. If this continues, can we roam freely in the future? Absolutely. Who knows, maybe our speed could multiply by dozens in the future. Living in the small castle would mean they could go wherever they pleased. What a delightful thought. Zhang Deipen chuckled. That's possible, and with this upgrade, I can now manipulate metals. With that, he raised his hand, cradling a chunk of metal that morphed into various shapes at his will. His hair had turned to deep gold, and he wondered if it would lighten in time. I no longer need to worry about a shortage of parts. I can now create all kinds of components myself. Rona and her companions genuinely rejoiced for him, knowing that a stronger teammate meant greater safety for all. They offered him their heartfelt congratulations. Wu Zhe also shared the good news with Zhang Deipen. Brother Zhang, not only did we complete our mission, but we also secured 10 tons of uncontaminated resources. Rona, brushing her long hair, remarked, "See? It was meant to be yours." Her spirits lifted. Gao Lei, oblivious to all else, simply knew that from today onward, he could enjoy all manner of pasta. How exhilarating! Lin Shuangshuang observed the joy radiating from her companions, her heart swelling with happiness. She turned to gaze at Huo Ling, who wore a furrowed brow, appearing somewhat fatigued. After all, the side effects of the anomalous core potion lingered. He hadn't fully rested before returning to battle. Concerned, Lin Shuangshuang approached him, wrapping her arms around his, offering support. Huo Ling glanced down at her, asking, "What are you doing?" Lin Shuangshuang earnestly replied, "I'm worried about you, Huo Ling. Do you need to get some sleep?" She believed a good rest would do him well. Rona teasingly chimed in, "Oh, Huo team leader, did you hear that? Shuangshuang is worried about you." She laughed heartily, adding, "You two have a chat. I'm off to take a shower." Gao Lei quickly chimed in, "I'm going too." Wu Zhe, not wanting to be a third wheel, also seized the moment to exit, saying, "I'll go rest and tidy up some things." They were about to step into El City, a place fraught with peril and uncertainty, yet there was an underlying anticipation for what awaited them. After all, danger often accompanied opportunity. Zhang Deipen was also preparing to leave, displaying a more relaxed demeanor than the others, laughing heartily. "You two can have your chat. I'm off." Huo Ling reminded Lin Shuangshuang to hand the 4-star gold-type anomalous core to Zhang Deipen, noting, "This zombie was quite formidable, Brother Zhang. Do you think this will come in handy?" Zhang Deipen became serious in an instant, examining the gold-type anomalous core with great care before exclaiming with excitement, "Absolutely.
Good job.
Kid, bringing back such a valuable asset. Our small castle's enhancement agent just got a boost. Let me think about how to utilize this." He was visibly thrilled, giving Huo Ling a pat on the shoulder, barely containing his exuberance. Chapter 65. Assemble. Zhang Deipen promptly secured the 4-star gold-type anomalous core, muttering to himself, "We can't let Xiao Zhao find out. He'll try to snatch it from me." Zhao Pingsheng also had a penchant for researching anomalous cores. Huo Ling chuckled lightly. "No, you are of the gold element, you should take precedence." Zhang Deipen burst into hearty laughter. "The remaining distance is not far. It will only take us a little more than half a day to walk there." Huo Ling began to pack his belongings, advising his teammates to travel light. He took a backpack filled with daily necessities, medicinal supplies, compressed biscuits, quick energy chocolates, and mineral water. Lin Shuangshuang followed closely behind, preparing her own pink backpack with similar items. She preferred to keep her spatial card discreet, opting for the security of her backpack. The aberrant core of the corpse worm was also of the spatial type. After clearing its contents, Huo Ling entrusted it to Zhao Pingsheng for research. Zhao confirmed it could function as a spatial card, operating on principles akin to Lin Shuangshuang's. After discussing among the team, they decided to entrust the aberrant core to Wu Zhe for safekeeping, as his abilities were particularly suited for swift escapes, making it safer to carry supplies. No one objected to this arrangement. The small fortress made steady progress and successfully reached the vicinity of El City, where the ground was a quagmire, mud mingling with blood. Such conditions made it particularly uncomfortable for combat. The 5 of them were fully armed, bracing against the strong winds outside. Wu Zhou exclaimed, "Goodness, this wind. If it weren't for the mask, this acidic rain would be splattering all over my face." Rona had tied her hair into a low ponytail, otherwise, it would have been blown all over her face. Wow, this wind. Gao Lei held onto the railing firmly, vigilantly protecting Rona and Wu Zhou while watching his footing. They were still 2 kilometers away from El City, and the small fortress needed to stop a bit farther for safety. Before leaving, Huo Ling had also styled Lin Shuangshuang's hair into double buns. Armed and ready, she clutched the railing. Huo Ling stood like a sturdy cypress, exuding a sense of stability. With him by her side, Lin Shuangshuang felt secure, believing she wouldn't be blown away. Eventually, she grasped his arm. Noticing he didn't react, she slid her hand down to his wrist. When she attempted to hold his hand stealthily, he caught her in a gentle grip. Lin Shuangshuang's face flushed crimson. Huo Ling glanced at her. "Behave yourself. Hold tight. Don't let the wind sweep you away." This rescue team comprised both an official squad and a civilian group. To their surprise, they spotted familiar faces. Qi Ji and Qi Mo were among the superpowered individuals present. At the entrance of the El City Highway, numerous tents and structures resembling yurts had emerged, with teams from various regions filling the open space. Wow, we really need to align ourselves with the authorities. Look at this safety zone. It's splendid.
Indeed.
Accommodations were satisfactory. There were restrooms and ample hot water. In these times, finding clean water sources was no easy feat, and the availability of hot water surpassed many smaller bases.
What?
Smaller bases lack clean water sources? We have plenty over there. Someone interjected. Even the tiniest survivor base in my village has water. You're from the south, aren't you? The coastal areas face frequent tsunamis and heavier acid rain, leading to severe water pollution. No wonder you're short on water. Indeed. Now we must venture inland. The coastal regions are entirely devastated. How long until they can be rescued? It's futile to hope. Don't you have water element superpowered individuals? Purifying water should be a quick task, right? To possess purifying abilities, one would need at least a level 3 water ability, which isn't easy to attain. In these times, finding clean water remains a challenge. Your team seems formidable. Are they all of the fire element? Upgrading requires consuming aberrant cores, right? Of course, but I've heard consuming aberrant cores directly isn't advisable. However, there's no alternative. I've heard the authorities offer low-pollution aberrant core dilution agents, but they require points to exchange. It seems we'll be working for the authorities for the foreseeable future. The group engaged in lively discussions, as it was rare to gather so many people, especially from the civilian superpowered community, providing ample topics for conversation. The rewards this time are substantial. We must all exert ourselves to earn more points. Absolutely. There are quite a few zombies in El City. We're unsure how to tackle them. Did you watch the live stream of the last official zombie purge? Perhaps we should do it again. It would be quicker and save us some effort. No way. This time, there are many survivors in El City. We can't proceed like that. I've heard that several hundred students are trapped in a teaching building at a certain academy, and there are numerous survivors in several hospitals as well. In the city center, there are also scattered survivors. We cannot use explosives.
Exactly.
Our primary goal this time is rescue, not extermination. We must follow orders and observe how the official teams operate, replicating their actions. The group was abuzz with discussion. The official squad stood neatly lined up on one side, standing at attention. Although the civilian members were somewhat relaxed, each possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it here, as this mission bore its own risks. When Lin Shuangshuang and Huo Ling arrived, they drew many curious glances. Qi Ji and Qi Mo widened their eyes in disbelief. After a brief hesitation, they approached their current teammates to explain, as the marks on their necks had been removed. Lin Shuangshuang quickly noticed, especially since they were wearing transparent raincoats. How fortuitous! I can't believe you're still alive. Qi Mo exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Qi Ji nodded towards the group. Rona was shocked. Oh my goodness, I thought you two were gone. That little town was nearly flattened by the zombie tide. How did you survive? The siblings felt somewhat awkward, having previously assisted the town lord in deceiving other superpowered individuals, including Lin Shuangshuang and her group. However, due to their own victimization, they had only received a minor reprimand and were now integrated into the official reserve rescue team. For many years to come, They would earn only a basic salary, but at least they were back on the right track and would no longer engage in such activities. I'm so frustrated. Chi Mo lamented. Chi nodded in agreement, glancing at the group. What happened to that strong man? Thanks to the potion he provided, we managed to evade the zombie tide. Yes, not here, Wu Zhi replied. Chi remarked, then consider it a significant favor we owe you. Chi Mo winked at them. Absolutely. Don't hesitate to ask for help when needed. The siblings expressed that they were not ungrateful, and after a brief farewell, they hurriedly rejoined their team. Rona reflected, people are truly complex. Initially, they sought to deceive us, and now they find themselves indebted to us, haha. Chapter 66, The Onset of Conflict. Many turned their gazes toward Lin Shuangshuang, who tightly held Huo Ling's hand, standing close to him. Huo Ling. They're starting to assemble over there. Huo Ling glanced in that direction. Indeed, the official leader was calling for assembly. Let us go. The purge is about to commence. Lin Shuangshuang nodded in agreement. The official leader divided the teams into 10 groups, with 3 squads in each group, all poised for an internal assault. By coincidence, Chi and Mo's team was assigned to the same group as Lin Shuangshuang's, along with another civilian squad, making a total of 3 teams. The members of the official squad were neither overly warm nor overly aloof. They maintained a strict demeanor, and Chi and Mo blended in without standing out, receiving reasonable care from their team. Their group consisted of 8 members. The civilian team consists of 10 members, exuding an air of arrogance. Their captain, a male esper at the late 4th tier, is in his 30s. In stark contrast, Huo Ling's group comprises only 5 individuals, making their numbers appear somewhat meager. The captain of the civilian team expresses his discontent, questioning the fairness of the official allocation of teams. How could they assign such a small group to them? It seems as though they are being burdened with extra work. His companions echo his sentiments, wondering if the smaller team is merely here to scavenge points. The members of the Tiger War team chatter among themselves, casting unfriendly glances at Huo Ling's group. The captain of the official team intervenes, urging everyone to unite in their efforts rather than dwell on grievances. The allocation is based on combat strength, not numbers. Everyone present is worthy and should not be dismissed as mere opportunists. With disaster looming and so many compatriots trapped in the city, the urgency to rescue survivors overshadows all else. Lu Qingguang, the captain of the official team, is a youthful 23, with dark skin and an energetic demeanor. He emphasizes that the task at hand, the rescue, takes precedence over concerns about points or cores. Each member should focus on their responsibilities. Despite the explanation, the Tiger Roar team continues to grumble, skeptical of the combat strength allocation. They doubt that the 5 from Huo Ling's group could possibly match the power of their 8 or 10-member teams. Their discontent grows, questioning the background of these newcomers. Are they parachutists? Do they have some hidden support? Their frustration is palpable, as they feel the official team is merely spouting lofty rhetoric while they seek rewards and are unwilling to let others siphon off their points and cores. Kamo can't help but scoff at their complaints, suggesting they apply for a team change if they are dissatisfied. She questions their disbelief in the official allocation. Kizzy shares her disdain, having witnessed the capabilities of the 5-member team, bolstered by their mysterious allies, the brawny rescuer and the man from the voice call. The 5 are undoubtedly formidable. As the captain of the Tiger War team prepares to lash out, the officials announce the commencement of their mission. It is evident that once the teams are set, no changes can be made, prompting him to curse his misfortune. Lin Shuangshuang, puzzled yet composed, assures them that they will not compete for cores. Each team will handle their own affairs. Huo Ling gently pulls her along, advising against further explanations. She promptly follows his lead. Rona and her companions express their disdain for the Tiger War team with rolled eyes and loud scoffs, inciting further ire from the other team. The official team members exchange glances, surprised by the evident discord among the civilian group. Kamo, relishing the unfolding drama, notes the Tiger War team's arrogance, anticipating more entertainment. However, frowns, hoping for a smooth completion of their task without unnecessary complications. She is particularly fearful of encountering incompetent teammates or potential backstabbers. Lu Qingguang urges his team to set off immediately, warning of the treacherous weather and the various dangers lurking beyond the zombies. The official team responds affirmatively. Acid rain patters heavily against their raincoats, while the wind howls fiercely. Lin Shuangshuang closely follows Huo Ling, clad in a sturdy raincoat acquired from El City, her hair tied in 2 buns at the nape of her neck. Huo Ling ensures her hair is securely fastened, preventing it from loosening. Wu Zhi, still aggrieved, mutters about the disdainful attitudes of the Tiger War team, questioning why they vent their frustrations on them when the teams were not assigned by their choosing. Rona comforts him, suggesting that such behavior is commonplace in larger groups and they should focus on their work. Eventually, the Tiger War team will recognize their strength and fall silent. Huo Ling scans the current situation with his mental abilities, confirming that all teams have departed and are heading straight towards a horde of zombies approximately a kilometer away. The count is around 10,000. Lin Shuangshuang and Rona respond in unison, acknowledging the information. Given the complex circumstances in El City, everyone is traveling in vehicles allocated by the officials, 3 groups sharing a large truck. Huo Ling agilely leaps into the truck bed, extending a hand to Gao Lei, who in turn pulls up Rona and Wuja. He then turns to Lin Shuangshuang, whose wide eyes blink behind her goggles. Come up, he beckons, lifting her effortlessly into the truck. Although she is capable of climbing on her own, she hesitates, wanting him to carry her, and beams with joy once he does. Huo Ling, aware of her intentions, indulges her and helps her settle in. The 5 members sit together on the right side, while the Tiger War team occupies the left. Lu Chengguang and the siblings Kumo and Kizi are seated inside. As the truck sets off, the rain continues to make a rhythmic sound against the tarp. Inside the truck, the atmosphere is tense, with members avoiding eye contact, each turning to gaze outside. The vehicle enters through the highway entrance, embarking on their rescue mission, taking down any scattered zombies they encounter. Gao Lei's petrification, Rona's fire abilities, and Wuja's earth manipulation work in flawless harmony, dispatching zombies with remarkable speed. The Tiger War team watches in astonishment, not expecting such efficiency. El City is in ruins, with roads cracked and littered with debris. The mingling scents of acid rain and decay are unbearable. Lin Shuangshuang, masked, finds the odors overwhelming, while Wu Zhe feels nauseated. Rona and Gao Lei are struggling to cope, the comfort of their prior surroundings making the stark contrast of the apocalypse even more jarring. Yet they endure. Huo Ling too frowns but gradually acclimates, relieved by the strong winds that occasionally disperse the noxious odors. The first wave of zombies approaches, prompting the truck to halt. Lu Qingguang calls for readiness, and everyone swiftly disembarks. Kizi and Kumo immediately join their teammates as morning glories bloom vibrantly at their feet, enhanced by Kumo's buffs. The zombies outside, drawn by the scent of fresh flesh, become frantic. Their hollow eyes, decaying bodies, and the stench of rot create a truly grotesque sight. Rona could not help but comment. The appearance of these zombies is becoming increasingly grotesque. Wu Zhe expressed his disgust, exclaiming, "How revolting!" Gao Lei remarked, "Words fail me." Lin Shuangshuang remained silent, her steel pipe swinging as she felled a large number of zombies with a single sweep. Rona couldn't contain her excitement, cheering, "Well done, Shuangshuang. You're amazing." As she spoke, she conjured a flurry of fireballs. With each level she ascended, the temperature of her flames rose, their hues growing ever more ethereal. Wherever the sparks landed, they ignited into roaring infernos. Wu Zhe laughed triumphantly, noting, "These zombies are nothing but fat. They'll burn for ages." His earthen spikes erupted from the ground, impaling a small horde of zombies. Gao Lei cautioned them to be vigilant as the creatures scurried about, warning, "Be careful not to draw the flames toward us." After finishing his warning, he erected several petrified walls to contain the flaming zombies, preventing them from inadvertently harming their own teammates. Standing at the rear, Huo Ling surveyed the battlefield, ready to inform his teammates of their positioning via the internal voice channel. He selected a high-ranking zombie to serve as a puppet, controlling its brain to command it to eliminate other zombies. The 5 of them fought with a ferocity that was both brutal and effective, leaving the official team and the Tiger War squad in stunned silence, including Qi Ji and Qi Mo, who were equally taken aback. My goodness, what kind of battle strategy is this? It's truly ruthless, they thought. Did I just say something disrespectful? I hope they don't hold a grudge. Are they all at the 4th tier? No one informed me they were all at that level. How incredibly strong. Who is their captain? Is it that girl wielding the stick? No, it must be that tall fellow. What ability does he possess? Wait, he can actually use zombies to shield himself from damage? He can control them. The members of the Tiger War squad were beginning to panic, recalling their words and fearing they might have offended someone, their hearts growing cold with apprehension. Lin Shuangshuang, meanwhile, did not rely on her abilities. Instead, she wielded the steel pipe to crush the heads of 4-star zombies with ease, her expression unchanging as their heads exploded. What immense psychological fortitude she must possess. Xiao Tianhu was utterly astonished, wondering if she was relying solely on brute strength. Was her abilities simply enhanced power? The other members of the Tiger War Squad were in disarray, hurling their abilities into the fray. Although they initially felt flustered, they gradually adapted to the situation, striving to maintain their output amidst the onslaught of 1,000 zombies. It took their group an hour and a half to completely eradicate the horde. Thick smoke billowed as Rona's flames, along with those of 2 other fire wielders in their team, consumed the undead. They had each collected their cores, leaving only the charred remnants of the zombies. Everyone distanced themselves from the center of the inferno, mobilizing their abilities to construct a square incineration site, ensuring the flames wouldn't escape before proceeding to their next destination. Inside the truck, everyone was in a disheveled state. The Tiger War Squad members were panting heavily, their eyes wide like those of cattle. Lin Shuangshuang fared better. Huo Ling distributed wet wipes while Rona and the others removed their soiled protective gear, using disinfectant wipes to cleanse their faces of blood and grime before hastily donning new gloves, masks, and goggles, while replenishing their energy. After wiping her face, Lin Shuangshuang took off her gear, leaving red marks on her skin. She paid it no mind, quickly munching on some rations, compressed biscuits that puffed her cheeks, before taking a generous swig of milk. Huo Ling noticed some bloodstains on her forehead and behind her ears, and without hesitation, he pulled out a disinfectant wipe, lifting her bangs to clean her forehead and not neglecting the area behind her ears, finishing with her chin before discarding the wipe. His actions were fluid and practiced, drawing the attention of others. Lin Shuangshuang remained unfazed, accustomed to it. As she continued hastily replenishing her energy, running low on energy during combat was perilous, especially in the event of low blood sugar, so she needed to act swiftly. After finishing her milk, she bit into a chocolate bar, offering half to Huo Ling while downing most of a functional beverage. Finally, she could breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Shuangshuang handed the remaining functional drink to Huo Ling and began putting on her new protective gear, turning to look at him expectantly. "You all eat slowly. I'll be on guard," she instructed her teammates. It seemed she was eating quickly to take over the watch, as long as she regained her energy swiftly. Someone in the team could stand guard, allowing the others to eat at a leisurely pace. Rona was deeply moved, exclaiming, "Oh, Shuangshuang, how wonderful you are." Wu Zhe nodded earnestly. "You don't need to do this, Shuangshuang. Next time, take your time eating." He thought she was just hungry. Gao Lei was the second to finish, saying, "I'm good now, you all eat slowly, and don't choke. Next time, I can take the watch, I eat quickly." Lin Shuangshuang shook her head. "No need. I can handle it, I'm used to it." She turned back to Huo Ling, who was eating at a steady pace. His face was clean, though his hair still dripped with blood. Lin Shuangshuang used a disinfectant wipe to clean his hair and then pulled out a towel to wipe him down. It wasn't about their cleanliness, rather, the bloodstains posed a risk of contamination, and during combat, they had no time to address it. After the battle, they needed to clean up thoroughly to avoid inadvertently ingesting anything harmful. Lin Shuangshuang diligently wiped Huo Ling's hair and the back of his neck. He took good care of himself, and she was very capable of caring for him as well. The Tiger Roar Squad and the official team had grown silent, realizing that the leader's actions were undoubtedly justified, and they had come to respect them. As the truck came to a halt once more, everyone poured out, ready to embark on their next extermination task. Lin Shuangshuang plunged into the throng of zombies, wielding her steel pipe like a sharp cleaver, mercilessly harvesting the heads of the undead. She struck with precision, dispatching them before they even realized what was happening. Remarkably, she managed to aim their heads with uncanny accuracy. Wu Zhe, ever perceptive, crafted a large pit to collect the severed heads, which he would then systematically gather the cores from. The earth twisted into a rope, burrowing into the zombie heads, emerging with the cores, which he stored in his spatial core. Gao Lei protected Rona while she focused on her harvest, and their extermination speed was impressive. They nearly burst into laughter upon seeing Wu Zhe's ingenious pit. "Little Zhe, you're quite clever after all." Rona chuckled. Gao Lei smiled in agreement, acknowledging the transparent core he had received. Rona wholeheartedly concurred. They continued to engage in combat, their coordination improving with each exchange. Occasionally, they would glow with energy, their stamina and abilities replenished, and upon glancing back, they realized it was Qi Mo enhancing them with a buff. Not bad. Wu Zhe was in a fluster, as Lin Shuangshuang was too fierce, often charging into the hordes of zombies, making it difficult for him to locate her. He could only identify her position by the heads flying through the air, sending him into a panic. "Sister Shuangshuang, be careful. I can't find you again. Where are you?" Oh no, there's a 3-star zombie. Its head just flew off. Wow, that was an accurate shot. Wu Zhe, though seemingly boisterous, is not lacking in composure. Rather, it is the wildness of his companions that propels him into the fray. The untamed little monster revels in the slaughter, showing no mercy. Regardless of size, age, or gender, with a single blow, she sends the heads of zombies flying. These are primarily the undead, and she shows no hesitation in dispatching them. Although Lin Shuangshuang struggles with her memories, her combat skills are ingrained through muscle memory. By the time her mind processes the situation, the zombies are already falling in droves. The little monster dashes about wildly, evading Wu Zhe's gaze, but Huo Ling can track her effortlessly. His psychic abilities leave multiple marks on her, allowing him to monitor her movements as long as she remains within his sphere. Huo Ling, though unperturbed by her reckless antics, finds his heart racing whenever she makes a particularly daring move, prompting him to call out, Lin Shuangshuang. Those 3 simple words suffice to halt her. Understanding immediately, she refrains from further reckless behavior, reminding herself of her safety. I'm perfectly safe, she assures, albeit with a hint of guilt. Huo Ling, manipulating a throng of mid-tier and low-tier zombies to turn upon one another, remarks, You had better be. Lin Shuangshuang dreads this phrase. I am being careful, she insists. Though Huo Ling's laughter betrays his skepticism, their quintet moves with remarkable speed, outpacing the other 2 teams by a significant margin, amassing the most energy cores. The Huxiao team is left feeling both pained and envious, their spirits dampened as they grapple with the realization that these 5 act as a veritable meat grinder, claiming all the energy cores for themselves. These 5 must be playing us for fools, they grumble. Though all teams consist of 4th-tier abilities, the prowess of this group is astonishing. It suddenly dawns on the Huxiao team that according to Captain Lu Qingguang's earlier statements, team composition is based not on numbers but on strength. Thus, the more formidable the team, the fewer members it comprises. The revelation hits them like a ton of bricks, and they feel foolish for their earlier assumptions. Xiao Tianhu grits his teeth, placing blame on the officials rather than himself. If we're to be paired with other teams, can't they at least disclose the levels of abilities? Must we suffer such embarrassment? Had he known the strength of these 5 from the outset, he would have tempered his arrogance. One of his naive subordinates, sweating from exertion, suggests that the officials likely lack insight into this hastily assembled team. They have no experience. How could they consider such details? Although this statement rings true, it leaves their captain in a precarious position. The young man soon finds himself on the receiving end of a slap, nearly toppling into the horde of zombies, leaving him feeling wronged and shaken. Unfazed by the chaos, Lin Shuangshuang remains singularly focused on the mission, engaging in a relentless barrage of destruction. As time passes, their group successfully makes their way to the academy's entrance. Captain Lu Qingguang surveys the mass of zombies within and suggests a brief respite before they muster the effort to rescue the survivors inside, urging everyone to make the most of their time. Qi Ji and her brother Qi Mo are drenched in sweat, the weather having spiraled out of control. Rather than the expected warmth of May, the temperature hovers around a cool 23 to 24 degrees, even dipping lower at night, leaving them exhausted. Even while resting, the official team maintains a unified demeanor, contrasting sharply with the Huxiao team's varied levels of discipline. Some rest in silence while others bemoan their circumstances. This task is unbearable. If I had known, I wouldn't have come, one complains, while another adds, 1 million points isn't easy to earn. Though the survivors in the academy should be valuable, probably all teachers, I hear rescuing talent comes with extra rewards. This notion offers a glimmer of consolation as the speaker, with his short, light red hair, expresses his irritation by spitting on the ground and pacing restlessly. The official team members exchange glances, clearly displeased. Captain,
Can't we teach them a lesson?
they're insufferable. Indeed, who are these individuals? Their strength seems lackluster. We could manage this ourselves. Lu Qingguang, hearing their murmurs of frustration, recognizes that they have tolerated the Huxiao team's antics for quite some time. Though bothersome, their strength is undeniable and could prove advantageous in this precarious situation. After resting briefly at the academy entrance, they plunge back into the rescue effort. After a grueling half-day, they finally clear the zombies from the periphery, leaving only those within the 6 buildings of the academy. It is rumored that students are trapped in the southwestern building. Xiao Tianhu, undeterred, boasts, with so few zombies left, they're hardly enough to fill my gaps. Let us charge in and save them. Lu Qingguang urges caution. warning of formidable creatures lurking within. Xiao Tianhu, brimming with confidence, retorts, "We have plenty of high-tier abilities on our side. What is there to fear from a few mutated beasts? You're being overly cautious." Initially wary of the official team, he soon discovers that their combat prowess pales in comparison to that of Lin Shuangshuang's quintet. As a member of a civilian team, he instinctively equates their strength with that of the five, leading him to dismiss the official team's capabilities. "If you're so timid, how do you expect to achieve anything? Have you no spine?" His teammates echo his sentiments, chiding, "You're all talk, lacking the bravery we have." Qi, unable to contain herself, smiles at the absurdity of it all. Qi Mo responds sarcastically, "Oh, you're so impressive. Why not step up? I believe our commander is Team Lu, right?" The Hu Xiao team immediately counters, "So what? I think he is too hesitant. Our Xiaoge is far superior. He should be the commander instead. That would make sense. What do you know, you pretty boy? Acting all cute when a real man is present." Qi Mo's expression darkens.
Care to repeat that?
Qi also adopts a stern demeanor. "What is your point, Hu Xiao team?" Xiao Tianhu, bolstered by his teammates' praise, notices the five-person team's silence, mistakenly interpreting it as disinterest. "What is wrong? Can't speak? My brothers speak the truth. Your brother doesn't measure up." But this ice beauty certainly catches the eye. He leers, casting a lewd gaze over Qi. This performance is devoid of any pretense. Within a mere 24 hours of collaboration, their true natures began to reveal themselves, akin to a toad's foot. Utterly repulsive. Xiao Tianhu's gaze was not solely fixated on Qi, but also scrutinized the other female members of the official team, offering critiques, remarking, "The ice beauty is still the most captivating." Meanwhile, the psychic anomalies were proliferating, spreading like the threads of a spider's web. Huo Ling was meticulously investigating the hidden mutated creatures within the academy, cautioning, "There's more than one. You must prioritize safety. These are mutated rats. Rats, in their multitude, pose a significant threat. It is no wonder that those trapped dared not venture out." Rona and her companions were initially attentive to their leader, Huo's words, remaining vigilant to avoid potential betrayal from others. However, Lin Shuangshuang's sudden departure caught their attention, and their eyes followed her figure, witnessing her confrontations firsthand. Xiao Tianhu was still basking in his self-satisfaction, engaged in a debate with Lin Shuangshuang. Tension simmered among the teammates, nearly escalating into a confrontation. Yet, Lin Shuangshuang was the first to strike, delivering a swift kick to Xiao Tianhu. His agonized roar erupted, a primal scream of shock and pain. He was utterly unprepared, bewildered by her sudden approach, and before he could comprehend the situation, his face still marred by a lecherous grin, he was struck, the pain flushing his cheeks deep crimson, ultimately collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony, rendered voiceless. With a serious demeanor, Lin Shuangshuang questioned, "Is this exhilarating? Are you still enjoying it?" Her tone was casual, yet her gaze was icy. In that moment, the sense of security radiating from her was overwhelming. Qi stood in stunned silence, her eyes fixed on Lin Shuangshuang for an extended moment. Qi Mo, exhilarated, exclaimed, "Wow, sister, she is so cool." The previously irate members of the official team couldn't help but smile, captivated by her slender, yet powerful silhouette. Lin Shuangshuang, as the captain, struggled to maintain order among his teammates, but the younger members were somewhat rigid, adhering too strictly to the rules. Lin Shuangshuang, unfettered by regulations, was now an extramural agent, with only Huo Ling's authority binding her. Since he did not interfere, she felt free to act as she pleased. Consequently, her combat boots pressed against Xiao Tianhu's face, and she leaned down to ask, "Answer me, is this still enjoyable?" The members of the Tiger Howl team were petrified, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Xiao Tianhu was on the verge of losing consciousness. The force of her kick was unrestrained, and he emitted a hoarse sound, convulsing on the ground. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted, while his so-called brothers stumbled back several meters in shock. Lin Shuangshuang was torn, reluctant to intervene yet fearing reprimand for failing to manage his team. Lin Shuangshuang cast him a glance, and he immediately straightened up, standing as rigid as a soldier, inexplicably nervous. Her gaze bore down on him with overwhelming pressure. Lin Shuangshuang admonished, "Rules are immutable, but people are not. If you cannot protect your teammates, what kind of captain are you?" Her words were light, yet stung deeply. Lin Shuangshuang's face flushed with embarrassment, struggling to respond, finally managing a stammered, "I'm sorry." He was inexperienced, having only recently assumed the role of captain. Chimo's gaze towards Lin Shuangshuang transformed, an unmistakable enchantment in his eyes. Qi Ji cautioned him, if you value your life, tone it down. She has a partner. She was drenched in sweat, feeling the weight of scrutiny. Huo Ling shot her a glance, and Mo began to sweat alongside his sister. Lin Shuangshuang declared that they should disregard Xiao Tianhu, deeming such a disgraceful individual unworthy of consideration, allowing him to fend for himself. As for his teammates, they would be expelled as well. Having been betrayed once, she refused to fall victim again. The apocalypse was perilous, and any potential threat must be eradicated. She turned to the members of the Tiger Howl team, commanding, "You have 1 minute to leave. Otherwise, I will personally expel you." The members of the Tiger Howl team, terrified, hurriedly dragged Xiao Tianhu away. Rona, having witnessed the entire scene, could not contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Our Shuangshuang is so impressive. She is incredible." She recognized her strength, but was astonished by this authoritative side. How magnificent! Huo Ling's gaze was intense, locked onto Lin Shuangshuang. She was undoubtedly radiant, and while he felt pride for her, a pang of bitterness gnawed at him. There were many things about her he remained unaware of. While he had laid bare all his truths to her, which felt profoundly unjust, leaving an emptiness within him. Chapter 70. Mutated Rats. Lin Shuangshuang fixed her gaze intently, ensuring that all members of the Tiger Howl team had departed before feeling at ease. "Let us resume our mission," she said as she approached Huo Ling, reverting to her obedient demeanor. Though Huo Ling was emotionally stirred, he would never allow such feelings to surface during a mission. It was not only irresponsible to himself, but also to his teammates. Lu Chengguang was preparing to usher his teammates into the teaching building when a rustling sound emerged from the distance, growing louder by the moment. A chill ran down everyone's spines. What is that noise? Damn, it's making my scalp tingle. Be cautious. What is approaching? It was a long black serpentine creature. Is it a snake?
No.
It is not a snake. It is a line of mutated rats marching in a queue. With that final exclamation, the black mass converged from all directions. Mo couldn't help but stomp his foot, his legs quaking with fear. Goodness, it's really rats. So disgusting. Why are they marching this way? Ji summoned a swarm of morning glories, encircling the group temporarily to keep the mutated rats at bay. They're attempting to trap us. The fur of the mutated rats was a deep black, slick and shiny, as if coated in wax, even repelling water. Acid rain would simply roll off without causing any harm to them. Rona conjured a cluster of fireballs suspended in midair, exclaiming, "This fur is remarkable. If only we could strip it off." Their team included a mechanic, which made them particularly mindful of usable materials during outings. She instinctively voiced her thoughts but quickly silenced herself, realizing that such valuable information should not be freely shared. Rona glanced around, relieved to find that her teammates were oblivious to her slip. Wu Zhe and Gao Lei whispered to her, "Let us gather materials once we defeat them." "Yes. We'll take it back for Brother Zhang. It will surely be useful." Rona nodded in agreement. Huo Ling attempted to control the leader of the mutated rats, only to find himself unable to bind it, which left him momentarily stunned. However, it was not surprising. In this apocalyptic world, one could encounter all manner of bizarre phenomena. These creatures merely possessed the ability to shield themselves from psychic abilities. Their value had just skyrocketed. Be cautious, everyone. The rats can understand human speech, and any strategies should be communicated through gestures. The mutated rats were clearly no ordinary creatures. They were exceptionally intelligent, encircling humans with alarming intent. Lu Chengguang, wielding light-based abilities, hurled a barrage of flashbangs into the midst of the rats, resulting in a blinding explosion of light. The mutated rats shrieked in response, their piercing cries echoing, "Squeak, squeak, squeak." Wu Zhe clamped his hands over his ears, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, that is so painful. This noise is unbearable. It feels like my eardrums are about to burst. What in the world is that racket?" He struggled to manipulate his earth-based powers, causing the ground beneath the rats to sink, successfully scattering them. The disordered rats surged chaotically within the pit, their shrill cries echoing incessantly. Mo covered his ears while utilizing his abilities to bestow buffs upon his comrades, temporarily enhancing their powers. He also cast several healing auras, ensuring that his own aura was amplified. "I'm nearly deaf," he exclaimed, urging everyone to hasten. Gao Lei promptly petrified the numerous pits created by Wu Zhe, trapping the mutated rats within. Mere mud could not contain them, but the transformed stones effectively blocked their path. The dark, adult-sized rats, no larger than a human palm, posed an even greater threat. They scrambled over their fallen companions, surging towards the combat team. Lin Shuangshuang warned his teammates, "They're coming, be cautious." As he spoke, his abilities surged forth, attempting to blind the advancing mutated rats and scorch them with light. However, their fur was too resilient. Rona also noted the situation, exclaiming, "Goodness! Have they invested all their evolutionary points into their fur? They're so difficult to combat, the flames barely penetrate." Only a few lower-level mutated rats fell to her fireballs, while the others evaded swiftly, showing no fear of her attacks. The official team's powers were unleashed in unison, repeatedly targeting the pits created by Wu Zhe and Gao Lei. Yet many mutated rats still escaped. Unfamiliar with such a scene, their morale began to falter. "This is not good. What should we do? They are not afraid of our abilities. They're charging in." "What? Don't panic. My leg. My arm." Injuries arose among the official team, the metallic scent of blood permeating the air. The mutated rats grew increasingly excited, incessantly squeaking, a deliberate tactic to instill unease in their opponents. Once the humans succumbed to panic, the rats would seize the opportunity. Lin Shuangshuang darted around the morning glory vines, swinging a steel pipe to dispatch a cluster of mutated rats. Her expression remained calm, her breathing steady as she moved leisurely around the perimeter, even finding time to muse that a larger bat might serve her better. She felt that utilizing the steel pipe against the rats was inefficient, yet it was the most manageable weapon at hand. Qi Ji swiftly reinforced the walls of mutated morning glories. Without these protective barriers, the situation would be even more perilous. She also employed vines to strangle some of the mutated rats. Prioritize healing the injured. Without reviving their teammates, the remaining members would struggle even more in combat. Qi Mo promptly responded, "On it." Amidst the chaos, he focused on the wounded comrades, gathering his abilities to envelop them in healing auras.
Lu Yi, Ping Yi.
Channel your powers to enhance the healing speed, quickly. His teammates complied, and indeed, their bleeding was staunched, saving their lives. Huo Ling extended his psychic threads, capturing several controllable mutated brutes, along with 4 mutated dogs and 8 mutated cats. These creatures were once the pets of students, while the mutated dogs had merely wandered into the fray and were now enlisted by Huo Ling to assist in the battle. Barks and meows erupted as the mutated cats and dogs joined the fray, their inherent instincts providing a significant advantage. The tide of battle shifted, with the cats and dogs proving far more adept at dealing with the rats than humans could ever be. After resolving the immediate crisis, Huo Ling called for Lin Shuangshuang to return to the safety zone, entrusting the specialized tasks to those best suited for them. His concern for her was not due to her capabilities, but stemmed from a deep-seated worry for her safety. He did not wish for her to encounter any unexpected dangers. Seeing that the situation had improved, Lin Shuangshuang recognized she no longer needed to assist in clearing the mutated rats. She had initially ventured out to bolster the flimsy morning glory wall, but now it was evident that her presence was unnecessary. "Understood," she replied obediently, returning to Huo Ling's side. Chapter 71, Rescue. United with the cats and dogs, the group successfully eradicated the mutated rats, at least visibly. The 4 mutated dogs and 8 mutated cats lay exhausted, panting heavily. Rona and Lin Shuangshuang retrieved water bottles and a few bowls, remnants from when students had dined, now discarded in the grass due to the apocalypse. They began to feed the weary mutated dogs and cats, who immediately drank greedily. In this new world, finding clean water was a daunting task. While humans might fare slightly better, these animals struggled without hands to turn on taps or open bottles. Having gone far too long without water, Gao Lei and Wu Zhe approached, astonished by how thirsty the creatures were. "Wow, they can really drink." Huo Ling handed over his purified water from his backpack to Lin Shuangshuang for feeding. The small creature was delighted at the chance to nourish the small animals. He gazed at her profile, recalling their first visit to the zoo together, her wide-eyed wonder etched into his memory. He had felt a pang of sympathy for her, believing she came from a troubled background, devoid of parental affection. In hindsight, it seemed plausible. After all, a human weapon had little time for such frivolities. Yet, the reality of their existence was harsh, much like how few would regard domesticated chickens or ducks as pets. Everyone had their own fate. As for the project of human weapons, it ought never to have been initiated. It was too morally abhorrent. Huo Ling lowered his gaze upon her as the small creature cautiously stroked a cat's head, a simple action that elicited a radiant smile from her. Overjoyed, Lin Shuangshuang looked up at him, grinning like a simpleton. Huo Ling, look at them. They're so cute. Huo Ling understood her sentiment, yet in his eyes, no creature in the world could compare to Lin Shuangshuang's immeasurable charm. Let us rest for a moment before venturing further to rescue the survivors. According to his reconnaissance, the most dangerous wave of mutated rats had been neutralized, and the academy was now secure, though other undetected threats could still lurk. Thus, it was prudent to regroup and enter with the best possible mindset to ensure safety. Everyone agreed with Huo Ling, especially the official team, who regarded him with a mix of fear and admiration. The ability to control mutated animals was indeed a formidable power. While they fought one-on-one, he could summon several creatures to join in, making him particularly ruthless. How could they not be intimidated? Though Lu Qingguang was a new captain. Somewhat rigid yet responsible, he instructed his teammates to rest while he patrolled the vicinity for any threats. To his dismay, upon inspection, he discovered that members of the Tiger War team had not escaped. They had been attacked by mutated rats near the academy's entrance, their remains barely recognizable. Lu Qingguang felt a wave of dread wash over him as he hurried back to inform his comrades, warning them to remain vigilant. Death was a common occurrence in this new world, akin to the chaos of a battlefield. It was not unusual for someone who had been chatting with you one moment to vanish the next. Although they had grown numb to such realities, it still sent chills down their spines. Qi Ji and Qi Mo exchanged silent glances, both acutely aware of the underlying fear. Who was not afraid of death? The siblings had learned the hard lessons of the apocalypse time and time again. In this era, caution is paramount. The mutated cats and dogs are remarkably docile. Their contamination levels are not particularly high, likely due to their previous frequent feeding, which has made them quite human-friendly. However, they now lie exhausted on the ground, panting. Before entering the teaching building, they remain motionless, tongues lolling out. Huo Ling, with an audacious demeanor, has confiscated their belongings, offering only a bottle of water in return. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe provide cover for each other, with Wu Zhe stealthily accumulating a considerable number of mutated rat carcasses. Intending to hand over the pelts to Zhang Deipen while delivering the anomalous cores and the rat bodies to Zhao Pingxing for research, the duo has meticulously arranged their plans, their eyes gleaming with purpose. Luna commended them both for their cleverness. All right, let us proceed inside. We have no idea how the situation is for these survivors. After all, it has been nearly a month since the apocalypse began. Huo Ling extends his mental web, confirming the absence of danger before leading the group inside. Lin Shuangshuang stands protectively by his side. Lu Qingguang and his companions follow closely. Despite their numerous rescue missions, they lack the strength of Huo Ling unbeknownst to him. He has unwittingly assumed the role of the commander, guiding everyone towards the teaching building. Inside, they encounter a few scattered zombies, which are considerably easier to deal with. They reach the door of a music classroom and discover the survivors within. An immediate silence falls, but the living cannot hide from the senses of the psychics. Huo Ling instructs Lu Qingguang to communicate with them, as the official team possesses greater experience. As expected, Lu Qingguang calls out, "Greetings, comrades. We are the official rescue team. Please open the door, it is safe outside, and we are here to escort you to safety." After he mentions the time when the official team received their distress signal, a commotion erupts from within. The sound of heavy objects being moved from behind the door is heard, and then the reinforced door opens slightly, revealing a vigilant eye and part of a face. After surveying the outside and glancing at the combat uniforms of the group, the individual's eyes well up with tears. And they turn excitedly to others, exclaiming, "They've come. They really have come." Inside, cheers and cries of joy erupt. "We're saved. Hurry, gather your belongings. It really works. Teacher Zhuang. The officials have truly sent people. Open the door, quickly." The palpable excitement within infects Luna and her companions, stirring their own emotions. "My heart is racing. Mine too. I feel a bit happy, actually. Is this the joy of doing good deeds?" They exchange glances, breaking into smiles, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Once the door swings open, Lu Qingguang and the others immediately engage in negotiations. There are 103 survivors inside, who inform them that there are still dozens in the cafeteria and over 20 in the northwest building, while the status of others remains uncertain. The survivors, who have long been fearful of the zombies, find them as vulnerable as cabbages in the presence of the psychics. Though some have activated their powers, Their limitations and various reasons hinder their effective use. However, Lin Shuangshuang reassures them, saying, once we return to the survivor base, with some training, you too will be this strong. Most of the survivors are adolescents, and they have only dared to send a few clever ones to search for food, which should have yielded more survivors. Unfortunately, some children did not return after venturing out, making the topic heavy. Lin Shuangshuang's eyes redden as he pats Teacher Zhuang on the shoulder, affirming, you all are remarkable. Teacher Zhuang, appearing gaunt, has given all his food to the children. Trembling as he nods, they are all good kids, all good kids. Chapter 72. Are you not happy? Having rescued the individuals, their team's mission is complete, and they can retreat to the highway entrance, taking the survivors with them. Huo Ling once again scans the academy, confirming that no other survivors remain before stating, all clear. Let us head back. If we don't leave soon, it will be dark. The survivors, anxious and unsettled, have been trapped here since the apocalypse and have never ventured outside, ignorant of the conditions beyond. They had only sent frantic distress signals when the internet was functional. Unable to access information about the current situation, the unknown is the most terrifying aspect, yet there is some comfort in following the officials. Are we heading to the survivor base? I wonder how my parents are doing. We'll figure out how to contact them once we arrive. Hopefully. The signal at the base is better. Do we have to walk? There is a Huang. I must take the Huang with me. Wait for me. It's Hua. I'll take Hua too. Little hey, come here. The children chatter excitedly, discovering the cats they had fed and rushing over to call them, ready to take them along. The cats have found their homes. Lin Shuangshuang feels that the 4 dogs are also quite perceptive, and he decides to take them as well, recognizing them as excellent candidates for military dogs, an opportunity not to be missed. Qi Ji and Qi Mo exchange knowing glances, as this scene is eerily familiar. It mirrors the moment when they were rescued by the officials. However, the officials are indeed in dire need of personnel now. Luna and her companions assist in maintaining order, guiding the children to line up. 1, 2, 3, 4. We still need 30 more sets. Where are the raincoats? We are short on raincoats. We need more over here. They're coming. There are 5 or 6 sets on the vehicle. Over there. I see plastic tarps. Use those. Just cut them with scissors to wrap around your heads and bodies. It will suffice. Teacher Zhuang. Will the large sun umbrellas from the sports meet work? I know where they are. Although Teacher Zhuang is quite thin, he remains spirited and affirms that it will work. All right. Let the class leader take a few people to fetch them. Be careful and return swiftly. After speaking, he cannot help but cough. Qi Mo takes a moment to rest before approaching to cast a healing light ring, saying, you should take a break. Teacher Zhuang quickly expresses his gratitude. The class leader, a petite girl, though also slender, possesses psychic abilities and enough strength to lead a few classmates to fetch the umbrellas efficiently. The other members of the official team immediately follow, primarily concerned for their safety. Although the area has been successfully cleared, there could still be stragglers, so vigilance is necessary. Fortunately, no further incidents occur. The group sets off smoothly, with the weaker survivors prioritized for seating in the vehicles, while others walk towards the highway entrance. Luna observes the large group, feeling a sense of novelty.
He, lazy, xiaoze.
Don't you think it's been a long time since we've seen so many normal people? At first glance, it feels like before the apocalypse. Despite being trapped for nearly half a month, the children remain lively. After all, they are still young. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe nod in agreement, realizing it is indeed true. The children are obedient, following instructions without fussing, a stark contrast to some psychic teams they have encountered. In these times, many ordinary people, upon acquiring a semblance of superpower, tend to become arrogant, looking down upon those they deem weaker. They have encountered several such individuals, revealing the tragic nature of humanity. Huo Ling, while utilizing his psychic abilities to scan the surroundings, remained vigilant of his teammates, with Lin Shuangshuang being his primary focus. He was apprehensive about her darting away. Thus he occasionally cast glances at her to ensure she was following closely. Lin Shuangshuang was akin to a character in a video game who had activated the auto-follow feature, steadfastly trailing at Huo Ling's right side, mirroring his every step. Upon noticing his gaze, she looked up at him, inquiring what was amiss. Huo Ling glanced at the time and reminded her to take her medication, warning her that her memory was on the verge of resetting. Lin Shuangshuang responded with a brief acknowledgement, handing him the steel pipe with remarkable ease, then retrieving a vial of medicine from her combat suit, pouring a tablet into her mouth, chewing it before stowing the vial away. Huo Ling cooperatively returned the steel pipe to her. Under normal circumstances, she would have placed it back into her spatial card when no one was around, but the current crowd provided no opportunity. Thus, she held onto it, which was not particularly cumbersome, especially since danger could arise at any moment in this apocalyptic world. Just as she finished her medication, a solitary mutated rat suddenly charged at them, prompting her to swing the steel pipe into action. By the time everyone regained their composure, Lin Shuangshuang had already acquired the mutant core, her gloves inadvertently stained with blood, which she casually shook off. "Oh no, my newly cleaned gloves are dirty again," lamented Rona, her tone tinged with mock pity for her precious possessions. Unperturbed by the mess, Lin Shuangshuang returned to Huo Ling's side and presented the mutant core to him. Huo Ling regarded her with an impassive expression before extending his hand, allowing the exquisite core, a stunning peacock green, to settle in his palm. "What do you want this for?" he queried, a hint of petulance surfacing. Rona nearly burst into laughter at Huo Ling's childishness, relieved that someone was willing to indulge him. Lin Shuangshuang eagerly responded, "I simply wanted to give it to you. Please keep it." Had he not declined, she might have also wished to entrust her spatial card to him, primarily because she often forgot about it. Moreover, Huo Ling had always treated her with kindness, having previously given her everything he could. Lin Shuangshuang was equally inclined to be good to him, yet regrettably, Huo Ling refused her spatial card, which was bound to its owner and could not be transferred casually due to the organization's internal regulations. After all, if members could freely give away their possessions, chaos would ensue. Lin Shuangshuang's genuine smile remained as Huo Ling scrutinized her for a moment before averting his gaze, pocketing the mutant core while tugging her gently, instructing her to watch where she was going instead of him. She obediently replied, "Okay." A few seconds later, Lin Shuangshuang suddenly inquired, "Huo Ling, may I ask a question?" Huo Ling urged her to concentrate on walking. "No." Lin Shuangshuang conceded, "All right." Yet, she couldn't resist. "I'm truly concerned. Can I ask before I forget everything?" Huo Ling glanced at her, then checked behind him. Wu Zhe and the others had slowed their pace, falling nearly 2 meters behind. Only then did he relent. "Go ahead. What is your question?" The young master was quite prideful. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shuangshuang asked, "Are you unhappy? I feel like your mood is off today. Is it because of me? Have I upset you again?" Huo Ling was taken aback, astonished by her perceptiveness. Chapter 73. Her childhood. Indeed, when she displayed an unfamiliar side, his negative emotions were pronounced, yet he believed he concealed them well. How did she know? Huo Ling fell silent for a few seconds before responding, "Yes. It's because of you." Lin Shuangshuang, no longer as despondent, removed her gloves to take his hand. "I'm sorry. I don't wish to cause you sorrow. If you're unhappy, I share in that sadness. Would an apology make you feel better? I will rectify whatever I've done wrong." Huo Ling, gazing down at her hand clasped tightly around his, expressed his wish, "I hope you will never leave again. Can you promise that?" Lin Shuangshuang was momentarily taken aback, blinking as she contemplated his request. Huo Ling's expression tightened, a hint of strain emerging as he muttered, "Liar." With that, he turned to stride away. Lin Shuangshuang hurriedly followed, gripping his hand as he attempted to withdraw. No, I don't want to leave you, Huo Ling," she added. "I was just contemplating death, as it is something beyond my control. Thus, I cannot guarantee you anything, but I do not wish to part ways with you. Unless I die, I shall never leave you." She was flustered and at a loss, urgently pouring out her feelings, her gaze fixed on him, as she feared Huo Ling might abandon her, which would truly devastate her. Lin Shuangshuang empathized with Huo Ling's reluctance to forgive her for having left him. She had indeed forsaken him, which was profoundly unfair. Upon hearing her words, Huo Ling seized on the critical point, his mind buzzing at the mention of death. He turned to confront her. "Did you leave because of that?" Lin Shuangshuang's eyes widened, poised to respond, but her pupils flickered, her mind blanking out. In the instant of her amnesia, she felt as though she herself had ceased to exist, the world around her becoming void. Panic ensued, an instinctive urge to grasp something. Yet she found nothing within her reach. Even before she could mend his feelings, time slipped away. "Please, just give me one more minute, just a minute." She desperately tried to maintain control. Yet, her memories faded once more, and she couldn't help but shut her eyes in anguish. Huo Ling, fearing she might fall, grasped her arm firmly to steady her, his heart shattering at the sight. "Are you all right?" he asked, concern etched on his face. When Lin Shuangshuang opened her eyes again, Astonishment filled them, freezing for a few seconds before transforming into joy, followed by her exuberant exclamation, Huo Ling! It's Huo Ling! Her eyes were still red, tears glistening at the corners as they spilled down her cheeks with her movements. Huo Ling's lips quivered, rendered speechless for several seconds, catching her as she lunged towards him and then bending down to lift her into his arms. Lin Shuangshuang was taken aback, bewildered yet elated, wrapping her arms around his neck, nuzzling her head into the crook of his shoulder. Did you miss me? I've missed you. Where are we going? She joyfully surveyed their surroundings, only to meet Rona's tearful gaze behind them. Though Rona quickly masked her expression with a smile upon being noticed, the earlier pain was evident. Lin Shuangshuang, puzzled, felt a sense of wariness towards her, having not recognized her, but instinctively sensed she ought not to harbor such feelings. How strange. She queried, Who are you? Lin Shuangshuang clung to Huo Ling like a koala, her arms wrapped around his neck as she studied Rona and the others until they displayed expressions of helplessness. Huo Ling promptly patted her back and cleared his throat before speaking, Your teammate. Lin Shuangshuang instinctively retorted, Impossible, they are not. My teammate is who? Lin Shuangshuang struggled to remember, her mind a blank slate. Her body reflexively sought to access her notes, a process that had become instinctual. However, Huo Ling swiftly restrained her hand from reaching the wristband, saying, You should rest for a moment. Lin Shuangshuang, displaying her good-natured temperament, acquiesced, All right, and joyfully snuggled closer to him, playfully asking, Will you carry me home? Huo Ling's voice bore an inexplicable bitterness as he held her securely, his step steady, replying,
All right.
Lin Shuangshuang was not one to indulge in coquettishness, nor did she exhibit pronounced emotional responses. Her facial expressions were notably subdued, and the most frequent display of her demeanor was the slight widening of her eyes, an embodiment of curiosity. As a humanoid weapon, her daily existence revolved around training, sleeping, and executing missions. The instructor escorted them to the task locations, and upon completion, they were hurriedly ushered back into vehicles, returning to the organizational base. The base, vast yet confining, held the memories of her childhood. Her realm of movement was restricted to sealed rooms, the training grounds, and the interminable corridor outside, eternally illuminated by fluorescent lights. Within the base, the distinction between day and night was rendered irrelevant. She had no friends, no internet, and no form of entertainment. The organization was merciless. Even among teammates, competition was rife, and personnel changes were frequent. One day, upon awakening, she would hear of yet another squad replacing its members. As for the old ones, they had naturally perished, never to be seen again. Lin Shuangshuang was far from compliant. She was astute and adept at feigning obedience. Although all were humanoid weapons, the animal genes embedded within them constituted only a fraction, primarily derived from the optimal genes of various species, while the majority remained human. Thus, at their core, they were still human, capable of experiencing a semblance of human emotions. They were merely conditioned otherwise. Perhaps she was the most unique among them. Or perhaps she was simply the best at masquerading. Her curiosity about the world was sparked by a mission, during which the instructor, as usual, led her team back. This time, however, a corner of the vehicle's window, designed to prevent prying eyes, was damaged, allowing her a fleeting glimpse of the vibrant streets outside. The bustling throngs of people, the laughter of children, the sweet intimacy of couples, and the warmth of a family of three. For the first time, Lin Shuangshuang's eyes widened in wonder as she observed for an extended period, and from that moment, she clandestinely sought to understand the world she had yet to encounter. On one occasion, through a series of mishaps, she inadvertently stumbled into a place where she met a young boy and gained her first friend, Huo Ling. Lin Shuangshuang lay atop the tall man, one arm tightly encircling his neck and the other gripping the collar of his combat uniform. The fabric stiff and uncomfortable against her touch, eliciting a few involuntary murmurs of discontent. I'm here. Huo Ling glanced down at her, tightening his embrace. Lin Shuangshuang had just drifted off to sleep. The medication could not immediately halt her memory reset. It was absurd. The drug did not simply prolong its effects. Even if taken a few minutes in advance, she would still undergo a memory reset, although doing so earlier would expedite the process. The trio of onlookers behind her were filled with concern. Gao Lei and Wu, she kept peering in. Luo Na, bolder than the rest, quietly inquired, Has Shuangshuang woken up? Though it was not their first encounter with her memory resets, each time they witnessed it, they felt a profound sadness. It was unbearable to imagine how Huo, as her former boyfriend, must feel in such moments. Chapter 74. The Rest Area. When Lin Shuangshuang awoke, she found herself back at the highway entrance. The rest area was quite lively, with the sounds of conversations outside the tent. Those returning had completed their missions ahead of schedule. Glancing at the time, she noted it was already past 7 in the evening. Awakening in an unfamiliar environment and with Huo Ling absent, she initially believed she was still dreaming and lay quietly for a while. It was only when she instinctively opened her memo that her eyes widened in astonishment. Huo Ling? Had she truly reunited with him? My goodness. Lin Shuangshuang was taken aback, gazing at the fervent words in her memo, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She cradled the light screen, marveling at what she deemed a miracle. She had indeed reunited with Huo Ling, shared so many intimate moments, successfully joined his team, and gained new comrades. The little monster was in disbelief. Luo Na, equally stunned, stepped halfway into the tent, holding up the tent flap, momentarily unsure whether to retreat or step forward. The scene was simply too amusing. Luo Na nearly lost her composure. Ahem, well, little Shuangshuang, Captain Hua, as our team's representative, is in a meeting with the officials. He asked me to check if you were awake, and to bring you some food. Working alongside the officials had its perks. Even the meals were catered, and tonight's fare was a hearty pot of potato and cured meat rice that had gao lei and wuxia stuffed to the brim. Lin Shuangshuang turned to look at her, recognizing her now, as her memo indicated that this person was Luo Na, a good friend, indeed a good person.
Yes.
I'm awake, thank you. Where do we eat? I'll go myself. Luo Na quickly replied, no need, just stay put. I'll fetch your meal. The wind outside is quite strong, and I'd rather you not struggle with a raincoat. After she spoke, she exited. Lin Shuangshuang glanced down at her attire. Her raincoat and combat uniform had been removed, leaving her in a set of casual clothing. She raised her hand to touch the fabric, soft and reminiscent of a style Huo Ling favored, albeit slightly smaller in size. If Huo Ling liked it, then so did Lin Shuangshuang, and she delightedly caressed the hem of her clothing. Outside, the wind howled intermittently. It was tranquil when still, but once the wind picked up, the tent rustled ominously. Voices drifted in from outside. This mission went quite smoothly. It wasn't as difficult as we anticipated. Indeed, the collaboration between the officials and civilians was surprisingly harmonious. They do say the government and the people are like one family, don't they? Our team went to the city center for rescue. There were quite a few scattered survivors, one family here, another there. One neighborhood was particularly devastated, with only 2 households surviving out of several buildings. Our trio of teams spent half a day clearing out the area and only managed to cover half of it. We'll have to return tomorrow. My side was similar. Hacking zombies today left my hands numb. A few supernatural beings strolled past the tent, laughing and chatting. Lin Shuangshuang perked up her ears to listen. Just as a group passed, another arrived. Wow, I'm so full. The officials are really overdoing it, serving such delicious meals. Right. My goodness. Today's potato and cured meat rice is simply divine. The crispy crust is absolutely the essence. So mouth-watering. Darn it. They can't be doing this on purpose. Can they? Our team had no intention of joining the officials, yet their food is simply too tantalizing. Sob, sob, sob. Haha, you're tempted, aren't you? I'm tempted too, just for the food. After this wave passed, Lin Shuangshuang's appetite was successfully piqued, her stomach gurgling with hunger. How delectable. She peered at the silhouettes of people outside the tent. After one group departed, another soon followed. Geez, it's already May, yet it doesn't feel warmer. The wind is still a bit chilly. This weather is truly strange. Even in the apocalypse, you still care about the seasons? Tomorrow could very well usher in a new ice age, and I wouldn't bat an eye. If it gets cold, just wear more layers. Easier said than done. In this day and age, finding decent warm clothing is a challenge. I regret tossing out so many clothes in the past. Ha ha ha. Why don't I give you a sweater? My mother hoarded a whole room of yarn before the apocalypse. She loves crocheting. We have the most sweaters at home now.
Wow, really?
Can I have one, Dad?
Can I?
Daddy, I want one too. Suddenly, a chorus of dad calls erupted from outside, accompanied by laughter and chatter. Lin Shuangshuang sat cross-legged on the bed. Despite her prolonged observation of the human world, there were times when she found it difficult to comprehend their thoughts. For instance, she could not fathom their fervent obsession with calling someone dad. Fortunately, Huo Ling was not one to indulge in such practices. Rona returned swiftly, carrying a thermal container, having braved the acid rain. Hiss, oh my, it's freezing, she exclaimed. She peeled off her raincoat outside the tent and meticulously wiped the acid rain off her boots on the mat at the entrance before stepping in with dinner. Lin Shuangshuang immediately sat up straight upon seeing her. Rona glanced at her and asked, "Shuanger, does Captain Huo cherish you deeply? Does he permit you to eat in bed? If he does, I'll bring the food to your bedside." Lin Shuangshuang seemed to recall something and shook her head vigorously. "I'll come down to eat." Rona broke into a wide grin. "All right then." She placed the meal on the small table within the tent, serving up potato and cured meat stew, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a portion of stir-fried edamame. In this day and age, vegetables are precious. I've heard that a pound of vegetables at the base costs 800 points, fluctuating between 800 and 1200. She remarked that it's the same price as a pound of chicken. Everything is so expensive. "Just think about our little castle-esque greenhouse," Rona exclaimed. "If we stop fighting, we could live off the rooftop vegetables alone." Lin Shuangshuang had seen the layout of the little castle in her notes and knew there was a garden on the roof. But she also noted that the alien core was of paramount importance. Yet we need to venture out to battle to acquire alien cores to level up for safety. The world is in constant flux. If we fail to keep pace, we risk being left behind. The next step could lead to death. After Rona laid out the food, she sat across from Lin Shuangshuang. Hearing her words, she could not help but sigh. "Ah, indeed. When will we ever live a stable life? Never mind. Let us not dwell on such heavy topics. Shuanger, eat up, or your meal will get cold." She smiled warmly at her. Lin Shuangshuang felt a bit uneasy with the closeness, but did not dislike Rona, so she nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." Rona clicked her tongue. "No need for pleasantries. Hurry up and eat." Tonight's meal was sumptuous, with enticing aromas wafting through the air. Lin Shuangshuang eagerly scooped a generous spoonful of steaming stew, blew on it a couple of times, and stuffed it into her mouth. The savory flavors of potato and cured meat burst forth, leaving her head buzzing with delight. The rice mingling with the meat-esque grease was simply divine. She chewed enthusiastically. "This is so delicious." It was far superior to the nutrient paste and compressed biscuits. She felt truly fortunate. Chapter 75. Unabashedness. Rona rested her chin in her hand, watching Lin Shuangshuang relish her meal, unable to suppress her ant-like smile. She nudged the box of scrambled eggs toward her. "Try this. Last time we made pumpkin stew at the little castle, you seemed to love it. So, I thought you would enjoy this sweet dish too." Swallowing her mouthful of potato and cured meat stew, Lin Shuangshuang admitted, "Honestly, I could eat a whole bowl of just the stew, let alone this beautifully colored scrambled eggs." She reached for it and took a generous scoop. The golden eggs were fluffy, perfectly cooked, and coated in tomato sauce, delivering a delightful sweet and sour taste. Lin Shuangshuang nodded enthusiastically. "So good." She quickly continued to chew. Rona was thrilled to see Lin Shuangshuang enjoying the food and laughed heartily. "How is it? Delicious, right? I knew you'd like it. The official chef is fantastic. Their skills are exceptional. Not that I'm disparaging Xiao Yi and Xiao Er. Their cooking is good too, but the official chef is first-rate. I'll have Zhang look into updating the system." Lin Shuangshuang nodded in agreement while eating, too engrossed to respond verbally. Rona, being quite the chatterbox, didn't he mind whether Lin Shuangshuang replied to every word. She could ramble on for ages. Gao Lei and Xiao Zhou were still chatting with other squads, and the abnormal ones were merely a minority. There were plenty of normal people here for communication, sharing experiences, gossip, discussing tactics, and tips for enhancing their abilities. Those two seemed completely absorbed in their conversations while Huo Ling was attending a meeting with the leaders of other squads in the largest tent nearby. One could only wonder if that tent could withstand the fierce wind and rain. Nearby, there were several low houses constructed by earth and plant ability users. But they were cramped. If the tent couldn't hold up at night, they would have to squeeze in. "By the way, we 5 will have to share a room tonight," Rona suddenly remarked. Lin Shuangshuang was not surprised. She had noticed the belongings of others scattered about the room upon waking, with Rona and her companions' backpacks present. Moreover, the bed was a large communal one. She had surmised that they would likely be sharing a room with others tonight. "It's fine," she replied, not minding at all. Her vague memories included living with many others, akin to chickens and ducks, being herded about. The two engaged in their lively banter, one speaking and the other eating and listening, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Until Huo Ling returned with Gao Lei and Wu Zhe. The 3 entered one after the other. The wind and rain outside were relentless. Wu Zhe exclaimed how cold it was. "Wow, wow, wow, it's freezing." Huo Ling glanced at the tent and suggested, "There are no windows. Pulling down the door curtain will help keep it warmer." Gao Lei, being the last to enter, immediately pulled down the curtain to prevent the strong wind from blowing it open and letting the rain in. Rona shivered involuntarily. Wow, this wind is fierce. It feels like the temperature is dropping even more as it gets later. It won't drop below freezing at midnight, will it? Gao lay reassured. No, it shouldn't. It's 12 now. The thick blankets should suffice. We'll have to snuggle together. Resources were scarce. There were only 3 blankets on the bed, 2 large and 1 small, distributed based on the 5 people. Rona would definitely take the single blanket, while Wu Zhe and Gao Lei would share one, leaving Lin Shuangshuang to share with Huo Ling. Lin Shuangshuang felt delighted upon hearing this, and looked up at Huo Ling with sparkling eyes. Huo Ling returned her gaze, asking, "Have you finished eating? If you don't hurry, it will get cold." Lin Shuangshuang glanced down and realized she had nearly finished. "I'm full." But there was still a little left. And she felt conflicted. Rona interjected, "No worries if you can't finish. Save it for tomorrow." Lin Shuangshuang nodded. But she wondered what to do about the few remaining bites of rice. Rona had overestimated her appetite, wanting to ensure she was well fed. Though she herself was someone with a big appetite but small stomach. In those few seconds of internal conflict, Huo Ling sat beside her, reached out, and moved her food container closer, finishing the remaining bites in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, then expressionlessly covered it with the lid. "Now you don't have to worry, right?" Lin Shuangshuang's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Rona couldn't help but smile. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe promptly helped tidy up, covering the leftover food and stacking it aside, then wiping the table clean. Lin Shuangshuang watched in astonishment. Wu Zhe noticed her gaze and chuckled. "Don't mind us." Shuangshuang, "Yeah, it's just something we did on a whim." Gao Lei nodded in agreement. Huo Ling set the empty box aside, took the thermos from the table, which contained tea, and poured each of them a cup. "Now let us discuss serious matters. The official stance is to continue the siege tomorrow and ensure El City is cleared out. They want to establish a survivor center here as well." Rona handed Lin Shuangshuang some wet wipes and, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "What? They want to set up a survivor center here too? That sounds like a monumental task." Gao Lei and Wu Zhe had both heard from other ability users about the recent surge in survivor numbers following the official rescue efforts. The existing survivor bases were now overcrowded and in dire need of expansion. Given the vastness of City L, it appeared that this group would be staying for an extended period. Upon hearing this, Luna could not help but sigh, realizing that earning 1,000,000 points was far from an easy feat. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe wholeheartedly concurred. Huo Ling conveyed the new mission to them, informing them that they would be teaming up again with the brother-sister duo, but this time a new team would also join. After all, the Hu Xiao team had suffered total casualties, making the 3-team format a necessity to maintain. Newcomers would simply have to fill in the gaps. Wu Zhe expressed his displeasure regarding the Hu Xiao team, muttering that he hoped the new team would be more competent and devoid of any chaotic elements. Huo Ling then highlighted some key points, such as the emergence of several mutated creatures in City L, urging them to exercise caution during the mission the following day. This brief meeting concluded swiftly, and the 5 of them went out to freshen up. The lights in the communal restroom remained on, and after Lin Shuangshuang finished washing up, she followed closely behind Huo Ling as the wind howled outside. Huo Ling shielded her from the cold, and Lin Shuangshuang grasped his arm, pressing against him closely. The person who could smash a zombie's head with a single blow now clung to him in a rather meek manner, and Huo Ling found it difficult to confront her about it, allowing her to remain snugly beside him. Suddenly she spoke up. "Huo Ling." He glanced at her and responded with a simple sensing that she had something on her mind. Lin Shuangshuang then earnestly remarked, "It seems like it will be quite cold tonight." Huo Ling raised an eyebrow, prompting her to continue. She replied with utmost seriousness, "So you might need to hold me a little tighter tonight." What a brazen little creature she was. Chapter 76. A life lacking enthusiasm. The large dormitory was quite spacious, seemingly able to accommodate 10 people. Upon returning with Huo Ling, Lin Shuangshuang found Gao Lei and Wu Zhe already lying down on the far right, with her previous sleeping spot on the far left. Luna occupied the center, having fashioned a little nook for herself using backpacks and miscellaneous items on either side. Everyone was quite satisfied with the arrangement. Huo Ling lay down on the bed, adjusting the blankets, while Lin Shuangshuang turned off the light and promptly crawled under the covers beside him. "A double blanket is meant for 2, she asserted with confidence. Luna nearly stifled a laugh, marveling at how adorable she was. Exhausted, Gao Lei and Wu Zhe quickly fell into a deep sleep, their slumber remarkably sound. Luna soon followed suit, drifting off to the sound of howling winds and her teammates' gentle snores. Before lying down, Lin Shuangshuang glanced at the three of them. Ensuring they were snug under their blankets before feeling reassured, she had already unconsciously accepted them as her own. Since they were her teammates, she felt a responsibility to care for them. Huo Ling closed his eyes, preparing for sleep, but Lin Shuangshuang, having had a good nap on the way back, felt quite awake. She reached for his hand to play with, her fingers warm and delicate, gliding over his smoothly. Huo Ling suppressed his voice to warn her, Lin Shuangshuang. Despite knowing their three teammates were in a deep sleep, he still instinctively lowered his tone. It was a matter of decency. Lin Shuangshuang responded quietly, what is it? She looked up at him, the tent dimly lit by the faint glow from outside, allowing her to vaguely discern his features, including the striking bridge of his nose. She reached out to touch it but quickly withdrew her hand before he could react, unable to suppress a mischievous smile that brought her joy. Just go to sleep. Huo Ling's voice was a low, husky murmur, enticing in its tone. Lin Shuangshuang felt her ears tingle, and she mumbled, I'll play with my hand. You can sleep. It was harmless enough. Huo Ling chuckled in exasperation, attempting to retract his hand, only for the little monster to stubbornly cling to him. Not only grasping his hand tightly, but also winding her pink hair around his forearm. His brows rose in surprise as he released his grip. Lin Shuangshuang hesitated for a moment, reluctantly muttering, greedy. Huo Ling, unfazed, withdrew his hand and coldly remarked, how about we switch? I'll touch you. And let us see if you can sleep tonight. As he spoke, he pulled his hand away, resting it atop Lin Shuangshuang's blanket. She felt the warmth of her palm. But with his larger hand gone, she turned away in disappointment, facing Luna. A pile of miscellaneous items separated them, so she found herself facing the clutter. Slightly disgruntled, she nudged the pile, distancing herself from Huo Ling and creating a gap in the blankets for the cold wind to seep in. Huo Ling could tell she was sulking and found it rather amusing. The usually mild-mannered girl was now able to express her emotions clearly when she was a bit out of sorts. He observed her back in silence, recognizing the stubbornness of this little creature. What else could he do? He seemed perpetually unable to resist her, always soft-hearted toward her. With a swift motion, Huo Ling wrapped his arm around Lin Shuangshuang, pulling her back toward him, his hand resting gently on her belly as he patted her softly. Where do you think you're running off to? Sleep. Lin Shuangshuang had been waiting for him to coax her, and her spirits lifted. Yet suddenly, she felt something pressing against her lower back and instinctively reached behind to touch it. Huo Ling's reflexes were quick. He seized her hand, warning her once more. If you don't sleep, I'll drag you out. Lin Shuangshuang's face flushed crimson as she hastily withdrew her hand, clutching the blanket in front of her. Obediently closing her eyes, I am going to sleep now. Huo Ling found it hard to maintain his composure. It was precisely to avoid such a scenario that he had scolded her, yet here they were. Let the world end, he thought. Lin Shuangshuang's face was now beet red, her eyes tightly shut, surprised that her playful hand-holding had elicited such a reaction from him. It was utterly mortifying. The tent fell silent in an instant. Lin Shuangshuang felt a rush of warmth from her embarrassment, but her scattered thoughts began to fade, and she unknowingly drifted off to sleep once more. Gao Lei and Wu Zhou were sound asleep, sprawled out in various positions throughout the night. Luna remained undisturbed, sleeping peacefully, primarily due to the exhaustion from the day and a hearty meal, which left her in a deep slumber. However, one person in the tent was unable to sleep. The next day, Huo Ling awoke with dark circles under his eyes, exuding an ominous aura. Gao Lei and Wu Zhou had just risen, preparing to wash up, and were taken aback by his appearance. Holy crap. Hugo, what did you do last night? Didn't he sleep at all? Those dark circles are intense. Huo Ling chuckled eerily, reminiscent of a crazed palace concubine, which was rather terrifying. Luna, roused by the commotion, sat up, struggling to open her eyes as she looked around in confusion. What's going on? What are you all doing? Once she rubbed her eyes and comprehended the situation, she gasped, oh my goodness. Did you go out thieving last night? You could pass for a panda. Huo Ling shot them a sharp glare. Luna, Gao Lei, and Wu Zhou all jumped in unison, hastily making their exit. It seems the wind has died down, and the rain has lessened. I'm off to freshen up.
I'll join you.
I'm going to check what's for breakfast at the cafeteria. Yes, indeed. They all dashed away, leaving no trace. Meanwhile, the culprit remained fast asleep. Lin Shuangshuang nestled in her bed, enjoying a deep slumber, her back gently rising and falling. Huo Ling sighed. Resting his chin on his hand, his leg propped up as he cast a glance at the little pink-haired creature beside him. Last night had started off tolerably enough. Initially, his mind was a tumult of thoughts, preventing him from falling asleep, but just as he began to feel drowsy, Gao Lei and Wu Zhou erupted into loud snoring, their sounds echoing in a chaotic duet. Luo Na began to talk in her sleep, while Lin Shuangshuang's pink locks kept curling around him as she unconsciously flirted. Huo Ling found himself wide awake until dawn, enduring a torment he had never experienced in his privileged life, now fully aware of the hardships of the apocalypse. After a few moments, Lin Shuangshuang stirred. Without even opening her eyes, she instinctively navigated her way out of bed, sat up, yawned, and then climbed onto Huo Ling's lap. Curling up in his embrace without a hint of modesty, wrapping her arms around his neck, and promptly falling asleep again. Huo Ling, devoid of any irritation, held her gently to prevent her from tumbling off in her deep slumber. What have I done to deserve this, Lin Shuangshuang? He thought with a blank expression and a sense of resignation. She clung to him, savoring his warmth and scent, refusing to let go. Outside, the storm had ceased. Yet the temperature felt abysmally low. Huo Ling raised his hand to check, noting that the temperature had dropped to single digits, currently at 3 degrees. He could hear others passing by the tent, engaged in discussions about the weather. Damn, it's freezing early in the morning. One complained. It's not just the morning. I nearly froze into a popsicle last night. Another chimed in. Hiss, it's so cold, enough already. Let us hurry to the cafeteria to see what's for breakfast. We need to warm our stomachs first. Chapter 77. Teammates. Lin Shuangshuang didn't sleep for long. Upon awakening, she found Huo Ling had succumbed to slumber. He lay there, eyes closed, dozing off, dark circles under his eyes. Startled, Lin Shuangshuang reached out to touch his eyelids. Why aren't you sleeping? She asked. Huo Ling merely grunted in response, opening his eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and deep accusation. Who is to blame for this? Lin Shuangshuang was puzzled and shook her head. Huo Ling instructed her to get up. Let me have a quick nap. You go eat breakfast. She promptly climbed down from him, watching as he collapsed onto the bed, wrapping himself in the blanket, ready to sleep. She eagerly prodded him. I'll bring you back breakfast, okay? What do you want to eat? Huo Ling wore a sour expression, replying, whatever. The young master's temper flared. Lin Shuangshuang was delighted to coax him. Then I'll go. But you must be careful. This place felt unfamiliar to her. And she wasn't entirely comfortable leaving him alone here. After all, Huo Ling was both handsome and delicate, and what if someone were to bully him? Humans were inherently fragile. Huo Ling chuckled knowingly, thinking that she was the real source of danger. No one else was even a concern for him. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of disappointment in himself. With just a casual beckoning from Lin Shuangshuang, he would rush to her side without hesitation. Lin Shuangshuang was bewildered. Yet this side of Huo Ling was not unfamiliar. He had always exhibited this haughty temperament when they first met. Proud, fierce, occasionally aloof. Yet there was an underlying softness to him. Furthermore, he was genuinely kind-hearted. Although her memories were somewhat hazy, she still perceived him as a good person. Each time she attempted to recall past events, her mind would draw a blank, leaving her with an emptiness that was hard to articulate. Akin to having scattered fragments of memories, but being unable to piece together the details. Her thoughts were shrouded in fog. Feeling a pang of sadness, Lin Shuangshuang quickly composed herself, dressed, and turned to find her previously changed combat uniform cleaned and hanging in the corner of the large tent. She reached out to touch it, noticing her name stitched on the collar. It was indeed hers. When had it been washed? The young master hand-washed clothing? She mused, feeling a twinge of affection as she glanced at Huo Ling, who was still asleep. Not wanting to delay any further, Lin Shuangshuang went to wash up. And in the girls' washroom, she encountered Luo Na. Luo Na was applying a face mask, having just finished, and was now spreading serum and moisturizer. Lin Shuangshuang initially intended to wash her face casually and leave, but Luo Na caught her attention, exclaiming, Hey, you can't run. It's freezing outside, and you'll end up with a frostbitten face. Wait, let me finish applying this lovely cream before you go. Being an important teammate, Lin Shuangshuang endured her discomfort as Luo Na pampered her. Lin Shuangshuang's brows were tightly knit, clearly unaccustomed to this level of self-care. Her own living habits were rather rough. Luo Na, on the other hand, was delighted, exclaiming, Oh my Shuangshuang, your skin is so tender. It feels wonderful to touch. All right, close your eyes. It'll be over soon. You don't use this stuff often, do you? Your skin must be naturally flawless.
Wow, envious.
Team Huo is quite fortunate. Satisfied with her work, she finished applying the cream. Lin Shuangshuang, her cheeks now fragrant, muttered a dry thank you. Luo Na burst into laughter, playfully patting her shoulder. What else with the formalities? Upon learning that Lin Shuangshuang was headed to the cafeteria, Luo Na offered to accompany her. The safe zone is quite a maze. I went there yesterday, so I know the way. Lin Shuangshuang had no choice but to follow her. Luo Na was exuberant and friendly. Despite being new to the safe zone, she had already made many acquaintances, frequently greeting passing ability users with cheerful nods and smiles. Good morning. Yes, this is my little sister. Isn't she adorable? We haven't eaten yet. We're just about to. The passers-by responded warmly, urging them to hurry along. If you haven't eaten yet, go quickly. Those who arrive early get to enjoy handmade tofu pudding. Chef Zhu is simply amazing. She works so hard. Luo Na was astonished to hear about the handmade tofu pudding. What? Such a generous offering? It's only 6 o'clock. What time must Aunt Zhu wake up to prepare it? She's incredible. I absolutely must try that. She turned to Lin Shuangshuang. Shuangshuang, are you ready? We need to speed up. Lin Shuangshuang, still taken aback, struggled to keep up with her pace as Luo Na grabbed her hand and started sprinting, leaving behind a trail of laughter. It was quite amusing. Lin Shuangshuang couldn't help but smile slightly. This experience felt refreshingly novel. Was this what it meant to have friends? Was this friendship? She didn't quite understand, but she knew it was distinctly different from her previous teammates. As Luo Na and Lin Shuangshuang dashed into the cafeteria, they found Gao Lei and Wu Zhe already there, their hands laden with food, looking puzzled. What's going on? Why are you two running so early in the morning? Luo Na wheezed. I'm here to snatch the handmade tofu pudding. Gao Lei lifted a thermos with his left hand. Here it is. I prepared enough for the 5 of us. Let us eat back at the tent. It's too crowded in here. Wu Zhe chimed in. Crowded is an understatement. The smell inside is overwhelming. Not everyone is cleanly minded. With so many people, the air gets mixed up. Luo Na interjected, urging Wu Zhe to stop. I still want to enjoy my breakfast. Thank you. As Lin Shuangshuang observed the trio chatting, she was about to step forward to get her food, but Gao Lei and Wu Zhe had already finished and were headed back. Once again, she felt a sense of wonder. So this was how teammates could support one another? So there were such teammates in existence? The incessant acid rain that had plagued them for nearly a month had finally ceased, yet the sky remained overcast, shrouded in mist. And everyone spoke with visible breaths in the chilly air. Luo Na expressed her concern. Could it really be an extreme cold front? In this frigid weather, merely stepping outside would turn one into a frozen statue. Rising in the morning is a Herculean task, and most painfully. I am compelled to abandon my cozy cocoon of blankets in such chilling conditions. What a torment it is. Sobbing quietly, she expressed her profound sorrow. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe lamented the capriciousness of this apocalyptic world, where it can whimsically wreak havoc, leaving our fragile lives shrouded in uncertainty. It is indeed quite a struggle. Lin Shuangshuang remained silent throughout the journey, vigilantly alert while her teammates engaged in lively conversation, ensuring their safety. Fortunately, the safe zone was populated with a considerable number of normal individuals, all exhibiting kindness. They successfully returned to their tent. Huo Ling was still fast asleep, utterly exhausted. Upon hearing the commotion, he merely glanced at the entrance before resuming his slumber, cocooned tightly in his blankets. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe inquired if he wanted breakfast, to which Huo Ling muttered a disinterested no. Luo Na then suggested saving a portion for him, while the 4 of them would eat first. Lin Shuangshuang nodded, still concerned for Huo Ling, frequently glancing his way. Suddenly, an announcement blared outside, warning of impending extreme weather, stating that rescue missions would be postponed for several hours until the storm passed. Breakfast consisted of a can of sweet tofu pudding, a can of savory tofu pudding, meat buns, vegetarian buns, tea eggs, and noodles with sauce, all packed into 3 large containers, several layers of these substantial boxes. Lin Shuangshuang savored the sweet tofu pudding, accompanied by tea eggs and buns, as she had an affinity for sweet treats, which elevated her spirits. Luo Na enjoyed the savory tofu pudding, simultaneously peeling tea eggs for Lin Shuangshuang, and even for Gao Lei and Wu Zhe, sparing others from sticky fingers. After finishing, she wiped her hands with a disinfectant wipe, pondering how the temperature could vary so dramatically overnight. Wu Zhe, munching on a tea egg, mumbled, "Who knows? This snowstorm came out of nowhere. But our tent is quite sturdy. Gao Lei looked up, affirming that despite the strong winds last night, the tent held firm, allowing him to sleep soundly. Lin Shuangshuang checked her wristband for signal and internet access, discovering that due to the official camp being set up here, the signal was remarkably strong. She glanced at the temperature, incredulously observing it plummet, 3, 2, 1, watching the numbers drop consistently. Soon it was below zero, dropping a degree almost every moment. Luo Na also noticed, exclaiming, "What the heck, is the temperature going insane?" Wu Zhe and Gao Lei turned their attention, equally astonished by the bizarre decline. "No wonder my feet are getting colder," they thought, shivering involuntarily. Lin Shuangshuang hastened her eating pace, devouring a large bun in 3 bites, urging her companions to eat quickly lest they freeze. Her cheeks were puffed out. Realizing the urgency, the trio began to wolf down their food. Once finished, the disposable bowls had frozen solid, and the breath they exhaled crystallized in the air. Ice had formed on Luo Na's eyelashes. She sniffed and glanced at the temperature. -28 degrees. "I'm about to lose my mind." Gao Lei stood up, stamping his feet. "I'm going outside to check the situation." Wu Zhe remarked, "It's freezing. Shouldn't we get dressed first?" Fortunately, as a fire type, Luo Na was better off. She activated her abilities, melting the ice off her eyelashes before evaporating it. Shaking her head, she suggested, "Xiao Zhe, why don't you create a protective shell outside the tent? Use your earth abilities." Wu Zhe scratched his head. "I've never built a house before, but I'll give it a try." Luo Na encouraged him, "No problem." Gao Lei pulled aside the curtain, declaring, "I'll go out and take a look myself." His words faltered. Luo Na and Wu Zhe inquired about his hesitation, only to be stunned by the scene outside. The snow was falling as if it were June. Snowflakes drifted down gently. There was little wind, but the snowfall was substantial, the kind that could be described as feathers of snow. Wu Zhe was beside himself with excitement. "Wow. Snow. I've never seen snow before."
Wow.
He attempted to rush outside. Gao Lei seized him. "We have no idea if the snow is contaminated. Why would you run out recklessly?" Luo Na, relieved, urged, "Xiao Zhe, don't go playing in the snow. It may look pure, but who knows how dirty it is. Hurry up, finish breakfast, and help us build a protective shell for our tent." Caught, Wu Zhe had no choice but to comply with Luo Na's command. Lin Shuangshuang busied herself covering Huo Ling with blankets, retrieving a heat pack and a thick blanket from her backpack, ensuring he was warm. Huo Ling slept soundly. Unable to resist, Lin Shuangshuang leaned in to peck his eyelids, finding him irresistibly adorable, and kissed his nose, and then his lips. Satisfied with her former boyfriend's comfort, she then rose to assist Luo Na and Wu Zhe. Not only were they reinforcing their tent, but other teams had also rushed out to strengthen theirs. As no one wished to crowd into the barracks, if they could avoid it, the entire safe zone buzzed with activity. The open space near the high-speed entrance had already been overtaken by a myriad of tents, encircled by a line of small houses constructed by ability users. Most of the remaining structures were tents. The cafeteria consisted of half houses and half tents, with the cooking area in a house and the dining hall in a large tent, nestled among many small tents. It was no wonder Luo Na worried about Lin Shuangshuang getting lost. Wu Zhe utilized his earth abilities to add a roof to the tent, providing some resistance against the wind and snow, while Luo Na and Lin Shuangshuang checked the tent stakes. After a night of strong winds, some stakes had indeed loosened. While Luo Na pondered what to do, Lin Shuangshuang swiftly took over, first digging a trench for a longer stake, instructing Luo Na to fetch one. She then tied the end of the guy line to the middle of the stake, securing it with a solid knot, laid the stake flat in the trench, and refilled the soil to completely bury it. She then pressed down firmly with her foot, compacting the backfilled area to use the weight of the earth above for anchoring. Finally, she connected the other end of the guy line to the corresponding tie point on the tent and tightened it. Lin Shuangshuang's movements were decisive and smooth, betraying no sign of being a novice at this task. Luo Na was taken aback by her competence, exclaiming, "Wow, Shuangshuang, you're so reliable. Not just team leader, Hua. I'm also feeling a bit moved." Lin Shuangshuang turned back, puzzled, her face a canvas of questions. Luo Na couldn't help but laugh, only to be met with a gust of wind that sent a mouthful of snow into her face. Pfft, what's with this wind? It's not following the usual course. Wu Zhe finally completed the outer shell, jumping up and down in excitement, exclaiming, "It's so cold. Let me check my wristband." The temperature had already plunged to -38 degrees. Wu Zhe exclaimed he could no longer endure it. "My head feels like it's freezing," and dashed into the tent. Luo Na felt she could still manage. "I'm okay, Shuangshuang, do you want to come in and rest?" Lin Shuangshuang glanced around, seeing no immediate tasks left, nodded. I'll go check on Huo Ling. Yes, probably cold too.
Luona, inexplicably amused, smiled broadly. All right, go ahead.
I'll find Lazy and ask him about the weather situation. The official sources must have more accurate information since they have more personnel. Lin Shuangshuang nodded in agreement, and they each set off on their separate tasks. Outside, the cold made one's head buzz, but inside the tent, it was tolerable, at least providing some shelter from the wind. In the brief span of time that Lin Shuangshuang stepped away, a thick layer of snow had already blanketed the ground outside the tent. Resolutely, she procured a shovel and began to clear the snow, ensuring that the entrance remained unobstructed. Once her task was complete, she ventured inside to check on Huo Ling. He had cocooned himself in layers of blankets, resembling a plump caterpillar, with only his strikingly deep-set eyes and prominent nose peeking out. Each time Lin Shuangshuang beheld his handsome visage, she couldn't help but marvel at the sheer perfection of his features. Meanwhile, Wu Zhe was shivering uncontrollably, wrapped in his blanket as he trembled. Observing his plight, Lin Shuangshuang offered him a heat pack. Chapter 79. The Blizzard. The weather was ominously grim, with the wind and snow howling outside the tent, and gusts began to pick up once more. Huo Ling was stirred awake by the commotion, and his first instinct was to locate Lin Shuangshuang. Upon seeing her nestled beside him, engrossed in her online activities, a wave of reassurance washed over him. He glanced at his wristband for any new messages, only to find the temperature had plummeted to a chilling -40 degrees. He paused momentarily, realizing why he felt so snug under the heaps of blankets and heat packs. Within the cocoon of warmth, he had felt no chill. Wu Zhe was similarly ensconced in his blankets, continuously sniffling while also connected to the smart device. The moment Huo Ling awoke, Lin Shuangshuang turned to him, tilting her head playfully and nudging him, her smile radiant, though the reason for her joy eluded him. Clearing his throat, Huo Ling queried, "What is it that has you smiling so foolishly?" With a bright smile, Lin Shuangshuang replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just feeling happy." Huo Ling, propped up against the pillow, raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "What could possibly make you happy? Is it the snow?" Lin Shuangshuang nodded, then shook her head. "Yes and no. While the snow itself isn't a cause for joy, its low temperatures spell danger for many. And our mission has been temporarily halted until after the blizzard. Being here with you, without the need to venture outside, fills me with happiness." Unexpectedly, Huo Ling felt a warmth rise to his cheeks, and he averted his gaze, steering the conversation away. "What has the official word been?" Lin Shuangshuang shook her head. "I don't know. Luna and Gao Lei have yet to return." For her, referring to someone by their full name felt natural and solemn. Lin Shuangshuang relished the use of full names, having once only known herself by a code. She cherished her name deeply. On the contrary, she believed every name held significance, hence her preference for calling people by their full names. Using nicknames made her feel somewhat bashful, as she found it difficult to articulate them. Huo Ling, unfazed, lounged on the bed, lazily observing Lin Shuangshuang as she surfed the internet, wholly unguarded, revealing everything to him, including her amusing search history. Queries like how to win back an ex-boyfriend, how to revert an ex-boyfriend to a boyfriend, what to do if you can't kiss him, 365 ways to kiss, and can jellyfish bear offspring with humans, flooded the screen. Is it illegal to kiss a sleeping ex-boyfriend? Will I be arrested? Why does my ex-boyfriend always react so easily? Huo Ling, what are you searching for? Huo Ling's pupils dilated in shock, and he instinctively whispered the questions aloud, nearly choking on his own astonishment. What on earth is going through your mind? Startled, Lin Shuangshuang turned to him, her eyes wide with horror, only to find her smart device's screen reflected in his gaze. She hastily extinguished the light. "You peeped at my screen.
How could you do that?"
Her indignation caught Huo Ling off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What are you searching every day? Aren't you afraid someone will uncover your secrets? You would have no face to show anyone. The authorities could easily trace her online activity, and Huo Ling felt a flush of embarrassment at the thought of anyone discovering her search history. It was far too awkward. With a pout, Lin Shuangshuang turned away, shielding her screen from his view. "I have my ways. No one can trace me, and these searches will remain unseen." Huo Ling was left speechless, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief, before he couldn't help but cover his face with his hands. Wu Zhe, oblivious to the peculiar exchange, was too engrossed in his own research on global disaster situations to care. When Gao Lei and Luna returned, they stumbled upon this bizarre scene. Lin Shuangshuang, stealthily minimizing her screen to the size of a tablet while glancing over her shoulder, and Huo Ling, with his face buried in his hands, his ears flushed crimson. Wuja was nestled in the corner of the large bed, completely wrapped in his blankets, diligently scrolling through posts. Exchanging glances, Gao Lei and Luna shrugged, puzzled by the situation. The authorities have begun distributing cold weather supplies. Lei and I retrieved some. Each of us has a warm hand warmer, fully charged. And we received 5 electric blankets, just enough for our sleeping arrangements. I also brought back a charging station so we can use the appliances, along with a kettle and a box of ginger tea. That's all. They had gone to gather information while collecting supplies. Huo Ling, hearing the mention of serious matters, sat upright. Is this the onset of extreme cold weather? Lin Shuangshuang also sat up. Luna confirmed, yes, but the duration is uncertain. It could last a few days or extend to several months, or even years. Gao Lei added, drones are already delivering cold weather supplies to survivors in the city. However, the rescue operations have been postponed indefinitely. Wu just switched off his screen, exclaiming in shock. So we are trapped here? Luna nodded. Indeed. We cannot leave for the time being. Fortunately, the little castle was well equipped to withstand the cold. They merely needed to ensure they didn't freeze outside. Zhao Pingsheng and Zhang Deipen were safe and sound. Wu just sneezed. Achoo. Ugh. This cold is unbearable. How low can it drop? Hurry, close the curtains. The cold wind is seeping in. He felt his head throb from the chill. Gao Lei and Luna had only just entered. Yet the cold air they brought in dropped the tense temperature significantly. Gao Lei complained that his legs were nearly frozen stiff. I'll brew some ginger tea for you all. Moving around should help keep the chill at bay. Everyone expressed their gratitude. Gao Lei chuckled. Oh, don't mention it. His robust appearance mirrored his kind-hearted nature. Lin Shuangshuang turned to Huo Ling. Oh no, you haven't gotten up to wash up yet. It's freezing out there. Luna was tossing the electric blankets onto the bed. There are heating panels in the washroom. I just saw someone install them. If you want to wash up, Hua, you should head over now if you wait too long. Who knows if the heating will fail. Seeing this, Huo Ling finally got out of bed. He couldn't bear the itchiness of his unwashed body. Lin Shuangshuang insisted on accompanying him. Huo Ling shot her a sidelong glance. Why are you getting up?
Stay in bed.
Lin Shuangshuang replied, I'm worried about you. I want to go with you. Swiftly, Huo Ling donned his clothes, piece by piece, coldly asserting, I don't need your company. Lin Shuangshuang, with utmost seriousness, countered. You do, you can't manage alone. Huo Ling retorted, how do you know? Ignoring his challenge, Lin Shuangshuang was aware he was at her mercy. And she confidently descended from the bed. I just know. Huo Ling kicked her shoes under the bed, turning away as he walked off. Lin Shuangshuang's eyes widened in disbelief as she stood frozen in place. Are you employing underhanded tactics? How could this person be so devious? Rona could no longer contain her laughter, collapsing onto the bed. You two are simply too amusing. Schwanger, let's not go out. It's freezing outside. Gao Lei and Wuja also succumbed to laughter, remarking that their captain was behaving like a primary school student. Chapter 80. The Dark Side. A ferocious cold caught everyone off guard, with deep snow accumulating outside. The sound of shovels echoed within the safety zone, creating a rustling noise. Lin Shuangshuang lay on the bed, browsing the internet, having already cleared the snow from her tent's entrance, so there was no need for further shoveling at the moment. The cunning Huo Ling had ventured out to wash up, taking the breakfast left for him by everyone, claiming he would heat it up in the cafeteria before eating, forbidding her to accompany him. What a rascal! As Lin Shuangshuang scrolled through videos, she noted that this extreme cold was not confined to their location. Rather, it was a global phenomenon, with numerous small creatures succumbing to the freezing temperatures. A portion of the lower-tier zombies had been frozen into solid blocks of ice, while the higher-tier zombies continued to roam about energetically, unaffected by the cold as they hunted for humans. Rona also stumbled upon these videos, exclaiming, my goodness, are these zombies possessed by cockroaches? How could they survive in such frigid weather? Truly remarkable. Wuja, wrapped in a blanket, lamented. The zombie's skin has turned purple from the cold, yet they remain so vigorous. We humans would probably be less lively outdoors. Gao Lei's mouth twitched in response, urging him not to make cold jokes. It is a fact, Wu Zhou insisted. Rona sighed. They truly leave no room for survival. What a dreadful climate. Lin Shuangshuang, however, believed that extreme cold was preferable to extreme heat. One could don layers in the cold, but one could not simply shed their skin in the heat. Hence, she concluded that the cold was better. Many survivors found themselves trapped. Yet those who had endured to this point either possessed a certain skill or had relied on sheer luck. Some individuals showcased their food stockpiles, crammed full in their storage rooms. The videographer boasted, "Look at all this good stuff, rice, oil, a mountain of self-heating hot pots. And all these snacks are hoarded by the box. Where are those who called me a liar yesterday? Why aren't they jumping up and down now? Suffering from envy, are you? You poor souls couldn't stock up before the apocalypse, and now you can't afford it, can you? Ha ha ha." Beneath this video, a group of people engaged in a heated argument, hurling insults back and forth. 66666. In this day and age, someone still dares to flaunt their wealth? They must be out of their mind. The last person who boasted like this is now just a grave marker. Buddy, you better delete that. I'm giving you a kind warning. Consider it a good deed. Do you have a first aid kit? Can I trade for some fever medicine? I'll give you a whole box of soda in exchange. My child is sick from the sudden drop in temperature. Damn. So ostentatious. If I were nearby, I'd probably rob you. Hurry up and die. Those in the same neighborhood are in for a treat. Some people have such dark minds. Is it really necessary to speak so maliciously? If you're not malicious, then you're kind. Why don't you open your door and let my family come over for a meal? My whole family is starving. Lin Shuangshuang attentively observed the unfolding drama, attempting to glean the latest information from these remarks. Suddenly, she noticed someone mentioning that there was a follow-up to a video from 3 days prior. It dawned on her that this video was indeed 3 days old, and she felt fortunate to catch the follow-up just in time. Following the link provided in the comments, she successfully transitioned to a new video featuring an account with a black avatar and a string of numbers, its homepage containing only one video, an incident of looting supplies. The previous boastful male host had met a grim fate, and the interior was a gruesome sight. This incident had risen to the top of the trending topics. Rona and the others also encountered this video, and they collectively gasped in horror. Ugh, that's revolting. Has this person lost their mind? Killing while seeming so exhilarated, these two are clearly unhinged. Indeed, the trio furrowed their brows tightly, immediately shutting off the video, feeling physically ill. Lin Shuangshuang remained calm. She understood that the world was inherently unappealing, with beauty merely a facade that existed in the realms of a fortunate few. The reality was much darker, more violent, and bloody, capable of consuming lives. The apocalypse had merely stripped away the veil, revealing these sinister facets. Normal individuals would feel discomfort because they had never encountered such realities. Lin Shuangshuang, however, existed within that darkness. For her, these occurrences were commonplace, as the missions she undertook were fraught with peril. While others lived their lives, she walked a razor's edge, feeling particularly fragmented. The current oversight was inadequate, as any type of video could be found online, from boiled mosaics to those depicting fire and raw consumption. Rona cautioned everyone against watching too much, fearing nightmares would plague their sleep. They all promptly turned off their screens. Lin Shuangshuang followed suit, mimicking their behavior and entering a daze. Rona, still shaken, mused that if these were acts of rebellion, it would be one thing. But these individuals were pure evil. They truly deserved to be captured and face the consequences. Wu sighed in relief. Thank goodness our world is safe. Gao Lei wholeheartedly agreed. Rona lamented, if only our little castle could be self-sufficient, we would need to upgrade and keep pace with the New World's progress bar. I truly wish I could remain in the castle forever without stepping outside. That would be bliss. She gazed longingly. However, Lin Shuangshuang understood that evasion would not entirely eliminate danger. True strength was the only genuine safeguard against the storms of life. When Huo Ling returned, he found the four of them engaged in light conversation. What were they discussing? The blizzard had momentarily halted their activities, allowing for a rare moment of relaxation. Rona and the others shook their heads, indicating there was nothing significant to report. Lin Shuangshuang first cast a glance at Huo Ling to confirm he was well before turning away, her movements conspicuously displaying a sulky demeanor. Huo Ling approached and patted her head, but her pink hair brushed away his hand, playfully teasing him as it slipped away. Such deliberate provocation. Tisk, how immodest. He thawed expressionlessly. He then remarked, the temperature continues to drop. It has reached minus 48 degrees. The officials have advised against going outside unless absolutely necessary, as their meteorological team is urgently convening. Our sole mission now is to withstand the cold. If we cannot endure, we will all perish from the frost. Rona and the others gasped dramatically, their faces reflecting disbelief. Is it really going to get that cold? What will we do? Is there anything here that can keep us warm? We have the earthen fortifications that Xiaozhi reinforced, a modified tent that protects against wind and acid rain, along with plenty of blankets, hot packs, and hand warmers. With so many people inside, I hadn't even thought about the temperature until you mentioned it, Huige. Gao Lei stated, successfully resonating with Rona and Wu Zhe, who echoed in agreement. However, that may not suffice. If the temperature continues to plummet, our current measures may be inadequate, Lin Shuangshuang cautioned. We must also be wary of mutated creatures that become particularly active in extreme cold. Everyone nodded in agreement, their unease suddenly palpable. I'll reinforce the fortifications. It should feel warmer that way. If it drops to minus 100 degrees, we might turn into popsicles. Wu Zhou exclaimed, immediately springing from his bed. Gao Lei suggested, I'll help with the fortification, as that should make it sturdier. Chapter 81. Evacuation? Rona offered her assistance as well. At that moment, a sudden commotion of vehicles outside captured their attention. Both Huo Ling and Lin Shuangshuang instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the noise, then promptly moved to venture outside. Wu Zhou expressed his perplexity. Why would there be vehicles at a time like this? Gao Lei was equally baffled. Luo Na urged them to hasten and see what was happening, for the answer would soon reveal itself. This reasoning was sound. The five of them exited in a single file, only to witness a convoy approaching from the highway. Just then, a broadcast echoed through the air. Due to the onset of extreme weather, the climate is spiraling out of control. The minimum temperature is currently undetermined. Teams of ability users below level 2 must evacuate immediately. Survivors of L City, please gather your belongings and proceed in an orderly fashion according to the arrangements for evacuation. Once the announcement began, it did not cease, continuously reiterating the urgency of the situation. The entire safe zone descended into chaos, with many people scurrying about in panic. Luo Na murmured in disbelief. Could it be this severe? Even level 2 ability users must evacuate? Wu Zhe expressed his concern. What are we to do? While our ability levels are relatively high, if the cold becomes excessively frigid, we may not endure it, and we could be in grave danger. The wind howled fiercely. Everyone was bundled in thick clothing, resembling clumsy little bears. Lin Shuangshuang observed the frantic movements of the others, their faces etched with fear. Her acute hearing allowed her to catch snippets of distant whispers among several ability users. Let us apply to the higher-ups together. We must evacuate. We cannot freeze to death here. Temperatures below minus 100 degrees are no laughing matter. At that temperature, the entire planet would be frozen. How could we survive? I've heard the underground cities of the 5 major bases are complete. We could seek refuge there. That would be wonderful. Let us hurry and apply. Our entire team is below level 2, so we can evacuate immediately. You all should find a way to withdraw as well. Exactly, for the sake of a few points. It's not worth it. We've completed half the mission already. Even if we don't earn 1,000,000 points, 50,000 is sufficient to break even. Evacuating now is the safest option. The sooner we leave, the more at ease we will be. After a brief discussion, they swiftly dispersed to file their reports. Huo Ling overheard their conversation. Lin Shuangshuang looked up at him, asking, what should we do? Should we leave? The small castle isn't far from here. But can the castle withstand the extreme cold? It should be able to, right? If not, we'll figure something out. Luo Na and the others awaited Huo Ling's decision. As he was the captain, Huo Ling calmly responded, we're leaving. If we stay, we'll turn into popsicles. To do good deeds, one must first ensure their own safety before considering anything else. Instantly, Luo Na and the others felt a surge of relief, nearly bursting into cheers. Lin Shuangshuang naturally followed his lead. Supplies for the survivors of L City could be delivered via drones, but with the icy conditions rendering movement nearly impossible, immediate rescue efforts were unfeasible. They needed to endure this crisis before launching a secondary rescue operation. Airships could not reach them due to the chaotic magnetic field overhead. They could only rely on vehicles. Just as Huo Ling prepared to seek out the person in charge, chaos erupted nearby. It was reported that mutated animals were on the loose. A horde of mutated pigs had emerged, and indeed it was no mistake, pigs. The sounds of alarm echoed throughout the area. The largest of the mutated pigs had grown several times its size from before the apocalypse, weighing at least 1,000 pounds, resembling a small truck. Surrounding it were dozens of smaller mutated pigs, each weighing several hundred pounds. A collision with one could send them flying. Luo Na and her companions were taken aback, exclaiming in shock, "Oh my goodness! What has happened to these pigs? Dear heavens, I'm terrified of pigs." Wu Zhe confessed. What is wrong with being afraid of pigs? I truly am scared. Look at that enormous one. Where could it have escaped from? Did a slaughterhouse lose its pigs? They're coming from the highway. Perhaps a truck transporting pigs overturned.
Ah!
The pigs are charging toward us. Lin Shuangshuang exhaled into her hands, her gaze fierce as she brandished a steel pipe and dashed forward. Wu Zhe, who had been covering her, was momentarily stunned, and as he caught sight of the swarm of pigs, he nearly fainted. Oh no. Mama, I'm about to pass out. Luo Na conjured a flurry of fireballs, but hesitated, recalling that everything was made of tents. Unable to restrain herself, she cursed, "Damn it, Wu Zhe, hold on. We must overcome this. Let us take them down and feast on pork tonight." Gao Lei sprinted toward the mutated pigs, nearly stumbling at the thought, "Can we even eat these pigs? Isn't their pollution source?" Luo Na shouted back, "Who knows? They look plump and healthy. Perhaps their mutations differ. They might be safe to eat. Let us take them down first. If we don't, they'll charge in and devour us. Even pigs can be dangerous." Lin Shuangshuang weaved through the herd of pigs, kicking a hefty one aside. Amidst the biting cold, the pigs seemed unfazed, their slick bodies radiating warmth. Their skin was pale and rosy, distinctly different from previous mutated animals. This reminded her of the earlier mutated cats and dogs, which, if not highly polluted, appeared relatively normal, merely varying in size, but their intelligence remained intact. In contrast, highly polluted mutated animals exhibited grotesque features, with crimson eyes, drooling mouths, and bluish-purple skin that emanated foul odors. These pigs were different. Although they attacked people, their appearance was deceptively inviting. However, behind their seemingly innocent facade lay a ferocity that had already resulted in injuries. Some individuals had been knocked down and bitten, and the pigs had completely lost control. Wu Zhe, filled with fear, shouted as he provided cover, "If anything goes wrong, Sister Shuangshuang, you must save me." Lin Shuangshuang nodded, reassuring him, "Don't worry." She then charged toward the Pig King. In times of danger, she always took the lead. Huo Ling kept a watchful eye on her, continuously using his mental abilities to shield her, while simultaneously directing the mutated cats and dogs to drive the swine away, ensuring no one got harmed. The safe zone had descended into utter chaos. Luo Na felt stifled with her fire abilities. Resorting to her last resort laser gun, she declared, "I'll take you on. You pigs." Not far away, Qi Ji and Qi Mo watched, initially bewildered, but now utterly dumbfounded. The scene was surreal. Humans were engaged in a fierce battle with giant white pigs, and the snow had begun to melt considerably. Once Lin Shuangshuang began to move, she felt warmth envelop her. The flow of her abilities coursed through her body. She dared not unleash too much power for fear of losing control. This little bit was sufficient. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she gripped the steel pipe and lunged toward the Pig King's neck, but it dodged swiftly. Humph. Quite agile, she thought, as she pursued it once more. Chapter 82. Mutated Pigs. These giant white pigs seemed unperturbed by the cold, rampaging about. Lin Shuangshuang fainted to one side and struck the Pig King on the head, though it did not fell the creature. Instead, it became even more enraged and charged at her. Only ability users could withstand such extreme weather, otherwise, one would surely freeze to death. In the distance, the sound of vehicles starting reverberated through the air as the survivors completed their evacuation. Those who could escape clambered aboard, but the mutated pigs, too large in stature, found themselves unable to fit. Thus, the survivors narrowly evaded their fate. Lu Chengwang from the official team was rallying the remaining low-level superhumans to board the vehicles. Rona dashed away from the tent area, activating her abilities. A fireball materialized and struck the large white pig on the head, eliciting a shrill squeal from it. "Damn it! I'm freezing to death. How is your skin so thick? Truly frost-resistant," she exclaimed, feeling her hands grow numb. More alarmingly, she was a fire elemental. And if she felt this way, how much worse must it be for the others? Gao Lei and Wu Zhe were nearly frozen, their hands trembling uncontrollably. The temperature had plummeted to a chilling -60 degrees, stabilizing for the moment. The vehicles dared not turn off their engines, fearing they might not restart later. Inside, the heating from the air conditioning, coupled with the presence of many people, provided some relief from the outdoor chill. Qi Ji and Qi Mo, following instructions, assisted in escorting the survivors out first. "I'll clear the way. You all hurry and get out," Qi Ji shouted. The vehicles honked their horns. Qi Mo immediately infused his sister with a surge of energy, maximizing her enhancements. Qiji felt a continuous flow of power coursing through her, and with a mighty shout, the vines of the morning glory broke through the earth and snow, creating a path amidst the rampaging herd of mutated pigs. Run! Qi Mo shouted as well. The vehicles carrying the survivors sped through, yet the pigs, seemingly possessed, fixated on the flesh of humanity, attempted to breach the wall of vines. Other plant-based superhumans quickly joined in, their various vines intertwining and sparkling, buying precious time for the survivors. Suddenly, the Pig King veered away from Lin Shuangshuang, charging toward the convoy with astonishing speed. Huo Ling reacted swiftly, summoning mutated cats and dogs to intercept while he followed closely with his firearm. Fully aware that these creatures stood no chance against the Pig King, he aimed at the creature's eye and fired, causing the Pig King to lose its right eye and stumble off balance. Lin Shuangshuang appeared from behind, seizing the opportunity to throw a steel pipe, which lodged itself at an angle into the Pig King's head. It did not die immediately. Lin Shuangshuang hurried after it, gripping the pipe tightly and channeling her strength to drive it through completely. Only then did the Pig King exhale its last breath, its limbs going limp and twitching sporadically. She gasped for breath, looking up at Huo Ling, her eyes sparkling with a mix of surprise and admiration. This was the first time she had fought alongside Huo Ling, and the efficiency of their collaboration, completed in under a minute, exhilarated her. She was actually battling alongside him. Huo Ling holstered his weapon, feeling a pang of fear. The mutated pig had nearly collided with the vehicles. Had Lin Shuangshuang arrived any later, the consequences would have been dire, for she would have undoubtedly pressed on. She had a tendency to not relent until her target was eliminated, likely a remnant of her past habits. Indeed, she would not allow the rampaging Pig King to live. Its death was essential for the safety of all. With the demise of the Pig King, the remaining lesser pigs became significantly easier to handle, posing little threat. The superhumans, showcasing a plethora of abilities, ultimately succeeded in defeating the mutated white pigs. The vehicles carrying the survivors departed successfully, leaving the entire safe zone in disarray, yet curiously desolate. Their blood is actually red? How can this be? Rona mused. Indeed, these pigs were remarkably plump. Their meat looked exquisite. The mutated cats and dogs were already indulging in a feast, tearing into the flesh of one mutated pig with gusto. In the extreme cold, the coats of the mutated cats and dogs had grown fluffier, their sizes doubling. Their rate of evolution was astonishing. It appeared that animals were adapting to this apocalyptic rhythm far better than humans. Rona, having overextended her powers, felt soreness in her wrist. Look how ravenously they're eating. I'm starving too. But those pigs look like they can really feast, she noted, considering the low level of their mutation. Gao Lei and Wuxia had also contributed significantly in the battle, although Wuxia struggled to keep pace with Lin Shuangshuang, falling far behind. He sighed. Sister Shuangshuang runs too fast. I simply can't keep up. Rona laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. Little Xia, you still have room for improvement. Wuxia nodded vigorously. Gao Lei glanced at the collapsed tents and then toward his own area, relieved to see that their tent had not collapsed. Otherwise, everything would have been buried. Rona and Wuxia quickly turned to look, and after assessing, they patted their chests in relief, though their hands had gone numb. It was not just their hands. They felt a pervasive chill throughout their bodies, their heads buzzing with cold. Wuxia declared he could no longer endure it. I'm going into the tent now. He swiftly retreated. Rona turned to Gao Lei, asking if he wanted to go inside as well. You all go in. I'm a fire elemental and can withstand it. I'll handle the cleanup, she replied. Gao Lei, steadfast in his resolve, shook his head. I can't let you do everything. I need to adapt if this kind of weather becomes the norm. Rona laughed. What do you think this is? You think you can adapt? Wait until it drops to -100. Let us see how you manage, brother. The apocalypse is ruthless. Yet she added that if he could endure, they would go together. If not, he should rest. Our team's principle is that we must not overexert ourselves. Brother Zhao said that. Rona reminded him.
Gao Lei smiled,
acknowledging her words. On the other side, Lin Shuangshuang secured the mutated Pig King's core. Despite its slick exterior, the pig's hide was tough and thick. Had she wielded a standard steel pipe, it would have been impossible to penetrate. Fortunately, the steel pipe in her possession had been modified by Zhang Deipen, ensuring superior quality. Huo Ling approached, capturing photos of the mutated pig to send to Zhao Pingsheng, inquiring whether the meat was consumable, as fresh meat was a scarce commodity these days. Zhao Pingsheng replied swiftly, indicating he was busy, and sent a voice message. The pollution level appears quite low. Bring the meat back for testing, if edible. Pass it on to Xiao Yi and Xiao Er. If not, hand it over for research. Huo Ling responded with a simple one. Zhao Pingsheng replied with a rabbit emoji, giving a middle finger, clearly displeased with such a terse reply. Huo Ling countered with a dismissive owl emoji. Lin Shuangshuang, intrigued, leaned closer to peek at his brain interface screen. Are you messaging Dr. Zhao? She had noted him in her own memos. Chapter 83. Choices abound. Huo Ling cast a sidelong glance at her. From his vantage point, he could see her fluffy pink curls, her head round and full of thick, dense hair. Didn't you just see? You always accuse me of peeking at your screen. Aren't you doing the same? Lin Shuangshuang retorted defiantly. I'm looking openly. You're the one sneaking a peek. Huo Ling switched off the screen, saying, I wasn't sneaking. You placed the screen right in front of me. And I saw it at a glance. He had no retort. Lin Shuangshuang's cheeks flushed. Then, I want to use my brain interface next to you next time. Huo Ling replied, that's fine. Whether she would remember it the next day was uncertain. He regarded her as somewhat foolish. He couldn't help but sigh. Why do you always rush ahead? Is there a prize for first place? Huo Ling raised his hand and playfully tapped her on the head, his touch so delightful that he couldn't help but grasp it for a moment. Lin Shuangshuang felt a jolt shoot through her tailbone from the impact, and she instinctively tried to swat his hand away. Huo Ling remarked, Tisk, your hands are covered in blood. Don't get it in your hair. How can you wash your hair in this weather? Lin Shuangshuang responded with a defeated, oh. Huo Ling had just handled his firearm, an old-style gun with black gloves tinged with the acrid scent of gunpowder, which felt intensely fiery against her heart. She felt a strange heat rising within her. Embarrassed to admit that the battle-hardened Huo Ling was extraordinarily handsome, leaving her utterly captivated. Huo Ling, unspoken, found Lin Shuangshuang equally enchanting amidst the fray. They both fell into a contemplative silence. At that moment, Lu Qingguang from the official team called out, Hey, Brother Huo, Comrade Lin, are you both alright? It's chilly. Hurry back to the tent and rest. The ginger soup is already brewing, and you'll be able to drink it shortly. Those who remained were all valiant warriors. Fighting side by side, their spirits ignited with fervor, strengthening their bond of camaraderie. Some members of the civilian teams were similarly invigorated, appearing lively and spirited. Huo Ling and Lin Shuangshuang, feeling somewhat detached from the surroundings, wore expressions laden with questions. Nevertheless, they politely nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude for the concern. Lu Qingguang, maintaining composure in the face of adversity, was commended by superiors for his exceptional ability to manage the situation. Lin Shuangshuang, being part of the civilian team and having collaborated with Huo Ling to vanquish the King of Pigs, also received accolades during a ceremony held in the dining hall. The leadership stated that this was merely verbal recognition, promising to apply for formal commendations and merit medals for them. Many civilian teams were stirred by this atmosphere, brimming with excitement, especially since the casualties this time were relatively low, albeit still numbering over a dozen. A moment of silence was observed in their honor. Following this, they enjoyed ginger soup and some warm food to fend off the cold. Wu Zhe quietly remarked, no wonder they ordered all abilities below level 2 to retreat. They can hardly withstand the cold. I'm still recovering myself. However, the dining hall was notably warmer than the individual tents, likely due to the crowd and the presence of heaters. It was said that each tent was originally equipped with heaters, but the survivors in the urban area needed them more urgently, thus prioritizing ordinary citizens. The leadership announced that, in addition to extra rewards, those who chose to stay and persevered would each receive an additional 600,000 points as an incentive. Currently, 6 locations within the city still had survivors who had not been rescued. If they withdrew, those individuals would be left to perish. They noted that everyone appeared to be coping well, confirming the researchers' predictions that level 3 abilities could withstand temperatures as low as -90 degrees. The higher the ability level, the greater the tolerance to the cold. The leadership encouraged everyone to strive to complete the rescue operations at the remaining 6 locations, emphasizing that the safety of the team was paramount. Once the blizzard ceased, there would be opportunities to save the remaining survivors. The members of the official team were resolute, while some in the civilian team echoed their sentiments, though most were deep in thought. The leadership did not pressure anyone, recognizing the inherent risks involved. Lin Shuangshuang felt increasingly eager to participate, glancing at Huo Ling. There were extra points at stake. Yet Huo Ling, without even looking at her, said, Don't even think about it. We are not continuing. We are withdrawing. To him, Lin Shuangshuang was of utmost importance, more important than anything else in the world. As the captain, he felt an even greater responsibility for the safety of his teammates. Given the complexity of the situation and the unpredictability of extreme weather, continuing the mission was far too perilous. Moreover, Wu Zhe was already feeling the effects of the cold, but was merely enduring in silence. Although Rona and Gao Lei were holding up for now, what would happen if the temperature dropped significantly again? Lin Shuangshuang appeared somewhat okay. But she had a habit of charging headfirst into situations, and with the uncertain conditions ahead, she was aware that she could resort to anything to protect herself. The greater the risk, the more perilous her position became. Huo Ling could not allow any mistakes. Between absolute safety and heroism, he chose the former. Rona and her companions had no objections. After all, Huo Ling was the captain, and they would heed his words. Lin Shuangshuang felt a twinge of regret but refrained from insisting, opting instead to comply. Mostly, Huo Ling's gaze was somewhat fierce, and she sensed that if she persisted, he would become particularly upset. She sought to atone for past grievances and could not bear to cause him further sorrow. After the meeting concluded, the remaining ability users engaged in lively chatter. Lu Chengguang approached with a beaming face, holding a bowl of ginger soup, proclaiming a toast to the warriors.
Come.
Let us raise a glass to our next joint battle. I toast you with ginger tea instead of wine. He downed it in one gulp. Huo Ling followed suit, understanding the underlying meaning of the gesture. He responded, the next time is tentative. Our team has decided to leave. Lu Chengguang's smile faltered in disbelief. How could your team, which is so strong, choose to leave? His incredulity was palpable, tinged with indignation.
Why?
Your presence is an immense asset. Can't you stay? We need you, and so do the survivors in the city. If you stay, our chances of success increase significantly. Huo Ling replied calmly, I'm sorry. I must ensure my teammates' safety. Lu Chengguang looked at him, feeling that his original plans were thwarted. He thought they were allies, and this felt incredibly selfish. Disappointment washed over his face. Wu Zhe, feeling disgruntled, was about to retort, but Rona interjected, frowning, what is wrong with being a bit selfish? Is it a crime? Our captain is looking out for them. Is wanting to live us in? Gao Lei shouted. Well said. Huo Ling raised his hand, urging them to refrain from further debate. He topped off the ginger soup, declaring it merely a choice, and lifted the bowl to toast them. He drank alongside them, affirming that regardless of the circumstances, heroes deserved respect. Lu Chengguang had merely acted impulsively. Once he regained his composure, he nodded in apology. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pressured you. I got a bit carried away. He felt fortunate that Huo Ling remained calm. Otherwise, a conflict might have arisen. The thought sent chills down his spine. Chapter 84, Going Home. The officials did not impose any mandates, allowing Huo Ling to lead Lin Shuangshuang and the others away smoothly. They gathered their supplies from the tent and, of course, took the king of pigs with them. Lin Shuangshuang stored it in her spatial card. Such a large pig could provide ample sustenance for a long time, instantly making them wealthy. Wu Zhe bundled himself like a little bear, carrying his backpack, and remarked, It's not bad here with food and shelter, but the weather is absolutely dreadful. Otherwise, we could have actually stayed. Gao Lei and Rona urged him to take it easy, noting that he was so cold he was sniffling. Let us head back. Huo Ling looked at Lin Shuangshuang, who kept glancing back towards the safe zone, merely wanting to steal a few more looks. Soon, she turned to walk beside him, reaching out to take his hand. Huo Ling did not let go. Instead, he tightened his grip. Let us go. We'll talk when we're back. Rona and the others immediately replied, understood. The 2-kilometer distance was short for them. The 5 of them arrived at the small castle without incident, finding it unchanged, nestled within the dense thicket, its long legs tucked in. As they approached, in the corridor, the mechanical dogs, Xiaowa and Xiaoliu, were joyfully bouncing about, emitting cheerful huffs and prancing back and forth, their tails wagging in delight. Rona waved enthusiastically at them, exclaiming, Xiaowa, Xiaoliu. The 2 dogs barked in response, their voices drowned out by the howling winds and swirling snow. Xiaosin and Xiaosi, upon hearing the commotion, hurried over and, upon witnessing the disheveled appearance of the 5, immediately chimed in, Oh dear, call for Xiaowai and Xiaorui to brew some ginger soup. And don't forget, today's dinner must include steaming hot soup and rice. Team Huo has returned. Huo Ling ascended the stairs with purposeful strides, closely followed by Lin Shuangshuang. As they passed Xiaosin and Xiaosi, Huo Ling reached down to pat their heads, acknowledging their diligent guarding. Xiaosin and Xiaosi, touched, replied with little whimpers, It's not hard at all. We're just glad you're back. It was so quiet without you. Lin Shuangshuang also reached out to stroke their round heads, finding it quite delightful. Hello there. Xiaosin and Xiaxi offered a warm welcome. Has Shuangshuang lost her memory again? No worries, I'm Xiaosin, and it's a pleasure to meet you again.
I'm Xiaoxi.
We're your good friends. Feel free to share any worries with us. Lin Shuangshuang nodded appreciatively. Rona immediately engaged in play with Xiaoa and Xiaoliu, enlisting their help to drag in her backpack, tossing it into the living room for later organization. Xiaoa and Xiaoliu barked excitedly. Wu Zhe, feeling utterly frozen, expressed his relief. At last, we're home.
Gao Lei echoed.
Thank goodness we can return. Xiaosin and Xiaxi circled around them, welcoming them back and helping to shake the snow off their clothes. Current temperature is -60. Indeed. The extreme cold is terrifying. We nearly froze ourselves. The robots, susceptible to freezing, had undergone upgrades courtesy of Zhang Deipen, enhancing the temperature control within the little castle. Inside, the temperature was a comfortable 22 degrees, neither too hot nor too cold, perfect for lounging in regular long-sleeved home attire. Upon shedding their battle gear at the entrance, they stepped into the warmth of the indoors, exclaiming in unison, "This is bliss. It feels like two different worlds." Lin Shuangshuang couldn't help but sigh. It's so comfortable here. It's wonderful. Rona laughed heartily, isn't it? Zhao Pingsheng, hearing the commotion, descended and, upon seeing the five safely home, breathed a sigh of relief. Your decision was wise. There's a much greater blizzard forecast for tomorrow. Had they not returned, he would have had to message them, urging them to evacuate. Rona and the others chuckled, though they felt a twinge of discomfort despite their successful retreat. I feel the same way, they admitted. Indeed, there's a lingering unease within me, Zhao Pingsheng remarked. That's because you were in that environment. The officials regard rescue operations with utmost seriousness, believing in a life-or-death struggle to save survivors, unlike us. When they suddenly expressed a desire to leave, it's natural to feel like deserters, but it is ultimately a personal choice. Remember, choosing to sacrifice one's life is indeed noble, but choosing oneself is not wrong. The former is heroic, while the latter is simply an act of self-love. Cherishing life is not a fault, and you need not feel guilty about it. Preserving your lives may allow you to help others in the future. Zhao Pingsheng's words resonated deeply with Rona and the others, who nodded vigorously in agreement. That's exactly how we feel. Indeed, Dr. Zhao is wise. They exclaimed. Thank you, Brother Zhao. I feel much better now, even though what you and Brother Hu said was quite similar, haha. Perhaps it's because you two grew up together.
Indeed.
They concurred, smiles returning to their faces, ready to engage in playful banter once more. Zhao Pingsheng, with a hint of exasperation, responded, Oh, come now. My words are hardly on par with his. I wouldn't dare claim that title for myself. However, it is commendable that he brought you all back. He is truly beginning to embody the qualities of a leader, wouldn't you agree, Xiaohua? Huo Ling shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, Who are you calling Xiaohua? As he felt slighted. Zhao Pingsheng chuckled heartily, while Rona and the others joined in, feeling a sense of comfort and reassurance. Lin Shuangshuang, reflecting on their conversation, pondered, choosing to be a hero is admirable, but it is also perfectly acceptable to choose self-love. So that is how it is. Is it really not wrong to refrain from sacrifice? Indeed, she realized. She recalled how Huo Ling had been guiding her in this very manner, consistently encouraging her to love herself. He taught her new things, played games with her, even if she wasn't particularly interested. He would patiently accompany her in discovering what she enjoyed. Since knowing Huo Ling, she had tasted cake, learned to play the piano, acquired numerous new clothes, accessories, and bags. And he even taught her to ski and play ball, among other things. Memories flooded back. Huo Ling was already heading upstairs, preparing for a warm bath when he sensed a particular gaze, intense and unwavering. He turned to see Lin Shuangshuang, for no one else could fix him with such a penetrating stare. What is it? I'm going to take a shower. Is that look suggesting you want to join? Huo Ling instinctively asked, contemplating yielding the bathroom to her, if she desired to wash first. Lin Shuangshuang nodded eagerly, yes, please. Huo Ling shrugged, all right then, follow me. Lin Shuangshuang promptly got up to follow him, nodding politely at Zhao Pingsheng and Rona as she left, a gesture of courtesy. Rona watched her skip after her Huo team leader, astonished. What is this exchange between them? Is this something I'm allowed to witness? Ah. Oh my goodness. They're feeding my ship. She could remain single forever, but she expected her ships to create seismic activity in the sheets. Bath time play, indeed. Chapter 85, The Secret of the Fourth Floor. Lin Shuangshuang followed Huo Ling into the elevator, arriving directly on the 4th floor. Huo Ling instructed her to go wash up. Lin Shuangshuang blinked in surprise. Aren't we supposed to bathe together? She had pursued him with that very intention. As Huo Ling opened a bottle of mineral water, he nearly choked, coughing. Who said anything about bathing together? Go on by yourself. His response was succinct. Lin Shuangshuang's expression fell in disappointment, yet she obediently retreated. She washed up rather quickly, completing her bath and hair in just 10 minutes, emerging fragrant and wrapped in Huo Ling's bathrobe. Huo Ling, unfazed, entered the bathroom as she exited, concurrently setting the little castle's route to the survivor base in City. The points had been credited. The authorities had indeed granted each person 1 million points, but the reward for exterminating the mutated pigs required an application and would take some time to process. However, that wasn't urgent. Huo Ling was intent on converting the points into supplies for greater safety, thus he promptly recalibrated the route, planning to return to the survivor base in City E to utilize the points. After all, the mobile castle could travel anywhere. Zhang Deipen had been silent, likely in seclusion, and everyone refrained from disturbing him. After Huo Ling entered to shower, Lin Shuangshuang began to explore his room, glancing around curiously. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the space as remarkably familiar, resembling Huo Ling's previous living quarters in layout and decor, which left her astounded. Wanting to change into comfortable attire, she ventured into Huo Ling's wardrobe. It felt astonishingly familiar. The position of the walk-in closet was remarkably familiar. She could navigate it even with her eyes closed. However, upon opening the door, Lin Shuangshuang was taken aback. Huo Ling's clothing collection was staggering, with an abundance of garments, many of which remained unopened, dating back to the pre-apocalyptic era. No wonder her notes indicated that Huo Ling had made alterations to his clothes for her use. Yet, it was disheartening to realize that his wardrobe had not been updated since the world fell apart. Each quarter, a new batch of suitable attire would arrive at his doorstep. But that had ceased entirely. An inexplicable sadness washed over Lin Shuangshuang as she instinctively felt that Huo Ling deserved to continue living a prince's life. His mother had loved him dearly, leaving him a substantial inheritance. Huo Ling had also proven himself capable, taking charge of the family business before reaching adulthood, and managing it adeptly. As she pondered this, she startled herself. How could she remember? But when she attempted to delve deeper into her memories, her mind buzzed, followed by dizziness and a throbbing headache, making it difficult for her to stand. She squatted down, enduring the ringing in her ears and the clammy sweat that broke out across her body. Inadvertently, she tilted slightly, causing the drawer beneath the accessory cabinet to slide open and spill its contents onto the floor. Lin Shuangshuang glanced at the scattered items, and her mind went blank. Those familiar objects were all hers. She leaned closer to examine them, her pupils trembling. Her jewelry was all there. Astonishingly, Lin Shuangshuang, being a human weapon, rarely adorned herself with jewelry unless on a mission requiring a disguise. Yet, someone had cherished her enough to believe she should possess the same trinkets as other girls. Huo Ling had gifted her many pieces of jewelry, and the cabinet was filled with her favorites, the ones she wore most often. She opened the adjacent drawers, and to her astonishment, they too were filled with her clothes, her most frequently worn garments from the ages of 14 to 20, neatly arranged within. As she gazed at these items, memories rushed back like a carousel spinning rapidly, but her mind could hold onto none of them. It was agonizing. Why were they all preserved? She had clearly decided to let him go. He should be living a new life now. Lin Shuangshuang felt a profound sadness. This wasn't how it should be, yet it seemed inevitable, for Huo Ling was that kind of person, proud yet tender, and deeply devoted. Still in shock, she realized her cheeks were damp with tears, and she was consumed by a sense of panic. What are you doing? A familiar voice erupted beside her, startling her. She looked helplessly at Huo Ling, stepping back only to collide with the wardrobe, recoiling as though it were a burning ember. Huo Ling frowned, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Was the past 6 years so unbearable? Even the clothes I bought for you must be avoided? Is that true, Lin Shuangshuang? Hatred flickered in his eyes. These remnants of the past tore open the wounds they had both tried to forget. The scars still throbbed. Not mentioning them did not make them disappear. They were festering and had persisted for 6 long years. Lin Shuangshuang's lips quivered, her face devoid of color.
I am sorry.
Yet it shouldn't be this way. She had left to give him a better chance, not to have him live alone, clinging to these relics of the past. Suffering in solitude for years. Unable to contain her emotions, she cried out, "Why are you like this?" Why can't you live properly? I've already let you go. Why do you hold on to these things? You should throw them all away, sell them, just as I have let you go. Huo Ling watched her tear-streaked face, her expression fraught with fear and confusion. Simultaneously, he felt a self-inflicted pain in his heart. If it were you, Lin Shuangshuang, would you be able to abandon everything and move forward?
Could you?
Lin Shuangshuang dared not meet his gaze, lowering her head in a daze, questioning her own capacity for such an act.
No.
She choked on her words, a torrent of chaotic memories flooding her mind. She couldn't do it. Without him, the world reverted to shades of gray, devoid of any color. Lin Shuangshuang could not live well. She felt as though she were being torn in two, one half on a mission and the other anchored to Huo Ling.
I'm sorry.
Beyond that, she was at a loss for words. She struggled to navigate the tumultuous and intricate emotions within her. As a human weapon, she was genetically predisposed to emotional weakness. Lin Shuangshuang didn't know how to respond. All she could do was repeatedly apologize, wishing only for his well-being, never anticipating such heartache on his part. In the end, Huo Ling could not bear to see her in pain. He remained tender-hearted, having been abruptly abandoned yet still feeling a pang of sympathy for her. He approached her, enveloping her in his embrace, and it was then that she finally broke down in tears. Her memories were a chaotic whirlwind. Her mind felt on the brink of explosion. Yet all she could do was anxiously repeat, "I'm sorry, I love you." Huo Ling's mouth was bitter as he pressed her head against his chest, holding her tightly while patting her back. "I know, please don't cry." Lin Shuangshuang, at last, resembled a bird returning to its nest, finding solace in the tree that was uniquely hers. Chapter 86. Cunning and Crafty. Huo Ling comforted her for a considerable time, offering no answers yet soothing her. It was difficult for him to remain angry with her, for she was pitiable, and his heart ached for her. Lin Shuangshuang held onto him tightly, but her efforts to wash away the day's exertions had been in vain. Thus, she resolved to shower again. Exhausted afterward, she sprawled on Huo Ling's bed, cocooned in the bedding, peering at him with only her eyes visible as he spoke on the phone. It was Zhao Pingsheng. On the other end, Dr. Zhao rambled on, his main point being that the pig they had brought back had a low contamination level, making it safe for consumption for most, except for Lin Shuangshuang, whose contamination level was too high, posing a risk if she were to eat it. Upon hearing this, Huo Ling cast a quick glance at her, finding the little creature nestled comfortably in his bed, bringing him joy. Lin Shuangshuang belonged by his side, and nowhere else. Reading the possessiveness in his gaze, her face flushed, and she pulled the blanket higher, peeking at him through a half-open eye, acting sneakily. Crafty and cunning, Huo Ling couldn't help but comment. On the other end of the line, Zhao Pingsheng questioned, "What?" After realizing the comment, Zhao Pingsheng erupted with a single-man's fury, "Get lost. In any case, you all cannot slack off. The anomaly serum must continue to be administered without delay. Tasks must be completed on time. The 7-star monsters will soon emerge. And you are still only at levels 4 or 5. Does that make sense? The difficulty of upgrading will only increase. You all need to pay attention." He sounded like a concerned mother hen. Huo Ling accepted the reprimand without retort, responding with until the lecture concluded. "Remarkable, another experiment failed, huh? You're quite irritable." He couldn't help but scoff after hanging up. Zhao Pingsheng embodies a stark contrast. Typically calm and genteel, he transforms into a tempestuous dragon when enraged, unleashing a torrent of invective upon anyone in his vicinity. The catalysts for his fury are threefold. First, issues of hygiene, as he harbors a severe obsession with cleanliness. Second, concerns for his teammates' safety. And third, the frustration of failed experiments. After careful consideration, Huo Ling deduces that the first two reasons can be dismissed, leaving only the latter as the likely cause. Lin Shuangshuang lies languorously on the spacious bed, teetering on the brink of slumber. Yet she waits for Huo Ling to join her for the night. The temperature-controlled castle is an oasis of comfort. The architect of this castle is truly a genius, one who possesses an exquisite appreciation for life's pleasures. As her thoughts drift hazily towards sleep, Huo Ling finally reclines beside her. A sudden realization strikes her. "My clothes are here. Why haven't you given them to me? I want to wear the outfit you altered for me." Huo Ling, turning his head to glance at her, simply replies with a cryptic guess. He then extinguishes the lights and draws the curtains, plunging the room into a serene darkness, making it all the more conducive to sleep. Lin Shuangshuang struggles against the allure of sleep, though the bed is irresistibly comfortable. and Huo Ling's presence beside her only intensifies her drowsiness. I don't know, she protests. Can't you just tell me the answer directly? Huo Ling retorts, I can't. Cheating is wrong. She nods, albeit in a daze, acknowledging that cheating is indeed inadvisable, before succumbing to slumber. As Huo Ling gazes at her sleeping visage, she appears even more docile in repose, her delicate features belying the fact that she is, in reality, a formidable human weapon. Her prowess in combat, characterized by agility and strategic acumen, starkly contrasts with her gentle appearance. Her extraordinary strength, speed, and heightened senses affirm that she is no ordinary person. After all, no typical individual could dispatch mutated creatures with mere ease. Her technique in extracting anomalous cores is both adept and composed, displaying a remarkable equanimity in the face of carnage. What trials and tribulations has she endured to attain such formidable prowess? Huo Ling remains uncertain. Meanwhile, Lin Shuangshuang, in her slumber, finds her pink hair rebelliously entwining with Huo Ling's, instinctively rolling closer to him, needing his warmth to sleep soundly. He does not push her away. Instead, he bestows a gentle kiss upon her forehead, tender and cherished. They sleep soundly until dawn breaks, rendering dinner unnecessary. Upon awakening, Lin Shuangshuang experiences a moment of bewilderment, her eyes widening in disbelief as she sees Huo Ling. She pinches her own cheeks, astonished. How did I end up here with my ex-boyfriend? Huo Ling mimicking her tone. Quips, don't dwell on it. Just take the medicine and check your little yellow memo. After that, wash up and have breakfast. I'll skip breakfast.
With that,
He burrows back under the covers, cocooning himself in sleep. At times, he can be quite insufferable, even mimicking her speech. He seems to intuit her thoughts with unsettling accuracy, which is rather terrifying. Lin Shuangshuang contemplates giving him a playful slap on the arm but ultimately obediently swallows the medicine, then opens her memo. By the time she finishes her morning routine, she has pieced together most of the situation, leaving her feeling both guilty and a tad elated that Huo Ling did not truly push her away. How can he be so accommodating? In a fit of joy, she rushes to his bedside, pulling down his covers to reveal his profile. Huo Ling squints at her, a hint of annoyance in his eyes. What are you doing? He is clearly not in the best of moods. Lin Shuangshuang gazes at him intently for a few seconds before cupping his face and kissing him. Huo Ling is taken aback. I haven't even brushed my teeth. Although he had done so before sleeping, the unexpected kiss at dawn startles him. Lin Shuangshuang kisses him earnestly, her eyes wide open, biting his lip. Huo Ling, in a languid manner, allows her to indulge her whims. She relishes his laid-back demeanor, brash yet charming, and decides to climb onto the bed, determined to stay. Huo Ling, sensing a change in the atmosphere, suggests heading downstairs for breakfast, but Lin Shuangshuang declines, playfully insisting, I won't eat unless you do. As she playfully tugs at his blanket, Huo Ling raises an eyebrow. Are you sure? Lin Shuangshuang nods vigorously, reaching for his shirt, her desire for his physique evident. However, as she gazes at his toned muscles, she is momentarily entranced. The young Huo Ling had a lean, well-proportioned frame, but now his muscles exude an undeniable strength, leaving her breathless. Suddenly, a string of numbers flashes through her mind, prompting her to instinctively attempt to dismount. Huo Ling swiftly grabs her waist, rendering her immobile. She turns to him, noting the dangerous glint in his eyes, realizing her precarious position. The narrative continues as they navigate their complex realities, with Lin Shuangshuang finding herself enmeshed in both the warmth of their connection and the uncertainty of their past. Chapter 87. 6 million points. On the umpteenth day of their survival in this apocalyptic world, the little monster has spent the entire morning delighting in a rocking ride, feeling both joy and discomfort. Lin Shuangshuang lies motionless on the bed, having succumbed to a deep slumber. Huo Ling rises to change the bed linens, retrieving a spare blanket from the storage room to wrap the little pink-haired monster snugly before placing her on the couch. He then removes the tattered bedding, replacing it with new deep blue sheets that exude a sleep-inducing allure. Huo Ling places great importance on the quality of his living space, ensuring his bedroom reflects a proper ambience. While he favors a minimalist, dark-toned aesthetic, Lin Shuangshuang is drawn to vibrant colors. When she was around, his room was filled with hues. After her departure, however, the vibrancy faded, as seeing her would render him breathless, causing him immense pain. It seems, however, that color has returned. Huo Ling carries Lin Shuangshuang back to bed, draping a soft, creamy white blanket over her. This is a style she once adored, now enveloping her in warmth once more. He retrieves her pajamas, pink and white striped, and matching undergarments, along with her silk hair ties. All her belongings remain tucked away, as he refrains from allowing her to wear her old clothes, fearing that such nostalgia might reopen old wounds. Huo Ling grapples with his emotions, wary of losing control and inadvertently harming Lin Shuangshuang. Yet, with her return, the healing of his heart has commenced, albeit slowly. He recognizes that Lin Shuangshuang is the antidote to his suffering, and he will not grant her another chance to leave. The castle is a sanctuary, and ensnaring her is not a daunting task, even for someone as formidable as she. He shields his eyes from the tumult of emotions swirling within, brushing his fingers against her tear-stained eyelids. Lin Shuangshuang sleeps soundly, occasionally curling up under the blanket as her abdomen twinges, drifting into a deeper, more fragrant slumber. Huo Ling kisses her forehead tenderly before stepping away. After the bedroom door was closed, the room enveloped in tranquility, with the desk lamp casting a soft glow. Inside, Huo Ling's heart was equally tender. Having just washed up and descended the stairs, he was greeted by a cacophony of suppressed coughs emanating from the living room. Cough, 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 cough. Huo Ling observed the trio of onlookers, calmly taking a seat. If one had a cold, one should simply take medicine. Luo Na, suppressing a smile, insisted no, we are not unwell. She was overjoyed as her ship had finally sailed. She felt an overwhelming urge to roll in the snow outside. It was indeed a time of joyous celebrations. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe joined in the merriment, affirming that ultimately, the union of lovers was the best outcome. Their own captain Huo was a good man, and Lin Shuangshuang was equally commendable. If the two could resolve their misunderstandings, it would be nothing short of a monumental blessing. They were just shy of lighting a couple of firecrackers in celebration. Huo Ling remarked on their exaggeration, reminding them that they were about to arrive in East City and suggested they ponder what to purchase. He deftly shifted the topic. Luo Na and the others truly began to envision their plans, excitedly discussing how to spend their points. We need not worry about food now, but the more, the merrier. However, this time I might buy some other necessities, like daily supplies. I find the official weapons quite intriguing. Let us buy a few and have Brother Zhang recreate them for us. What a splendid idea. It allows Brother Zhang to learn something while we save money. Ha ha ha. Are you two devils? Brother Zhang will emerge from his retreat to find the sky has fallen. Although their mission had not been flawlessly executed, caught off guard by extreme weather, they had successfully completed the primary rescue task, saving the survivors from the academy, which warranted the awarding of 1 million points. Coupled with the additional 1 million points reward for defeating the town's lord, their haul was substantial, 6 million points in total, with each person receiving a significant share. Regrettably, the points were allocated based on the actual number of participants present, meaning that neither Brother Zhang nor Brother Zhao received any points. Otherwise, they could have accrued an additional 2 million points. It was indeed unfortunate, as the logistical personnel had contributed as well. However, it was understandable that the authorities did not include this in their calculations. After all, accounting for a team's logistical personnel could be quite complex. Nonetheless, the points earned by their side would be evenly distributed among the 7, as it would be unjust to withhold points from Zhao Pingsheng and Zhang Deipen simply because they had not engaged in combat. After all, the vehicle they drove and the weapons they used were crafted by Zhang Deipen, and the medicines for injuries and upgrades were researched by Zhao Pingsheng. Both had made considerable contributions. The small fortress, following Huo Ling's planned route, finally came to a halt not far from Yi City, and the 4 of them drove into the city. They continued with their self-service shopping. Luo Na purchased some cold-weather clothing, a few accessories, and stocked up on daily necessities for the team, such as toothpaste, tissues, and laundry detergent, along with sanitary pads for the girls, including a supply for Lin Shuangshuang. Turning her head, she noticed on the neighboring screen that Huo Ling was also selecting similar items, doing so with remarkable care, beyond sanitary pads. He had also chosen hair ties for girls, undergarments, thermal wear, thick socks, plush slippers, and specialized cleaning agents for undergarments. Luo Na was taken aback. How could someone so seemingly cold and privileged pay such meticulous attention to detail? No wonder he had a partner. Luo Na was filled with mixed emotions. Unsure of whom to envy more, Captain Huo for having such a charming and formidable girlfriend, or Lin Shuangshuang for having such a thoughtful and reliable boyfriend. She sincerely prayed that they would stay together. Huo Ling, expressionless, added a plethora of dessert ingredients to his cart and purchased a multitude of materials needed by Zhao Pingsheng and Zhang Deipen, selecting a few items he required for himself, while the remainder was devoted to vegetable seeds. Gao Lei hoarded a substantial amount of flour and then bought a few small weapons, such as a capture ball that would unfurl into a large net, capable of catching fish and limiting mutant creatures of 5 stars and below, though those of higher rank would escape capture. Wu Zhe procured a significant quantity of pollution-free meat, stocked up on various seasonings, and acquired 200 pounds of white sugar, buying each team member a thick winter hat with ear flaps, albeit they appeared somewhat silly. Luo Na exclaimed, "This is so ugly. Are we really buying this?" Wu Zhe confirmed with a click. "Look, it says right here in the product description that this hat is made from the fur of mutated bears, particularly warm." Gao Lei approved, stating that it looked cozy and he liked it. Luo Na recalled the biting cold wind outside that nearly froze one's wits away and shivered, thinking it was better to buy it than to have a frozen head. Lin Shuangshuang's points were credited through a video call from Huo Ling, aimed at the self-service screen, allowing her to select her items. Sleepily, she squinted and chose a large quantity of rice, still fearful of starving them all. Thus, stocking up on food was prudent, but since staple foods had a purchase limit, she opted for medicine instead, prioritizing the safety of everyone's lives above all else. Chapter 88. Grounded. The small fortress welcomed another batch of supplies, and the storage room was no longer barren. Lin Shuangshuang, after waking, felt considerably rejuvenated. Her innate strength had always been formidable. She wandered downstairs to watch her companions unloading the goods, observing the supplies being stocked. The temperature-controlled storage was filled with bag upon bag of rice and flour, neatly categorized and stacked high, providing a sense of security, alongside various grains, compressed biscuits, snacks, beverages, assorted canned goods, and some dried items like dried mushrooms and kelp. There was also an ample supply of seasonings. Wu Zhe joyfully shared his delight with Lin Shuangshuang, Sister Shuangshuang. "Look, those 2 large bags of sugar are what I just bought. We can let Xiao Yi and Xiao Er make desserts. No more fears of running out of sugar when making syrup." He patted his chest, declaring, "Our team is on the rise."
Luo Na,
Organizing items in the adjacent cold storage, chimed in, "Indeed. Our storage was once so empty that we had to account for every morsel we consumed. It was truly a struggle. Thankfully, we've stocked up considerably now." She smiled, adding, "When it comes to supplies, more is always better." Lin Shuangshuang nodded in agreement. Although she felt somewhat estranged from her teammates upon waking, she simultaneously felt a strong sense of familiarity with them. It was a bizarre sensation.
Gao Lei,
Tall and recently having experienced a growth spurt due to the activation of his abilities, was finding it increasingly effortless to move goods. He effortlessly carried 5 large boxes of milk, wondering, why did Brother Huo buy so much milk? Wu Zhe glanced back, noting, the top 2 boxes of fresh milk must be refrigerated. Their shelf life is only 18 days, while the bottom 3 boxes can be stored at room temperature and last a year. Although time within the spatial realm stood still, keeping all supplies inside was not safe. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, he thought. One cannot place all eggs in one basket. This is much safer. Huo Ling instructed them to store the majority of the supplies in the small fortress, a portion in the spatial anomaly, and some with Lin Shuangshuang. This arrangement was a guarantee of safety. Although Lin Shuangshuang was not well acquainted with them, she inexplicably enjoyed listening to their conversations, as they imbued her with a strong sense of life, providing a reassuring feeling within her heart. Unlike before, when her heart felt adrift like floating duckweed, lacking roots and empty inside, she now felt complete. Lin Shuangshuang also lent a hand, initially being told by the trio to rest, but seeing that she was genuinely okay. They eventually allowed her to assist with organizing. Later, Luo Na approached her, winking, "So, how is it? Little Shuangshuang, have you reconciled with Captain Huo?"
I can tell you must have.
Lin Shuangshuang was momentarily at a loss for words. Upon careful reflection, she realized that while they had indeed reconciled, they had yet to truly rekindle their relationship. A definitive answer eluded her. Luo Na, suddenly covering her mouth, exclaimed with delight, "Wow, you two are truly... Congratulations. I knew it. The fact that you both could sleep until noon means there must be something going on with Team Captain Huo, huh?" Her laughter was infectious. When he came downstairs, her joy was palpable. The 3 of them could see that he was in high spirits, which suggested a significant improvement in their relationship. Luo Na was positively beaming. Lin Shuangshuang felt an urge to cover her mouth, embarrassed by the creature's exuberance. "Please don't laugh," she implored. Luo Na quickly responded with a playful grin. All right. But it's only a matter of time before you two get back together. When 2 people care for each other, they never truly part." Lin Shuangshuang was taken aback by this insight. Was it really so?
Luona smiled gently.
Removing her gloves to poke Lin Shuangshuang's cheek playfully. Indeed. Lin Shuangshuang managed a small smile, murmuring a heartfelt thank you. Although she was unsure why she felt compelled to express gratitude, she appreciated Luo Na's willingness to communicate and her acceptance of Lin Shuangshuang's memory lapses. Luo Na nudged her shoulder. Oh, come on. No need for formalities between us. She teased, right? Little Shuangshuang? We're just fine, aren't we? Lin Shuangshuang couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes brightening with joy. Yes, even though I don't remember you, I feel that we share a wonderful bond. Luo Na's heart soared with happiness as she mimicked a playful tone. Yes, yes. They exchanged whispers, their camaraderie evident. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe, meanwhile, did not interrupt, diligently organizing supplies. Upon noticing the two girls sharing a moment, they felt a sense of warmth. The only two girls in the team were clearly enjoying each other's company. Their happiness was palpable, and Gao Lei and Wu Zhe felt reassured by the sight. A unified team is indeed a blessing. Although Lin Shuangshuang had previously harbored no animosity towards them, she had maintained a certain distance. However, that distance was gradually diminishing, a phenomenon unrelated to her memory reset. Humanity relies not solely on memory but also on other forms of perception. Lin Shuangshuang found them both familiar and strange. Yet this did not hinder her from trusting them and wholeheartedly accepting them as her teammates. Huo Ling took great pleasure in witnessing Lin Shuangshuang's integration into the group. He was more delighted than anyone that she had made new friends. Sensing Huo Ling's gaze upon her, Lin Shuangshuang promptly inquired, "Is it cold outside?"
Luona,
Noticing the shift, quickly excused herself, allowing the young couple some privacy. "You two chat. I need to remove the tags from some new clothes I bought," she remarked cheerfully. This time, she had indeed found some outfits she adored and was eager to try them on. Lin Shuangshuang nodded in agreement, and Huo Ling encouraged, "Go ahead." Luo Na made a swift exit, having nearly finished organizing her belongings, leaving only her personal items. In the living room, she called upon Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu to assist her in carrying things upstairs. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi and Xiao Er were busy sorting food in the freezer. With Xiao San and Xiao Si also present, the four little AI robots were chattering animatedly. "Why do you two cooks need to interfere with our tasks?" one exclaimed. "Exactly. This is how things should be arranged." Another protested. "You two do chores every day. How would you know how to arrange things conveniently for us?" Came the retort. "Precisely." They chorused. "Aren't you supposed to be resting? Let me and Xiao Si handle this, all right?" "No way, Xiao Er and I can manage just fine. We don't want you two claiming we only watch dramas. Why are you both competing for our job? Xiao San and I are clearing out the freezer. It's all frozen over. Organizing supplies is just a side task. We don't mind the hassle. Let me do it." "No, let me. I'm just trying to help you both take a break." "Nonsense, you have ulterior motives." The competition among the four little robots was indeed a curious sight. Later, Lin Shuangshuang learned that Zhang Deipen had implemented a reward system with little red flowers to minimize their quarrels, hoping that keeping them busy would prevent disputes. Yet, now they were competing for tasks, behaving quite human-like and amusingly. Chapter 89, Pressure. Outside, snowflakes fell like feathers as the little castle continued its journey, albeit with some difficulty. The energy consumption during snowy weather was increasing, and their fuel was the rare core. Fortunately, they had an abundance of these cores. Having amassed quite a supply after completing a large-scale mission that involved vanquishing numerous zombies and mutated creatures, Zhao Pingsheng and Zhang Deipen were exceedingly busy, their tasks seemingly endless. However, they both cherished their work and found joy in their responsibilities. After his retreat, Zhang Deipen seldom emerged, while Zhao Pingsheng occasionally reminded the others to focus on upgrading, thus initiating another round of core potion production. This time, though, the side effects were significantly reduced. Luo Na and the others felt much more comfortable. Zhao was truly a genius. Their praises were unending. Huo Ling sat on the main sofa, fixated on the large screen as the little castle continued its journey inland, albeit at a slower pace. Wu Zhe munched on potato chips, curious about their slow progress in the heavy snowfall. "Why don't we stop until the snow lets up?" he asked. Huo Ling, focused on the screen, also glanced down at his intelligent brain's display, catching up on the latest news, knowing that online information could be crucial. For instance, other survivors and ability users often reported sightings of mutated creatures, especially higher-tier ones, and knowing their locations could greatly reduce the risk of encounters. Avoiding direct confrontation was the wisest strategy. As the captain, Huo Ling felt it was his duty to ensure the safety of every team member, avoiding unnecessary risks whenever possible. Lin Shuangshuang, observing nearby, was astonished to find her pollution levels had dropped below 90. She decided to attempt activating her abilities. Her powers were of both water and electricity, a rare dual-element ability. Suddenly, a water sphere appeared in her hand, rippling with potential energy. With a mere thought, pink electric currents enveloped the sphere, marking the awakening of her powers. In that moment, Huo Ling, Luo Na, and the others felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger, a visceral fear that stemmed from deep within their souls, compelling them to kneel in submission. They all turned to look at her simultaneously, realizing the effect of her powers. Lin Shuangshuang quickly dissipated the electrified water sphere, apologizing, "I'm sorry, did I scare you?" Huo Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Wu Zhe gasped for breath, feeling as if he had just escaped death. "I could hardly breathe," he exclaimed. Gao Lei nodded in agreement. "Me too. I got goosebumps all over." His palms felt icy. Luo Na sighed in relief, her voice trembling. "Oh my, what an overwhelming presence. Is this what they call pressure?"
Terrifying.
"Incredible. I felt like I wanted to tremble and kneel." Gao Lei and Wu Zhe nodded vigorously. "So powerful. Amazing." Lin Shuangshuang felt a fleeting moment of helplessness, her mind racing with thoughts of how she had frightened them. What should she do? Would they hold disdain for her differences? Would they fear the notion of her being a monster? An unsettling uncertainty gnawed at her, inducing a slight panic. Instinctively, she reached for Huo Ling's hand, who stood beside her. He did not shy away, but instead clasped her hand within his, gradually instilling a sense of calm within Lin Shuangshuang, though a trace of anxiety lingered. Yet, her teammates remained unfazed. They did not fear or despise her. Rather, they appeared somewhat exhilarated. Rona suddenly inquired, "Shuang, have you activated your powers?" Wu Zhe exclaimed, "Wow, that's incredible. Is this what dual abilities look like?" Gao Lei remarked, "Water and electricity combined? That's remarkably lethal." Given that water conducts electricity, Lin Shuangshuang exhaled a sigh of relief. Her greatest fear was that those dear to Huo Ling would not accept her. As for Huo Ling himself, she was certain he would not harbor any dislike for her. Observing their camaraderie put her at ease, prompting her to share her abilities. "My inherent power is neurotoxin. When I utilize my abilities, it's advisable for you to maintain a safe distance, as it can be perilous." In essence, she could wield not just dual elemental powers but also the toxin from her inherent ability to incapacitate or eliminate specific targets. Rona and the others expressed their awe, their faces alight with admiration and envy. "That's phenomenal. We've got this in the bag, with Shuang on our side." "How splendid." Lin Shuangshuang elaborated on her neurotoxin's delivery methods, firstly, through her abilities, and secondly, via her hair. The sensation of being stung by a jellyfish was akin to the experience of being pricked by numerous tiny needles simultaneously, or being stung by a bee, typically dispersed over a region. It would be followed by an intense burning sensation, escalating into a stinging pain, akin to skin contact with scalding water, chilly oil, or a heated wire, persisting for several minutes to tens of minutes, growing increasingly severe. Rona and her companions winced, as if they could feel it themselves. "Just hearing about it is dreadful. Is there an antidote?" Lin Shuangshuang shook her head. Typically, jellyfish venom comprises 3 types: neurotoxins, cytotoxins, and hemolycins, not merely neurotoxins. However, due to a genetic anomaly, her neurotoxin was more potent, while the other 2 were comparatively weaker. Thus, her primary offensive capability lay within the neurotoxin, the most fearsome of the 3, as it directly assaults the nervous system. Neurotoxins are the culprits behind systemic symptoms during severe stings, as they disrupt signaling between nerve cells, affecting muscles, heart, and respiratory functions. They can induce excruciating pain, muscle spasms, paralysis, respiratory distress, arrhythmias, or even cardiac arrest, potentially leading to death within minutes. At her peak, her toxin could result in death within 3 seconds. Rona and her companions gasped, a chill running down their spines, mixed with excitement. They instinctively feared such power, yet felt elated to have someone with such formidable abilities among them. Rona curiously asked Shuang, "How do you remember all this?" "You didn't." Lin Shuangshuang nodded, affirming that this knowledge seemed ingrained, akin to common sense. Wu Zhe interjected, "I get it. Just like reciting a well-memorized text. You can regurgitate it without a second thought." Lin Shuangshuang smiled and nodded, prompting laughter from Rona and the others. However, Huo Ling was concerned about one issue. Why reveal her trump card? It struck him as a lack of prudence. His brow furrowed tightly, his eyes reflecting disapproval. Rona and her companions quickly echoed his sentiments. Indeed. Why share this with us? One should conceal their secret weapons. Lin Shuangshuang paused, reasoning that as teammates, it was only natural to share personal information for the sake of strategic advantage. Chapter 90. The Pinnacle of Power. This sentiment deeply moved Rona and the others, who couldn't help but regard her with affectionate admiration. Shuanger is wonderful. Huo Ling appeared exasperated, yet he trusted that Lin Shuangshuang would not divulge this to outsiders, as everyone within this small fortress was trustworthy. He refrained from further comment. After a brief respite, everyone returned to their respective tasks. Zhao Pingxing descended from upstairs, catching each of them to administer an injection, as the current serum had minimal side effects. However, he was ruthless, carefully adjusting the dosage, adding more energy cores and using higher-grade cores. After Wu Zhe received his injection, he exclaimed, "Wow, I feel a bit fiery." Gao Lei added, "I'm sweating." Rona's cheeks flushed crimson. "Zhao, how much did you administer?" She was in a fluster. Huo Ling frowned. Zhao Pingxing accessed his screen, observing their reactions while recording. "Not much, just a tad more than your initial reactions. What levels are you at now? What were you before? Rest assured, you can handle it. Leveling up is imperative. Understood?" He instructed them to heed his guidance without question. Zhao Pingxing administered the serum to himself first, having experienced its effects firsthand before giving it to his teammates. Rona and her companions cautiously accepted the serums, drinking them obediently. Huo Ling examined his before taking a sip. Zhao Pingxing suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, urging him to hurry. Huo Ling shot him a cryptic glance, as if suspecting foul play, yet he still drank. Zhao Pingxing chuckled, ready to say, "How could that be?" but recalled the last batch of enhanced serum, clearing his throat and turning to Lin Shuangshuang. "Shuanger, your contamination level has dropped to 84%. You can safely use some oral serums to gradually level up." Lin Shuangshuang waved her hand, water infused with pink electricity swirling gracefully around her fingers. "That's great. But it seems I've already reached my max level?" Huo Ling and Rona turned to her in shock. "What do you mean? Max level?" Zhao Pingxing was also taken aback. "You can't level up any further? I understood your level was beyond my comprehension, but to be at max level already?" Lin Shuangshuang, slightly embarrassed, explained, "Because this energy is merely a drop in the ocean for me. It's akin to pouring a cup of water into the sea. With this minimal energy, it's challenging to break through." Her vague recollection indicated that she had indeed reached her maximum level, and further progression would likely take centuries. It was a protracted process. For the time being, no one surpassed her. She was merely constrained by her contamination level, otherwise, she could easily suppress the existing mutated beings. Rona and the others exclaimed in unison, "Wow, a max-level powerhouse is on our team. How exhilarating. Who understands this? We're invincible. Sister Shuangshuang is incredibly strong." Huo Ling raised an eyebrow, his eyes brimming with pride. "Whose little monster is this formidable?" "Mine," he replied. Zhao Pingxing adjusted his glasses, nodding in agreement. "I comprehend now. This presents quite the challenge. I will revise the treatment plan for Shuangshuang, temporarily shifting the focus from leveling up to primarily suppressing your pollution levels." Lin Shuangshuang nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude. "Dr. Zhao, you are truly remarkable, beyond ordinary prowess." She had not anticipated that he could actually produce pills to suppress pollution levels. With Lin Shuangshuang's pollution levels decreasing significantly, her mind became increasingly lucid. If he could manufacture these pills in abundance, the authorities would be quite eager to acquire them, provided that they possessed the strength to protect him. Although the officials would send personnel for his protection, such measures would likely infringe upon his freedom. Nonetheless, this medication could potentially aid many individuals. He could also apply for a patent, ensuring a lifetime free from financial worries regarding experimental funding. Zhao Pingxing's eyes lit up. "Thank you for your suggestion. I will give it careful consideration." Lin Shuangshuang nodded, dismissing the need for gratitude. Her current ability level was equivalent to a 6th-tier ordinary ability user, which was quite formidable, sufficient for her to single-handedly topple an entire city. Although she could not return to her peak state, she was content with her progress. Zhao Pingxing had some inquiries but glanced at Huo Ling. Huo Ling, having just administered the medication, looked a bit drained but returned Zhao Pingxing's gaze, questioning, "What is it?" Lin Shuangshuang noticed Zhao Pingshen's hesitant expression and kindly offered, Dr. Zhao, do you have any questions? You may ask. Zhao Pingsheng exhaled with relief. Thank you. I am quite curious about your origins. Upon hearing this, Huo Ling frowned, ready to interject. Lin Shuangshuang placed a hand on his, feeling the warmth of his grip. Her rationality had heightened due to the reduction in pollution levels, rendering her notably calm. She expressed her willingness to share her existing memories with them. However, there are certain things I still cannot recall, and I am unable to disclose details covered by confidentiality agreements. I apologize. Zhao Pingshen quickly replied, No. You need not apologize. As long as you do not feel offended, that is sufficient. Rona and the others echoed that there was no need to force any disclosures. Whatever could be shared was welcome. Indeed, what are confidentiality agreements? Huo Ling cast a deep glance at Lin Shuangshuang, feeling an unexpected sense of tension. Lin Shuangshuang tightened her grip on his hand and began, My background is rather straightforward. It originates from an experiment. In the early 2000s, a group of mad scientists was conducting secret experiments, resulting in a batch of humanoid weapons embedded with various plant and animal genes. However, due to the initial trials, many test subjects perished, leaving only 9 survivors, and my designation was 001. The researchers initially aimed to cultivate them for sale at a high price. But in 2029, an apocalyptic signal from an extraterrestrial source was received, heralding the onset of the apocalypse, and a plethora of experiments aimed at resisting it emerged. At this moment, the humanoid weapon plan was officially initiated by the authorities. Chapter 91. New task. Upon hearing 2029, Huo Ling instinctively cast a glance at Lin Shuangshuang, falling into deep contemplation. That was the year Lin Shuangshuang departed, a year he could never forget. Zhao Pingsheng also remembered, for it was the year Huo Ling had begun weeping by his bedside. He shuddered involuntarily. It was too haunting. However, he had lost track of time while posing his questions. Lin Shuangshuang had only just begun to respond when the clock struck 6 in the evening. The tolling of the bell jolted everyone present from their reverie, and they immediately turned their attention to Lin Shuangshuang. With a snap, Lin Shuangshuang's expression brightened, her gaze sharpening with awareness as she scanned the room, ultimately locking onto Huo Ling's figure. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Huo Ling. It's Huo Ling. Delight radiated from her. She dashed into Huo Ling's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck as though they were reuniting after a long separation, her joy palpable. Huo Ling regarded her with a complex expression, wrapping his arms around her waist to prevent her from toppling over. He suppressed his emotions and replied hoarsely, Yes, it's me. Zhao Pingsheng sighed. Let's discuss this later. I will surely develop a more effective medication next time, breaking this 24-hour curse. It shouldn't be this way. Logically, with the reduction of pollution levels, her memory capacity should also enhance. Why is it still like this? He felt a wave of frustration. Rona and the others felt a pang of sorrow. Initially, they found the 7-second memory novelty intriguing, but as they grew more familiar with Lin Shuangshuang's condition, each instance of her memory loss tugged at their hearts. Observing her happily clinging to Huo Ling, trying to cheer him up, it was difficult to reconcile the calm girl from moments prior with the adorable girl before them. Despite both being the same person, such circumstances were utterly uncontrollable. Rona and the others felt deep sympathy for Lin Shuangshuang, their hearts aching. Lin Shuangshuang kissed Huo Ling several times, asking if he missed her. I do, he replied. The little monster beamed with happiness, turning to the others, her eyes now wary, followed by confusion as she inquired, And who are you all? Rona gasped, nearly bursting into tears. This was reminiscent of Alzheimer's disease. Her grandmother had suffered from the same affliction. The thought made it all the more painful. 3 minutes later, after reviewing her notes, Lin Shuangshuang's cheeks flushed crimson as she sheepishly slid off Huo Ling's lap, retreating to a corner of the sofa, feeling guilty. Seeing Rona's sorrowful expression, she even attempted to console her, advising her not to be upset. Rona let out a wail and began to cry. Lin Shuangshuang was at a loss. Why are you crying? Rona sobbed. Oh, I feel so sorry for you. Lin Shuangshuang, lacking experience in comforting others, glanced at Huo Ling for guidance. Noticing his lack of reaction, she approached Rona and gently patted her. Rona cried harder than Lin Shuangshuang herself, lamenting, You two are too tragic. I never read tragic stories. Yet here I am, entangled in your sorrow without knowing the conclusion. The mere thought of it was heart-wrenching. Gao Lei interjected, While you may not indulge in tragic tales, you do follow ships, right? How many of your ships have sunk? Rona looked at Gao Lei in shock, her lips trembling. You. Wu Zhe glanced around in confusion. Huo Ling chuckled softly. Zhao Pingshen's eyes sparkled with amusement. Gao Lei could be quite sharp-tongued at times. Rona lunged at Gao Lei, threatening to execute him on the spot. Do you believe I could end your life? You have no heart. The brief melancholy was dispelled by their playful banter. Suddenly, Zhao Pingshen's tablet chimed, signaling a new task from the official account he closely monitored. There's a mission to escort supplies. Are we taking it? The danger level is not too high, and the location is nearby. Huo Ling expressed interest, do tell. Rona and the others ceased their playful antics, eager to learn more. What is the task? I want to see. Zhao, send me the link. If the danger level is low, we must accept it. The trio had already tasted the sweetness of rewards, and the official points were indeed enticing. Shopping was quite enjoyable as well. This is akin to the days before the apocalypse, where taking on a job felt like earning a little extra. Why not indulge in it? Lin Shuangshuang continued to surreptitiously peruse her notes. The longer she remained with this team, the more events accumulated within her memos. She had spent longer hours reviewing them. However, the foremost entry now cautioned her to be wary of Huo Ling peeking at her notes. Thus, she stealthily revised her material. Huo Ling cast a glance her way, sometimes finding her irresistibly endearing, remarking that if she sat upright, no one would be able to pry into her notes, so she need not worry. Lin Shuangshuang remained skeptical, casting a dubious look at him, dismissing his reassurances. At times, he could be quite mischievous. Huo Ling chuckled in exasperation. He knew her password already, having seen it repeated countless times. Naturally, she was privy to his password as well. He ceased to tease her, allowing her to be, and turned his attention to Zhao Pingsheng. Zhao Pingsheng shared the mission link in the group chat, detailing the task ahead, the escorting of supplies across a route where 6-star mutated creatures might appear, compounded by the frigid temperatures of -50 to 60 degrees Celsius. Escorting the goods would not be a trivial endeavor, yet the destination was familiar, the survivor base in City E, commencing from a certain village. It was said that this village had begun extensive cultivation of crops, and these mutated plants bore a notably low pollution level, rendering them edible to humans. Despite the chaos in the city, life in the village appeared somewhat better, gradually returning to normalcy. Luo Na expressed her astonishment. In such frigid conditions, how can crops survive? Wu Zhe was equally taken aback. Is that even possible? Gao Lei also shared their shock. Zhao Pingsheng remained unruffled, asserting that it was not surprising. All life on the planet was evolving, and with human ability, it was only natural for mutated plants to exist. These edible vegetables were akin to rational mutated animals, belonging to the category of low-pollution flora and fauna. He found it all rather intriguing, brimming with excitement over the prospect of research, ensuring that his days would not be dull. Adjusting his glasses, Zhao Pingsheng noted that this mission would yield fewer points, as it spanned a mere 800 kilometers, offering 80,000 points to each participant. Shall we take it? Luo Na and her companions turned to Huo Ling. Captain Huo, shall we proceed? Even the smallest of creatures is still meat, right? Let us accept the task. Huo Ling observed their eager expressions and nodded. Let us go for it. The temperature outside had stabilized, and the escort route was relatively open, making it easier to withdraw if necessary, thus proving safer than the complexities of the urban landscape of City L, where the temperature could still drop unpredictably amidst the lurking threats of several high-star mutated beasts, not to mention their own discomfort from the cold. Hence, they decided to evacuate. Now, having advanced a level in their abilities, their resistance to cold had significantly improved, complemented by the warm gear available at the castle. Thus, venturing outside posed little issue. Chapter 92. A smooth arrival. Zhao Pingsheng pressed the button to accept the mission. And in the next moment, a familiar electronic voice chimed, "You have a new task accepted." The mission page popped up, and everyone's wristbands received the notification. With a countdown of 2 days remaining, Huo Ling submitted the route, and the little castle promptly set off, moving at a swifter pace through the wind and snow. Along the way, neither mutated creatures nor zombies posed a threat to their mechanical crab-like vehicle. After Zhao Pingsheng had finished outlining the situation, he ascended the stairs, reminding them to contact him if any issues arose. The group bid him farewell and settled in the living room to observe the large screen. Little 1 and Little 2 had prepared cake and warm beverages, which Little 3 and Little 4 delivered. Little 5 and Little 6 returned from their routine patrol to lounge at Luo Na's feet. Wu Zhe sipped his hot cocoa, gazing out at the vast expanse of snow, exclaiming, "I've truly made it. I can witness such a grand snowfall." A once-in-a-thousand-year event. Luo Na nestled on the sofa, clutching a cushion, intently watching the surveillance feed. Has anyone noticed that the marine life we previously encountered has vanished? Yet these zombies are still moving about. How disgusting. Why haven't they frozen to death? Gao Lei found it equally bizarre. We can hardly endure being outside for a while. Yet these zombies have not turned into ice pops. Their physiology is truly peculiar. Huo Ling remarked, invasive species tend to be robust. Thus, the zombie virus is undoubtedly complex. Lin Shuangshuang, savoring a small cake, felt a wave of happiness wash over her, unable to resist squinting in delight. The cozy little living room exuded warmth. Luo Na, too, felt an unexpected surge of joy, musing that if things could remain this way, it wouldn't be so bad. Gao Lei reminded her to stay grounded. In a couple of days, we'll have to carry out our mission. Luo Na clenched her fist, lamenting the burdensome work, yet the allure of points was irresistible. Moreover, the quality of goods sold at the base was top-notch. It surpassed even the pre-apocalyptic standard of quality assurance. Wu Zhe, grinning foolishly, mused, I don't know about other things, but with our current stockpile, I feel incredibly secure. We have nothing to worry about. This stockpile could sustain all 7 of them for nearly a decade without issue. Furthermore, the castle's storage boasted special craftsmanship, ensuring that the supplies would not spoil. Huo Ling pondered Lin Shuangshuang's background, analyzing several possibilities in his mind. Her departure likely had ties to the authorities, as that year marked the establishment of the humanoid weapon experiment, implying that her previous laboratory had been assimilated. Lin Shuangshuang, enjoying her cake, leaned closer to Huo Ling to whisper, for the second time. Huo Ling returned to reality, looking down at her and inquiring, what? Lin Shuangshuang's words carried the sweet essence of cake. For the second time, you've made me cake. She had noted this in her memo. Having just realized it despite the absence of that memory, her mind felt empty, yet she found joy in the thought. Huo Ling chuckled. You think I made it just for you? Everyone had some. Lin Shuangshuang shifted back, scooping another large spoonful of maple syrup cake. I knew it. Huo Ling chose not to engage in further childish banter, as a leader ought to maintain a semblance of maturity. The destination for this mission felt vaguely familiar. Wu Zhe smacked his thigh, recalling, ISNT that the village of that inspirational brother from last time. You remember, right? The one who taught everyone how to avoid danger when the apocalypse first began. Luo Na chimed in, oh, that's it. It was quite popular. I wondered why it seemed so familiar. Gao Lei struggled to recall the details. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Na teased him, it's no surprise you wouldn't remember. You hardly pay attention to these things. Gao Lei retorted, who says? As the two engaged in their playful argument, Wu Zhe interjected, urging them not to focus on trivial matters, emphasizing that the real importance lay in the village's vegetables. This rare opportunity to visit could yield seeds and crops in exchange. Huo Ling added, Xiao Zhe reminded me of that. Without the official base as a middleman, we could potentially save points by trading directly with them. Wu Zhe excitedly slapped his thigh. Yes. That's exactly what I mean. With a few enthusiastic claps, he accidentally hit his thighs too forcefully, striking Luo Na and Gao Lei instead, prompting them to yelp in surprise. Wu Zhe quickly apologized. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I got too excited. Luo Na collapsed onto the sofa, whining. Was that intentional? Gao Lei rubbed his thigh, still reeling from the unexpected jolt. The abilities of the supernatural beings should not be underestimated. The two rolled up their pant legs, revealing reddened skin. Gao Lei and Rona were taken aback. Wu Zhe quickly offered apologies and reassurances, promising to buy them gifts as compensation next time. Gao Lei and Rona understood that it was not intentional. They exaggerated their reactions, playfully teasing for gifts like children. Wu Zhe felt guilty. Huo Ling clicked his tongue, noting how they were also deceiving the children for gifts. Wu Zhe was bewildered. Gao Lei and Rona laughed heartily, realizing that the redness didn't hurt as much as it appeared. Supernatural beings had tough skin and resilient bodies. Lin Shuangshuang observed their antics and found the little group quite amusing. While they barely touched the cake, she diligently indulged in it herself. Given her portion was substantial, she knew she had to eat quietly for a while to finish it all. Rona, noticing her, warned, Shuang, don't overeat. We still have dinner to look forward to. Let us put the cake in the fridge for a bit. Overnight cake is much tastier. Lin Shuangshuang nodded in agreement. Although overnight cake was indeed delicious, she typically didn't leave it until the next day. She would sneak bites like a little mouse throughout the evening. If she didn't finish it, the thought of the cake would linger in her mind all night. Once Huo Ling recognized this habit, he refrained from buying her large cakes, fearing she would stay awake obsessing over it and worrying about her health. Huo Ling wore an enigmatic smile. Though he averted his gaze from Lin Shuangshuang, she knew he was smiling at her, and in a huff, she retorted, "Humph." Huo Ling glanced at her. "What else with a huff?" Lin Shuangshuang boldly replied, "Just a huff. Who told you to laugh at my cravings?" Huo Ling found her antics amusing. She was endearingly silly, yet paradoxically, a formidable weapon. It made his heart ache a little. Another mundane day passed, yet it was filled with happiness. They enjoyed a hearty dinner, oblivious to the snowstorm raging outside. 2 days later, upon reaching the vicinity of their mission destination, Huo Ling drove Lin Shuangshuang and the others toward a village 2 kilometers away. With the official passcode in their wristbands, they traveled smoothly and arrived without incident. At the village entrance, a registration point was established. All outsiders were required to present a pass or official passcode. Chapter 93. The Village. The village was surrounded by an electric fence, towering around 5 meters high, its edges obscured from view. The registration point was a small hut adjacent to the main gate, with a table set outside. The villagers were bundled in thick clothing, appearing fully equipped against the cold, even sporting the newly issued protective goggles.
"Ah, welcome, welcome.
"Please, come inside," beckoned several village officials with cheerful expressions. "Our vegetables aren't fully loaded yet, so we kindly ask you to stay a few more days. Rest assured, we've arranged accommodations for you." Huo Ling found it difficult to refuse, replying, "All right, please expedite the process." The longer their mission took, the fewer tasks they could undertake. The village officials readily agreed, stating that many villagers had returned after the apocalypse struck, and with more people, they could expedite the loading process. The villagers were fully equipped against the cold, and so were Huo Ling and Lin Shuangshuang, with all 5 of them bundled up tightly. The new village leader guided them, climbing into their vehicle as Gao Lei drove, with the leader seated in the passenger seat.
You can call me Xiao Tian."
"And what do you all go by?" he inquired, his demeanor amiable. He looked familiar. He was the internet celebrity they had seen in a video, the one with the black dog as his avatar. The 5 of them introduced themselves in turn. "You can just call me Huo Ling. I'm Lin Shuangshuang. I'm Rona. I'm Xiaozhe. I'm Gao Lei." They all presented themselves as well-mannered individuals. Brother Xiao Tian, at 45 years old, had a wife aged 44, 2 children, and 4 elderly relatives. Despite this, he remained calm and collected, swiftly relocating his family and successfully escaping the initial wave of disaster. Wu Zhe couldn't help but compliment him. "Brother, your reflexes are incredible." Rona remarked, 8 people relocated so swiftly, that's truly impressive. Gao Lei nodded in agreement. Brother Xiao Tian, a jovial man, laughed heartily at their praises. "Oh,
You flatter me."
I was terrified too, but what could I do? My family was counting on me to make decisions. If I panicked, there would be no solutions. He recounted how he had almost thought they would lose their home, relieved that it remained intact after the rain receded. Initially, the village was chaotic. Despite its sparsely populated nature compared to the city, the survivors lacked experience in dealing with the crisis, resulting in several casualties. It was only when supernatural beings began to emerge in greater numbers that they started to fight back, gradually clearing out the mud and remains. The village slowly returned to a semblance of peace, erecting tall protective fences. There's always a way out. In this world, there are mutated flora and fauna, zombies, and supernatural beings like us, along with this transformed land. Brother Xiao Tian exclaimed with optimism, laughing heartily. Who would have thought? Whatever we plant grows swiftly and abundantly. Even a single pumpkin can weigh hundreds of pounds. We can't finish eating them all. He added, in the past, we had to flee to the city for food. But now it's the opposite. If we don't guard this land, we'll starve. His words conveyed a sense of gratitude, as he was among the first to lead children and the elderly back to the countryside. Huo Ling deduced from his words that Brother Xiao Tian possessed remarkable crisis anticipation skills, explaining why he could become the village leader. It was fortunate he was not malicious. Otherwise, he could have posed a danger. The villagers trusted him implicitly. Brother Xiao Tian gestured for them to park by the roadside. Let us stop here. The narrow paths inside make turning around difficult. We'll walk a few steps. They were assigned to the best small building. During the last major earthquake, we weren't spared either. Some old houses collapsed and were demolished, but the remaining ones are safe, reinforced by supernatural beings. You can rest assured. We now share communal meals. Just head straight down this road to the public dining hall. You 5 can dine directly. I've informed everyone below. I have some matters to attend to, so please feel free to rest or explore outside. Brother Xiao Tian assured them of the village as safety, stating that the villagers were unafraid of strangers, as only those deemed absolutely safe were permitted entry. Huo Ling expressed his gratitude.
No.
We should be thanking you for coming to help escort the supplies. Without your assistance, we wouldn't know if these goods would reach the East City survivor base smoothly, he replied, insisting they should simply enjoy their stay and meals without concern. After taking a phone call, he departed. Rona couldn't stop praising Wow. This brother is genuinely sincere. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe wholeheartedly agreed. Lin Shuangshuang surveyed her surroundings, confirming everything was satisfactory before feeling at ease. She didn't trust what others said, she only believed what she could see. Huo Ling utilized his psychic abilities to scan the surroundings, confirming that there were indeed no issues. Let us proceed inside, he suggested. The temperature plummeted to a chilling -50 or 60 degrees. The world outside the small castle felt utterly alien, akin to living on a different planet, with a blanket of white encompassing everything. Icicles hung from the eaves like glistening daggers. Upon entering, Rona remarked, "Wow, look at this. The heating system is operational. No wonder it's so warm in here." Gao Lei and Wu Zhe leaned in for a closer look, genuinely impressed. Is this the treatment for esteemed guests? Quite lavish. Huo Ling, having broken through to the 6th tier, now possessed formidable mental strength. Upon entering, he instantly discerned the layout of the small building and the number of rooms available. I'll take the small single room on the top floor. You all can choose your own. He preferred a place with a good view and tranquility. And his teammates understood this well. All right, no problem. They responded in unison. Huo Ling then turned to Lin Shuangshuang, who promptly declared, I'll sleep with you. He did not decline. Rona, witnessing this exchange, could hardly contain her amusement and turned to Gao Lei, her eyes sparkling with delight, as if to say, oh my gosh. He refuse. They're going to share a room tonight. Gao Lei gave her a thumbs up, teasing, you're the first to ship them right under the main character's nose. Rona chuckled, oh, you flatter me. She feigned modesty. Wu Zhe, perplexed by their banter, interjected, what are you two up to? Rona affectionately ruffled his hair. Oh dear, some things are better left unknown for you. Wu Zhe bristled in protest. What? Who are you calling a child? I'm 18. Gao Lei teased. 18 is still young. Why rush to adulthood? Chapter 94. The Enthusiastic Villagers. The small house was adequately heated, and after organizing their luggage, the group prepared to explore the village. Dressed in thick coats, Lin Shuangshuang had Huo Ling drape a scarf around her neck. Rona and the others were chattering animatedly ahead, while Wu Zhe, emboldened by his upgraded powers and layered clothing, felt comfortable enough to frolic in the snow without worrying about contaminants. This snow is incredible. I've never seen such thick snow in my life. Wu Zhe exclaimed, stepping into a pile and hearing it crunch beneath him. Gao Lei retorted, you've probably never seen thin snow either. This your first encounter with snow? Wu Zhe urged him to be quiet. Rona laughed heartily. Did you hear that? Xiao She is calling you out. The three of them continued their playful banter, ensuring to leave ample space for the young couple behind, not wanting to be awkward third wheels. Lin Shuangshuang grasped Huo Ling's arm, trying to keep pace with him. He appeared relaxed, half closing his eyes as they strolled. They had walked together before, usually under the cover of night, or amidst bustling streets without bodyguards or surveillance, stealing moments of intimacy. This open display of affection in broad daylight was a rarity. Are you cold, Huo Ling? Lin Shuangshuang inquired. Not at all, he replied, his tone devoid of warmth but less harsh than before. She felt a surge of happiness at this change. He had initially been quite standoffish, pushing her away. But now he was different. She noted her efforts had borne fruit. If only I could hold your hand without the gloves, she mused, wishing for direct contact. As she enjoyed the warmth of his skin, Huo Ling, with his hands tucked into his pockets, glanced at her. What about your hands? Are you not worried about freezing them at this temperature? Lin Shuangshuang smiled. Of course I want to hold your hand. Huo Ling smirked. You're quite the charmer. She quickly retorted. Only for you. Her quick wit had improved. Although Huo Ling was reluctant to admit it, he couldn't suppress a smile. You're quite the clingy one, he teased. Sensing the underlying affection in his tone, Lin Shuangshuang tightened her grip on his arm, happily nestling against him as they walked. Just sticking with you. Huo Ling couldn't help but smile. In such frigid weather, standing beside the one who occupied his thoughts kept him warm, filling his heart with a softness akin to cotton candy, sweet and tender. As Lin Shuangshuang pointed out a vast expanse of farmland, she exclaimed, Look over there. Huo Ling followed her gaze to a vibrant field brimming with various vegetables and fruits. Rona and the others echoed her awe.
Oh my.
Such enormous pumpkins. They're like little houses. Is the pumpkin carriage from fairy tales real? One could last a year. They marveled at how the vegetables had survived the harsh climate, with vibrant greens still thriving. Are we hallucinating? It's understandable to see cabbage and radishes, but how is this bok choy still alive? Their eyes widened in amazement. Villagers were busy harvesting the crops, bending over with diligence. Children, dressed like dolls from New Year paintings, assisted nearby. The freshly harvested vegetables were neatly placed in large baskets. The villagers greeted the newcomers with smiles, unafraid, assuming they were a task force sent to assist with the harvest. Oh, the young ones are quite handsome. Such good looks surpass even that of stars. Most of the middle-aged villagers were returning from the city and were quite sociable. Some children, laughing heartily, teased, so, city folk. Have you never seen vegetables grow from the ground? After the apocalypse, the land mutated, and everything grows larger now. It's amusing to see your shocked faces. This statement left Rona and her friends feeling a bit embarrassed, having indeed never seen such sights. Have you finished your homework? One child chimed in playfully. Exactly.
Come on.
Just then, a child who had just finished an online class exclaimed dramatically, Are you all demons? Rona and her friends burst into laughter. The older villagers, unable to decipher the banter among the children and teenagers, simply smiled and inquired if the group had eaten yet. The cafeteria will be serving soon, it's almost time. I heard they're making pumpkin buns, roasting pumpkin cakes, and stewing pumpkin rice today. You should hurry, they urged. And don't forget to try our fresh vegetables grown in mutated soil. They taste even better than pre-apocalypse produce, fresh and sweet, a true delight. One child grumbled. But meat tastes better. How long has it been since I had meat? The adults chuckled, off you go. Just be grateful for the vegetables. Many are still starving. You're asking for a beating, Fong Zugzhe. I'll tell you mother if you run off without finishing your homework. The child pouted, cheeks flushed from the cold, yet refused to return home. Rona and her friends found the scene utterly delightful. Huo Ling and Lin Shuangshuang stood to the side, feeling an inexplicable sense of happiness. It was quite magical. One villager recognized Huo Ling as the captain and approached, inquiring, Are you the captain of this squad? Did you come from city, E? How many days will the journey take? Huo Ling replied calmly, If all goes smoothly, it should take 2 to 3 days. The villager nodded in understanding. That's quite a distance. The road can be perilous. Thank you for your hard work. Huo Ling candidly remarked, It's not too arduous. We can earn quite a few points from this trip. Laughter erupted among the group. His straightforwardness was endearing. He spoke plainly, devoid of any flattery. Lin Shuangshuang, fair-skinned and demure, remained silent during the casual banter as she found it challenging to integrate into the collective. However, she was quite loquacious when it came to Huo Ling. And Anne inquired, Is this young lady your girlfriend? Or perhaps your sister? Instantly, Luo Na and her companions perked up, brimming with curiosity. Before Huo Ling could respond, Lin Shuangshuang boldly nodded. Yes, I am his girlfriend. Huo Ling chuckled softly, but remained reticent. The aunt immediately praised their compatibility, exclaiming that they looked perfect together, and handed them both a handful of round, red cherry tomatoes, urging them to taste. These little tomatoes are incredibly sweet and bursting with flavor. Lin Shuangshuang, unable to refuse, awkwardly cradled the small tomatoes in her hands.
Oh.
I was just about to look for you all. Let's go eat together. Brother Xiaotian appeared at that moment, eager to lead them to the dining hall, herding them along like lambs. With a wave of his hand, Brother Xiaotian ushered them forward, along with a few children, stating that after lunch, they would return to attend online classes, as the afternoon session was about to commence. The children lamented their fate, wailing in despair, while Brother Xiaotian laughed heartily, for adults often shared the same mischievous sense of humor. Chapter 95. Let's reconcile. Lin Shuangshuang tucked the hard, frozen cherry tomatoes into her space card and reiterated to Huo Ling, I am your girlfriend. Huo Ling queried, Are you? Lin Shuangshuang felt a pang of insecurity, her tone wavering. The nature of their current relationship eluded her. Could they be considered close? They had indeed shared intimate moments, and Huo Ling no longer exuded his previous coldness. Yet, he had not mentioned reconciliation. Lin Shuangshuang quickly amended her statement. Former girlfriend, still counts. Her voice faltered with uncertainty. Huo Ling regarded her with a raised brow. Former girlfriend, you say? With that, he strode ahead, leaving Lin Shuangshuang nearly scrambling to keep up. Noticing his displeasure, she inquired, "What's wrong?" Huo Ling grew increasingly irate. It was indeed difficult for her to broach the subject of reconciliation. Her thought process was peculiar, and, considering her identity, she felt it unfair to burden a fragile creature with such complexities, particularly given her own emotional ineptitude. "Nothing. I'm just upset." Lin Shuangshuang's face was a canvas of confusion. "Why are you suddenly angry? Did I upset you?" Huo Ling affirmed yes. Lin Shuangshuang circled back. "Then why are you angry?" The trio of onlookers behind them struggled to suppress their laughter. Lin Shuangshuang glanced back at them. Luo Na wore an expression of helplessness, while Gao Lei and Wu Zhou were astonished at their captain's need for reassurance. Perplexed, Lin Shuangshuang grasped Huo Ling's hand to prevent him from walking away, conceding, "All right, you can be angry. It's my fault." She recalled having abandoned him, despite their mutual promise to care for one another. It was her betrayal that had caused this rift. Huo Ling's sulkiness was only natural, and Lin Shuangshuang felt compelled to soothe him. After all, she was more than willing to comfort him. "What can I do to make you not angry?" After some self-reflection, Huo Ling's mood lightened slightly. "You figure it out." Lin Shuangshuang responded, "Okay, I will definitely try my best. Whatever else may happen, my attitude must remain earnest." Huo Ling, having calmed down, sighed deeply. Lin Shuangshuang then asked, "Why the sigh? Are you still unhappy?" Huo Ling's gaze grew profound. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have leaned in to silence her incessant chatter. Despite her numerous words, the one he longed to hear remained elusive. The road ahead was fraught with challenges. Huo Ling adopted a despondent demeanor, appearing as though he were on the brink of despair. Even a dog 2 miles away would flee at the sight of his sour expression. From a distance of 5 meters, Luo Na remarked, lack of intelligence and unhappiness. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe turned to her in shock, then erupted in applause. "Precisely. That's it." Luo Na laughed heartily, expressing her delight. She had previously thought that Captain Huo lacked a vibrant spirit, always coldly issuing orders. Now, however, he was a shade more animated, albeit still somewhat morose. People really should engage in romance. Life is meant to be a tumultuous adventure, to savor all its bittersweet flavors. Gao Lei and Wu Zhe nodded in agreement, finding wisdom in her words. The village dining hall was spacious, and at that moment, the villagers were busy gathering crops, resulting in a relatively sparse crowd. Brother Xiaotian encouraged them to help themselves to the food. "Don't be shy. Take whatever you desire. We have plenty of meals to spare." Young Fang Ji-su chimed in, "We have an abundance of fruits and vegetables, but we are still short on rice and flour. Not to mention meat, most importantly meat." He had been craving it for ages. Brother Xiaotian advised him to be patient. "Once I finish delivering supplies to the survivor base in E-City and exchange for points, I'll bring back a truckload of rice, oil, and meat. All right?
Now.
Hurry up and eat. After that, it's off to class." Fang Ji-su was torn between joy at the prospect of meat and the sorrow of impending classes. His little face contorting in a tragic expression, encapsulating the essence of life. The cafeteria aunt could hardly contain her laughter at the little one's melodrama, while Brother Xiaotian chuckled as well. Lin Shuangshuang observed them curiously and suddenly grasped the source of her happiness. The villagers shared a strong bond, akin to a family, and this warmth enveloped even outsiders like herself. Huo Ling collected 2 trays, including one for Lin Shuangshuang, and before he fully processed his actions, he had successfully filled both trays with food. Holding one tray in each hand, he paused in surprise at his own dexterity. "Lin Shuangshuang, let us go," he called to her, who seemed entranced by the villagers' interactions, lost in thought. However, he understood all too well. Lin Shuangshuang lacked family and had never experienced that warmth. Huo Ling had once known it. His childhood was filled with happiness, but after his mother's passing, his home had become fragmented, and he chuckled bitterly at the irony. Lin Shuangshuang snapped back to reality upon noticing his smile, momentarily taken aback, then quietly grasped the hem of his shirt, drawing close to him. Huo Ling was equally startled, realizing she was offering him comfort. Despite her amnesia, she still instinctively leaned towards him in moments of loneliness. Suddenly, he found himself unwilling to dwell on past grievances. As long as she remained by his side, and was well, that was all that mattered. "Lin Shuangshuang, let us reconcile," Huo Ling suddenly proposed, his tone calm and devoid of sarcasm. Lin Shuangshuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Could he truly forgive her so easily? Was their relationship genuinely restored? Her heart swelled, and she nodded vigorously, "Yes, Her voice was resolute, fearing he might doubt her conviction. Huo Ling exhaled, a sense of relief washing over him as he let go of his previous entanglements, finding tranquility. Lin Shuangshuang clutched his shirt tightly, her eyes glistening as she promised him, "I will never abandon you again. Even if we reconcile, I will continue to comfort you, for a lifetime." Huo Ling's heart softened immensely. "I know. Now let us eat." Lin Shuangshuang nodded eagerly. Their lunch consisted entirely of vegetarian dishes, as there was no meat left in the village, yet it was all quite delicious. The pumpkin buns were exquisitely soft, the stir-fried greens fragrant, the sour and spicy shredded potatoes tantalizingly appetizing, and the scrambled eggs with tomatoes delightfully tangy and sweet, making for a perfect meal. Lin Shuangshuang felt thoroughly satisfied. After finishing her meal, she continued to coax Huo Ling, promising him a multitude of things, her mouth never ceasing its chatter. Huo Ling, taking advantage of her amiability, set forth numerous demands, such as her never staying out overnight and always being under his watchful gaze. Lin Shuangshuang, with unyielding resolve, willingly offered herself to Huo Ling, even going so far as to assist him in counting money without a hint of hesitation. Rona, witnessing the exchange, couldn't help but feel pity for her. "Shuang, you mustn't indulge him so." Gao Lei and Wu Zhe nodded in agreement. Huo Ling let out a smug laugh, asserting that she was doing so of her own volition. The trio rolled their eyes but recalled how, during a prior outing to gather supplies under less than ideal conditions, Huo Ling had washed Lin Shuangshuang as clothes in the dead of night. Considering his typically unassuming demeanor, they felt that the two were indeed well matched. Ah well, as long as they were happy. Chapter 96, A Minor Zombie Wave. Having eaten their fill, Lin Shuangshuang strolled alongside Huo Ling back to the small building, with Rona and the others walking ahead. Suddenly, alarm signals blared from the loudspeakers. Wu Zhe exclaimed, "What is happening?" Rona placed a calming hand on his shoulder. "Stay composed." Gao Lei listened intently to the broadcast, which announced a zombie attack on the village. Though the villagers exhibited signs of panic, they were accustomed to such occurrences.
Here we go again.
Is it mutated animals, zombies, or perhaps mutated birds? Why aren't these zombies frozen? This is infuriating. Let us hope no one gets hurt. Huo Ling glanced at Rona and the others, who immediately understood, nodding in agreement without dissent, as they had nothing else to do anyway. This was the silent understanding they shared. Lin Shuangshuang also grasped their intent and felt a twinge of joy. Huo Ling suggested they head towards the village entrance to take a look, treating it as a casual stroll. Lin Shuangshuang quickly followed suit. Rona and the others hastened their pace, as the vehicle was not far ahead. "Let us drive," Rona said. "I'll dash ahead to start the engine." The weather was frigid, making it necessary for the modified vehicle to warm up. Wu Zhe, being an Earth-type ability user, swiftly vanished underground, moving at remarkable speed. Upon hearing their conversation, the villagers realized they intended to assist.
Thank you. Thank you.
"You're from the authorities, you must be more capable. With you here, the chance of our families getting into trouble will significantly decrease. I'll treat you to drinks later. I have a few bottles of fine wine and some cured meat at home." Huo Ling replied, "No need, it's just a simple task, a good opportunity to practice." All of them were now at level 5, with Huo Ling having broken through to level 6, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Rona and Gao Lei nodded in agreement. Lin Shuangshuang stood coolly to the side, resembling a silent arrow. They successfully reached the combat vehicle. Gao Lei urged Wu Zhe to switch from the driver's seat to the passenger seat. "Let us save your turn for when the road conditions are better." Wu Zhe retorted, "But most of the time, you and Sister Rona say I'm too young to drive." Rona laughed. "Older siblings can drive. It's not your turn yet." Huo Ling and Lin Shuangshuang took their seats in the back, and the vehicle promptly set off towards the village entrance. Even before they arrived, they could see a small horde of zombies shuffling beyond the electric fence. Their skin was gaunt, a sickly greenish-purple, and their bodies decayed. Due to the frigid temperatures, they were remarkably desiccated. At the village entrance, local officials were organizing the ability users for defense. Upon seeing the 5 of them approach, they were momentarily taken aback, surprised by their willingness to provide support. Huo Ling, ever decisive, exited the vehicle and inquired, "What is the situation?" The village official snapped back to reality and reported, Yes, a minor wave of zombies is approaching. This is somewhat normal, it happens occasionally. Though this time they're more than usual, and with the cold weather, reactions are slower. It's safest to deal with them from behind the electric fence." They deliberated whether to open the electric gate to electrocute the zombies, thereby keeping the ability users out of harm's way. Rona interjected, "Wait. You've got it all wrong. If you don't sharpen your blades and train, how will you face the battlefield in the future? Although there are many zombies, they're scattered and manageable. We can designate a more skilled ability user as the leader, allowing a few capable ones to train here at the safe spot, which would enhance their strength. We can avoid more dangerous areas, but why fear what's at our doorstep? We must learn to assess the situation. That's why leadership and command are equally crucial. One must possess the ability to observe and evaluate circumstances, making the right calls at critical moments." Huo Ling addressed the villagers. "We plan to go out and eliminate the zombies. If you wish, you may follow us to practice your skills." Lin Shuangshuang had already drawn her steel pipe, her mind still catching up to the moment, her grip on it instinctive. A look of bewilderment crossed her face. The village officials, upon hearing their willingness to help clear the zombies, were thrilled yet could not suppress their concern for their own children, though they had all experienced it. Confronting such threats was inherently frightening. Ultimately, with all the village's ability users gathered, Brother Xiaotian stepped forward to lead the training exercise, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the officials, who reluctantly agreed. Their hesitation stemmed from their personal interests, not wanting their own children or nephews to take risks. Yet, they recognized the truth in their words. Without practice, how would they face more perilous situations in the future? As Brother Xiaotian opened the door, Lin Shuangshuang had already dashed outside. Dressed warmly and wrapped in the scarf Huo Ling had tied for her, she moved with agility, swiftly dispatching 2 zombies with precision. The steel pipe crackling with pink electricity. Rona cheered, "Great job, Shuang-er." Lin Shuangshuang glanced back, nodding, and then re-engaged in combat. This was her familiar realm, and she began to wreak havoc. Wu Zhe skillfully followed her lead, encircling the zombies to facilitate her strikes. Gao Lei and Rona also sprang into action, one providing defense while the other launched fierce attacks, fireballs igniting in the air and raising the temperature around them. Impressive, the power is substantial. Haha, after leveling up, even the heat of the fire has intensified. The fireballs, upon making contact with the zombies, instantly engulfed their heads in flames, transforming the horde into a row of burning matchsticks, their heads charred black. Huo Ling manipulated the lower-tier zombies, inciting them to turn on each other. The villagers stared in astonishment. So powerful. Goodness. These kids are young yet remarkably skilled. Have we underestimated them all along? They truly are the elite team sent by the authorities. They're dispatching zombies as easily as chopping cabbage. How can it be so effortless? Usually, it takes us a whole day or even several to fend off a wave of zombies, yet they seem poised to finish in less than an hour. Hurry, Shunzi, Guzi. Shitu, get in there. Don't just stand there. Take the opportunity to learn from these instructors. The village leaders, now thoroughly reassured, promptly instructed the children to hone their skills. Indeed, one cannot afford to grow timid in the face of adversity. They had already endured the most tumultuous early days of the apocalypse, so why falter now? The fervor of the 5 young individuals seemed to infect those around them, igniting their spirits. With Xiaotian leading a contingent of over a dozen ability users from the village, they joined the fray. Though they were slightly delayed in their response, they were undaunted by the prospect of battle. The elder members were merely concerned for their safety. Even in the absence of an official team today, they felt compelled to protect their home, a duty they embraced wholeheartedly. Chapter 97. A Swift Resolution. The battle unfolded with a lopsided advantage. The zombies, however, were oblivious to the concept of fear. They acted purely on instinct, advancing toward the fresh flesh that tantalized their senses, the scent of blood driving them into a frenzy. With a guttural growl, the zombies surged forward, extending their razor-sharp claws toward the ability users. The transformation had rendered their once withered nails long and pointed, each claw extending nearly half the length of a palm. Any scratch would undoubtedly result in a grievous wound. The zombies under Huo Ling's control lunged at their kin, only to be torn apart by their own claws. Devoid of emotion, they annihilated anything that obstructed their path. Lin Shuangshuang commenced utilizing her abilities. The long-absent energy coursed through her veins, invigorating her mind and spirit. She plunged headfirst into the horde of zombies, gravitating toward the densest clusters, deliberately seeking out danger. Huo Ling, with a divided focus, kept an eye on her, occasionally directing zombies to assist her. Meanwhile, the other teammates and villagers remained within their protective perimeters, as Huo Ling controlled the number of zombies to provide them with a chance to practice. Having leveled up, he sensed a broader range. with every rustle of the wind and movement of grass falling beneath his heightened perception. After confirming that this wave of zombies was relatively modest, he felt reassured. After all, the 5 of them had witnessed armies of hundreds of thousands of zombies. That was true terror, while this was merely a minor horde. Huo Ling felt no pressure. Lin Shuangshuang, too, felt at ease. These zombies were likely around 3 stars in strength, with a high drop rate for cores. Keep an eye out for the cores. Don't let any slip away, she reminded, even taking a moment to worry about this. A true treasure hunter at heart. Wu Zhe emerged from the ground to catch his breath, grinning as he said, Sister Shuangshuang, don't worry. As one's ability level rises, the genetic evolution within becomes increasingly complete, resulting in physical changes reminiscent of secondary growth. Wu Zhe's hair had transformed entirely to a rich brown, no longer the pure black of before. And combined with the freckles on his face, he exuded an exotic charm. Just as he finished speaking, danger struck. Sister Shuangshuang, watch out behind you. Wu Zhe's eyes widened, reflecting the image of a rapidly approaching mutated zombie, at least 4 stars in strength. Lin Shuangshuang nodded, but upon seeing Wu Zhe's terrified expression and turning around, she spotted a gaunt zombie, roughly 5 feet tall, lunging at her with alarming speed. She could even detect its foul odor. The fear in Wu Zhe's eyes seemed to her as if it were unfolding in slow motion. Lin Shuangshuang's hair whipped out, striking the creature and sending it flying. The electric current coursed through the zombie, causing its body to convulse, while the residual electricity knocked down several others it had collided with, dispatching them in mere seconds. The speed of the last mutated pangolin had been even more ferocious, yet she had effortlessly handled that, so this zombie posed no real threat. It was merely a surprise attack, aimed to instill fear, with little power behind it. Before her abilities had fully returned, she hardly regarded mutated creatures below 5 stars. Now, with a portion of her powers restored, she felt no need to fear. Her pink curls appeared adorable, giving her a lamb-like charm. Yet one must remember that most beautiful things in the world are often laced with danger, venomous danger. The zombies retained human genes, and their toxic appearance mirrored that of humans. They suddenly erupted with an array of dense, rash-like bumps. The toxin of a jellyfish is potent, and considering that Lin Shuangshuang harbored the genes of a mutated jellyfish, her own toxin was even more formidable. Any zombies that drew near would find her long curls striking them, followed by a lethal electric shock. Wu Zhe watched in awe, marveling at his sister Shuangshuang's overwhelming strength. Despite the ferocity of the battle, it was brief. In less than an hour, they had dispatched several thousand zombies. Wu Zhe collected a bounty of 3-star cores, grinning from ear to ear. Huige, look. So many cores. Fighting alongside Sister Shuangshuang is exhilarating. I just focused on gathering cores, like beachcombing. His joy was palpable. Huo Ling nodded, following Lin Shuangshuang with his gaze, ensuring her safety before retracting his focus. Lin Shuangshuang was intent on not letting a single core slip through her fingers, diligently searching the ground. Meanwhile, Luo Na and Gao Lei found their own battles to be effortless, hardly exerting any energy. Leveling up certainly has its advantages. I used to find Zhao Ji's nagging bothersome, but now I see the wisdom in his insistence on our progression. Luo Na reflected with a chuckle. I feel as if I've barely tapped into half my potential. Me too. With our levels rising, the recovery rate of our abilities has significantly improved. If we liken our abilities to a glass of water, previously, once it was depleted, it was gone, but now, it replenishes even as it is consumed. Our endurance has strengthened. Wow, if we 5 are this formidable at 5 stars, what must it feel like for you at 6 stars, Huo team leader? Luo Na and Gao Lei expressed their awe. Realizing why Huo Ling had seemed so at ease at 5 stars, experiencing it firsthand was indeed a revelation. Huo Ling chuckled, you'll find out once you reach 6 stars. He was in high spirits, having reconciled with Lin Shuangshuang and possessing ample power at his current level. Luo Na and Gao Lei joined in his laughter. Indeed. We'll soon reach 6 stars. The remainder of the time was dedicated to clearing the battlefield. The zombie corpses could not be left to accumulate. The village's ability users arrived with bulldozers for the cleanup, collecting the remains into a nearby pit for a future cremation. Brother Xiaotian, at 4 stars, was already quite formidable compared to ordinary individuals. However, encountering 5 exceptionally gifted individuals had imparted a valuable lesson, prompting him to commit to further training. We cannot always rely on the official teams. We must practice more. He expressed his desire to form a team capable of undertaking missions, believing that exposure to the outside world, like his counterparts, was essential for growth. Timidity would not lead to success. Huo Ling nodded in agreement. Certainly. Your numbers are sufficient to form several teams. There's no pressure at all. Brother Xiaotian smiled, patting Huo Ling on the shoulder. Thank you. You weren't obligated to assist us in clearing the zombies. You weren't escorting anyone, yet you came to aid us, significantly enhancing our survival rates. I must extend my gratitude. Huo Ling simply replied, no need for thanks. It was merely a matter of convenience. Since we were here and had partaken in your village's hospitality, it would be remiss not to lend a hand during a crisis. With many matters to attend to in the village leaders consulted with Brother Xiaotian, who suggested, let us gather for a drink tonight. You 5. Be sure to wait for me. He waved goodbye as he departed. Lin Shuangshuang returned to Huo Ling. Her attire soiled and her hair matted with blood, the blood of the zombies, which was blue. Huo Ling frowned at the sight of her filthy state. You should wash up when we return. Lin Shuangshuang nodded. You help me wash. Huo Ling did not refuse. Lorna and the others gathered together. What about clinking our glasses? Are we drinking tonight? That sounds delightful. A bit of alcohol will surely warm us up. But Xiaozhe, you can't drink.
Why not?
Why should a little brat be excluded from having a drink? With the crisis averted, they returned to their playful banter, laughing heartily.